I did too, Colin. Know what it's all about, I mean, but I'm beginning to get a good idea, and I don't like it.
We've a fake robbery. A man in jail waiting trial for that robbery who has a cast-iron alibi but won't use it. His wife finds out...
And tells someone, so she gets killed. But Humby...
There's only one reason I can think of strong enough to keep him quiet. Murder. Another murder.
Douglas D.L.
Well, that's how I see it, Phil. Humby daren't talk because that robbery charge is his alibi for something else.
And this Flanders Moss place...
named after you. Phil, get the car out front of
Aye,
you.
right.
I'll phone the county police. We'll need some kind of a guide. Then I've 2 other calls to make to headquarters and to Customs and Excise. We are going to need help on this. Help all round.
Good evening, sir. Sergeant Davis, County Police.
Sergeant?
And this is Alistair McSorn.
Aye. Mr. McSorn.
You wanted someone who knows this bogland. Well, there's none better.
Aye, well, I hope you're right. Is that it?
Aye, that's it. One big peat bog. Thousands of acres of it.
How well do you know it, Alistair?
Oh, I earn my living in there. I'm a vermin trapper for the Forestry Commission. They're reclaiming a lot of the land.
Are there many paths across the bogland?
Aye, a few.
And if you go off them?
Oh, then you're in trouble. I've seen a deer sucked under before now.
You've been told what we're after.
Aye. And I think I maybe know where to look. You see, I tend to my traps at night, Chief Inspector. Now, there was a car out along the Kelpie path a couple of nights back. Only a damned fool or somebody who knows his place would drive there.
You'll take us?
Aye. We walk for here. There's a shortcut way.
Wait till we get these welly boots on.
Aye, and both of you stay close, you understand?
We'll be breathing down your neck, believe me.
Is it much further, Alistair?
No. Careful now.
Oh,
Damn! Get up! I've got you! Here! I warned you.
Thanks. Colin, that stuff's like porridge.
Alistair...
There's the Kelpie path. See where that high myrtle shows a break. I will be there in a moment. Chief Inspector.
Yes?
Look. Tire marks. Here on the soft shoulder. No. Stay where you are. The tire marks stop here. Well, if there's any searching to be done off the path, I'll do it.
Oh, he's right, sir. It may look the same, but it's different just a yard or so off this path. Different and dangerous.
Sergeant.
Aye, Alistair.
Let's have these probing rods you're carrying.
Here we are.
Well, this could take a wee while, I'll warn you.
How long did it take, then?
About an hour, sir. And it's DL, all right. We'll have to wait for the post-mortem, but it looks like he was killed the same way as Jean Humby.
And now it's over to Customs and Excise, Mr. Kelso.
We're ready, Thane. Chief Superintendent Ilford didn't waste time getting things organized.
That's what our scientific bureau is for, Mr. Kelso. Superintendent Lawrence has all you asked for waiting. This way. Now, is everybody here now? Yes? You can go ahead, Dan. Mr. Kelso, you'd better do the explaining.
In a moment. Just let me check. Yes, that's fine. Well?
Keep it simple, will you, Mr. Kelso?
I'll try. Gentlemen, what we have here is a gas chromatography unit. Briefly, it gives an infinitely fine, detailed analysis of any substance we can convert to liquid form. The readings tell us in graph form the chemical ingredients and the quantities present. You follow me?
So far, I think.
Good. We compare the readings against known standards, and we can tell exactly what is in anything.
You should try it on the canteen sausages. Sorry, Mr. Kelso.
Quite. Now, take whiskey. Superintendent Lawrence and I tried a little party trick before you got here, Thane. He drank a glass of whiskey. I took a sample of his breath afterwards.
And he damned well identified the brand from the fumes.
Oh, I'll volunteer for that one any time.
You mean it's positive? Absolutely positive.
Whiskey is quite simple, Chief Inspector. What makes one whiskey different from another is the tiny aromatics and chemical traces from the water, the grain, the distiller's plant. any number of things.
Yes, we understand all that.
The first sample, then. Bulk whisky from the Branagh distillery. According to our records, all whisky used by the Glen Old Company to make their whisky liqueur is bought from Branagh Distillery. This is a customs and excise sample. Superintendent?
Going through now. Right.
There's your graph. Branagh Distillery. Now, Glen Old whisky liqueur. The graph will be different, I warn you, because of the essences they use. But even so... Superintendent?
Glenor, going through now. And there's your second graph.
Now, side by side. Thane, and you, Inspector Moss, look at them closely.
Yeah. They're different, all right.
Two sets of wiggly lines. Sorry, that's all I see.
Ah, yes, but notice this high peak in the Branagh sample.
Uh-huh.
It should be in the Glen Old sample, but it isn't.
Maybe it just got lost.
No. Another whisky was used. One customs don't know about, and legally that is impossible.
Then your hunch was right, Thane. Stolen whiskey.
Well, that's how I see it, sir.
What gave you the idea?
Well, my wife baked a cake, sir. She used the wrong baking powder. It was the same, but different. Then, well, someone said pretty much the same thing about the bogland.
I won't claim to follow you, but stolen whiskey. Now we're getting somewhere.
But from the customs viewpoint, it's impossible. We take every precaution. We check their export shipments. I know the Glen Old Company are still buying their usual supplies from the Branagh Distillery.
Customs check the export shipments, yes, because you've got to refund them any duty paid. But what's to stop them operating a legitimate export trade with legitimate stock, but boosting their home market sales with stolen liquor?
Is it possible, Mr. Kelso?
Well, with some clever bookkeeping, yes, I suppose so.
Robbery, fraud, and tax evasion. But would it be worth murder? Two murders.
Mr. Kelso, suppose I stole a lorry load of whiskey. How much money would be involved?
Well, let me see. Say 30 casks, each 100 gallons. And I'd have to work it out. Say a duty-paid value of around £40,000.
For just one lorry load. Satisfied, Phil?
How many big whisky thefts have there been recently?
Quite a number. I'm having a full list prepared. But we've looked for one. The one you suggested, Thane.
Mm-hmm.
3 years ago, a lorry load of whiskey was hijacked and never found. The driver wasn't suspected at the time. His name was Edward Yule.
And the distillery, sir?
The one George Greenlaw was managing. And Yule is now foreman with Greenlaw at Glen Old.
So that's how they got their stake to set up in business, eh?
Chief Superintendent, I think there's something I'd better tell you.
Yes?
Well, I was expecting a visitor this afternoon. A man telephoned a few days ago. He wouldn't give his name, but he said he could give me information about an evasion of excise duty on whiskey. He wanted to know if there would be a reward, and he wanted a guarantee we wouldn't reveal where the information came from.
Can you do that?
Yes, on both counts. He said he needed another day or two, and then he'd bring the proof. And that was to be this afternoon. Well, he didn't show up. It could have been a hoax, I suppose, but...
It could have been Douglas D.L. Is that what you're trying to say?
Well, it was a young man's voice.
Well, now we can guess why he was killed, eh?
Thane, I want you to have another try at Frank Humby in the morning.
I don't see us getting much there, sir.
Agreed, but do it anyway. Then, this dark-haired woman we've heard about. You rule out Barbara MacPhail.
Absolutely, sir.
And the Riddell woman is a blonde.
Probably out of a bottle. Hey, what about a wig?
Why not? Does she own a car?
I think so. We've some other checking to do. That bank at Aberfoyle, for instance.
There's a way I can help, too. I could find out quite easily about stocks of bottles, materials like essences, how much they've bought in. Then compare it with how much legitimate production the Glen Old plant should have had.
You can help more than that, Mr. Kelso.
How?
Well, first, like the rest of us, you'll say nothing about D.L.'s body being found.
Well, of course. Anything else I can do?
Yes. But it means you're going to be staying up late.
Thane, I still don't know I like this.
It's simple. The Glen Old warehouse is round the corner. Customs and Excise have the power to force entry and search any building without a warrant. We haven't.
I know,
Mr. Kelso, don't you want to find if they've a damned great pile of stolen whiskey in there?
Of course.
Then let's get on with it.
Erickson, switch off. Sir. Kelso, did you bring that sampling kit?
Yes, I've everything here.
Erickson, you know your part.
Walk round to the main gate, chat up the watchman. I'm just a wandering uniform cop who'd like a cup of tea somewhere and doesn't care if there's a war going on down the road.
Just act natural. You'll do.
But keep him occupied. We'll give you a couple of minutes, then we'll go in through the office door.
How?
These, Mr. Kelso. Skeleton keys. We fell heir to them after an arrest last month.
Right, Phil, we're in. Now lock it again.
Aye.
Kelso. Yes. Wait till I get this torch going.
That's her locked, Colin.
Right, Kelso, lead the way. And the door from here into the compounding plant.
Along this corridor. What the hell are we all whispering for? This is legal, isn't it?
Look, just move, Phil. Come on. And keep those keys handy.
Here we are. It's locked.
Oh, here we go again. Open sesame.
And there are your casks, Kelso.
Let me check them. Yes. Yes, these are the Brannock distillery casks. Legitimate enough.
Depends what's in them, doesn't it?
Oh, you mean they could have refilled them?
Well, it would make sense. Well, I'm not suggesting the whole staff here are on the crook.
Well, I'll draw samples.
Then can you check those vats for me? I want to know how much liqueur is ready for bottling.
Yes, but I don't...
Phil and I want to take a look around.
All right. Just remember to come back, will you?
What are we looking for?
Another store, Phil. And it should be somewhere near.
Aye. Yeah, there's a sort of grill here, low down on the wall. It's just the size of an air vent.
But from where? That's the outside wall. Unless...
Let's try it. There's another door along here.
All right, but go quietly. Erickson better be keeping that watchman busy.
Nothing this side, Colin.
Wait a minute. Yes, here, Phil.
Hey, what is it? Oh, that hatch.
Marked maintenance only.
Aye, it's pretty rusty.
Ah, yes, but this padlock's well greased. See what you can do, Phil.
Okay. This one, I think. Yes. Lift it now.
Torch, Phil. Keep it shaded.
Torch.
Well,
this is it, all right.
8 casks. Hold this hatch lid, Phil.
Right.
I'll take a look at them.
Hey, don't get stuck down there. Any names on them?
Hold on. Yes, this one's Special Cruachan. And the others, well, I think they're the same. Look, I'm coming back up.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
What's that you got?
Mud, Phil. They're covered in dried mud.
Like they've been in a bog, you mean?
Like they've been in a bog. There's some rubber tube and a hand pump down there, Phil. They can tap these casks from here and refill the legitimate casks through that grill.
A little bit of weekend work while the staff are away, eh? Neat. Now what?
Get Kelso over here. He can draw more of his samples. And then we'll get the hell out of it.
It's fantastic. Once I've checked out these samples.
There's something more important right now. You checked those vats, or whatever they're called,
Yes.
and you saw the casks. Now, this is Friday night. Have they enough whiskey in stock for normal production on Monday?
Well, not really. Both vats are practically empty, and most of the casks are the same. They'll need a delivery from...
From somewhere. Legitimate or on the crook.
Or both, eh?
Does the Glenalt plant operate on Saturdays?
No, but the office is usually open.
Good. I think I'll make a little call on them.
You have to see Frank Humby too, remember?
Afterwards, Phil, he'll keep where he is. All right, Erickson.
Sir?
We're all going home for some sleep. Tomorrow could be a busy day.
Good morning, Glenalt distiller is. Yes. Hold on a moment, please, will you? Hello, Chief Inspector. I won't be a moment.
No rush, Barbara.
Hello, Paula. Yes, just a moment and I'll connect you. There. Sorry about that.
Busy?
Oh, not on a Saturday. The office staff are only in for a couple of hours. Chief Inspector, have you any news of Douglas yet?
No, we haven't, Barbara, not yet.
Oh.
Are you on your own, Barbara?
Yes, everybody else is having their coffee break just now. Except, well, I think Mr. Greenlaw may be back in a couple of minutes.
Barbara, we need your help.
Oh?
There's a chance you could help us prove young D.L. innocent. Will you do it?
Oh, whatever you want, yes.
For a start, how well do you get on with Greenlaw and Greta Adele?
All right, I suppose.
And how have they been these last few days?
Well, it's difficult. They both seemed edgy, I suppose is the word.
Barbara, you're going to have to trust me on this, and I've got to trust you.
Yes?
That office switchboard. For the rest of this morning, I want you to make a note of any calls made by Greenlaw, Greta Adele, or Ed Yule.
But, Chief Inspector,
Don't take any risks, but if you can listen into their calls, do it. When you stop work, come straight to me.
You mean you think they're involved? But then why did Douglas run away?
There are some things I can't answer yet, Barbara. Did Douglas ever talk to you about the firm's account books?
He never got near them. Greta Adele does that side all on her own.
Always?
Well, even when she was off ill with flu a couple of weeks ago, Mr. Greenlaw said he wasn't to touch them.
But Douglas would still be left on his own.
Oh, yes, more or less, anyway.
Who's Greta Adele's hairdresser?
A hairdresser?
Yes.
I don't know, but I could try to find out.
I'd be obliged. Hello, Phil. What are you doing here?
Get in and I'll tell you.
Oh, like that. Well?
You were going out to the prison to see Frank Humby next.
That's right.
Don't bother. They found him dead in his cell this morning. He hanged himself.
Yes. Hanged himself, then. Well, there's no doubt why.
No, I suppose there isn't, sir.
But that's not the only reason I came over to Millside Division. The whole situation is in a, well, delicate stage. I want to be sure of what's happening.
Here's the post-mortem report on Douglas D.L.
Oh, thanks.
Exactly the same as for the Humby woman.
Yes, here's the summary. Death due to asphyxia, small surface bruising, minute underskin hemorrhage around the mouth and nostrils.
And a blow on the back of the head first. Another burking.
I just hope we can trust this MacPhail girl. She still doesn't know.
That was my decision, sir.
I'm glad it wasn't mine. Now, the bank at Aberfoyle.
Aye, the county police took care of that, sir. Joe O'Brien's right. Humby's account with him has a cash balance of £7,000, plus a parcel Humby handed in late on Thursday afternoon.
Well?
Another 3,000 in banknotes, sir.
The money from the Glen Oat safe.
We'll assume it was his fee for his part in taking care of DL.
Paid in advance.
What sort of watch are you keeping on these people, Fane?
They're all under surveillance, sir. And if Kelso's calculations are right, they'll need to bring in fresh whiskey stocks this weekend.
And that's when we clinch it, eh?
Excuse me, sir. Yep.
Mr. Kelso from Customs and Excise, sir.
All right, Mac. Ask him to come in.
Sir.
Talk of the devil.
Lawrence.
Sir?
The deal's a war with the excise man.
Kelso would want to check his tax returns first.
Morning, Mr. Kelso. Come in.
Morning. Good morning, Chief Superintendent.
Morning, Mr. Kelso. Thanks for your help last night.
Well, less said about that.
But it worked out.
Yes, that's not why I came, Thane. I contacted the trade outlets I mentioned, bottle suppliers and essence suppliers. I thought you'd be interested in the results.
We are.
Balance them against the duty-paid whiskey stocks they're supposed to hold, and it looks as though Glen Oat has been producing at least one extra bottle of liqueur for every 3 we've known about. And that's being suitably conservative, of course.
Of course.
In cash terms?
Well, calculating the whiskey at its duty-paid value and subtracting the probable cost of essence and manufacturing...
Quite. How much profit?
£220,000 a year. Well, what happens now?
We wait, Mr. Kelso, till I hear from someone who's helping us. And this time, I think I'd better be here on my own.
I did what you wanted, Mr. Thane, though I felt a bit like Mata Hari, spying.
What did you find out?
Well, about half an hour after you left, Mr. Greenlaw had a private meeting in his office with Mr. Adele. Then he made a telephone call. Here's the number. It was one of those truck rental firms. He talked to them about a lorry that has to be ready for this evening.
Good. This matters, Barbara. It matters a lot.
He made another call after that to Ed Yule. The warehouse people don't work on Saturdays.
Can you remember exactly what he said?
Oh, that's easy enough. He just said, Ed, we'll go ahead with the run as usual. He wanted to be at some place he called the Drove Track before dark.
The Drove Track. Just a minute, Barbara.
Sir?
Mac, tell Inspector Moss it's on for tonight. Some place called the Drove Track at dusk. He'll know what to do.
Right, sir.
Oh, and I found out about Greta Rodell's hairdresser, Mr. Thane. His name is Bellini. It's a shop in the High Street. One of the other girls knew.
You've done well, Barbara.
But what's it all about? I mean, how does all this help Douglas?
Barbara, I think you've earned the right to be told.
Told what?
The truth, Barbara.
The truth. Chief Inspector, something wrong.
We know where Douglas is, Barbara. We found him last night.
Found him?
He's dead, Barbara.
Dead?
Murdered. Like Jean Humby.
Oh, no.
Barbara, I said you could help him. I meant it. But this was the only way. You couldn't have done what you did this morning if you'd known the truth.
Do you think Mr. Greenlaw and the others...
Yes. Barbara, the best way people can help Douglas now is to put his killers where they belong, in a dock before a jury.
I think I'd better go home, Mr. Thaner. I liked him a lot.
Of course. There's a car waiting for you. A policewoman will go back with you just in case you need her. For anything, Barbara. Anything at all.
You organize everything, don't you, Mr. Thane? Absolutely everything.
Don't be in your usual flaming hurry, Erickson. We've time to spare.
Right, sir. You had it rough from the sound of it.
She had it rough, you mean? It was a hell of a way to repair, Phil.
It goes with a job. Come on, check this time.
Aye, right. The county police are waiting for us.
I know this Drove Track place. It's right in the heart of that damned bogland.
We know Greenlaw and Yule have collected that rental truck.
Early.
Oh, killing time, Phil. They won't want to be out there before dusk.
Which leaves Greta Rodell.
McLeod and Beach will collect her on schedule. And her car. They know what to do.
Collecting a woman. Oh, we've got to go back into that damn bogland again. Oh, here, I nearly forgot.
What?
Kelso, your customs pal, he'd phoned making noises about some spare whiskey samples. Said he couldn't find them.
They're in my desk. Left them in the car last night.
Well, he says he's enough for the checks, but he thinks the spares are lost.
Is he?
Well, we've arranged everything like you asked, Chief Inspector.
I was relying on that, Sergeant.
we reckon to be upsides with most forces, sir. And, of course, Alistair McSorn came along.
I'm grateful, Mr. McSorn. I wouldn't like to head into that stuff out there without a guide.
Now, you could head in, Chief Inspector. It's the getting out again that might be difficult.
Where's Inspector Moss, sir?
Back at our car.
Oh, the radio, of course. Where's that map of yours, Alistair?
Oh, here, I'll spread it out in this boulder.
Good.
Yep.
Good. Now, sir, here's what's called the Drove Road. It just it comes to an end. There's one or two like it through Flanders Moss where somebody tried to build a new road but had to give up. It's not wide, mostly overgrown, and it's joined by a footpath. Here.
I see. So it's somewhere along that road.
Track's a better word for it, Chief Inspector. And I wouldn't worry about any other traffic.
So once they're in, we've got them bottled.
That's how we see it, sir.
Aye, they'll stop somewhere along that distance. Is there anywhere they could load a truck without being seen?
Aye, the far end. At this time of the year, the reeds and weeds are thick enough to make you think you were in a jungle.
And high enough, too. Well, sir?
Right, we let them get in, and then we block the track. But we go in to get them on foot.
But why not just drive up? I mean, they can't get away, except into the pit. And only a damned fool would try that.
On a desperate one. I don't want to risk a manhunt. Will you take us in, Alistair?
Oh, aye. It'll be easier than the last time. Most of the way, we'll use the footpath.
Colin?
Over here, Phil.
The truck's on its way, all right. The car trailing them just radioed. They've passed Aberfoyle, heading straight for here.
Then we'd better move.
Back in there again. Where's my welly boots?
It's got its attraction, Inspector Moss. When you know it.
I don't want to know it. Right now, I just want home.
Damn.
midges are eating me alive. City blood's a sort of treat for them, sir.
County comics we can do without, Sergeant. Hey, your clever pal has stopped.
Aye, but he's waving us to come on.
There's the Drove Road, Chief Inspector. Now stay quiet and listen. Aye, we're near them. Whatever they're doing.
Right, we'll get closer. Now as silent as you can. All of you.
Drown quietly.
There. Just ahead.
Aye, there's the truck. Tailboard down. Planks like a bridge up to it.
Greenlaw on that winch. Hey, where's his pal, you?
The pulley chain goes into the scrub. Look, we'll get closer. Sergeant, you and McSorran ease round to the left.
Aye, sir. Come on, Alistair.
All right, Sergeant.
Come on, Ed. Hurry it up.
I'll work here as fast as I can, damn you.
We need another 6 of these cars.
I know. Right, start winding.
That's how they load, Phil. The casks are hidden in the scrub and they winch them out and up.
Neat. Hey, how much do these things hold?
Kelso said 100 gallons each.
Then they need that winch. No?
Now, wait. Yeah. While they're getting it up to the tailboard. Now, Phil!
Nearly there, George. Keep winding.
Okay, steady your Ed. That's it.
All right, Greenlaw, leave it at that.
My God, it's thin.
You two, you. Run for it, Ed. Sergeant.
The winch, Greenlaw. Watch that winch.
The cask slipped.
Look out,
you.
God, it took him with it. The thing's gone. Gone into that damned peat mud.
Sergeant McLeod.
Sarge, they're here.
Right. You're going to have company, Miss Rodell.
Better than yours, I hope.
Don't get too close to those claws of hers, Beach.
Oh, no, Sarge. Not after what she did to you.
Next time I'll do it better.
In you go, Greenlaw.
Thanks very much.
And now we're all together. Good.
I thought you'd be here, Greta.
You can even sit beside her.
Thanks.
If you're looking for Yule, Greta, don't. He had an accident.
What kind of accident?
A cask took him into the peat bog.
How did you make out at Miss Odell's flat, Sergeant?
Reasonable, sir. Show him, Beach.
There's this lot, sir. Some business ledgers, so on. She had a safe built in behind the bathroom cabinet.
Bank books, passports, money. The emergency fund, eh?
This one, sir.
I see. So it's Mr. and Mrs. Greenlaw.
It kept things in the family.
Quiet, George.
What happened to your face, Mac?
She went for me when we were opening the bathroom cabinet.
Well, this lot clinches it. You three and Frank Humby. You had a good run while it lasted.
While what lasted?
Oh, theft, fraud, evasion of duty.
Words. What about proof?
Greta, I have a feeling that after tonight, that's a formality. Theft, fraud, and evasion of duty. Well, what happens now, Chief Inspector?
Last night we got young DL's body out of Flanders Moss.
Last night, but...
Was it suicide?
You know better. He was murdered. The same way as Jean Humby.
Now, wait a minute.
With that kind of nonsense, we've a right to ask for a lawyer.
Oh, you'll get one soon. Phil.
Yes?
Just wait till I scribble this. Right. Phone Doc Williams and see if he says yes, will you?
Aye, on my way.
Trying to worry us, Chief Inspector.
Just checking. There were 4 of you in this at the start. Now, well, there's only 2.
2?
Frank Humby hanged himself this morning. He couldn't take any more. You know why.
Do we? Chief Inspector, you better remember a husband and wife can't be forced to give evidence against one another. I suppose, well, maybe Humby killed DL. Then suppose it happened that Ed Yule killed Humby's wife. Just don't try to involve us in murder. Remember, it was Humby and DL who broke into our office.
We proved that was a phony a long time back.
Greta.
And George, they're bumbling around, nothing more.
Then how would you explain Frank Humby getting home half an hour before your safe raiders were seen making their getaway?
So he went off early.
We've checked several things. Yule lived in a boarding house. On the night of the robbery, he came in around 1:30 a.m. But on the night Jean Humby died, he was back by 10 p.m. So he couldn't have killed her.
Greta and I have our own alibi. We were together.
Convenient for you.
Go on, Colin. Doc Williams says yes.
Thanks, Phil. You got that knife we found in Greenlaw's pocket?
Uh-huh. Here it is.
Uh-huh. An ordinary penknife. One blade, a screwdriver.
It's mine, so what?
Well, one side of the screwdriver tip is worn. Now, I'm going to tell you what I think happened.
Don't mind if I yawn.
Young DL was going to contact Customs and Excise. He stumbled across what you were doing. Foolishly, he confided in Frank Humby. Humby told you to. So you planned for DL to be killed, with Humby being paid to take a robbery rap, which would cover things up.
Nonsense. Just nonsense.
Be quiet.
Somebody was hidden in the back of Humby's delivery van when he got back late to the warehouse. But DL was already dead by then. You gave Humby the robbery alibi. And while that was supposed to be going on, he was dumping DL's body out in Flanders Moss. Only your timing went wrong.
I'm not answering any of this crazy story.
All right. Let's talk about Jean Humby. She wanted to prove the police were wrong. And we were. She came to you for help, didn't she?
You heard my wife. We're not answering. We want a lawyer.
But Jean had it wrong. She thought Barbara MacPhail had been with her husband. But when Jean Humby got home, 2 people were waiting to kill her.
One, a woman with dark hair. I'm blonde, Chief Inspector.
And your hairdresser says you bought a dark wig a couple of months back for a party. Then this penknife, Greenlaw. I'll gamble the Scientific Bureau confirmed the screwdriver blade is the one used to take the back off that stereo set in Humby's flat. Now put your hands on the table.
Hmm?
On the table, palms down. You too, Greta.
Why?
Do what you're told, woman.
Oh, right.
I'll keep them there. I saw Yule's hands once we got him out of that bog, and now I've seen yours. Both DL and Jean Humby had small bruises around their faces, bruises caused by fingers gripping hard as they were killed.
I don't
He
really...
said keep them there.
Now, almost every one of those little bruises had a tiny, close to microscopic skin hemorrhage at one end. Sharp nails. And not Ed Yule's. His were broken and chewed. And yours are short, Greenlaw. Too short. They could have been cuts instead, of course.
No.
Fingernails are what's called keratin tissue. They grow at a steady rate. Now, what I asked Moss to find out was whether a forensic expert can look at someone's nails and say how long it is since they were last cut. Well, you heard the answer. Yes. But we don't need more than a glance at your nails, Greta, do we?
Prove it. Prove any of it.
Oh, we will in court. You used Humby to lure young DL and dump his body. You left Greenlaw and Yule to fake the break-in. You took Greenlaw with you to Humby's flat. Oh, yes. You're the one I want, Greta. You killed 2 people with your bare hands. What kind of a woman does that make you?
I've nothing to say. Nothing.
Sergeant MacLeod.
Sir?
You and Beach take them away. Formal caution and charge.
Yes, sir. All right, both of you. This way.
Thane?
Well?
No, nothing.
Move up.
That's it then.
That's it, Phil. Like a fact.
Oh, tar. Light?
Aye.
You'd better see this. It was telephoned in.
What is it?
A message from Kelso, your customs pal. He's getting worried about those whiskey samples he thinks you lost. He wants formal confirmation they weren't found.
Well, we'll send him a letter. Get a couple of glasses, Phil.
Eh? But that's his samples.
Aye, but we're due a taste of proof, Phil, aren't we?
2 glasses. Coming up.
That was The Taste of Proof by Bill Knox, with Paul Kermack as Chief Inspector Thane and Robert Trotter as Inspector Moss. The part of Frank Humby was played by Arthur Boland. Constable Beach, Michael Bruce. Sergeant MacLeod, Robert Docherty. Mary Thane, Mary Riggins. Doc Williams, Michael Elder. Dan Lawrence, Willie Joss. Joe O'Brien, Ian Ireland. Barbara MacPhail, Rose McBain. Greenlaw, Ian Dewar. Kelso, John Shetton. Greta Riddell, Claire Richards, Superintendent Ilford, John Young, Agnes Humby, Jennifer Angus. The play was produced by Gordon Emsley.
Saturday Night Theatre, a Sybil Thorndike festival, in which Dame Sybil stars in some of her favourite plays. For the first in the series, we present The Foolish Gentlewoman by Marjorie Sharp, adapted for radio by Donald McWhinney. The Foolish Gentlewoman.
He keeps that up all day. Mm-hmm. Oh, why not? Sunlight, blue sky, cool garden, stately white house, all rural conveniences, only 8 miles from London. And peace. Oh, who wouldn't want to sing?
Oh.
Apparently Simon Brocken.
What on earth can Isabel be up to?
Poor man. His city clothes were hardly designed for this setting. His garden chair is not quite comfortable. He's being kept waiting. And at the best of times, he's not the best tempered of men. He likes the old-fashioned conscientiousness, the old-fashioned integrity. Today, he can't find them. All he can find is slapdash work, slipshod thinking, bribery, corruption, and the black market. Or so he says. However...
Here you are, Mr. Brocken. I brought you some tea.
Oh, thank you.
I'm sure Mrs. Brocken won't be much longer. She's had to take Bogey to the vet.
What, is that creature still alive?
That's Jacqueline Brown, Jackie, Isabel's companion. And this is Isabel's house. Simon, Isabel's brother-in-law, is here by special invitation. Isabel's been pressing him to come for weeks. Now that the bomb damage to his own house is being repaired, he's taken the plunge, and there he is, still waiting for Isabel. However, Jackie's welcome is warm enough, and she seems to organize the household quite well. She learned how in the ATS.
Oh, I've forgotten. I'll get some cake. Humphrey, tea?
Humphrey's on holiday. He's Isabel's nephew from New Zealand. He's just been demobilized. He's taking a rest before going back to schoolmastering. At the moment, he's sunbathing.
Good Lord.
Quite so, sir. Good afternoon, Uncle Simon.
Good afternoon, Humphrey. Put that towel round you at once. What are you doing here?
I'm staying with Auntie. Are you expected, sir?
Well, certainly I'm expected. The bomb damage to my house is being repaired, and in the meanwhile...
Pernicious old boffin. I quote Humphrey. And I dare say Jackie would agree. Neither of them is particularly anxious to have the repose of the White Lodge disturbed, for various reasons. However, Uncle Simon will undoubtedly be spending most of his time in the city drawing up vindictive wills. Meanwhile, one must have tea.
Oh, dear. I must go and finish picking the peas. They're for dinner.
Oh, yeah, I'll help.
Oh,
excuse us, Uncle Simon.
Where is Isabel? Uncle Simon's all right, of course. In fact, as Humphrey has been heard to say, Uncle Simon is always perfectly civil as long as he isn't spoken to. And he always, in any circumstances, wants to be alone. He thinks he's alone now, as a matter of fact. But...
Would you like any bits of bomb?
What? Oh, what may you be?
I'm Greta Poole. Me and Mum's the caretakers. At least we was the caretakers before everyone come back. And now we oblige. Oh, we shan't have to be glad when they all clear out.
Your mother should be glad to find herself still in employment.
Okay.
One doesn't see much of the Pools. However, they speak for themselves, or rather, Greta does. Mum will doubtless emerge in good time.
Out.
Meanwhile...
Do you want any bits of bomb?
Thank you, no.
I don't either. I used to collect them. Oh, it's funny what you'll do when you're a kid. It was Mum's idea. We thought they'd make nice souvenirs, but they got too common.
You ought to have been evacuated.
Not me. I stayed with Mum. A lady did come after me once, but I cried and cried, and Mum cried till she went away. And the next time she come, I hid in the attic, and Mum told her I'd gone to Scotland.
Oh.
Of course, she saw me about again in a day or two, and I told her I'd come back because the other kids was all infectious. So she finally gave up.
The woman was undoubtedly attempting her duty.
I dare say, but you shouldn't have said Mum was keeping me to dodge the call-up. Mum wanted ever so to be around. She'd have looked smashing in them little caps.
Yes.
Well, she just couldn't bear to leave me. But she joined the ARP. She was outgoing messages.
I trust she didn't leave the house empty at night.
Oh, no. Mum told the chief warden she had a little girl, and he agreed straight away I oughtn't to be left. So I was a real advantage to her.
Oh, really?
And we made ever such a nice place in the cellar, like a nest it was, with mattresses all round. Well, we took mattresses off all the beds. We didn't think anyone would mind.
No one would have minded.
It was lovely. We used to creep in whenever the bombs got closer, and Mum used to tell me the stories of all the movies she'd seen. She'd remember the dialogue and everything.
Really?
And sometimes she went on at 6 in the morning, and then we'd make tea first, and sometimes the moon was still up when the sky was getting blue, and if there was snow, the air was cold and silvery and much thinner than usual air, and the snow crunched under our feet. And
surely your mother didn't take you with her?
Didn't she? Oh, well, no, of course not, but she told me about it. She tells me everything Mum does.
Jackie, I'm back.
Ooh, well, sit down.
Huh? It seems that Isabel is back. Good. Now we can get on with the play.
Simon. My dear Simon, but how lovely to see you again. I do hope you haven't been waiting too long.
I said I'd be here at 5, and I was.
Yes, dear, but you might have missed your train. Dear Simon. You know, I simply had to take Bogey to the vet. This time it's not only his paws, it's his ears, too. And don't say he ought to be shot, dear. Bogey's only 9, which if 1 year of a dog's life equals 7 of ours, makes him exactly the same age as you are.
Oh.
Well, I took Bogey to the vet's, and then on the way home, which was really what made me late, I popped in to ask Dora Tremaine up. I knew you'd want to see her again.
Why?
Now, don't be silly, dear. You've known Dora Tremaine all your life. We were all young together. Of course you want to see her. Simon, I wanted to see you weeks ago, but you wouldn't come.
Thank you. I prefer my own roof as long as I have one. What did you want to see me about?
A sermon.
A what?
A sermon? Well, you know what a sermon is, dear. About a month ago, I heard one.
I gather the occasion was unusual.
Well, I'm not a churchgoer, as you know, dear. I just worship nature. But when Jackie was going last month, I thought I would, too. Well, I just thought I would. So I went. And there was a sermon.
Yes, there usually is. What was the text?
Well, I'm afraid I can't tell you that, dear. You see, remember as a child, one got into the habit of not listening. Well, I wasn't listening to this one. I was thinking about food. But I did suddenly, right at the end, hear him say something. He said, Simon, it was a common error to suppose that the passage of time made a bad action any less bad. He meant, don't you see, that because a thing had happened a long time ago, it doesn't make it any less base if it was base at the time. He meant that however long ago...
Yes, I take the meaning perfectly. It's not so revolutionary an idea as you seem to think.
Oh, but I never had thought. Do you think it's true?
My dear Isabel, of course it's true.
Oh, dear. Oh, here, Humphrey and Jackie. Oh, Simon, don't you think they look rather sweet together? Shh, dear, do tell me now.
I had no intention of telling you.
We've picked the peas.
Oh, thank you, dear. Let me look.
There are more, but I was thinking of tomorrow.
Oh, dear, that doesn't look much for 5.
Well...
You mean 4?
Jackie, I believe we'll make these do. Then there'll be some for Sunday.
Oh? Is someone else expected?
Well, yes, dear. I've asked Tilly Cuff.
Tilly Cuff?
Humphrey, will you run into the pantry and fetch me a bowl, and then we'll shell the peas out here?
Tilly Cuff?
Any bowl? Top shelf, right-hand side.
Tilly Cuff?
Oh, don't keep saying Tilly Cuff in that silly way, Simon. You know who Tilly Cuff is.
Why on earth should you ask her to dinner now?
Not just to dinner, dear. She's coming to stay.
To stay? You can't have seen her for years.
Oh, I haven't. Not since she left us in 1913. But we always sent Christmas cards, and I wrote to her last address.
Why on earth should you ask?
Because I chose to.
Can't find it.
Oh, I'll come.
Well, here's Dora.
Oh, good. Humphrey, go and get some clothes on. And Jackie can bring the bowl. Oh, Dora, I am so glad to see you. And look who's here.
Simon. Well.
Afternoon, Dora.
Simon Brocken. Well, you've aged. I suppose it's living amongst all those deed boxes, my poor Simon.
None of us so young as we used to be.
True enough. I'm 56, but I hope I'm not petrified. Well.
Do you know what Dora does now, Simon? She's the receptionist at Madame Esme's beauty parlour.
Good Lord.
And Madame Esme told me the last time I went in, Dora, that you're absolutely invaluable.
Well, certainly I'm invaluable. I am the woman who never had a facial. I sit there in all my natural decrepitude, and after one look, our clients hasten to enroll for a course of tinting and massage.
And you know, Dora's got the dearest little flat over the ironmonger, Simon. It's perfectly delightful and much more convenient than this.
Well, if I've come down in the world, at least I came down with a wallop.
We run like clockwork, Simon. It's quite wonderful. The pools are so good. We all do our part. There's never the least difficulty. We're going to make you so comfortable you'll never want to leave.
Mrs. Brocken. Oh, I'm so sorry. Mrs. Poole's just given notice.
Oh, dear. Why?
Oh, I think it's because of Miss Cuff.
Oh, well, perhaps I'd better come. I'm so sorry, Dora. Do forgive me.
Oh, certainly at such a crisis. Simon and I will entertain each other.
What should I better say to her? It's no good offering her more money. I mean, she'd only have to pay income tax. Oh, wouldn't she? Well, I'll tell you what I say.
Simon.
Oh?
Isabel has something on her mind. I've noticed it for the last few weeks.
Women can be very trivial. Isabel has invited Tilly Cuff, if you remember the female, to come and stay. It's an obvious mistake, and I dare say she's now regretting it.
Of course I remember Tilly. I remember her father.
My dear Dora, Tilly was an orphan.
My dear Simon, even orphans have had parents at some stage.
Oh.
Now, Tilly was the offspring of a bad hat and his housekeeper, who must have had a pretty bad bargain.
The bad hat, as you called him, was a cousin of Isabel's mother.
And when Tilly was orphaned and brought to live here, she had nothing but the clothes she stood up in. As Isabel's family feeling must be very strong.
Oh, that it's lain dormant a considerable time. She tells me she hasn't seen the woman since 1913.
That's when Tilly was packed off to Switzerland. No doubt they'd had enough of her. But she was a quiet, useful little thing. I don't see why Isabel should be in a fan-todd over the prospect of seeing her again.
And I don't want to see her myself.
Old crab.
Oh.
I hope Tilly turns up frail and forlorn and charming, and I hope you lose your heart to her, and I hope she breaks it. Do you a power of good.
Dora, I wonder if you could say anything. Mrs. Poole is simply being unreasonable. She won't even listen to me.
Oh, not I, my dear. I'm no use with the modern domestic. I keep thinking they're paid to do as they're told.
Simon.
No business of mine.
Oh, I know it isn't, dear, but a man always has so much more authority, and the Pooles think so much of you.
Nonsense.
Oh, but they do, dear. Mrs. Poole always remembers it was you who engaged her for me. Oh, please, Simon. Mrs. Poole, will you come out here a minute, please? Mr. Brocken wants to speak to you.
Oh, good afternoon, Mrs. Poole. I'm glad to see you again.
Thank you, sir.
You appear to have looked after this house admirably. It's agreeable to find one's first good impression so amply justified.
There, Mrs. Poole.
Thank you, I'm sure.
But now, just as I pay my first visit here, just as your delightful small daughter has made me welcome, I learn that you wish to leave. Really upsets me.
Well, I'm sure we don't want to put you out, sir, but you...
Tell me your reason.
Well, you never know.
You never know what?
Well, you can't tell. Another lady in the place. Well, you never know, do you?
Nonsense. I'm sure Mrs. Brockett and Miss Brown have never been other than helpful.
That's right, sir. They're...
And then a third lady will no doubt lighten your work still further. Aren't you comfortable here?
Oh, yes, sir. I didn't mean to suggest that... Well, it's just that we don't like the idea of a change.
Well, if that's all, to oblige me, Mrs. Poole, reconsider your decision. See how things turn out.
Okay. If you say so. We'll have a try.
That's right. Thank you. I'm sure that's the best plan. Just have a try.
Okay.
Well, there's something in being a lawyer after all.
Simon, you were wonderful.
Oh, the woman merely wanted handling.
It was an impressive spectacle. Isabel, I must go. What time does Tilly arrive?
Oh, dear. Quite soon.
Don't bother to see me off, dear. I know my way. Bye-bye.
I do. Oh.
Isabel, how long have you asked this woman to stay?
If you mean Tilly Cuff.
Naturally, I mean Tilly Cuff. How long do you expect her to stay?
As long as she likes, dear.
My dear Isabel, you have a most commendably kind heart, but in this case it has led you astray. Now, I suggest that the moment she arrives, you should make it quite clear she isn't expected to stay longer than A week?
Oh, I couldn't do that, dear. I couldn't really.
What beats me is why you ever looked her up again at all. No one's particularly fond of her. No one wants her here.
Dear.
Oh, good heavens, what's the matter? I merely made an observation.
No, it's not that, dear. It's not that at
Oh,
all.
then what the deuce is it?
Well, I shall be glad to tell you, Simon, if you'll stop walking about
Oh, all
and
right.
sit down and don't shout
Yes,
at me.
yes, my dear. There.
You know, Simon, I've always tried to do my duty.
You had a sound upbringing.
Oh, thank you, dear. So had you, and you've kept it up so. That's why I wanted to ask you about the sermon.
Sermon? What sermon?
The one about the passage of time.
Oh, yes.
The passage of time not making a bad action any less bad. I hoped you might explain it away. Because you see, Simon, I did once, a long time ago, do a base act.
How long ago?
More than 30 years.
Oh. Then if it has produced no consequences so far, there is obviously nothing to worry about.
Oh, but it has, dear. It has produced consequences. You must let me tell you, Simon, you really must. Do you remember, just before the last war, a Mr. McGregor? He was a subaltern in the gunners, a friend of Mark's, and he stayed with you on one of his leaves and came to one of our dances.
Oh, I have a vague recollection of him.
He was wonderfully good-looking.
I don't remember that.
No, perhaps not, dear, but he was. He was fascinating. He stayed with you a week. It was in the spring of 1913, and we saw him nearly every day.
You sound as though you'd been in love with the fellow.
Yes, I was.
Huh?
That's my only excuse. I was 19, and I fell in love with him, and I thought he was in love with me. I dare say I was very vain in those days, but I was pretty, wasn't I?
Well, you weren't bad-looking.
And when he came to see us every day and really paid me a great deal of attention, I don't think I was so unreasonable. The only thing was, the time was so short, and he was so shy, I thought he might be afraid of Papa. I mean, I thought he couldn't screw himself up.
Ah, probably had to penny.
Oh, yes, he had, dear. His father was McGregor's oatmeal biscuits, so I knew it wasn't that. But it might have been lack of opportunity, because, you see, I never could get rid of you and Mark. Well, the day before he left, one of the maids told me he'd been over before breakfast by himself and waited about half an hour in the stables looking at the horses and then went off again.
Well?
Well, of course, I remembered telling him that I often went out early, though that day I hadn't, so you could imagine how furious I was. But the morning after, the last morning of all, I was down at 6:30. Oh, it was a beautiful morning. The maids were all in the kitchen, but they'd pulled the blinds up, and the hall was full of sunshine. It seemed to go to my head. I felt absolutely certain he was coming to propose to me. So I went to open the front door, and there in the box was a letter. Mr. McGregor had come even earlier than I'd expected. I knew the writing was his because he'd written in our albums. Only the letter wasn't for me. It was addressed to Tilly. I couldn't believe it. You remember your big grey envelope, Simon? You know the paper was so good and stiff, the gum scarcely held. Well, without meaning to, the flap came away so easily. I found myself opening it. I opened it, and I read the letter. It was a proposal of marriage. He asked her to marry him. I couldn't believe it.
I can't believe it either. He'd hardly seen the girl.
Well, I suppose he saw her every time he saw us. But it's quite true, Simon. Here's the letter.
What? You kept it?
Well, it didn't really belong to me, did it, Simon? So I couldn't destroy it. It begins, "My dearest Miss Cuff, your modesty and shyness make it difficult to speak to you, especially among so many people. I do not even know whether you regard me with liking. Even as I write, I fear I may be frightening you. So timid and sweet and gentle, my gentle lass.
Good heavens.
Let me plainly ask whether you could ever consent to be my wife. We are all coming up after breakfast to say goodbye. If you can give me the least encouragement by word or look, I will at once speak to your guardian. If not, you need not fear I shall trouble you again. Believe me, dearest Miss Cuff, your devoted Ian McGregor."
God bless my soul.
Yes, that's just how I felt. But no one ever fell in love with Tilly, not even curates. I thought perhaps it was a joke.
Well, what happened?
I went upstairs again, and there was Tilly coming down. I thought, oh, how dreadful it would be if she made a fool of herself, accidentally, you know, by putting herself forward in any way, when you and Mr. McGregor came. I thought that you might make fun of her. Yes, I know, dear, but that's what I thought. Or rather, that's what I made myself think. So I said, oh, by the way, Tilly, Mr. McGregor's coming after breakfast to say goodbye, and you must give him a last chance to flirt with you, too. And then I went upstairs. And, of course, when you all came, Tilly simply wouldn't speak to him, and he just went away.
You behaved very badly.
Yes, dear, I know.
What did you hope to gain by it?
Well, I thought, after Tilly had gone, I thought perhaps Mr. McGregor would come back and stay with you again and really fall in love with me.
Well, he didn't. So you'd probably made no impression on him at all. You merely deprived Tilly of a possible husband. However, you have now relieved your mind. You'd better forget the whole business.
Oh, but I can't. Not since I heard that sermon. I mean, I must do something. That's why I've asked Tilly.
So I now perceive. I still think it a mistake. The damage is done, my dear Isabel. It was done 35 years ago.
But, dear, the passage of time...
Yes, I know, and I've said I agree with you. The point is, there is now no action you can take. Good heavens. Humphrey, how long have you been there?
About 5 minutes.
Isabel, do you realize this nephew of yours has probably heard every word you've been saying?
Well, I don't mind. It saves me telling it twice. Don't you think I'm right, Humphrey?
There can be no argument.
You see, Simon, young people are so much cleverer than we are.
Oh, then you'd better consult Miss Brown as well.
But as a matter of fact, dear, I told Jackie yesterday.
Well, had I known, my dear Isabel, that you were merely seeking a wider audience, I should not have wasted my time listening to you. However, as I have done so, I will repeat what I said earlier. To offer Tilly Cuff a month's holiday as amends for a frustrated life is simply insulting to her and a nuisance to me. So, as you cannot now put her off, at least cut her visit short.
But of course a month's holiday wouldn't be enough, Simon. What I'm afraid I'll have to do, only you wouldn't let me tell you. Oh, come along, Jackie. We'll shell the peas here.
Isabel, for once I should like to hear the end of a sentence you have left unfinished.
Oh, yes, of course, dear, but I can talk just as well while I'm shelling peas. What I was going to say was, I'm afraid I'll have to give Tilly all my money.
Nonsense!
No, it isn't nonsense at all, dear. I have defrauded Tilly, and now I must try, as you say, to make amends. If it hadn't been for my wickedness, Tilly would be Mr. McGregor's wife.
One moment. Would you mind telling us upon what, after giving away your income, you propose to live yourself?
Oh, I shall manage. Well, how did Dora manage when she lost all her money?
Dora? Where is she now? Behind a counter in one shop, living in rooms over another.
Oh, well, perhaps I could live there, too. I shouldn't at all mind living with Dora. She's so cheerful. If I kept just 100 a year, and two can live as cheaply as one... Oh, is that a horse and a sparrow? Oh, Dora is rather horse-like. We might do very well. 100 years, all that Dora has.
What you'd rather forget is that Dora is also paid by Madame Esme to advertise her decrepitude.
Oh, dear, you know she isn't. That's just Dora's amusing way of putting things. Dora enjoys herself there.
Whether Dora enjoys herself or not is beside the point. Isabel, listen to me. You have an income of roughly, 800 a year? Representing a capital of about 40,000. I cannot imagine it is the capital you're intending to give away.
Oh, yes, it is.
Oh.
But, good gracious, why not? I've finished my life. What becomes of me doesn't matter.
It does to me. I could hardly see you, for example, in the workhouse.
Yes, I know what you mean, dear, because my name is the same as yours.
The whole thing's preposterous. You can't do it.
Oh, yes, I can. It's my money. Mark explained all about it.
You still can't do it.
Why? Wouldn't it be legal?
Yes, damn it, it would be legal, but it's insane. And Mark must have been insane himself to leave such a will. Good heavens, to give all your money away without the slightest written obligation?
Well, I said I might keep 100 a year, and I shall live with Dora. Oh, yes, and that's another thing I thought of. This house. I was going to leave Humphrey 5,000. Now, of course, I shan't be able to. But if you like this house, Humphrey, I shan't give it to Tilly, I shall give it to you.
Oh, thank you very much, Aunt Isabel. There's nothing I'd like better.
I'm so glad.
Nonsense, he doesn't want the place. What did he do with it?
I should live in it, sir.
Thought you were going back to New Zealand.
I reckon not.
Isabel, without prejudice, when do you intend to make Tilly Cuff this absurd proposal?
Well, as soon as she gets here, dear. Well, as soon as she's had dinner. What time is it?
Isabel, let me ask you one favor. Say nothing to Miss Cuff for at least a few days.
Oh, but why, Simon? I want to get it over.
Tilly will hardly be flattered to find her invitation merely a new way to pay old debts.
Oh, yes, I see what you mean.
Yes.
But I shouldn't have asked her, you know, if she hadn't been on my conscience.
Are you sure? If you'd thought of her and guessed she needed a holiday?
Well, I might have, dear. I hope I should.
Then let Tilly Cuff come here for a pleasant vacation. My dear Isabel, when you tell Miss Cuff, as I know you are determined to do, of your really very reprehensible act, let there be a friendly atmosphere to soften the blow. Oh, I'm not thinking so much of yourself as of Tilly. Let her feel first that we were all well disposed to her.
The old fox.
Very well, Simon, just to please you. Now, I really must go in, but you can stay here, all of you, ready to make Tilly welcome.
I don't believe a word of it.
I do.
Well, at least it's an interesting situation.
Even you do not seem wholly enthusiastic.
As far as I can see, Miss Cuff simply lived on her rich relations. Pure parasite. Oh, I'm not blaming her. In 1913, I reckon there wasn't much else for her to do, but the fact remains she was a pure parasite.
Are you a communist by any chance?
I don't know. I've certainly no use for the social system of 1913.
It was the best system that ever existed. I look back to 1913 as the highest point of civilization from which we have been steadily retrogressing ever since. That's beside the point. The point we have to deal with is your aunt's extraordinary aberration.
Well, why do you call it an aberration?
Well, because the whole thing's
it plainly is.
No, it isn't. I think myself Mr. McGregor must have been a muff and Tilly a rabbit, but it was a tragedy for her all the same, and what Mrs. Brocken's trying to do now isn't crackers at all. She's going to tell, you know. She's going to tell Tilly Cuff what she did. Because you can't put everything right, that's no reason for not doing what you can. It's a matter of integrity.
We seem to have landed in company beyond our moral station.
Something should perhaps be done for Miss Cuff. Isabel might even make her a small allowance, but as for giving up her capital, it's insane. Well, Tilly wouldn't take it.
Is she a high moral character, too?
I don't know. I know practically nothing about her. She was a very quiet little thing, and very properly. But if Isabel puts such an opportunity in her way, the temptation will naturally be great.
I bet the padre would have been pleased.
Padre? What padre?
Well, the parson, sir, the bloke who preached. It can't be often that a sermon produces such a striking effect.
Oh, very fortunately.
Oh, but they should, you know. Personally, I think that's the most remarkable feature of the whole show, that Aunt Isabel went to church, heard what the parson told her, and then went home and did it.
What are you grinning at?
Well, it just struck me.
Well?
If you're still looking for the old-fashioned conscientiousness and the old-fashioned integrity, I reckon you found it.
I think I heard the taxi.
Oh, 0-hour approaches.
Tilly, dear,
They're here.
All these years. Isn't it a wonderful thing? Yes. Here's Tilly. Here's Miss Cuff.
Holy cow.
Tilly, this is my nephew, Humphrey, Ruth's boy, and Miss Brown, too, who helps us all, and Simon, who, of course, you know.
Simon! Oh, after all these years, oh, how perfectly ripping to see you.
Yes, it's a great pleasure after, as you say, a long time.
Oh, and Ruth's boy. Oh, it doesn't seem possible, and yet I believe I should have known you. Oh, what a topper she was.
And still is.
Oh, to think I wasn't at her wedding. But there, that's life. The best of friends must part. And is he sent me a piece of cake? It followed me half round Europe, and when it arrived, I thought it was insect powder. But still, I was so glad to know I'd been remembered.
Well, you travelled about so much. I was never very sure of your address.
Yes, indeed. I'm quite a walking Baedeker. That's one advantage of my checkered career. I suppose that isn't a good hotel in Switzerland where I haven't stayed at one time or another. If anyone here needs a first-rate courier, just apply to Little Tilly.
A cigarette, Miss Cuff, or don't you smoke?
Oh, yes, indeed, dear boy. I'd be lost without my fags. Oh, thank you. Goody, goody. Oh, yes, I've travelled all over Europe, so lucky. Of course, some of my posts have been comparatively dull, or I dare say some people might find them so. Personally, I'm never dull. So long as there's the least human interest, just one human being who needs my little mite of friendship, I am perfectly content. I take such an interest in people. As Lady Plummer once said to me, it's the gloomy corners that need the ray of sunlight, dear Lady Plummer. I said, oh, this isn't a gloomy corner, and indeed it wasn't. 5 servants, and she bore her asthma most gallantly. Here, of course, I shall have no scope at all. Oh, it's such a cheerful house.
Yes, wasn't it?
Oh, what times we used to have, Issy dear, you and Mark and Simon and I. Oh, poor Mark. Oh, what a blow. Ah, there, perhaps I may bring a little comfort. We must have long talks. Your letter was a perfect godsend, dear. For settled as I was with the Fieldings, dear Lady Plummer had written once again, would I go to Jamaica with her? Poor little Tilly didn't know what to do. But Issy's letter cut the Gordian knot. My cousin needs me, I said. And after all, family ties come first. To Issy I must go.
Is she coming in here?
She's gone down the garden. Oh, look here, sir. You persuaded Aunt Isabel to wait, and she has waited. We've had 2 weeks of the woman. Hark!
Oh, it's no one.
We've no business in here, you know. The winter garden's supposed to be the pool's private stamping ground.
I refuse to spend the entire weekend in my bedroom. Oh, Miss Brown, we shan't disturb you. I note it never strikes Miss Cuff to offer a little domestic assistance.
Oh, I'm not overworked.
Oh, Jackie likes work. She won't come to the flicks in case her brain isn't clear enough next morning to cook the inevitable kippers.
I didn't want to see the film.
Well, it was jolly good.
Well, if you like idiotic musicals.
I have a passion for them. But then I'm just a rough, ignorant colonial.
A point has just struck me. Do you realize that we are absolutely in the dark as to Miss Cuff's feelings for the chap? She may not have wanted to marry him. If that could be established, your aunt's whole preposterous scheme falls to the ground.
Well, personally, I live for the moment when Aunt Isabel is going to whip that letter out of her handbag and tell Tilly all.
What?
It's quite true. Mrs. Brocken thinks if she gave Tilly the letter to read, it would save a great deal of explanation.
Good heavens.
Personally, I'm all for it. If Aunt Isabel really means to pay Tilly off, the sooner she does it, the better, because the woman is getting on all our nerves. The unfortunate Pools are in a state of panic because she wants to send Greta to school.
One moment. I'm just as eager as you are to get rid of Miss Cuff's company, but the idea of paying her off is extremely repugnant. I'm trusting that a fuller knowledge of Miss Cuff's character will convince my sister-in-law that magnanimity is out of place.
Do you mean you hope Mrs. Brocken will get to hate her?
I mean Mrs. Brocken will see through her.
There've been no signs of it so far.
Naturally. Your aunt has just achieved a remarkable feat. She put together an ill-judged phrase in a sermon and her own shabby treatment of Tilly Cuff and then took action. We cannot expect any further mental activity for some time.
But what does it matter whether Mrs. Brocken sees through Miss Cuff or not? She's not going to give her money to Tilly because she likes her.
I only hope no one is going to encourage Mrs. Brocken in her natural impulsiveness.
If you mean me, I shan't mention the subject again.
Oh, certainly not, sir. Jackie knows her place. Oh, for heaven's sake, stop behaving like a companion.
Reverting to the Pools. There's at least no reason why they should take alarm. Miss Cuff can't send the child to school against her will.
You underrate their simplicity, sir. The Pools don't reason, they just feel. Did you know Mrs. Poole had a husband?
Oh, she told me she was a widow and I accepted the convention. I don't know now how Miss Cuff penetrated it.
Rather cunningly, sir. She happened along when Jackie and I were washing up for the Pools. Oh, Mrs. Poole, says Tilly, I've just seen your husband. And the fool of a woman said, where? It was a complete giveaway.
Had Miss Cuff, in fact, seen him?
No, she was being funny. At least that's what she said. Mrs. Poole just looks sick. And that's the woman you stick up for.
I don't. It's the principle. Oh, you saw it yourself to begin with.
Well, now I've seen Tilly Cuff, and in my opinion, you can... Take care.
Oh.
Cooey! Isn't that what they say in Wagga Wagga? I couldn't imagine where you'd all got to. No one in the drawing room, no one on the terrace. I coo-eed all down the garden. Oh, I hope you weren't hiding from me.
I had, in fact, just inquired your whereabouts.
This is where I always do odd jobs.
Ah, busy hands, never idle. But doesn't someone want to help you? I'm sure he does.
Oh, this won't take long.
Nonsense. Humphrey, come and do your good deed for the day. Simon, I'm sure you're not comfortable. Why don't we old folk go out on the terrace?
Thank you. I prefer to remain where I am.
Then I'll keep you company. Lackaday, what a change, what a change. This place used to be so full of blooms we called it our little fairyland, didn't we, old fellow?
Oh.
And now there are only Greta's geraniums. It is rather sad.
He's probably lousy with earwigs.
You know, Simon, I've been wanting to say this ever since I came. It's your being here makes this house seem really like home to me.
Is the boa extinct?
It's a myth.
This crossword chap's getting inaccurate.
You do too many of those crosswords, Simon. You'll try your eyes.
Oh, so this is where you've all got to. Dora's coming to dinner. She just telephoned to ask if we could have her, and I said, of course. It's Mrs. Poole's night out. Now, isn't that nice?
Well, I'd be delighted to see the old battle axe.
Yes, and so will Tilly. Well, Tilly's hardly seen her.
Well, my dears, to be frank, I think Dora's avoiding me. Oh, poor Dora was always a little jealous. And now she sees how very much better I've worn than she has. Oh, well, perhaps it's only natural.
I hope there's enough.
Oh, my dear, stew always goes round. Now, whatever are you all in here? It's not a bit comfortable.
Simon and I are reviving old memories, flowers and lights and music.
Yes, didn't it look pretty when we gave a dance?
And what ripping little hops they were. Do you remember sitting out on the stairs, Simon, eating ices?
No.
Oh, it was topping. And there were all sorts of rules. On the first flight, it was quite proper, and on the second, as far as the turn. But after the turn, where one couldn't be seen from below, it was rather fast. What dear little innocents we were.
Where did you and Mamma sit, Aunt Isabel? Above or below?
Oh, below, of course, dear. Well, we were hostesses.
Of course, we three were always in full view, and very decorative, too. We were known as the Three Graces. Don't you remember, Isabel, at that last dance before I went to Switzerland? We were standing under the chandelier waiting for our guests when the band leader suddenly raised his glass to us. To the Three Graces.
Yes, I dare say he did, dear. I know Papa always gave him a glass of wine before he started. I remember that dance very well.
Mark and I brought a friend with us, a man called McGregor.
McGregor? Oh, I don't remember him.
Ah.
Switzerland must be heaven. Did you ski?
My dear, companions don't ski. Mrs. Williamson never let me out of her sight. She went to Switzerland to die, you know, or didn't you know? I dare say not. I was rather young for the responsibility, but she died in 1915. And fortunately, I got a post as governess in Bern. They were short of English governesses just then.
Yes, I know you got about a good deal.
Next, I went to Paris. La Ville Lumière. Ha, ha, ha. I taught English, music, and elocution to the three daughters of a professor of geology in the Rue Vaugirard. Your mother would have been quite pleased, Isabel. We were so respectable. When the last of them married, I came home.
I should have thought that an English woman with your abilities would have found more scope abroad.
Odd as it may seem, I wanted to come home. Even governesses share some of the normal emotions. I'd been away nearly 15 years, so I came home and found governesses were quite gone out. The families who could have afforded them sent their daughters to boarding school instead. Well, I suppose it made for quiet in the home. But there were always the sick and the elderly and the people their relatives didn't want. So I made a new niche for myself.
Tilly.
Isabel.
Oh, Jackie looks quite upset. But I assure you, dear, a companion's life has many compensations. One always feels needed. What would Issy do without you? Oh, and I'm sure, Jackie, you're very lucky to have found such a good post. When I take wing again...
Put it away.
I only hope I may be as fortunate.
She doesn't remember him.
But of course she says she doesn't.
But...
What? Oh, of course, I'm not so young as I used to be, but so long as one doesn't look more than 30, people don't ask. So I mean to stay 30 for years.
Tilly, this letter.
I am to mean as expected.
I'm sorry, Aunt Isabel. I am a clumsy clod.
Really, what carelessness. Oh, what a mess.
Oh, I'll sweep it up. Poor Greta. It's her geranium.
I can't think why you allow the Pools to use this place at all. Surely the kitchen's enough for them. There, of course, they make one feel an absolute intruder. Whenever I go in, I notice it.
Then please don't go in, Tilly. I never do myself, and I'm sure I asked you not to either, because the Pools like to be left alone.
Well, I find it difficult to neglect an obvious duty.
Oh.
What's that? My dear Isabel, I know I'm no one here, but I can't see you neglecting an obvious duty without speaking of it. That child's being ruined. She's as ignorant as a little savage. Another year at school, preferably boarding school, might be the saving of her. It wouldn't cost so much.
Well, I'm not thinking of the money. I'm thinking of Mrs. Poole, who wants Greta with her.
Exactly. Mothers of that class always are possessive. I dare say Greta's father would take a longer view.
Well, I don't want to discuss it now. Jackie, if there are any more beans, I think we'd better pick them. Dora, you know.
There aren't, but there are lettuces. I could make a salad.
Humphrey, dear, will you go down to the garden and cut any lettuces that are nice? The meat's going to be a little short.
It always is.
Well, I haven't noticed
Well,
it.
you wouldn't, dear boy, for the simple reason that Isabel always gives you twice your share.
Oh,
and
Tilly,
I
I
must
don't-
say, while we're on the subject, it's your own fault, Issy. The butcher here has known you for years. Don't tell me he can't slip you an extra ration.
Oh, but I've never asked him to. I don't ask him, Tilly.
Well, everyone else does.
We get enough to eat.
Only just. And don't start talking to me about Germany, because what I say is, who won the war?
We won it.
Well, it doesn't seem like it. It certainly doesn't seem like it the way we live.
If we hadn't won it, I reckon I shouldn't be here. I should be either dead or slave labour. So would Jackie. Aunt Isabel would die of starvation, and Uncle Simon would undoubtedly get himself shot. So we, even living as we are, rightly prefer to have won. But, of course, I can't judge for you.
Humphrey,
Oh,
dear.
I don't mind. I ask no apology. Everyone knew the army wasted half its rations.
We did not.
Quite possibly,
I'm sorry,
dear.
but in our unit...
Women are always more conscientious. But we all know what the men did. Drew extra rations and then kept pigs.
I'm going back to my office.
But Simon, dear, it's Saturday night.
I shall sleep on 2 chairs and dine at the club.
Can you give me a shakedown on the floor, sir?
Humphrey, now that I will not have with Dora coming to dinner to be so silly.
I'm sorry. Well, come on, Jackie. Leave those beans and help me forage.
I've got to finish these, then I must change.
Okay.
Simon, I'm sorry you've been interrupted in your crossword, but please don't talk of going.
I hope I may not be compelled to such a call.
Oh, dear. Now he'll go and shut himself in the bathroom and I shan't be able to speak to him. Simon!
What do you want to say?
Oh, nothing in particular, dear. Simon!
Well, what a storm in a teacup. I've never known such a house for bickering.
We used not to bicker.
At least you and I are pals, aren't we, dear? I hope you were right not to go when Humphrey asked you.
Good heavens, he can cut a lettuce by himself.
Know what I mean, dear? You didn't go to the cinema last night either.
Miss Cuff, I'd really rather not talk about it. Because there's nothing to talk about. I didn't go to the cinema because I didn't want to see the film.
Very well, dear, very well. You mustn't be offended.
I'm not offended.
I naturally take an interest in you because, well, you and I are very much in the same boat.
Oh, really?
I don't say that Isabel treats you badly. Though, of course, you're shockingly overworked.
I don't think so. The 6 weeks I've been here were the happiest I've ever had.
6 weeks? 6 weeks. My dear, I liked this place, too, when I first came here. My word, I thought I'd fallen on my feet. But it's wonderful how people change once they've got used to you. I used to do that, too. I wasn't supposed to. I wasn't supposed to help in the kitchen, but it was wonderful what little duties came my way. Slice the beans, shell the peas.
Shelling peas is rather a nice job.
Yes, that's what they used to say. Such a nice little job. Let's all do it together. And then we'd just get started when someone would come for Miss Ruth, and Miss Isabel was wanted to go calling, and I'd be left to finish alone. Do you wash the dog, dear?
I have done.
So did I, and a messy business it was. But it isn't our dog. He's Isabel's. Why shouldn't she wash 'em herself?
Mrs. Brocken pays me, you know.
That's right, dear, that's right. Always remember that. Don't make the mistake I did and think it's being put down to your good nature. Her companion can't be considered good-natured, because whatever she does, her employer regards it as paid for. At £30 a year.
Is that all?
Oh, my dear, it's very rarely that I've accepted 30. It's the tipping that's so tiresome. In hotels, you know. The waiters look at one. It's so unfair. Other women get away with 5 shillings when it ought at least to be 10. Simply because they're Mrs. This or Lady That, and everyone knows who they are. Yes, you're young and pretty. It's when you get older you so desperately need someone who knows you. And that's why you should be so careful never to miss your chance. I believe you ought at least to have gone to the cinema with him.
A week ago, you were warning me not to make myself cheap.
I know, dear, I know. Because though a young man may amuse himself, a companion may not. It's the fatal mistake. But I'll tell you what I think now. Isabel is so simple-minded. I believe that if Humphrey really engaged one of her companion's affections, Isabel would take the girl's part. I don't believe she'd make any objections to their marrying. And that's important because it's Isabel who has the money. And his people are too far off to interfere. You might quite well catch him.
Miss Cuff, I've said before, there's no question.
Nonsense, child. You needn't pretend with me. I know a girl's got to be careful. She can't afford to take risks because naturally, well, if a young man goes to his people and says he's going to marry a girl no one's heard of, a girl without a penny, well, naturally they won't be pleased. And even if there's a very strong reason, they'll try to get him out of it. But Isabel's such a fool.
There, that's done.
I believe you're blushing.
I'm going to change now.
Has he ever asked you to kiss him?
Miss Cuff, will you mind your own business?
Well,
I have here... Oh, where's Mrs. Brocken?
She's looking for you. She thought you'd be in the bathroom.
Well, I was not. I was in the cellar. We have here a Latour and a Beaujolais. You give me a couple of decanters. I'll see if they're still drinkable.
Well, Simon, dear, things are looking up. Well, I shall change too. I've a little black number, as the girls say. Rather beguiling. Toodle-oo.
Toodle-doo. That's the creature. That's the woman to whom my sister-in-law proposed to make over a fortune. However, I think we see daylight.
Oh, Mr. Brocken, isn't it dreadful when dreadful people tell you the truth?
What? I may need a piece of clean linen.
What may be the truth? Only, how can one tell? I'm sorry. What did you say?
I was asking for a piece of clean linen. However, never mind. My handkerchief may serve.
The glasses are all over there. If you'll tell me which ones, when I come down, I'll put them on the table.
I say,
Well, Greta, what do you want?
would you like to see something?
No.
Oh, come on. I got a surprise for you. Miss Brown's seen it, but no one else has. Mum! Come in here, Mum!
Where are you, love?
In here. It's all right. It's only him. There.
Oh.
Doesn't she look smashing?
Mr. Brocken don't know me.
Oh, to be frank, I did not. Great Scott.
I did want you to see her in evening dress. She's going dancing at the Pally with her friend. Doesn't she look smashing?
Smashing indeed.
It was Greta made it for me. She's ever so handy with her needle.
Here, you know what I think? I think Mum ought to be on the movies.
I've no doubt she would have been a great success. However, her present occupation is perhaps less hazardous. Your mother's quite happy where she is. Eh, Mrs. Poole?
I don't know. We was happy. We've liked her, dear, ever so. Haven't we, love?
Especially before they all came.
Well, when the house was empty, you naturally had less work, but you still receive every consideration.
Well, what's that Miss Cuff want to send Greta to school for?
Good heavens, I've no idea. In any case, she can't, so don't worry.
She said there was an act about it.
The act Miss Cuff referred to is the Education Act, not yet in force. It won't touch Greta, which is probably a pity. If you were both of you better educated, you might at least understand the laws of your own land.
We don't want nothing to do with the law at all. It's better to keep clear of it.
My good woman, the law is to protect you and guide you. It's nothing to be afraid of.
Well, Greta isn't afraid of policemen.
No.
I was when I was a kiddie, but
Greta's not. She asks them the why and everything.
Yeah, I ask him the time. If you want to know the time, ask a policeman.
If you want to know the time,
ask a policeman. Doesn't Mum sing nice,
Get along with you. You see, Greta and me, well, you might say we're all in all to each other.
That's right.
All we want is to be left in peace.
The universal human desire, the pathetic human hope. Don't worry, Mrs. Poole. Greta's in no danger. Just put the whole thing out of your mind.
Thank you, sir.
There, Mum. Here, if you want to see a smashing car, just nip out before your dinner and look by the back gates.
My friend's in the business. I'll be back before 12 and Greta's got her books.
I got film frolic and film fancies and film photo and a bag of all sorts. Oh, boy!
Good night, sir.
Good night.
Good night. Sleep tight. Don't let...
Greta, carry those beans in for Miss Brown.
Righto.
And you might put them on while you're about it.
Really?
Simon, are you playing hide and seek with me? I thought you were upstairs.
I've been in the cellar.
Simon, I must talk to you. You asked me to wait, and I've waited. But I think it's been long enough.
Well?
You know, I thought and thought. I can't help everything being so mixed up. If only I could get to know Tilly again. I mean, if only we understood her better. I can't believe she's as bad as you make out.
She's already destroyed the comfort of this household. Why are we assembled now in this dilapidated tool shed?
Well, if Tilly thought you all extremely rude dodging her so, I really couldn't blame.
Not a question of manners. It's a question of self-preservation.
Oh, well, I don't understand you. I really don't. I think we'd better not talk about it anymore.
All right, I'll deal with the wine tomorrow.
Oh, dear. Oh, my dearest Miss Cuff. Your modesty and shyness make it difficult to speak to you, especially among so many people. I will at once speak to Mr. Massey. If not, you need not fear I shall trouble you again. Believe me, dearest Miss Cuff, your devoted Ian McGregor. Oh, dear.
Voila!
Tilly! That dress!
French, of course! Lady Plummer. Much too young for her, but I think it suits me.
Oh, you look beautiful. Oh, Tilly, dear, what a long time it is since we were young.
Well, there is a difference in our ages, you know. And I didn't often outshine you, did I, Isabel?
Dora won't be here just yet, so let's sit for a few minutes and be comfortable together.
Certainly.
Tilly, I've been very selfish.
Is that why you asked me to stay here, because I was on your conscience?
Oh, no, of course not. I just thought it'd be nice to see you again. At least...
I wondered when I got your letter. First, I thought you couldn't get any help. Then when I came here and found Jackie in the pools, I wondered again. However, I'm glad you just thought it would be nice to see me. Is it?
Well, I'm sure it would be if we could find each other again. You see, you've changed so, Tilly. I suppose I have too, but we seem almost like strangers. I feel we've got to know each other all over again.
Oh, you've had an easy life and I've had a hard one.
Yes, dear, I know that, but I don't think it ought to make you hate me.
My dear Issy, of course I don't hate you. I don't hate anyone.
You mean companions can't afford to? Oh, dear.
I owe your family a deep debt of gratitude, and I never forget favors. Has anyone been saying things behind my back?
Oh, no, of course not. Why, who would?
Well, I thought Jackie might have said something, or Simon. You don't know the slyness and jealousy one has to guard against. If anyone here says they've heard me utter a word against you, they're not speaking the truth.
But Tilly, no one has. Well, I'm your friend. Well, we used to get on so well together. We used to have such a good time, didn't we? Surely you haven't forgotten everything.
Your mother was good to me.
Yes, I wondered how much you remembered her.
I remember when she came to fetch me from Bournemouth. She was wearing a sealskin jacket. I'd never seen one before. Not to touch. I've still got it.
No.
She gave it to me when it got the moth. Of course, it isn't worth anything.
Do you know, there are still some things of hers in a box upstairs. We could go through them together. I hadn't realized that you were so fond of her, Tilly.
She came the day after the funeral. I was sitting in the basement. All the other rooms were let, and I hadn't a right to be there even because we owed the landlord rent.
Oh.
Your mother drove up in a cab.
Oh, my dear, how dreadful it must have been for you.
I was 16. It was dreadful.
And then you came here and made your home with us. Oh, how right Mamma was to bring you.
She said, "You're to come and be our little cousin." I thought she was an angel.
Oh, I'm so glad you've told me. It makes me able to recognize you again. I knew I was right, only I'm so used to be guided by Simon. Tilly, do you think I'm a fool?
Oh, certainly not, dear, but if you want my advice, go on letting Simon guide you.
Oh, dear. Oh, dear, Tilly. I said, really, that's very funny. I shall tell Simon what you said. Oh, dear.
Well, I'm glad I made a joke. Personally, I don't see it.
Well, you will soon. Oh, dear.
Oh, yes, you always laughed easily. Well, it's one way of attracting the men.
Well, there are other ways, too, Tilly. By being quiet and modest and unassuming. That's what some men look for and fall in love with.
I poured up a bottle of sherry.
Oh, good, dear. Look at Tilly's dress.
I can't take my eyes off it.
Chic, eh?
Smashing. Where's Dora?
She isn't here yet. Tilly, why don't you go and look out for her?
Certainly, dear.
Humphrey, I must ask you to behave more nicely to Tilly. It's no good saying smashing if you make it sound like a swear word.
I had no idea my elocution was so good.
Tilly is far more sensitive than you think. We've just had a really nice talk.
Yes, I reckon she'd been bamboozling you. Aunt Isabel, for heaven's sake, I don't want to be awkward. I just don't want to see you get hurt.
But, oh, gracious me, Tilly won't hurt me. But why should she want to when I'm going to give her so much?
If you let an animal out of a trap, it oughtn't to want to bite you. But sometimes it does.
Oh, my dear boy.
Yes, Dora.
Good evening, Isabel. And what are you all doing in here?
Dora, I'm sure I don't know.
Next week you'll probably find us in the attics.
Well, you won't find me in the attics. You'll find me in the cellar. Sherry, Dora?
Thank you, I will.
But where's Tilly? She went out to meet you, wasn't she, on the terrace?
No, not when I came up.
Sorry I'm late. Oh, hello, Mr. Maine.
Good evening, my dear. Now, you look a bit peaky. Isabel overworking you?
No, of course not.
Come in for one of our 10-bob facials.
But I wonder where Tilly is. I do hope she didn't go round to the kitchen.
My dear Isabel, since we are for once free of the woman's presence, let us make the most of the respite.
Here.
And give Miss Brown a sherry.
Dear me, I remember sitting out here at your dances. Isabel was a very good hostess. She always saw I had partners. Wasn't easy, was it, dear?
Oh, I don't know.
Now, my poor mother believed in girls looking girlish, with the result that I looked like a giraffe tied up in pink ribbons. And Simon used to look like a mute at a first-class funeral.
Oh.
Would you be 20 again, Simon?
Certainly not.
Nor would I. These youngsters must think we're mad.
I don't. One can make such a fool of oneself when one's young.
How right you are, darling.
I'd be young again. Oh, how nice it is to sit quietly and talk over old times. Sometimes there'd be 8 or 9 of us out, and we used to meet at the pond. What was that?
It sounds like Tilly again.
You're trying to get to the bottom of it. Isabel, will you kindly see if you can get this child to answer you? There's something very wrong going on in this house, and I mean to get to the bottom of it.
Oh, whatever's the matter?
I have just seen a woman in the most flashy evening dress, going out of the back gate with a man. Well, I naturally ran round to the kitchen to question Mrs. Poole. Mrs. Poole isn't there, and Greta here appears to be struck dumb.
I don't suppose she knows anything about it.
Oh, yes, she does.
It was probably Mrs. Poole you saw.
Well, don't you speak to me. And why should Mrs. Poole be in evening dress?
To go dancing at the Palais.
What's wrong with that? If there's nothing wrong about it, why didn't you tell me yourself?
Greta doesn't like being shouted at, and it's Mrs. Poole's evening out.
Well, you all seem to be a great deal better informed than I am, and I must say that
Come here, Greta. I have no doubt it was your mother, and that she was accompanied as usual by her friend. And I have no doubt she looks extremely well, and is going to have a very pleasant evening. Now run back to your play, and don't be alarmed.
She said Mum looked like a bad lot.
Oh, my dear, I'm sure she did.
Yes, she did, and it's not right to say it about my mum.
Now, don't you see, child, Miss Cuff didn't know it was your mother.
My mum's lovely, and I'm not going to let any old cow call her bad.
Oh, now come along, Greta, and help me to get dinner. Come along. If you mix the salad, you can have the hard-boiled egg.
Right, come on.
Humphrey, dear, give Tilly a sherry. Tilly.
Well, I must say you all take it very calmly. How long has this sort of thing been going on? Oh, don't you know? Dressing up and going dancing, bringing strange men into the house.
Mrs. Poole brings no strange men into the house.
How do you know?
From my reading of the woman's character. Do you imagine I should allow my sister-in-law to employ in a position of trust a woman in whom I had not confidence? Are you implying that I abuse her reliance on my judgment? You had better control your tongue.
Oh, of course, Simon. You know best.
Yes.
Sherry?
Oh, thank you, Humphrey.
Tilly, here's Dora.
Good evening, Dora. It was such a shock and a surprise seeing that flashy dress. I'm afraid I made a naughty mistake. I did put my foot in it, didn't I?
Yes.
Well, Tilly, how do the haunts of your youth look to you now?
Everything's much the same. Oh, surely, Isabel, you must realize now that something should be done about Greta. What ideas can she be getting? What example
At least
has
it'll be
she?
no good to bully her.
I bully?
The kid was scared out of a year's growth.
That's right. Take her part against me. All do. Why, even Jackie, Miss Brown, Isabel's companion, thinks she can speak to me just as she pleases.
Now, why can't you mind your own business?
There you are. Mind your own business again from a mere boy. Oh, I'm no one here. Speak to me as you like.
For heaven's sake, control yourself.
That's right. Everyone against me. Dora here talks about the haunts of my youth. Well, I begin to wish I'd never come back to them. No one wants me here.
Now, Tilly, you know that's not true. And it's not very nice when Dora's been invited to dinner.
Dora must think she's been invited to a free-for-all. I'll join you for grub.
Oh, don't mind me. I can stand a great deal of excitement. What's happened to Bogey? He's generally in my lap by this time.
Oh, Bogey is still at the vet's. It's his ears and his paws, you see.
Yeah, that animal ought to be shot.
Why?
Because he's too old. He's a nuisance to himself and everyone else.
I see, because he's old and worn out. He can't help growing old, but all the same, he's abused for it. Well, dogs can't die when they want to, any more than people can. I dare say you think old people ought to be shot, too.
Tilly, please.
I dare say you think I'd better be out of the way. That's it, isn't it? I'm old and wearing out, and no one in the world wants me or cares for me or cares what's to become of me. I ought to be shot.
Tilly, please, dear. I care for you. Well, we all care for you. It's true that I care. And when you hear what I'm going to tell you, you'll believe me.
Must you, Isabel?
Yes, I must. Listen to me, Tilly. Tilly, when Simon asked you this evening if you remembered Mr. McGregor, there was a reason for it.
I put the plain question and Miss Cuff gave us a plain answer. She hasn't the least recollection of him.
Yes, I have.
You see, of course she has.
When he came to a dance here, he came with you and Mark.
Information I gave you myself.
Well, I remember, too.
Then why didn't you say so at the time?
I told you why. I understood, Tilly. I knew that you didn't want to talk about him. I feel just the same about Mark. And I dare say some people think I've forgotten him. Oh, and Mr. McGregor was so handsome.
He was so tall.
Oh, I don't think I'd call him tall.
Well, he was tall compared with me.
About 5'8".
You see, even Dora remembers him.
I don't see why you should say even, Dora. I may have been plain, but I wasn't blind.
He had a Scottish accent.
The name McGregor almost postulates one.
Oh, Tilly, I'm so glad you remember him so well. And half sorry because, oh dear, if only you hadn't been so shy. Read that.
Isabel, don't you see?
Tilly, read that.
He wanted to marry me.
Yes.
He says, why didn't I get it?
I was down that morning early. I found it in the box and read it. I didn't believe it. I thought perhaps Mark and Simon were playing some cruel joke.
You did not. You've acknowledged to me.
Very well. I disbelieved it because I wanted to. Because just then, for those few days, I was in love with him myself. So I just took it upstairs.
He wanted to marry me and you took it. You were as good as engaged to Mark already.
I wasn't. Oh, Tilly,
Where is
listen.
he now?
We don't know. He may have married someone else. He may even be alive. We don't know. But that's all in the past, Tilly. It's all over. I had to tell you because it's the reason for what I'm going to do now. I spoiled your life.
Yes, you spoiled it. You ruined it. Oh, when I think.
All I can do now is nothing, I know. But at least I can make you independent. I can give you all my money. And if you ask why I waited so long, all I can say is it wasn't until I heard that sermon that I realized my wickedness. Wicked! And now, I'm going to try to make amends, as the sermon said. I'm going to give you all my money, Tilly.
Wicked, I'll never forgive you, never.
Yes, I know I was wicked. I've admitted it. But now I'm doing all I can. Oh, Tilly, where are you going?
Oh, Ian, my darling.
No, stop, wait. Now you see, Simon, you see what I did.
Oh, let her be.
Dora, can't you see?
Yes, I think so. Go after her, Isabel.
Oh, if only she'd let me explain. Simon, you said it was over and done with and that there were no consequences. Well, just look at Tilly now. And I've lived all these years so happily. Oh, Tilly, wait.
Humphrey, it is now 10:15.
Oh, that's not bad for a Sunday morning, sir.
I was up at 7. Why can't you eat your breakfast indoors like a Christian?
Perhaps I'm not a Christian.
Rubbish. I distinctly remember your aunt sending you a christening mug.
Oh, good morning.
Ah, Miss Brown, have you seen my sister-in-law this morning?
Yes, I took her tray up. Miss Cuff was asleep, so I brought hers down again. I heard them talking in the night. Well, I went along the corridor. It must have been nearly 3. I thought Mrs. Brocken might like some tea, but she was in there with Miss Cuff, talking, and sobbing, for ages.
Oh, Lord.
So I just went back to bed.
Well, let us hang our heads, sir. While you and I slept the sleep of the just, or at any rate of the hardened, poor Jackie was standing with her feet cold, ready to do the ministering angel.
Personally, I slept little. Where are the newspapers?
They're late on Sundays. Usually we go for them. It's only at the corner.
Oh, then I'll go for them myself.
Oh, we're in for a gay Sunday.
I think it will be gay, if Tilly takes the money.
What?
Well, don't you see? It releases us. Why have we all stayed here these last miserable days? Because we've been obliged to stay by Mrs. Brocken's obligation to Miss Cuff.
Well, we could hardly have whistled off and left her.
No. But if Tilly takes the money, the obligation's broken. Mrs. Brocken goes to live with Dora, and we're free to go where we please.
Jackie?
Well?
Wasn't Tilly rather snappish with you last night? In the row over Greta. Don't you speak to me, something like that.
Did you notice?
I always notice what anyone says to you.
I'd been rude to her.
Oh, good. Why?
She'd been giving me advice. Well, it doesn't matter. Sometimes people do mean to be kind. As soon as I see her, I'll apologize.
Oh, come off it, darling.
Oh, don't call me darling in that silly way. It's humiliating.
I didn't mean to humiliate you.
No, of course not. You don't mean anything. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm behaving like an idiot.
Yes, I reckon you are. You've let that woman get under your skin, and I'm surprised you haven't more sense. The sooner we both get away from here, the better.
I don't know where to go.
Well, maybe your people will want you at home a bit first. Jackie.
Yes?
Look, perhaps I've been a bit of an idiot too, but at first I didn't want to rush things, and then you riled me and... Well, it was nice falling in love sedately, wasn't it?
It was sweet.
The first week or two here, when you were still shy and good as gold, and so was I... Oh, heck, it didn't seem possible after all the tough times we'd been through. I just wanted it to last.
So did I.
It was like the Garden of Eden.
I was afraid, even when I heard Mr. Brocken was coming.
Simple, weren't we? He wouldn't have hurt us.
No.
I didn't at first think that Tilly would, and then to see her actually getting hold of you and trying to worm her own twisted little thoughts into your mind and making a jolly good start at it.
I think she must be the original serpent. I ought to have my ears boxed for listening to her.
Good. If necessary, I'll box them. Is that clear?
Yes, Humphrey.
I shall also make all future arrangements for your welfare.
Ooh.
You're not to do anything without telling me. In fact, from now on, regard yourself as my responsibility.
Yes, Humphrey.
Now may I call you darling?
Oh, yes, Humphrey.
I met the paper boy on his round.
You certainly lightened his load, sir.
I fear of a purely material burden.
Well, Jackie and I have been discussing things, and we're both agreed that when Tilly takes the money, it's the best all round.
Oh, have you? Well, I don't agree with you. Has your aunt made her appearance?
Oh, no.
And the whole situation may yet be saved.
Please, could I have a word with you?
Certainly, Greta.
In private.
Humphrey, help me get lunch.
Oh, right.
Now, child, if you're worrying about Miss Cuff's interference in your affairs, remember that it is quite unjustified. You're not forced to take her advice, and no one can make you.
No, it's not about school. That they could send me, but I'd run away. No, it's about the other thing. She's going to find me dad.
Nonsense.
It isn't nonsense to Mum and me. It's awful.
I beg your pardon. When I say nonsense, I mean it is nonsensical of Miss Cuff to take up such a position. How can she find your father?
Well, she said if a man's been in the forces, you can just track him down.
My child, is it after all such a trouble to you to think of finding your father?
Yes.
Oh, I can hardly believe that.
Well, you didn't know him. He used to shout at us. He used to come in at night and throw things about and shout at us for hours and hours. And sometimes he socked my mum. Well, she never let him lay a finger on me. She used to put me in the cupboard, but I heard.
Good heavens.
So he ran away. One morning, while he was still sleeping it off, Mum packed all our things. She got a job in a cafe, and we had a room over the newspaper shop, but Mum was on her feet all day, and, well, of course, she didn't see much of me. And then you come looking for a caretaker, and the newspaper man told us, and when Mum come back from seeing you, she said, "Peter, I believe our trouble's over."
Oh, my dear child.
We had the house and the garden, and no one to shout at us. It was like being in heaven. Oh, this is lousy for you, isn't it? It's not your funeral, but I've got to talk to someone. What I want to know is why can't she leave us alone? What have we done to her?
Miss Cuff believes school would be a good thing for you. And as your mother doesn't agree, she feels your father should be consulted.
But Mum's done everything for me. She got me my orange juice and cod liver oil and everything. Why should my dad have a say-so?
Well, because in the eyes of the law, his is the legal right.
Does that mean because Mum married him?
Exactly. That makes him your legal guardian.
So that if Mum hadn't married him, we'd be okay?
Oh, my dear child, if your mother hadn't married your father, you wouldn't be here.
It's because I was on the way she did it, so I wouldn't be a little basket. Or she'd do anything for me, Mum would. Oh, if we'd only known.
Rita, there you are. I told her not to come bothering you, sir.
Oh, it's all right. He doesn't mind. He's not angry with us.
Sit down, Mrs. Poole. Now, I've been trying to relieve Greta's anxieties.
Oh, I know you're kind. But what can you do? Well, I suppose this is it. I might have known it was too good to last. We dodged the bombs all right, but this is it.
Oh, cheer up, Mum.
Oh, how can I cheer up when it's all going to begin again? She won't let it rest. I can see that. She'll write letters to the high-ups.
Mrs. Poole, has it struck you that your husband may be dead? If he were in the forces, as is extremely probable, you may be entitled to a pension.
We don't want his pension. We just don't want anything to do with him. He'd have had Greta in a box factory at 14. But we've got it all planned. She's going to be an apprentice at Madame Esme's.
That's right. I'm going to be a beautician.
They get good money and it's nice work. And there's that Miss Tremaine there who'll keep an eye on her. If it hadn't been for that, all planned, we'd have done a bunk long since. Oh, I can see you mean well, sir, but you just don't understand. If Jim's dead, I'd be easier for knowing it, but I won't take any risk. You've been very kind, and I'm sorry Greta's troubled you, because what can you do? Come along, love. Come along.
Okay.
Mrs. Poole.
It's no use, sir. If the worst come to the worst, well, we'll just run for it again.
No, thank you, Jackie, dear. I don't want any coffee. I've had a very nice breakfast. Simon.
Well?
Oh, I'm so glad to see you all again. Oh, Jackie, what became of Dora?
She ate her dinner and went home.
Well, has Miss Cuff recovered her senses?
Oh, yes, she's much quieter. Oh, dear, I had to tell her all over again.
Oh, how dreadful.
And it was.
My dear Isabel, I'm sure we all sympathize with you. The point is, how did Miss Cuff take it?
Dreadfully. She was passionately in love with Ian McGregor. Do you know, I never realized until now that we'd been so cruel to her.
Nonsense. No one was cruel to
Well,
her.
I'm sure we didn't think we were. We thought she was treated just like one of ourselves, but she wasn't, you know. She only had one new evening dress the time she was with us, and that only cost £4.
Did she sob that out last night?
At least she must appreciate your thoroughgoing desire to make amends. 800 a year. Did you tell her you proposed to console her with 800 a year?
Yes, but...
But what?
She doesn't believe you'll let me do it.
Ah, then there's your loophole. Leave it to me. I'll deal with her.
No,
Then you're a fool.
Well, I know you've always thought me one, Simon, but I can only do what I believe right. And now, good gracious me, it's a lovely morning. Why do we all sit here looking so solemn?
Because we feel solemn.
Well, I don't. I feel rather tired, but I don't feel solemn in the least. But this afternoon, I shall go and see Dora. I'm going to enjoy living with Dora. I'm going to be very happy.
I think you are, too. And I think you're absolutely heroic.
Oh, my dear.
No, there are some things I must do.
Heroic. I'm going to read the papers.
Humphrey, come here a minute, dear. Now that you and Jackie have stopped quarrelling...
Jackie and I have never quarrelled.
Oh, that's nonsense, dear, but never mind. I must ask, because if you and she have any plans, I needn't give Jackie notice. But otherwise I must, because, of course, I shan't need a companion any more. Oh, dear me. What I really mean is, do you want to marry Jackie?
Yes, Aunt Isabel, I do.
Oh, my dear boy, I'm so delighted. I really am. Have you asked her?
I've told her.
Oh, that's so much better. I never thought you'd have the sense. Simon, come out, dear. You needn't be tactful any more.
I wasn't being tactful. I wanted to read the papers. What is it?
Everything's all right between Jackie and Humphrey. They're going to be married now. Isn't that nice?
I will spare you, sir, the effort of being congratulatory.
Oh, I am so pleased. And really, I had nothing whatever to do with it. I just used to say a little prayer each night. And even then I wasn't sure I'd got the right saint. Simon, there's something I want to say to you that I couldn't before the others. And it's about you and me and Mark. We both loved Mark very much. You think he'd disapprove of what I'm going to do for Tilly. I know he'd say I was right, and it's no good arguing about it anymore. But he wouldn't like us not to be friends. Don't be angry with me, Simon.
If I have deserved such a rebuke, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, my dear.
Thank you, Simon. You don't believe I love you, but you'd be surprised how much I do.
Good morning.
Tilly. Oh, my dear. Have you had any breakfast?
I found some cold coffee in your room. I drank it.
Oh, well, then now come and sit down because Simon wants to speak to you.
Oh, he does he? I wondered what you were cooking up.
My sister-in-law wishes me to state formally...
State formally. You can't take me in by fine words. Isabel pretends she wants to give me all her money, but she gets you here to see that she doesn't do it. I suppose you'll offer me £50 to forgive her and clear out. Well, I don't think it's enough.
Tilly.
No.
Tilly, now listen to me. I did you a great wrong when we were both girls together and I had every advantage. I did you a great wrong, but I'm going to make amends. You're going to be independent.
I don't believe you.
Simon, make her.
My sister-in-law is speaking the truth. She intends, from motives with which I may say I do not sympathize, to make you a present of some £30,000. But she can do it.
She can give me all her money?
Yes.
And you won't stop her?
It's not within my power.
And Isabel really means to do it?
Yes, and let me say here and now, for it should be said, that I consider her behavior quixotic to the point of insanity. If I had the power to stop her, I would. Does that reassure you? I don't consider you worthy of such generosity. It was an unlucky day for all of us when Mrs. Massey brought you into this house. I don't for one moment...
Simon,
No,
stop.
let me finish. It's time someone spoke out. So I don't for one moment believe that you were ever in love with McGregor, or that your heart was broken, or any of the rest of it. I believe you are taking advantage of Isabel's simplicity. You'll beggar her and laugh at her. But she can do what she likes with her own property, and I can't stop her. Now will you have the decency to admit that my sister-in-law is speaking the truth when she offers you the money?
I don't want it.
Tilly, of course you do.
Be quiet.
I don't want the money. I won't take it.
Oh, but you must. I've got to make it up to you somehow. I mean, think of all you'll be able to do. You can go about and travel and buy yourself nice clothes. Oh, really, Tilly, don't be so stupid.
On the contrary, Miss Cuff shows the most remarkable good sense. As she herself has just proposed, 100 a year.
Oh, Simon, now you just be quiet. Tilly simply hasn't realized.
Yes, I have. I've seen old women with money.
alone in hotels. It's better than starving, of course, but I don't want to be alone. That's what's so dreadful when you're growing old. Oh, Issy, I've misjudged you. It's you who must forgive me. But, my darling, I don't want your money. Don't give it to me. Share it with me. And don't let us ever be parted again. Oh, my dear, now that's nonsense. You must take it all. Well, you'll be rich. Well, you can have a companion of your own. Well, I don't want a companion, and I don't want to travel or buy things. I just want to be with someone. Well, so you will. You'll make friends. You've never been able to make friends, poor Tilly. You've been too worried and nervous. But you'll make friends now, and you'll stay in lovely places. With you. Don't turn me away, you see. I don't want friends. I want someone belonging to me. You say you're going to live with Dora, but Dora's no relation, and I am. We'll live here together.
This house, too, Isabel? Are you going to give her the house, too?
No, dear. The house is for Humphrey. I'm giving it to Humphrey, Tilly, because I shan't have anything to leave him. I hope you don't mind. Oh, I shan't mind anything as long as we're together. We can both live in an hotel. Well, I'd much rather live in an hotel if I'm not by myself and people know who I am. Well, we'll find a nice hotel, won't we, you see? Or if you'd rather travel, we'll travel, but we'll stay together all our lives and never be lonely any more.
Mrs. Brocken, you mustn't.
That's what I want. That's what I've always wanted. Someone who belongs to me. A relation, so that people will know who I am and not look down on me.
What you rather forget is that Aunt Isabel has other relations already. She has me, for example. Aunt Isabel, if you do give me this house, I very much hope that you'll continue to live in it.
You? What will you want with Isabel when you're married and have a family here? We'll give you the house and welcome, but Issy and I won't live here. Tell him you'd rather be with me, Issy. I'm owed it, aren't I, after all I've suffered? Tell them you'd rather live with your cousin.
Oh, hold your tongue.
Aunt Isabel.
Issy, please tell them. Yes, dear, I quite understand. I understand everything. Now go in and wash your eyes and I'll come in a moment. Promise me. Yes, dear, I promise. I just want a word with Simon first to clear everything up.
Look, will someone tell me what the deuce has been happening?
Miss Cuff, offered your aunt's entire capital, prefers her company in an hotel, the arrangement to be a permanent one.
But we mustn't let Mrs. Brocken. It would kill her.
Of course I shan't let her.
I'm not aware that Miss Cuff's society has actually killed anyone so far. Strikes me as a very suitable arrangement.
All you care about is keeping the money in the family. At least Humphrey doesn't. At least Humphrey's disinterested. And he won't allow it.
I certainly shall not.
Simon, weren't you surprised?
Considerably.
Yes, I know I was. Oh, I'm so glad I never really thought badly of her.
Oh, Aunt Isabel, the whole thing's preposterous. And I've just said that I shan't allow it.
Really, dear, it isn't preposterous at all. In fact, now I think about it, I begin to see it's the best plan. Poor Tilly is dreadfully lonely. That's probably what's been the matter with her.
How can you bear to live with her? You can't.
Oh, yes, I can. You couldn't. But Tilly won't bother me nearly as much as she would you. You and Humphrey don't understand. But in my young days, and Simon will remember it, people put up with their relations. I mean, some of ours weren't very nice, but they all came and stayed with us. And Ruth and I even had to go and stay with them. It's only lately that people feel they have a right to choose their own company. Oh, dear. I had looked forward to living with Dora. There it is.
But it isn't. You haven't got to endure, Miss Cuff.
I believe I have, dear. It's no use giving people things they don't want, especially when there's something they do. Besides, when you get to our age, there's nothing like being with people who were young when you were.
Aunt Tilly's memory is likely to be resentful, to hark back to McGregor.
Well, perhaps. But I shan't mind talking about him myself, because he was fascinating. And, of course, I shall talk to Tilly about Mark. And there'll be other people in the hotel.
You don't want to live in a hotel.
Oh, but dear, my hotel in Bath was very nice. There was a waiter.
She'll be rude to waiters.
Well, I can always smooth them down afterwards. I get on with waiters. They tell me about their families. The one at Bath...
I expect she cheats at bridge.
Well, I shan't let her. If she cheats, I won't play with her. And if I don't play with her, Tilly might find it quite difficult to make up a four. Simon, Simon, now aren't I right?
Very probably. Anyone who plays bridge with you, my dear, can probably stand Miss Cuff as well.
Yes, now that's just what I meant. Tilly needs someone to make way for her a little. You'll find we shan't do so badly.
I can think of no worse punishment for the worst crime than to live all my life with Tilly Cuff.
Yes, but it won't be all my life, dear. I've had my life, all the best of it. I'm just on the last lap. And now I must go to Tilly.
Please, can I have a word with you, Mum?
Yes, Mrs. Poole?
Well, I'm afraid I will have to go. That Miss Cuff.
Issy!
Oh, blimey, here she comes, Mum. I'll come back later.
Issy! Issy, you said you were coming straight in.
Yes, so I am, dear, but there's just one thing I must settle first, because Mrs. Poole is going to give notice again.
Well, that didn't worry you now.
Yes, it does, dear, because of Simon. And, of course, someone must look after him. Now, Tilly, I know you want me to send Greta to boarding school, but I'm not going
But
to.
my dear,
it's not the expense. I just don't believe the child would benefit.
Yes,
from it. Yes, and you must drop the idea of looking for Greta's father, because that's why the Pooles are so upset. And if it weren't for that, they'd stay.
My dear, if they don't want to be helped, I'm sure I don't want to help them. Why should I? It's their own business.
Thank you, Tilly. I'll tell Mrs. Poole at once. Now, come along in and finish dressing.
My dear Isabel, I am dressed. This is a tea gown.
Well, it looks very untidy for Sunday morning. Come along.
It came from Bucca.
Did it, dear? Well, tomorrow we'll send it to the cleaners.
Well, I'll be blowed.
Good heavens.
Uncle Simon, do you know what we've just seen?
Well, what have you just seen?
We've seen my Aunt Isabel dealing with Tilly Cuff unhampered by conscience. It was a highly impressive sight.
Mrs. Brocken said they'd get on well together.
So they will, and there's an end of all our trouble over Tilly Cuff.
The end for us because Mrs. Brocken's taken Tilly on for life. I still think it's heroic.
So do I. Come on, Jackie. Let's give Uncle Simon a taste of the perfect peace after we're all gone.
Goodbye.
I say.
Eh? Oh.
The Foolish Gentlewoman by Marjorie Sharp was adapted by Donald McWhinney. It was the first of a series of some of Dame Sybil Thorndyke's favourite plays, which will be broadcast from time to time in Saturday night theatre. Isabel Brocken was played by Sybil Thorndyke, Simon Brocken, Walter Fitzgerald, Tilly Cuff, Gladys Spencer, Dora Tremaine, Mary Wimbush, Jacqueline Brown, Eva Haddon, Humphrey Garrett, Anthony Jackson, Mrs. Poole, Marjorie Forsyth, and Greta Cecile Chevreau. The narrator was Preston Lockwood. The play was produced by Ronald Mason, and not by Graham Gould as advertised. Sybil Thorndyke is appearing in Arsenic and Old Lace at the Vaudeville Theatre, London.
Saturday Night Theatre. We present Barbara Cooper in Village Green with Vi Stevens. Adapted for radio by Lance Seedking from the novel by John Montgomery. Village Green.
I ought to have made a shopping list, I suppose. Oh, I know there were some other things, but I can't remember what they were.
Oh, that's what you said yesterday, Mrs. White, and the day before.
I know, Mrs. Crabbe. I'm really terribly stupid, aren't I?
Haven't you never house kept before? I mean, before you come to live here in Woodley.
No, never. When I was a secretary in London, I was with a film company.
Oh, really? Oh, I've heard of them.
What? The one I worked for? How did you know which one it was?
Oh, I didn't, dearie.
But you said...
Oh, I meant I'd heard of film companies.
Oh.
Oh, you've not been married long, eh?
No, about 4 months. I was going to say that when I was in London, I lived in a hostel.
Fancy. Well, you got tea, butter, and an india rubber. Now, Could it have been biscuits?
No.
Or tin fruit?
No.
Sardines? Or porridge oats?
No, I don't think so.
It wouldn't be a toilet roll, would it?
No. No. Oh, Mrs. Crabbe, how kind you are. I love this little shop of yours. It's just exactly what I've always imagined a village shop would be like.
Oh, everything all over the place.
That's what I like. It's so friendly, if you know what I mean.
Oh, we're friendly enough, I expect, in Woodley. Most of us, that is. Of course, there's some as is different. Funny lots, some of them.
Oh.
But being the only shop in the village, they all comes to me. Oh, I hears most things as soon as other people. Before some people, you know. Oh, good morning, Mrs. Bangs.
Good morning, Mrs. Crabbe.
But as I was saying, Ma Crabbe, they calls me. Cheek it is from the nippers, but, oh, I like to see 'em enjoy themselves. Ice lollies they have, you know. The ones on sticks, or humbugs, or fizzy lemon.
Oh, yes.
Of course, I've been in Woodley village shop for more than 50 years. Yes. Jeremiah, that was my husband. He was a carrier.
Oh, really?
Oh, I wish you could have seen his cart. Lovely green it was, with yellow wheels and all.
Treacle and bacon.
What?
Yes, and matches.
Oh, you remembered.
Yes.
That's good. I know I've got some treacle somewheres around. Down in that corner under them apples, wasn't it? No. Then, well, I'm sure I saw
You know,
it
you
other
must be the
day.
new tenant at Stockett's.
Yes, we've been there nearly 2 months.
I'm from the manor. I look after Lady Edmonds. How are you settling down?
Oh, fine. Fine.
Sure?
Oh, yes.
I only wondered because, well, I've always wondered about Stockett's. Lady Edmonds has 7 or 8 cottages on the estate, but I've never been in any of them.
No?
Nor has she, not in all the years we've been here. Leastways, I don't think she has. Certainly not lately.
Oh.
So I've always wondered. That is, I wondered why it was the tenant stayed on, dying and being born and getting married, you know, but never moving out, except at Stockett's.
Oh.
Of course, I knowed what it was in the case of the Cordingless. George Cordingley went off owing money all round. But there, I'm talking too much, ain't I?
Oh, no, not at all.
It isn't the state of the cottage, is it? I mean inside. You can see the outside wants doing up. Well, you can see that from the outside. But, well, the roof? Ceilings? Paint?
Well, Michael and I were jolly lucky to find it. We'd been married only about 4 months, and we looked absolutely everywhere. Every possible small place within an hour of London.
What's he do, your husband?
He's an actor.
He's in the profession? Oh, just like us.
Michael's done rep, of course, but now he's a film extra and bit parts once in a blue moon.
Oh, ain't that lovely? I know she'll be pleased to think of professional people at Stockett's.
We almost gave up hope.
Oh?
Well, we went by bus to Sheer, Shamley Green, Cranley, Godalming, Ewhurst, oh, everywhere.
Yeah.
We couldn't go too far because of Michael's having to get to the studios.
Of course not.
Well, we were in despair when we found Stockett's. We'd have taken it if it hadn't had any doors or windows.
Well, it hasn't got the electric, nor yet a proper toilet. That I do know. How's the furniture? Chair's a bit wobbly.
Oh, I don't know.
I must come and see you.
Oh, Treacle, I found it.
Oh, good.
Oh, how she got under them boxes of fertilizer. Is that proper tickler? Oh, but here she is.
Thank you, Mrs. Crabbe. Oh, and have you any streaky bacon?
Bacon? Well, now, there was some very nice streaky bacon that came in on Monday. Now, was it Monday?
May I come in, Mrs. White?
Is that you, Mrs. Bangs?
Yes, dear.
Oh, do come in.
Oh, well, here I am, dearie. Come to have a look at you. Whew. You do seem in a bit of a mess, like you was telling me yesterday.
I'm afraid I know very little about running a house.
You don't have to tell Emma Bangs that, ducky. With the draining board of your sink all cluttered up with packets of tea and pots of jam and... Oh, lovey, the dust.
Oh, yes, I know. I think my husband finds me an awful muddler, but at home I never had to do anything for myself. And he's really quite helpless.
That's like Lady Edmonds. She's just like that. You really do need some help.
Well, we couldn't afford it just yet.
Then you should have a system.
How do you mean?
Well, you have to keep everything in the right place. hankies in the proper drawer.
Oh, most of our laundry seems to stay in the basket.
Oh, I know, dearie. I remember not being able to cook eggs when I was first married. My husband was on the halls. Very nice act they had. Trapeze, you know. I had to ask him how to cook bacon and eggs, and he knew all right.
Oh, I can manage that. It's omelettes that defeat me.
Here. Would you like me to come over and help you sometimes? Show you how to do things like...
Oh, could you?
Oh, yes. Lady Edmonds never gets up till late. I get bored in that great big house. I shouldn't want anything, not for coming in to give you a hand, I mean.
Oh, but please,
No, I wouldn't, dearie. I'd enjoy coming. Oh, it's lonely up there.
Well, that would be wonderful. Oh, I remember the first day when we discovered there was no electricity. We hadn't noticed in the excitement of taking the cottage. And Michael said, "You'll have to learn to cook by oil, I'm afraid." And I said, "I'll have to learn to cook. Full stop."
Oh, well, dearie, you won't know yourself a week from now. I'll tell Lady Edmonds what I've arranged.
Darling.
Darling.
Darling. I brought you some daffs. Here they are.
Oh, lovely. I find a vase.
Whatever's happened? But, darling, the whole place looks wonderful. It's so tidy and... My word. Polished.
I'm glad you noticed.
Noticed? I hardly recognized it. Look, what's become of that great hole worn through the carpet over by the kitchen door?
Oh, we turned the carpet round and put the hole over in that corner.
We? Well, who's we?
Silly, I told you.
Oh, you mean...
She means me, Mr. White.
Of course. You're Mrs. Bangs, aren't you, from the big house? How do you do?
How do you do? I won't shake hands if you don't mind, because my hands is all covered with flour. I've just been making a gravy.
Gravy? Am I dreaming?
Now then, darling, I know I've given you bacon and baked beans every day since we've been here, but you needn't be harsh about it. And in that ham voice, too.
Ham, is it? Begorra, woman, and this only the 4th month of our wedded bliss. Holy saints.
Yeah. Steak and kidney pie with mushrooms.
What?
What about that, dear?
Marvelous.
It was a bit of an undertaking, but I thought you'd like it, darling.
You don't mean that you...
Mm-hmm. With Emma's help. And there's double Gloucester to follow. Oh, we're not eating in the kitchen anymore.
Oh, on that table in the window, eh?
That's it. Everything's ready.
I am famished. Oh, there's something you haven't noticed, Mary.
Oh, is there, Michael?
Yes, you're so full of your own miracles, and I don't say that you haven't every right. However... this pie is absolutely delicious. I'm going to want some more.
Oh, that's the spirit, dearie.
Yeah. You haven't yet observed that I arrived home in a car. A very small car, it's true, but a car for all that.
Goodness, did you? Oh, is that it out there?
It is, my love. I refrained from bringing it into the house purely out of consideration for your feelings.
Idiot.
How was the gentleman?
Oh, darling, you've got the job.
To my amazement, yes.
Oh, is that what you was telling me about, Ducky?
Yes, Emma. Salesman in that firm in Wayford that make farm implements and machinery.
£9 a week, Mrs. Bangs, and the use of that little car to take me around the farms and the country houses.
Oh, Michael, how clever of you.
Yeah, pity all the same. Always a pity when a promising young fella gives up. You wouldn't have been resting much longer, I don't expect.
Oh, couldn't afford it. No money. And I mean no money. Neither of us.
And we fell in love with dear Stockets. It's tumble down, I know, but it's our first home, our very own.
Love in a cottage, eh?
That's it. But 3.5 dinners a week rent. I'm going to get a teaching job, I hope, so we'll be able to stay here. Woodley is such a lovely village.
It is, isn't it? Queer at first. You know, after Leicester Square and the Strand.
I can't tell you how much I'm looking forward to driving around the lanes, calling at all the lovely old farmhouses. You know, it's beautiful out towards Chiddingfold and Elstead.
On a fine day, you can see right across the weald to the South Downs. But it's not the same as Leicester Square and the Strand.
No, I know what you mean.
You'll miss it.
I've never had a West End engagement.
Oh, but you miss the smell of the grease paint and the way the audience is hushed from chattering as the curtain goes up. And the way they hang on your words in the big scenes and then burst out clapping like mad all of a sudden like and shouting, bravo, bravo, and laughing and crying and stamping their feet. Even after all these years, she still misses the theatre. I know she does.
Who do you mean?
Why, Lady Edmonds, of course. We've been together now for 40 years. Ever since my husband fell off the trapeze.
Oh, I'm so sorry. How terrible.
You know, she still misses it. Has her dressing table up at the manor, all laid out like in a dressing room in the theatre, with pots and glass bottles and boxes of powder and little brushes and tubes of colour and the rabbit's foot. Oh, just as if she was going down onto the stage instead of to the dining room. After all these years. Well, I can tell you, I understand how she feels. It took me ever so long to get used to the peculiar smell of fresh air. I'm not really used to it yet.
Yes, of course. You mean that you and Lady Edmonds had some sort of act together with your husband?
You don't know who Lady Edmonds is, was.
Well, I'm afraid... I'm sorry, but...
She was the famous beauty, the musical comedy star, Poppy Primrose of the old Gaiety.
Poppy Primrose? Oh. Well, of course, she was a bit before our time, but everyone's heard of her. And you were with her, you said?
I was her dresser. All through the run of the Colonel and the Guards and Ascot for Romance.
Yes.
Oh, that was a pretty show. Lovely hats they all had. And her hat was bigger than anyone else's. Couldn't get it through the dressing room door or down the stairs. I had to carry it down sideways and put it on her head in the wind.
Oh, no.
And the music. Oh, that was a show where she had to sing that sloppy number, 2 Hearts Aflame. 2 Hearts Aflame. Look at me trying to sing. Did you ever?
I've got a picture postcard of her somewhere with a lot of others my father collected. Gabby Elise, Zena and Phyllis Dare, Gladys Cooper, Gertie Miller. He thought they were marvellous. And one of Poppy Primrose in that musical show. Now, what was it called? Rosie something.
Oh, My Dear Rosie.
Yes, that's it.
That was her last. Oh, wonderful show. Ran for 3 years. Closed in July 1918.
Why was it her last? She was still young.
She was 26. Sir Benjamin Edmonds went around saying she was the most beautiful girl in London. And so she was.
Ah, I see.
She married him at the end of the run of My Dear Rosie. He was a real stage door Johnny, was Sir Benjamin. He courted her with diamonds and champagne suppers and all. And every evening there he was at the stage door with the biggest bunch of flowers I ever see. And his blooming great white motor.
And she's been living down here in Woodley Manor ever since?
Yes, oh yes. And she says to me one night, Bangy, dear, if I get married, you must come with me. I'm sick of the blasted stage, and I'm certainly not going out on tour again. Not for Lovey Lord himself.
We peeped up the avenue the other day. It looks a bit overgrown.
Bless your heart, it's a blooming jungle. It's more than 30 years since Sir Benjamin died. Lady Edmonds is getting on now. We both are, for the matter of that. She don't get up till after lunch, and she never goes out anywhere. Her heart's a bit funny, you see. The vicar's waiting.
Turn it off, Bangy. I can't hear a word you're saying. You've got to hand it to her. She knew how to put a number across. And those dresses she used to wear.
Cool. Well, the vicar is waiting in the drawing room.
What the hell for? Can't be the bells. I've got them. Oh, money, I suppose. Did you say I was in?
Where else could you be?
Gardening, you old idiot.
Oh, that'll be the day.
Don't be rude. Really, there's no privacy around here in this village. One might as well live in a greenhouse and sleep out naked on the lawn. They all know everything you do. Expect they even know what I'm having for lunch. Spies. What am I having anyway?
Chicken and champagne, of course.
Darling Bangy, you're an angel. But I think I'm getting a bit of a tum. We better have fish tomorrow, filthy finnan.
All right. When are you going to see him?
Why not? Send him up.
What, up here to your bedroom?
Well, I'm quite respectable. You can warn him I haven't been well. And clear away all these awful papers, darling. I don't know why we have so many. Nothing in them but a lot of piffle. And pass me the hand mirror and a comb.
Here you are.
Thanks. And my hare's foot. Thanks. You are the honeysuckle, I am the bee. Come in.
The vicar, my lady.
Oh, come and sit over here, Vicar, near the bed. No, this chair's more comfortable.
Thank you, Lady Edmonds. I do hope that I didn't think
Well, I haven't been out today. I'm not feeling very well.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Only last week or the week before, the Deputy Lord Lieutenant was on the telephone, and I said to him that even for his dear wife I mustn't break my rule. And only the other day I was so very sorry that I had to say I couldn't open the church bazaar.
That was 2 years ago, Lady Edmonds.
Was it? Was it really? Oh, I've no sense of time now, not since Sir Benjamin died.
No.
I dismissed most of the staff, you know, had the car covered over, sold the horses, and refused all invitations ever since.
I quite understand, Lady Edmonds.
So glad. Well, what can I do for you?
Lady Edmonds, there's something I think you ought to know.
Oh, yes, I'm afraid it is a very long time since I've been to church.
No, it's not
You
that.
see, Dr. Collins told me I'd have to take it very quietly. No long walks, plenty of rest.
Yes, quite so.
I asked him why. Whatever's the matter with me? It's your heart, he said.
Oh, dear.
Well, I don't mind telling you that did put the wind up me a bit because, well, I've been having these queer pains.
Oh.
He said it was aneurysm of the aorta, and I must never overexert myself again, but just relax and take life slowly and relax, you know.
Yes, I do sympathize. My old mother
I asked
was...
him if I might suddenly drop dead at any moment, and he said not if I kept quiet and took plenty of rest. If I didn't, well...
Yes, I'm truly sorry, Lady Edmonds. We have thought there might be something, as we never see you in the village nowadays. I hope your eyes aren't troubling you, too?
My eyes? Oh, no, I don't think so.
Those large, dark glasses you're wearing.
That's just a habit, you know.
Yes. Lady Edmonds, I think you should know, if you are not already aware, that there is a plot afoot.
Afoot? Really, Vicar? Afoot?
Hello, this is the minister. Will you please ask Mr. Bellman to come to my room? Good Lord. Come in. Morning, Bellman. This side of Whitehall is much noisier than the other.
Good morning, Minister. You wanted to see me?
Yes, Bellman, yes. I wanted to have a chat with you. Sit down. This is the end of our first week of the Ministry of Development.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Rather better than our first day, Bellman.
Monday?
Last Monday. You cannot have forgotten, Bellman, that I asked for you at 9:35, nearly 36. And as you hadn't arrived, I asked for Wag, and as he wasn't in for Spoon, and none of you arrived before 9:42. On our first day.
Well, sir, the new moving staircase at Waterloo had broken down, and there was some confusion among the crowds. Your moving staircase, sir?
I can't deny that I was instrumental in having them put in, but you shouldn't call them mine, Bellman. No. The public. One works for the public good. Pro bono publico, according to one's lights. Yes.
Just so. Just so, quite.
Yes, 12 abreast. It's quite something, you know, Bellman. It impressed the PM. Cockett, he said to me one evening, he stopped me in the lobby. Cockett, he said, that's a fine moving staircase of yours, a magnificent job. He said he remembered me at Souchester.
The Prime Minister was in the lower sixth when we were in the removal.
Yeah, that's it. He said he always expected to hear of me again.
You used to say he was a...
One can be mistaken, Bellman. One can be mistaken. But I was just going to ask you if they've got my, the moving staircase going again. I've not been going down to Wayford, so I've not been to Waterloo for several days. I've been sleeping at the club.
They got them going, sir. But they stuck again on Wednesday.
You didn't hear any adverse comments about them?
Oh, no, sir. Everyone likes them. They're wonderful.
Oh, good. By the way, what exactly is the effect of a large crowd walking 12 abreast down a stationary escalator?
Slow, but quite orderly.
No bad feeling?
No, sir. People are accustomed to inconvenience. They've learned to expect queues and traffic jams and delays and strikes and bottlenecks. In a way, I suppose, life would seem strange without these minor disasters.
The PM told me that the idea of a Ministry of Development had come to him suddenly. as many brilliant ideas do. There must be places, he said, which remain still undeveloped, virgin countryside that needs a planning hand.
The wasted acres of England.
The wasted acres of England.
Yes, you told me, sir.
Yeah, did I, Bellman? The wasted acres. It's true, you know. A green meadow, a lonely oak tree in a park, an old country house. What use are they? What purpose do they serve?
Just so, Minister, just so.
How are they helping the export trade and closing the sterling gap?
Exactly.
The PM said to me, Cockett, he said, out of the wasteland, I expect you and your new ministry to create new towns. Contemporary ones, of course. And you can guess, Bellman, what I answered.
You said to the Prime Minister, you can rely on me, sir, absolutely.
Jove, Bellman, that's exactly what I did say. And here we are. We are all very much on trial, you know, as yet. Well, I have to go to the house. I'll be back after lunch. Ring me if there's anything important.
Yes, sir.
Oh, what's this on my desk? Men of Development. Will all those who wish to join the chess club please get in touch with me? A match against the men of sanitation has been arranged. Hugo Spoon.
His hobby, sir. He's hoping to beat sanitation.
Well, drop a hint around that I'd like everyone to join. We want to make our mark.
Yes, I will. By the way, you'll want a conference, sir, perhaps on Wednesday?
No, Thursday. Fix one for 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
Let me see a list of those who should attend. Tea, coffee, biscuits. Not cakes until we're more established. Good morning.
Good morning, Minister.
Oh, there's just one point.
Yes?
You might tell Spoon that the expression get in touch with is long-winded and old-fashioned. The modern and more expressive word is contacts. Everyone uses it. BBC say it dozens of times a day. If people wish to join the chess club, they should contact him.
I quite understand.
Never use 4 words where one is adequate.
Quite so.
Men of development and men of sanitation, on the other hand, is quite in the right tone. Modern, up-to-date, on the spot and all that sort of thing. I suppose one couldn't abbreviate them still further. Men of Devel, men of San, or Sani. No, I suppose not. Pity. Well, I must go to the house. Good morning, Bellman.
Good morning, Minister. Good. That's what I was hoping to hear.
Yes, I and Wag have been hard at it all the week. And I think, mind you, I'm not positive, but I think our efforts have met with a certain degree of success. Yes.
Well, I've not been idle myself. The important thing is to prove we're keen. At the earliest possible moment, we must put up a project, a development scheme. Come over here to the map. I've been considering Sussex carefully. We want a new area to develop, a garden city project or a housing scheme. Something to start the new ministry off.
Did you go to Brighton as you thought you might?
I did. Oh, I didn't imagine that Brighton could expand much further. I merely thought of it as a convenient centre from which to explore the surrounding country. It's only an hour from Victoria since the railways have been nationalised.
Oh, what was it before?
60 minutes.
Well, did you get any ideas?
Well, no. Disappointing. I went to Ditchling, for example, and Clayton, where the windmills are, and Hurstpier Point. But none of them are really suitable for building a satellite town. No industry, whatever, and miles from anywhere. And I've been thinking about Wayford. Only about 50 minutes out of Waterloo.
The minister lives there.
That's what I mean. He's dead keen on the expansion of the town. Look how excited he was when they put the new traffic signs up. They have more restrictions there than any other town in the south of England.
Yes, I know.
I've been thinking. Suppose we find a village near Wayford, not too near, which we can plan as a satellite area. It'd be quite a feather in his cap, wouldn't it?
Oh, it might indeed be if we work it all out first and then present it to him for approval.
Oh, look on the map. Now, here's Wayford, right in the heart of Surrey. But which village shall we choose? Albury, Shalford, Compton, Wanborough, Puttenham, Seal? Strange names.
Move your finger a little further to the left, the west.
Waller, Shamley Green, Woodley...
Stop!
Eh? What?
That is where Wag and I have been. And it's what I believe in the Air Force they call a piece of cake.
Really?
Yes, just exactly the place.
There's a small side line, but we could easily enlarge it and build a new station. And it's on a side road, quite undeveloped.
If it's an agricultural area...
Oh, it is.
That may present difficulties.
We've thought of that.
Unless we can find land that isn't being properly used. Are there any big estates?
That's just exactly the point. There is.
Oh, good.
Woodley Manor. It's right next to the village. Park and other land has been allowed to go to rack and ruin. Barns falling down, weeds everywhere.
Nice village?
No modern amenities whatever. The whole place looks exactly as it must have done for 200 or 300 years. Quite deplorable. The locals are just living in the past.
A plot, Vicar? What kind of plot could be... Well, how did you put it? Afoot in a tiny, peaceful little place like Woodley, a village completely out of the world. Come, Vicar.
A plot to alter all our lives, to turn the village into a town, to destroy everything we like and replace it with something modern.
Oh, gracious.
Not that modern buildings need be ugly, it's just that they usually are. Contemporary, I think the word is, although it is now quite wrongly used. Tell me, Lady Edmonds, do you like contemporary things?
Yeah, I can't say I've seen many, unless you mean those uncomfortable chairs with thin legs and those lavatory lights.
Then you don't know about the plan to alter the village?
No, why should I? I hardly ever go out. I never meet anyone. I only read the London papers. What exactly do you mean, alter the village?
They want to change everything, dear lady, everything. The plan is centered on the manor and the park, your home. That's where they're going to build most of their new houses and road, in your park.
Good heavens.
And where your house is now, they'll put up a factory. But you mean they haven't even asked you?
Not a word. This is the first I've heard of it. Oh, but of course they can't. I'm not going to sell the place or any part of it. I just won't agree. So that's the end of their plan, finished. Anything else?
I don't think they expect you to sell voluntarily.
Indeed?
No. You see, they have powers.
And who, pray, are they?
Oh, there's a new government department just been formed to do, apparently, just this kind of thing. The Ministry of Development.
Oh, I'll develop them. I won't have it.
And if they choose to exercise these powers, they can compel you to sell and take over the whole place, lock, stock, and barrel.
Impossible.
Well, it's been done before. The park isn't being used for agriculture, so they can turn you out quite easily.
Cows.
I beg your pardon.
Cows. I must put cows out to graze. That'll fox them.
Too late, I fear. The land has been unused for too long. They want to lay a great concrete road where your drive is. And here, where the manor is, they're going to put a glue factory.
Pigs.
What did you say?
Pigs. We'll put some pigs in the old sties near the stables. They can't do anything if I'm providing bacon for the nation's larder.
I fear they will merely find you an alternative home and new sties for your pigs.
Quite out of the question. I've no intention of going. I'll fight them every yard of the way. I'll beat the dogs at their own game. No one shall find Lady Lucy lacking in strength.
Lady Lucy?
Well, figuratively speaking. Oh. One of my successes, you know. Her royal master. You didn't see it by any chance?
I'm afraid not, Lady Edmonds.
Vicar, what about a little drink, A glass of sherry?
Oh, well...
Bangy will give you one downstairs while I'm getting up. And then we'll go into this more thoroughly.
Thank you very much.
Perhaps you'll take potluck and stay to lunch.
Thank you, Lady Edmonds. Thank you.
Of all the blasted nerve. No one's going to remove Poppy Edmonds from the stage until the last curtain. She'll see to that.
Sounds very mysterious. When are we going to know about it?
Well, not for a week or two unless it leaks out in the press. It's really quite a worrying situation. If it comes, I don't think it's too extravagant to say that all our lives will be changed. Considerably changed.
Surely it can't be as bad as that.
You make it sound like a major disaster.
Well, you know, in some ways I think it would be. Perhaps I've said too much. Never mind, with you two on the council, we shall stand a better chance. You have the right spirit. That's what we want. Goodbye for the moment.
Goodbye, Vicar.
Goodbye, Vicar.
What do you think the vicar meant?
I can't imagine, but it sounds quite serious. Well, fancy you and me on a parish council. You know something? I feel thirsty. Do you think we could have one at the Plough? It might be fun.
Well, haven't we anything at home?
Yes, but I feel like having a drink out. And I've never been in the Plough.
Well, I don't know. Oh, yes, come on, then. The bar will be full. We'll be lucky to find a seat.
Morning, Mr. White.
Hello, good morning.
Who's that boy? I've seen him about often.
I don't know. The whole village knows us now. Oh, they're a friendly lot here in Woodley. Ah, that's a jolly nice old sign, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
You know, I like the way those old boards swing on their rusty hinges. Listen. There you are.
I say, shall I be the only woman in the bar, do you think?
Yes, I expect so. Oh, come on.
But if we don't get some rain, I say a lot of things are going to be spoiled.
Morning, Mr. White.
Morning, Mr. Gale. Morning, Mr. Bain.
Morning. And you're a good lady. I haven't seen you in here before, Mrs. White.
No, this is the first time. This is Mr. Gale, darling, the blacksmith of Woodley.
Good morning.
Morning, ma'am.
Goodness, what a lot of people.
A gin and French and a pint of best bitter, please.
Right you are, Mr. White. Glad to see you. How are you settling in, know what I mean?
Oh, we're doing nicely, thank you.
Oh, I'm glad to hear it. Knowing that cottage as I do, what with people taking it and going, and coming to tell me their woes, if you know what I mean. I wouldn't be surprised if you told me the roof had fell in. Know what I mean?
Oh, no, it's not as bad as that. In fact, we like it very much.
Why, your granddad had stockings when he was first married. That was in old Sir Benjamin's father's time, Sir Tobias as was.
Nice little cottage, but could do with a bit of paint and mortar, know what I mean?
They call it stockings because the family called stockings used to live in it. About William IV's time. My old granddad come from Ripley, and when he was a boy, he used to sit on his uncas waiting for the London coach to come in. There was always a passenger good for tuppence, which meant bread and beer and pickles.
You couldn't buy a newspaper with it today. You're honest, right?
Oh, thanks.
Oh, I never seen you with a newspaper, young gentleman.
Nor never you will, either. You know him, Miss White? Huh? He's young Jenner. I expect you've seen him driving that there motor tractor down the lane. He's a rare one with that motor tractor, you know what I mean?
Hello, young Jenner.
Hello, Mr. White.
You like driving it?
Oh, goes faster than no bloody horse any road.
Oh, your flame will kill some of that ruddy perishing tractor one of these days.
Steady with your language. There's a lady just behind you know what I mean?
Oh.
This gin is awful. I should have chosen sherry.
Not in an English pub. Half a crown a thimbleful and tastes like licorice.
Mrs. Tidy has just had another. Eh? I don't know how many that makes it.
Oh, she's a foreigner from Chichester. 8 of them she's got. To beat me where they all sleep.
Any strangers been around lately, Mr. Gale?
Well, there were a man down from London down on Thursday, Mrs. White, asking a lot of questions. Asked me how many horses I shot in a week. I told him as I only shot 5 horses in 2 months. You know, that seemed to please him. Nothing and a smiling he was and making knots. I couldn't fathom it at all.
I wonder why.
Oh, silly, I reckon. Why, there ain't hardly any horses about anywhere nowadays. Oh, no. I remember more than 12 years ago, Sir Benjamin, he kept 12 hunters up at the manor. And riding horses, too. Oh, and the farmers. I were busy then. Oh, none around now.
Well, Lady Edmonds doesn't ride or anything?
Oh, bless you, no. Her ladyship don't even come out of that old white molly car of hers. She hadn't been seen in the village for years. I don't know when I last saw her. Stables up at the manor been shut and empty for years.
That London man come in for beer.
Did he now?
There were 2 of them.
That's right. They had umbrellas and billycock hats. Oh, give us another pint, Joe.
Umbrellas. Them 2 men asked some more questions. Reckon they were looking for a house, you know what I mean?
Anyone else?
Mr. Blessing and Smythe came in for 10 filter tips. He never has a drink. They has all their groceries and drinks sent over from Wayford. Mark Crab at the shop and me here at the Plough, we'll probably make our fortunes out of it, you know what I mean?
Who is Mr. Blessington Smythe?
Oh, I don't rightly know. I've heard said he's a stockbroker. Anyway, and his missus don't have nothing to do with us people in Woodley. Built that great posh mansion about 5 years back and laid out them tennis lawns and a fountain in front.
Oh, I know the place you mean. Behind some trees. Lots of little gnomes and bunnies.
They got 3 enormous cars and 2 gardeners. You know, it's my opinion there's something unaccountable going on. What were them London men nosing around the park for?
Probably called to see Lady Edmonds.
What? With a long tape measure, pacing out distances up the drive and doing all manner of unaccountable things.
What kind of thing?
Well, sir, my grandboy was there. He saw him marching up and down and counting paces. Now, that's unaccountable, isn't it? In the middle of nowhere, would you say?
Very. Yes, very.
Maybe her ladyship's going to sell up.
No.
Some years since she got rid of Galb's Field. Oh, taxes be tedious heavy these days, you know.
Yes, but surely she wouldn't sell the park. Or she'd get rid of something further away from the house.
Yes, well, maybe she wouldn't, maybe she wouldn't. You can never tell, can you?
Oh, I quite agree with you, my dear Spoon. The thing to do is press on. The minister's not getting rested yet. Not yet. But he feels, as we do ourselves, that the min of development has got to show its teeth. Well, perhaps that's rather too strong. It's
claws.
No, Spoon. You know perfectly well what I'm trying to say. The ministry is an unknown quantity as yet. It has to demonstrate. It has to establish, show its
devotion.
No. Enterprise, Spoon. Combined, of course, with a crystal clear understanding of the needs of the time, the problems and their solution.
The problems and their solution.
Of course, there may be opposition.
Well, naturally, but I think we can count on the minister to back us up.
Oh, I will Cockett want something large, positive, and easy to understand. And soon. It's 5 weeks since I went down to Woodley with you.
Well, I and Wag are getting on far quicker than I dared hope. There are already 4 filing cabinets, nearly full, Bellman.
Indeed.
Letters, reports, suggestions, plans, minutes of meetings, and so forth.
Good.
We've already had estimates from 38 firms of drainage specialists, builders, concrete manufacturers, road makers, etc.
I'm glad to hear it.
And I think I should be able to let you have a pretty complete plan of the whole scheme next week. Together with a list of firms to whom we either have promised contracts or actually given them.
Oh, I don't think you...
Well, nothing of any great consequence, but I and Wag know that you're anxious for us to present the minister as soon as maybe with a scheme that is cut and dried, eh?
Cut and dried. Funny things, words, aren't they, Spoon? To all such a plan as ours, a plan that is scarcely sown, scarcely planted, a plan that is surely going to have a most luxuriant, a most abundant blossoming, to refer to it as cut and dried.
You know, Bellman, you sounded just like the old man. I mean, the minister. That's exactly the way he talks when he gets going.
We have a lot in common, Ivo Cockett and I. I was talking to him the other day about compulsory crazy paving, and he told me about his proposals for dealing with traffic congestion. They are new and sensational, and will divert attention from the government's foreign policy. He's going to propose to make it illegal to drive a car except on certain days.
Excellent.
Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, you letters A to K. The rest of the week should belong to the L to Z people.
There would, of course, be exceptions.
Oh, yes. The police, for instance. Doctors, possibly.
The higher ranks of the civil service.
Naturally. It goes without saying.
Talking of traffic, I saw a pony and trap down at Woodley.
Did you?
Yes. Now, that's the kind of thing that'll have to go when we run the new road through. A pony and trap. I mean, it might hold up a whole row of cars for as long as 20 minutes, wasting valuable man-hours. When development comes to Woodley and the glue factory's in full production, the roads roundabout will be so busy with cars, lorries, and bicycles that horse traffic will simply have to be discontinued.
Yes. Oh, what are we doing about the cricket pitch on the village green? And the green, eh?
Oh, I don't think we should be doing anything with the green, except making it rather smaller. Not forgetting the new bus shelter, all glass, of course, so that no behavior can go on in it.
We're pulling down the thatched hovels and the palm, aren't we?
And the smithy.
Oh, yes, of course. I was thinking, cricket balls, you know. When the new houses are up, close all round every side of the green, and their windows are so much bigger. Perhaps it would be better if...
Well, cricket balls are certainly very hard.
Yes, that's what I mean.
Of course, there'll be some opposition.
Opposition that will be dealt with as and when it arises. People must be persuaded, by force if necessary, to appreciate that change is good for them and essential for the community.
Yes, of course.
Yes, and here it is, the map and plan they've sent me. Give me a hand, someone. I can't keep it down. We'll roll up again all the time.
Well, let's put this heavy tray in the corner.
Yes, that's it. Now, that brass inkstand on the other corner.
And this flower vase at the other end.
Anna, how's that?
Yes, that should keep it done, thank you. Well, as I was saying just now, we thought it would be only right to invite Lady Edmonds to attend this meeting of the parish council because of her special interest as owner of the manor.
Right, yeah.
And I'm sure we're all very glad to see her here today.
Thank you very much. I certainly want to help.
Well, there is the village as they hope it will be. You see, they expect to alter it a good deal. It's really a great pity. This is in so many ways a lovely village.
But need they spoil it? If they have to build, must they interfere with what we've got?
Apparently. Look here. There's Hovenant's farm.
Yes.
Now, you see what they want to do? There's a row of 20 new houses along the hedge, right in front of the farm, facing the green.
Oh, no, right upon Arvindon's. Oh, no, that's bad.
Mind you, they're not on agricultural land. They're filling in a gap. But the houses will be visible to the whole green. So let's hope they're attractive.
Judging by the plans, they're not.
If I wanted to build 20 houses, I'd choose a site near a partridge wood, where it's out of the way and no one would mind.
They're putting 50 there.
What?
And 25 bungalows there.
Oh, no.
Look, Gayton Woods.
Oh, where the bluebells are.
Yes, that's right, Mrs. Crabbe. Them's the Bluebell Woods.
Oh, Mr. Gale, that'll spoil them.
Most of the houses will look back onto the wood, so they won't have enough light. In the end, I expect the wood will have to go.
Oh, that do be a downright shame.
Yes. They'll ruin the place. Take away our rural character and give us uniformity and built up roads and traffic lights all over the green. And no litter signs and concrete lampposts and pavements, I suppose.
Yes, all along each side of the main road here. Yes. Oh, look, they're giving it a new name, the Broadway.
Are you sure, Bangy?
It's as plain enough here, my lady. That's where all the new shops will be. Next to the hall.
Shops? So many.
20, with space in front for cars.
Oh, do you think they'll have a new grocer's shop?
Don't worry, Mrs. Crabbe. I'm sure all your old customers will still come to your shop.
Oh, well, I don't know. It seems a bit hard. Of course, the shop is a bit of a muddle.
It's a very nice shop, isn't it, Mrs. Bagg?
Of course it is. And where should we all go for a bit of gossip?
There doesn't appear to be anything actually on the green except a new glass bus shelter.
But there is a shelter made of wood. Yes. Cool, glass one wouldn't last 10 minutes. The boys will smash it up.
I shouldn't be surprised. But the main objection to the plan is the factory sites.
Factories?
Yes, look. A glue factory where the manor is.
Oh, no.
Yes, and 5 more sites to the north joined up by these wide roads.
And look what they call this black blob here. Power station.
They haven't actually invaded your area, but the glue factory isn't far away, and you have a new garage just here.
Right next to our orchard.
And look what they're going to do with the pond.
Well, where is it?
It was about here. But they filled it in.
I think it's absurd. The place won't be woodly at all. It'll be totally destroyed.
We've got to prevent the ministry going on with their plan.
Here. Well spoke, Mr. White.
It may be very difficult to prevent them. They have their ways and means. And they have something we lack. Power. Yes, I'm sorry to be pessimistic.
Well, they certainly won't get me out of my house. I'm not moving for anyone. I'll open it as a guest house or refuge for old actors and actresses.
That's right, ma'am.
Think what the newspapers would make of that. Famous stage stars in danger of losing their last sanctuary. I'd get Larry to give something. I shouldn't.
Look, I'm sorry to interrupt, but if the ministry is determined to take the manor, then they'll get it. Now, the only way we might succeed is by throwing them off the set. A subterfuge, a little deception.
Nothing dishonest.
Oh, no, but we must fight them with their own weapons, if we can think how. We must make everyone see how totally unsuitable Woodley is for this development.
That's right.
Bugs.
I beg your pardon.
Bugs. Low-lying water. The park's frightfully damp down by the east wall. They'll never be able to build there.
Oh, they'll drain it. We mustn't underestimate them.
No, I suppose not. Look, why don't we form a deputation and go and see these frightful people in town? Beard them in their own den.
That's right. Good idea, my lady.
No, I don't believe it would work.
Yes, but
Look, we're quite accustomed to receiving protests from people who don't want to be thrown out of their homes. But they're too public-spirited to consider personal feelings or minority opinions.
Oh, varmints.
Yes, Michael, that is a possibility. Ours may be a minority point of view. Oughtn't we to find out what everyone else thinks?
Well, it isn't as if they plan to develop valuable farmland or affect anyone's livelihood. All they want to do, they'll say, is to bring our amenities up to date.
Oh, I'd give them amenities. How would they like it
now, Bangy, dear, shut up. Vicar, Isn't there a council for the preservation of something or other?
Oh, is there now?
I believe there is. Now, we must find that out. But in any case, the ministry will overcome objections by proving that the new houses will offer more comfort, better sanitation and so on.
What I can't see is why anyone wants a glue factory, a parade of shops and all that in this village of all places.
Yes, it is extraordinary, isn't it?
If it had been years ago when we first come here, well, might have been different. Might have cheered me up. Missing the Strand and Leicester Square like I did.
Bangy dear, do shut up. That's got nothing to do with it.
What will the county council do?
Oh, they'll be overruled. And as a mere parish council, we won't stand a chance. No. I wish we had a lawyer living here.
Yes. Listen, all of you. Suppose I give an enormous party and invite them all down and we thrash it out. I've never yet failed to solve a problem over a glass of champagne.
Well, I fear they're not the champagne type, Lady Edwards.
Oh, well, Vicar.
Mushroom houses made of synthetic materials is what they want, and they don't mind where they put them.
Then they can put them somewhere else. They certainly won't build them on my land.
Ah, that's right.
I suggest that we invite one of their representatives to come and tell us quite frankly what we're in for. Now then, if we can find a weakness in his argument, we might be able to prevent the scheme. By inviting one of the enemy into the camp, we have a chance to spot the chinks in his armor.
As soon as possible.
I suggest we draft a letter to the ministry.
We'll ask them to send someone down on Saturday. We can meet him here in the afternoon, and we could ask a few friends and neighbours to attend.
That's good.
That might strengthen our position.
What a good idea.
Let's get all the support we can. Mr. White, will you call on the Blessington Smythes? They aren't churchgoers. I wouldn't want to put them off.
Of course.
It's a pity Lord Northcliffe is dead. I could have persuaded him to give us support in all his newspapers.
That gives me an idea. Now, I know Willoughby Pope.
You mean the man who talks on the wireless?
Oh, yes, he's the one with the little beard. He's got a photo in the Radio Times, you remember?
Oh, yes, Bangy, he's so handsome.
Bob Hope's got no beard, milady.
No, not Bob Hope. Willoughby Pope, Mr. Babe.
Oh, I see. Do you think he would do something about Woodley? Would he say what a pity it would be to spoil it?
No, what I thought was an introduction. He would give me an introduction to Lord Fleet, the proprietor of the Sunday Globe and all those other papers, and I might interest him.
Bangy and I read that personality column of his every Sunday, don't we, Bangy?
We wouldn't miss it for worlds.
An introduction from Willoughby Pope will go a long way.
Excellent. And you will do your best with Mr. Blessington Smythe, won't you?
I'll see if I can catch him in this afternoon.
Yes. Well, now, if you'd come round the table and look at the map.
Things look a bit brighter now, don't they?
Lord, what a ghastly house. Tudor Towers. What a name. Down. Good dog. Down. Oh! No, get off, you brute. No, stop.
Down, Rufus, down.
Oh,
Good dog. Come here. Stop it. I'm Blessington Smythe. I do hope my little dog didn't shake you up too much.
Little? He's enormous.
He's only a puppy. A Great Dane, you know. My wife's gone to Wayford in the sports car. What can I do for you? Come inside.
Well, my name is White. I've been asked by the parish council to come and see you.
Oh, I'm afraid I'm not a churchgoer.
Oh, it's nothing to do with the church. It's more a village matter. The fact is that we're faced with a delicate problem, and we're seeking the help of all the more important residents, and eventually everyone. At least we hope so.
What kind of help?
Active support.
Against what?
A government plan to make us into a satellite town, to build at least one factory, probably more, where the manor stands, and change Woodley from an attractive rural hamlet into a horrible suburban nightmare.
Ah, well. I once thought of buying the manor. Suppose I could have made quite a lot of dough selling it to the government for this scheme.
But surely you don't want the plan to go ahead.
Why not? Won't affect me. I mean, we can't see the village from here.
But now look here.
Well, if the place is developed, the value of our land will rise. This is quite a good property, and I own another bit of land across on the far side of the green. Blacksmith's place is on part of it. It might be quite a valuable site.
Well, Mr. Blessington Smythe, we had hoped that you would...
No. I mean, Woodley wants waking up. Everyone's asleep, living in the past. If my wife and I want a spot of razzmatazz...
Razzmatazz?
Excitement. Life, hitting the high spots, Oh, we have to go up to town. You can't expect everything to stay the same forever. You shouldn't want it to.
But they want to destroy the character of the village. Surely you came down here because you like living in the country.
No. My wife wanted to get away from her sister in Golders Green. I bought this place as an investment in the war. Saw at once how to convert it. It's quite nicely done, eh? Always liked the Tudor style. A lot of it in Golders Green. There were 3 old thatch cottages. You wouldn't have given a couple of 100 smackers for them. Of course, we had to move the old people out, and it took months to get it right. I can make a profit any time I sell.
Well, I suppose there's nothing more to say.
Rather fancy myself with contemporary, You should see the kitchen. We got the lot. It's all automatic. Dishwashers, fridges, deep freeze, glass polishers, floor scrubbers, cake mixers, all electric. Bang on.
So we can't hope for your support?
I'm afraid not. Be more than I dare.
Why?
Well, I'll let you into a secret. I'm a director of a big cement firm. And if there's to be any building around here, we might get the order. Actually, I should thank you for telling me about the plans. We might not be too late to pull a few strings. Sorry, old man.
That's quite all right.
I suppose it'll be the new Ministry of Development that thought this up.
Yes, I think so.
Ivo Cockett, eh? He's the minister, isn't he?
I don't know.
Yeah, I'm sure he is. He's a member of my club. Well, bye-bye, old man.
Bye-bye, Mr. Blessington Smythe.
Oh, darling, what a shame.
Yes, a dead loss, I'm afraid. That man's a savage. Oh, Lord, what a waste of time.
Perhaps Lord Thingamajig will be better. It was awfully nice of Willoughby Pope to give you an introduction.
Yes, he happens to be a helpful friend as well as an influential one, and it's a pretty rare combination.
Did he tell you anything about him?
Lord Fleet? Oh, yes. He's quite old now. He started in Fleet Street 40 or 50 years ago as a messenger boy. Among other things, he owns 2 Sunday and 2 daily papers, 4 women's mags, and something called the Aquarium News.
No, what's that?
A magazine for fish collectors. No, he is one. Willoughby told me that Old Fleet's collection of goldfish is the finest in the world. There are 20 large glass tanks. He sometimes pays £300 or £400 for a rare specimen.
Then I suppose he's entirely given up active service in Fleet Street.
Oh, no. I gather that all his editors live in terror of him. He tells them what line to take about politics and things. He does it on shortwave wireless from his house or his yacht.
Oh, good. Then he can tell the Sunday Globe and the others to come out with a walloping big attack on the horrible Minister of Development and all his beastly work.
Well, that's what we must try for, darling. It's a pity I know nothing whatever about goldfish. The wonderful heritage of our countryside, of our village. We don't want to be rushed into accepting what someone in Whitehall, however sincere, thinks is good for us.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I hope I've given you a clear picture, Lord Fleet, of what they propose to do.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry if I've been a bit long-winded. Will you help us, Lord Fleet?
Well,
You do agree that to plonk down a glue factory of all things right in the middle of a lovely Surrey village is simply pointless vandalism.
Like exercise?
Very much. I live in the country, you know.
Of course. Where?
Woodley, in Surrey. The village I was telling you about.
Well, come and see my goldfish. Interested in goldfish?
Well...
Come along this way. I've built a special aquarium for them, where the indoor swimming pool used to be. 20 tanks, constant fresh water, aeration. I think you'll like it.
Really? It sounds wonderful.
Here we are. Secret entrance. Press button. Now. Come through.
Thank you.
Some collectors would give anything to get hold of my fish. Caught a fella scooping out eggs with a waterproof hat, putting them into a whiskey flask. Shot him out quick. Now, here's some of my favourites.
No. These magnifying glasses make the fishes look as big as sharks. I got quite a shock.
See 'em better big. Beauties, these telescope-eyed ones. Aye, truncated cone variety, see? Look at that one, for instance.
Yes.
Have to keep a proper balance in the tanks. Each one is exactly twice as long as it's deep.
Ah, I see.
These are the fantails over here. And these are the veil tails. More glamorous, aren't they?
They are indeed, yes.
These scaleless ones are very rare. Japanese shabunkins.
Really?
Aye. Do you know much about fish? I can't find staff these days. Had a man who let the temperature drop, and 2 of my most precious shabunkins nearly died. I had to sit up with them all night. Caught a chill they had.
Oh, what a shame.
Where'd you say you come from?
Woodley, in Surrey.
Well, thank you so much for coming to see me. I've enjoyed your visit enormously, most entertaining.
Oh, well,
sorry you can't stay to tea. Down that passage, yes. The butler will show you out. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Lord Fleet.
Take down a message to all editors. I begin. The Ministry of Development is considering a plan to take over the village of Woodley in Surrey and enlarge it as a satellite town. The plan is still only in the blueprint stage. It may be resisted by local councils. Print nothing yet. Someone who was at school with Ivo Cockett, the Minister of Development, should interview him. We must support this scheme as consistent with my policy of looking forward, not back. Repeat, not back. Therefore, my instructions are that you will on no account favor the opinions of a man named Michael White, who may seek your support and sympathy. When the time comes, you will play him down as an out-of-date reactionary. Kindly ask Miss Beavis to send me another sack of number 6 goldfish food. The last consignment was damp. That is all, thank you. Message ends.
When I heard Mr. Bethington Smythe was going to pull my forge down, I offered to make him some iron gates for his garden. How long will they take you, he asked me. If I'd have told the truth, I'd have said, all the rest of my life, sir, if I starts tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock.
Oh, Mr. Gale. You're just like a Mr. Stack I used to know. On the Halls, a comic he was. Jack Stack he was billed as.
Oh, really? Yes. Oh, it was something awful. I told him that I'd done lots of wrought iron gates like that, only better. I'd never done no wrought iron gates in my life with naked women picking bananas all over them.
Ain't you, Mr. Gale, ain't you?
Oh, I ain't so there. But what would you have done so as not to be turned out, eh? How long will they take you, Mr. Gale, he said. All the rest of my life, sir. This is the one job I'm going to spin out, Mrs. Bangs, month after month. The finest wrought iron gates in England there.
If you ever finish them.
Hello, Mr. Bangs.
Call me Bangy, dear. All my friends do.
Oh, all right, Bangy. Wasn't it a good idea to ask the man from the ministry to come down?
Yes. At any rate, we'll know the worst, I suppose.
Lady Edmonds looks simply magnificent.
She's a ruddy marvel, isn't she?
She certainly is.
She could go out in front and thrill 'em and keep 'em happy for 3 hours now, just the same as she ever did at the old Gaiety. Of course, bless her heart. It takes a bit longer to get it all on now.
Of course.
An hour in the bathroom she was this morning, from 11:30 to 12:30. Then there was a good half hour in front of our dressing room mirror. Then another half hour in front of the cheval. 3 boxes of powder, 2 different perfumes, 3 shades of rouge, 2 lipsticks, and then they were selecting the right shoes.
Oh.
We changed our mind about a dozen times. We got 53 pairs of shoes in that long white cupboard. Wow. And then the hat. Well, you can see for yourself. It's worth every penny of it.
Oh, yes, she's wonderful. And when you both drove up here to the village hall in that enormous old white motor car, well, I expected royalty to get out.
Lady Edmonds is a queen, dear. Poppy Primrose was the Gaiety girl. Her picture postcards sold in thousands 40 years ago. She was all the rage, with her lovely singing voice, and that smile.
How lovely, Bangy dear.
We're very grateful to Mr. Spoon for coming down to explain exactly what the Ministry of Development plans to do in the village. Before asking him to speak, I would like to welcome two guests who, though not members of the parish council, have kindly consented to attend this preliminary meeting. We particularly welcome Lady Edmonds, who, as principal landowner in the district, is mainly affected by the proposed changes. Then we have Mrs. Bangs, whom we all know. Finally, we welcome Mr. Spoon from the Ministry of Development.
Before I begin, I would like to ensure that there are no members of the press here, that nothing that is discussed will be reported.
Wake up!
Well, this is important during the early stages, and of course our meeting is quite informal. I take it this will be observed.
I think so. I don't imagine any of us has thought much about the press.
Good. Then if I may, with the aid of this map, I will outline briefly some of our proposals. We want above all to be fair to everyone, cause no unnecessary distress. We've examined the district carefully, and I believe that when the meeting is concluded, you will agree that the developments we propose will greatly benefit the local population. Now, before I start, are there any doubts which occur to any of you?
Have people been walking about the manor park making these plans?
Yes, where essential.
Who gave them permission?
Well, I can't say offhand.
I can. No one did. Why didn't you ask first?
Well, do I understand that you have some interest in the park?
I own it.
Then you are.
I am Lady Edmonds.
I see. Oh, well, Lady Edmonds, if you'll kindly listen, you will agree, I think, that you will benefit as much as anyone from our scheme. Naturally, you will receive adequate compensation.
I don't want compensation. I'm quite happy as I am.
If you'll pardon my saying so, Lady Edmonds, you're not putting the ground to good use. It isn't producing anything of value. It isn't, it isn't under cultivation.
Nonsense. It produces hay.
Hay? That's hardly valuable from an agricultural point of view.
Easy to see you don't live in the country.
Please, Mr. Bates. I mean, you might be growing wheat or keeping cattle or sheep. Hay isn't essential to the national larder.
I understand on reliable authority that cows and horses eat my hay. I get a good price for it. If you think that providing food for cows and horses is unimportant agriculturally, I should say you'd better stick to Whitehall, Mr. Spoon.
And take his fork with him.
Come, Lady Edmonds, your real objection is that you don't want to leave your house. Well, that's only natural, but I put it to you, since you insist on bringing it into the discussion, that a single person living in a large mansion with 26 rooms...
28?
Well, 28, then. As I was saying...
31 if you count the bedrooms in the attic.
Thank you, Bangy, dear. I mean 31.
Well, whatever it is.
Not at all. We must be accurate. It is essential to be accurate.
The naughty old thing.
Oh, darling.
Would it not be better to live in a small flat in London while your mansion benefits the whole community, not you alone?
Are you trying to tell me where to live?
Well, these things must be done for the benefit of everyone.
You sound like a red.
Not at all. I'm not a red.
You want to move me out because you think an old woman shouldn't live in a big house. You're certainly a red.
I am not a red.
You forget that my husband's grandfather bought the place, that he worked hard for it, and that it was left to me. It isn't yours we're talking about, or the nation's, or something belonging to the government. It is my house, his and mine. I am happy here, but that is nothing to you and your associates.
I appreciate your point of view, Lady Edmonds, but the truth is that the house requires very considerable attention. It should either be kept up or come down.
I consider that a most impertinent remark. Have you ever been inside?
No, not actually inside.
And you never will while I'm there. You've been snooping around the outhouses, jumping to conclusions.
You will pardon me, but
Jumping to conclusions, because a tile or two is missing from the garage roof. Let me tell you that the house is perfect inside.
And that's a fact.
Oh, do shut up, Benny. No dry rot, no damp. They built to last in those days. None of your modern jerry building. Nothing you build for your scheme could ever be as distinguished, as beautiful and historic as Woodley Manor.
Here, here.
It's a delightful house.
It's maddening, absolutely maddening to think of its being pulled down.
I wonder if I might say a few words.
Yes, of course, Mr. White.
Naturally, by all means.
Well, I don't know whether your ministry has taken this factor into consideration. We regard living in rural houses and cottages as a privilege more important than the latest luxury provided by a modern block of flats. It's our land, our children's countryside. I doubt if anyone here is convinced that Woodley needs to expand.
If we can't pull down the old and we mustn't encroach on nature, where are we going to build the new towns and put the atomic generating stations?
Why not put them in industrial areas?
And why put a glue factory in a Surrey village?
Yes.
We urgently need a modern glue plant to provide gum for the increasing number of government envelopes. It'll be a great economy. We've chosen this site because the workers can live in the new houses, which will be government-controlled.
Isn't a glue factory frightfully smelly?
We are wasting time. You don't seem to realize, any of you, that I'm not going to allow any building or development as far as my land is concerned. From what I hear, there are far too many government envelopes already. Perhaps a little less glue.
That man yesterday, I don't like being called a handful of reactionary people.
Well, poor fellow. I suppose that according to his life...
It's his liver he'd have to worry about if I had anything to do with it. Oh, I beg your pardon, Vicar. Spoon, indeed. Cool, there's a silly name.
Yes, I'm afraid we haven't seen the last of him. He's bringing down some assistants of his on Saturday week to what he calls finalize the whole thing.
Oh, it's too much.
We must do something. We ought to have a counterplan.
Yes, indeed.
Could we hold a protest meeting?
You mean banners and posters and a petition?
Yes. I don't think we need actually shout in the House of Lords.
I'd show 'em.
What would you do, Mrs. Banks?
Me? I'd do the same as if it was April Fool's Day.
Oh, how do you mean?
Well, make idiots of them, show 'em up. Wouldn't let 'em get near the place, keep 'em away.
But how?
Yes, how?
Oh, there's ways and means. Someone might meet the train and make sure they go somewhere else. Young Jenner could take that old green bus.
I'd drive them all over the place. Hers got solid tires.
Yes, but if we did keep them away or make them look foolish, we would only be putting off the evil day.
Well, then there's notices.
Notices?
Yes. Smallpox, keep out. Atomic bomb store, strictly private.
How about foot and mouth?
Or foul pest, beware, like we had last year.
Oh, that's the idea. Put notes all over the place.
Mr. Fane, could you look at this map over here?
Righto, Mr. White.
Well, dearie, so our ladyship came to tea with you, eh?
Oh, yes, Bangy, darling. You were perfectly right. She's a sweet old thing. Admired everything we've done to the cottage.
Pink paint on the stairs?
Yes. And she could hardly believe we hadn't got electricity or drains.
How did the walnut cake go?
Bangy, darling, it was just as you said. She simply dug into it.
And did you talk of buying the cottage?
Well, sort of. It depends on what she wants for it and what a building society would give on a mortgage.
Well, then you think we can get volunteers?
Lord love you, Mr. White, we'll have too many.
Well, at any rate, they'll all have to be sworn to secrecy.
Of course. From something Lady Edmonds said to me, I gathered she had a plan of her own. She didn't say what it was exactly.
She gets a lot of wonderful ideas. They work a treat in a play, but...
I wish I could have seen her at the Gaiety.
In the lead in the dancing teacher.
Yes.
That was something, I can tell you. You'd never have forgotten it.
Bangy, dear. It certainly is marvelously funny. Where are they now?
They're sitting on a seat on one side of the green, looking absolutely wore out. That Mr. Spoon, two other men from Whitehall, and a thin, bossy-looking woman. They arrived at Cranley Station a little after 12, and it were raining cats and dogs.
Dear, yes, so it was. And what did they do?
Well, you see, young Jenner, he took that old green bus what's been standing in the stables at Bramley. How he ever managed to make it go is a miracle. Ain't been on the road for 15 years.
Really? It must be pretty dirty, I should think.
Dirty? It's had hens living in it for ever so long. Cool, the smell. And bumpy isn't the word. You know, spring's all gone. Young Jenner said he waited in the lane outside Cranley Station, and anyone for Woodley, he shouts as soon as they come off the train. Well, as it was pouring down, they was mighty glad to see a buzzing.
Yes, I suppose
You know,
so.
he drove miles and miles and miles, right over to Rudgwick and Slinford. Took the best part of an hour. Then back all round the lanes, through Baynard's Green and Winford, blowing on that old bobborn. And the rain pouring down. And that spoon keeps shouting something about they're going the wrong way and telling him to stop. But he takes no notice. Then he stops very sudden-like up near Farley Mill. And they all scuttled away like they was frightened.
Oh, I don't wonder.
Well, then Michael, well, that is Mr. White.
Oh, a nice boy, I thought. Good profile.
Well, along he comes in that business car and gives Mr. Spoon his knives and forks another lift. And what do you think happened?
Oh, I'd believe anything.
They come round a corner in that very narrow lane beyond Valley Farm. And what should they see but a great big A-wagon stuck there with the wheel come off.
So they couldn't get by.
No. But you can see Woodley Church Tower from there across the fields. So Mr. White told them the best thing was to walk. Not more than a mile.
But isn't it all marshy and soggy?
Oh, I should say so. Sinking half up your calf, filthy.
Poor things. Oh, my heart bleeds for them.
You know, Mr. Bain told me it was as much as they could do to get that wheel off the wagon.
I suppose they didn't get lost again.
Well, you suppose wrong, then. In the next field, they come on the notices. Danger, out of bounds, foot and mouth. So they goes to the left, and there's another. Keep out, foul pest.
Oh, Baggy, stop it,
No,
come.
Mr. Gale had written them beautiful with big black letters, and he spelt it F-O-U-L.
Bless his
They
heart.
put them all around everywhere, and what with barbed wire and padlocks and all the gates, oh, it was as good as the war.
How on earth did they get through?
Well, I'm not quite sure, but it cleared up about 4:30, and there they are on that seat of the green. I've never seen people in such a state, absolutely done in.
Well, Bangy, dear, foul pests they certainly are. And perhaps they do realize they're not welcome in Woodley. Oh, it must have been such fun spoofing them. But you know, it won't prevent them doing what they mean to.
No, I suppose not.
All the same, Bangy, dear, you're not to worry. Everything's going to be all right. I promise you. I have a plan that can't fail.
Oh? Was that what you fixed up with that lawyer chap who came over on Wednesday?
Partly.
Does he think your plan will really work?
He doesn't know what it is.
Well, then what?
And I'm not going to discuss it with anyone, not even you, Bangy, darling. It's a little private plan of my very own. Life hasn't been much fun since
Sir Benjamin died?
Ah, Bangy, my dear old friend. We've been together a very long time, and I'm truly grateful for all your kindness. Half a lifetime of love and kindness, Bangy dear, but, well, it's been lonely since he died.
I know.
Remember when we came to Woodley first? Must be nearly 40 years ago. Do you remember all the parties we had? His friends from London who stayed. Eva Maud and Alec Taylor.
And that stupid Lord Coote.
And that stupid Lord Coote. Died so long ago before the war. Oh, the tennis and the croquet.
Oh, and you look lovely on an horse.
Oh, the costume was all right, but I never really liked riding.
What I shall never forget are shows like The Gramophone Girl and Little Miss Courtney. That number of yours in Act 3. You in your motor car.
Oh, yes. You in your motor car as the sun was setting. Da-dum, da-dum, pa-pum, as the... oh, no. Those aren't the words. Oh, I'm tired, Bangy. You buzz off to the village again. I'll have a rest. Everything will be all right tomorrow. I'll give them a lesson. Pull down my house, wouldn't they? Benji's house. Damn their eyes. Yes. These shoes. They're exactly right with this dress. What's the time? 6 o'clock. No one will be about for another 2 hours. Ah. That's better. Now, how do I look? Yes, this is the right dress. Now, the yellow hat. That's right. And, yes, I think my diamond earrings. Oh, yes, and a long pearl necklace. Now, what else? I know. The little mink coat. Yes. And white gloves. Well, Puppy Primrose, this is your farewell performance. And it's going to be something no one will ever forget. Come now, my girl. There's the cue for your entrance. Ah, a parasol. Here goes. Oh, it's a lovely day. Thank God I couldn't have borne it if it had been raining. Oh, the flowers. Pity we didn't have a child. Or is it? Weeds everywhere. Oh, come on, my girl. Never get round the park at this rate. The lawn. Oh, what a lawn. The grass must be 2 feet high if it's an inch. What's this? A croquet ball. Oh, look at that, half rotted away. Up there on the terrace when we had a party down from town, we used to sit under colored umbrellas on summer evenings drinking bubbly. Oh, it was fun. How we used to laugh. Now, right round the wall to the summer house. And the stables, through the kitchen, garden, under the oak tree to the lodge, and then back. Take about half an hour. Oh, the heat. This coat. Must get up to the... Must get to the top of the stairs. They're absolutely quiet out in front. Not a sound, not a cough. I've got them spellbound. The music begins now, just as I reach the gates of the palace and turn and... Now! The darlings! Oh, the darlings! Ladies and gentlemen, this is the happiest day of my... Lord, whatever's... Oh, my dearie. Oh, my dearie dear. What happened to you? What have you been doing?
Abigail. Quarter of sugar, half a bacon, and a tin of sardines. Is that all?
Yes, thank you. I was just saying as it must have been a rare shock finding a ladyship like that.
Oh, yes, indeed, poor old lady.
And poor old Mrs. Bangs.
Oh, my, yes, poor Mrs. Bangs, and I was so fond of her, too. Like mother and daughter they were.
More like sisters. They were about the same age.
Ah, well, Mr. White, they do tell me that the old lady has sent you and Mrs. White a little keepsake to remember her by.
That's right, Mrs. Crabbe.
Some folks thinks that she went a bit queer in the head towards the end.
Oh.
Well, if she did, it was a very nice kind of dottiness, bless her heart.
Such a wonderful thing to do. To give a couple of strangers like us a lovely cottage and money to do it up with.
And something to me for a fridge. Oh, that must have been dear Mrs. Bangs, I'm sure.
Yes, but where you put it, Ma? Hey, upstairs on your bed? There's no room in the shop for certain.
Oh, well, now.
The lawyer told us that Lady Edmonds has left that meadow over there to the school for a playing field.
Yes, and a new hall and changing rooms with showers.
Yes. Oh, finding a ladyship so sudden like that, so early in the morning, all dressed up to the nines. Oh.
Bangy thinks she had one of her attacks.
Yes, but...
Well, her heart was very bad, apparently.
Our Bain was saying down at the plough last evening, he were saying as it were queer her dying so soon after making her will.
Oh.
No, I don't think so. People often do, the lawyer said, as if they'd sort of known. All the same, it is rather queer about the main bequest.
How do you mean, Mr. White?
Well, haven't you heard?
No.
She left the manor house and most of the estate to Ivo Cockett.
Well, how come that's queer? I expect he's a cousin of hers, or maybe her nevy?
Oh, no. He's no relation.
Oh, who is he, Mrs. White?
He's the Minister of Development.
Oh, really?
What'll he do with it?
Cut it up, I suppose. Development begins at home, just like anything else.
Well, she was a decent old girl, but she does seem to have sold us down the river all right. What can have made her do it?
Well, you never know, do you, sir?
And this is, I fancy, the breakfast room. No, I think it's called the small blue parlour.
Yes? Well, very pretty room, eh? Suppose it is what you could call small in a house of this size.
Yes, Minister. And through here is, I presume, the billiard room. And this is the terrace. I suppose that was the garden down there once upon a time.
Yes. Bellman, you're a clot. An absolute clot.
I'm very sorry, Minister. I had no idea she would leave the place to you.
Quite irrelevant. It has nothing to do with it. But it's obviously not a suitable place for a development area. Not a village like this. Didn't you look at it first?
Several times. I thought it was what we needed. A big park, not used for agriculture. The house going to needing attention. All the usual services, within easy reach of Wayford.
You sound like an estate agent. Well, now we must start all over again. Find a new project before the other ministers think we're doing nothing. I only hope they don't hear of this fiasco. Remind me to ring up Lord Fleet when I get back. He'll keep it out of the papers.
So many weeks of work. So many files, letters, documents, plans, and so forth. The contractors will be furious. I suppose there's absolutely no hope of going ahead? Not even if we modify the plan?
What? Pull down my house? You must be crazy. Just think what the opposition would make of that in the House. I'd have to resign. I'd probably lose my seat into the bargain. They'd say I was making money out of the scheme. And so I should be. Anywhere else you can put your glue factory. Anywhere you like in the whole of the United Kingdom. But not in Woodley. Not in my village.
Yes.
Whatever made you choose this site, anyway? That idiot, what's his name, Spoon?
I'm not sure.
Well, the fellow's a clot. An absolute clot. What is he good at besides chess? Getting ministers the sack, I suppose. Imagine what the headlines would look like. Cockett sells own home for development. Oh, it doesn't bear thinking about. Spoon had better return to his old job. Where did he come from?
Fisheries.
Then throw him back if they'll have him. Who selected him?
I'm afraid I did.
If this is his idea of planning a development area on land, then he'd certainly better return to the Ministry of Fisheries. Anyway, why wasn't I presented with the plan at a much earlier stage?
We didn't want to.
Well, it doesn't matter. I caught it in time. When it's all over, Bellman, you must bring your wife down for a weekend.
Oh, thank you very much. Then you'll definitely live here?
Of course. Why not?
Yes, I see. Did you know her well? Lady Edmonds.
Not what one would call really well.
And the solicitor told me that Lady Edmonds had never set eyes on Mr. Cockett in her life. Never even heard of him. She simply wanted to leave the manor and estate and £40,000 to the Minister of Development. Whoever he might be.
That was Barbara Cooper in Village Green with Vi Stevens, adapted for radio by Lance Seaveking from the novel by John Montgomery. The cast was as follows: Mary White, Eva Haddon; Old Mrs. Crabbe, Mary O'Farrell; Mrs. Bangs, Vi Stevens; Michael White, Dennis Hawthorne; Lady Edmonds, Barbara Cooper; the Vicar, Rolf Lefevre; Ivo Cockett, Eric Anderson; Alec Bellman, Derek Blomfield; Hugo Spoon, Preston Lockwood; Old Mr. Gale, Peter Clawton; Landlord, Peter Pratt; Harold Bain, Lee Crotchley; Young Jenner, Andrew Irvine; Blessington Smythe, Anthony Hall; Lord Fleet, Arthur Gomez. The play, which was recorded, was produced by Betty Davis.
Saturday Night Theatre. With Intent, the novel by Lawrence Henderson, dramatized for radio by Susan Ashman and Felix Felton, who plays Detective Sergeant Milton. With Intent.
Nasty night, Constable.
Oh, you're right, Mr. Lloyd. Only fit for stray cats and policemen.
Why don't you come inside and have a cup of tea?
And miss all the burglars?
Well, there won't be many about on a night like this.
Well, not that they've any sense. Some of them haven't, though.
You sure you won't come in?
Oh, better not, Mr. Lloyd. Thank you all the same.
Good night, then, Constable.
Good night. Who's this joker, I wonder? Hey, steady there, you young maniac! Good Lord! All right in there? Are you all right, young'un? Here, what are you doing? Don't point that thing at me! Ah!
Desk sergeant here. What? Constable Toms? Shot in the face? Where are you? Corner of Legume Street? Yes, I know, by the railway bridge. Always straight there. Paulson!
Yes, Sergeant?
Get a car, quick. Somebody's shot Toms.
Constable Toms? Why on earth should anyone want to do that?
We'll find out. Hurry up. The first thing is to get there.
Here he is, Sergeant. Just as he fell. I thought we'd better not move him.
Oh, my God.
Steady, lad. Point blank range, eh? Did you see it, Mr.
Lloyd? No, but I heard it. I live at that house on the corner.
Oh, yes.
I just said good night to the constable, as I usually do. Then I heard this car, and then the shot.
Who fired it?
Well, the young man in the car, I suppose. I looked out of the window, and he was walking away towards the railway bridge.
Did you see his face?
No. He never looked back.
Oh, well, we'll come to that. You're on the telephone.
Oh, yes. My wife has phoned for an ambulance already.
Well done. Paulson, you better go to Mr. Lloyd's house and ask if you can call Detective Superintendent Davis.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Lloyd, you don't mind coming along to the station, do you? We must get all the facts as quick as we can.
Please, sit down, Mr. Lloyd.
Thank you.
I'm Detective Superintendent Davis. This is Detective Sergeant Milton, who will be directly in charge of the case.
Good evening, Sergeant. Oh, good morning, rather.
How do you do, Mr. Lloyd?
I've had a word with Sergeant Newcomb, who came out in the police car when you phoned in. But Milton and I are CID. We'd like to hear your story direct. I know you want to get back home, so I'll keep this as short as possible.
Is there any news of the constable?
We don't know. He's in the operating theatre now. It's thanks to you he's got any chance at all. Oh, cigarette?
No, thank you. Well, it must have been about 2:30. I'm a very bad sleeper, and I heard the constable, as I do most nights.
Mm-hmm.
I felt particularly sorry for him tonight. It was so bitterly cold. In fact, I tried to tempt him in for a cup of tea, but he wouldn't hear of it. Then, some minutes later, I heard the screech of a car at the corner. There was a bump, and it stopped. I heard the constable walk over to it, and then there was the explosion, the shot.
You knew it was a shot?
I guessed it was. I never thought of it as being anything else. So then I went to the window.
What exactly could you see?
Everything. Mine's a corner house, and there's a street lamp just outside. The car was at an angle with its 2 front wheels off the pavement, as if it had been trying to corner too quickly.
Mm-hmm.
The driver's door was open, and I saw the back of a man moving away towards the railway line.
And the constable?
He was lying on the pavement, not more than a foot from the car. The man was making for the railway bridge. That's how I saw him. There's a light on the steps there.
Did you see his face?
No, only his back. He was a young man. Well, at least he walked like one. Taller than me, about 5'9", I should say. He wore a suede jacket with a fur collar. One of those, I think they call them motoring coats.
Yes. Anything else?
Yes. As he passed directly under the lamp, I saw that he had white hair.
You're sure of that?
Yes. I realize it's important, but I'm quite sure. It was so startling. And there was one curious thing.
Yes?
He never looked back. He'd shot a policeman and left him for dead for all he knew, but he wasn't perturbed. He never even glanced back to see if anyone was after him.
Was he holding anything?
Well, some sort of stick, it looked like. It must have been about 18 inches long. It was a gun, I suppose. Well, by that time, my wife had woken up, so I asked her to phone the police and get an ambulance, and I went out to the constable.
You did very well, Mr. Lloyd. You're quite sure about this white hair?
Absolutely. I even wondered if it was some sort of wig or disguise, but it looked too flat, too sleek for that. There was one other thing, but I know you only want facts.
Go on.
He had an air about him, a sort of disdain. He wasn't in a hurry. He didn't seem to care whether he was seen or not. What I mean is, he didn't look the sort of man who would be interested in disguise.
Was there anything else? Anything special about the way he walked, for instance?
No, I can't say there was.
Well, thank you, Mr. Lloyd. I'm very grateful to you. I won't keep you any longer. See Sergeant Newcomb at the desk, and you'll arrange for a car to take you home.
Thank you.
Or if anything else does occur to you, no matter how trivial, get in touch with me at once. Sergeant, see that Mr. Lloyd gets a car home, will you? If you want me, I'll be in here with Milton. Certainly, Superintendent. Good night, Mr. Lloyd.
Good night.
Well, Arthur, any ideas?
I wish I had.
What cases has Tom's been involved in?
Small stuff, mostly drunks, a few fights. The biggest pitch he made was on a break-in, and that was some kids. There's no one who'd set this up for him.
Well, someone did. Who's at the hospital?
Pawson. And Newcomb sent a policewoman, Christine Wren, to see Tom's his wife.
2 years to go till retirement. As gentlemen as you're ever likely to meet in our profession. The village bobby who helped kids across the road. Whoever did this, I want him.
We all want him.
All right. Let's get down to work, then. Come in. Oh, morning, Arthur.
I've done 2 lists, sir. This one covers all known albino criminals, and this one... excuse me. Anyone ever arrested by Toms with their brothers, fathers, and known friends.
Well?
There's nothing very promising in either.
I was afraid of that. Well, at least we've got something on the car. It belongs to a doctor. It was stolen 7 weeks ago from a car park in Sutton. The plates are false and the license is a forgery. A good one.
Professional?
Very. And yet, The car stalled because the driver didn't change down for the corner. Doesn't make sense for a car to be duffed up by a pro and then driven by a beginner.
Yeah. Anything in the car?
Only the doctor's gloves, no drugs or anything like that. The worst ones are the ones you can't understand. Who would want to do this to Tom's? Davis? Oh, hello, Pawson. How is he? Good. What? Oh, God, no. All right, Pawson. Yes. You stay there for the moment. That was Pawson from the hospital. Tom's will live if he comes out with a shock okay. They've had to remove both his eyes.
Oh, no.
Milton, I want this bastard. Oh, before you came in, I was speaking to Mr. Miller. He was asking if I needed any help.
They want to bring in the glamour boys.
An offer, Arthur, just an offer.
Tom's was our man, sir.
Let's keep it in the family, eh? It'll be a flog. A lot of it'll fall on you.
Yes, sir.
I thanked Mr. Miller and told him we had everything in hand.
We have.
And we'd better have. Wouldn't be much of a mark to fall down on this one.
No.
Well, Tom should be able to talk in a day or two. Oh, and I'll have a word with Glenton, the ballistics man. He might be able to tell us something. Must have been a shotgun.
But it doesn't make sense, though.
What doesn't?
Well, I've seen a few shotguns. At close range, they tear you apart.
Yes, I'm with you, Arthur. But Tom's was on top of him. He might have got hold of the gun.
Then the main charge would have gone past him. Newcomb didn't see any sign of it on the houses, nor did Lloyd. I asked him.
Yes, I think you've got something there. I can't see that it gets us anywhere, but it's worth bearing in mind. I'll ask Glenton about it.
I've read reports of the injuries, Superintendent. The tattooing would be consistent with unburned particles of powder driven into the skin by great force. His face was terribly scorched. The amount of powder burning would indicate a shotgun cartridge.
I have a witness to the man carrying a long-handled gun. It sounds like a shotgun.
Very likely. But perhaps you're not aware of this. When a shotgun is fired, the shot doesn't spread out immediately. For the first 5 or 6 feet, it travels as a solid column of lead. If such a charge had been fired point-blank at Constable Tom's, it would have smashed into him with the force of a cannonball.
But according to the doctors, all the damage to Tom's was done by powder burns.
At short range, that can be damn near as dangerous. The gases generated by the discharge of a shotgun cartridge reached several hundred degrees centigrade. It was that heat which blinded your constable. It could be as powerful as, say, half a dozen blow lamps.
In other words, the shot had been removed.
So it would seem. And another puzzling thing. How was the powder kept in place? A piece of felt, anything, would have the force of a bullet at that range. There used to be an old circus trick of firing a candle through a plank door.
What do you think happened then?
I can't say. Possibly a thin skin of candle grease across the powder. That'd hold it in place and completely disintegrate on firing. But again, what's the point? Was he just trying to frighten someone?
This trick with the candle grease. Would many people know about it?
Well, it's not hard to think out. Practically anyone who uses a shotgun in the normal run of things would know about it. Wildfowlers, gamekeepers, farmers, anyone like that.
Have you ever heard of a man being blinded with a shotgun in this way?
Well, not at this range. I shall be very interested to hear what your man was up to when you catch him.
I'm obliged to you, Mr. Glenton. I'll let you know. Well, I'd better get along to the hospital now and see how our chap's making out. Oh, sister, I'm Superintendent Davis. Could I have a word with Constable Toms?
The doctor has instructed he must be kept very quiet.
Yes, just a few questions. You wait here, Arthur.
All right, sir.
Hello, Toms. It's Davis here. Hello. Don't move, old man. I mustn't be long. Just tell me what happened. Take your time.
I hardly saw him. I thought he was a drunkard. He hit the curb and the engine stopped.
Yes?
I walked up to the car. There was only one man, very young. When I got near, he opened the window, near side. I got up to the car and he shot me.
Did he say anything?
No.
Did you?
No.
Did he threaten you with a gun?
I didn't know it was a gun.
I thought it was a stick. He didn't wave it about. He just pointed it at me.
What did he look like?
Young. 19, 20, something like that. He had a thin, refined sort of face. Good looking. Large eyes.
What colour?
I don't know.
What about his hair?
It was fair. Like it is on some girls. Very fair.
It wasn't white?
No.
You're sure?
I've been thinking about it a lot.
Yes, of course. Have you any idea at all why he should have shot you?
No.
Well, I'm going now, men. Be sensible and do what they tell you. I'll be back when you're feeling stronger.
Anything, sir?
No more than we know already, Arthur. It was a young man with very fair hair. So fair that it looks white under a sodium lamp. The light on that bridge is a sodium lamp.
So he's not an albino?
No. I doubt if he's known either. Tom's had never seen him before. And I doubt if he'd ever seen Tom's.
A nutcase?
Probably. But he'd still have a reason. He shot him for a reason. He wasn't carrying a gun for nothing.
The gun's the clue.
Oh, why?
It's not usual.
Well, easy enough to get hold of.
Yes, but not to carry about. A tearaway would saw the barrel off. You're not that cattle with a gun unless you've used it before, for shooting duck or something.
Refined.
Eh?
Tom said he had a refined face, a pretty boy with hair like a girl, very refined. You reckon he's landed gentry as well?
It's possible.
Oh, anything's possible. He's certainly not a professional. And knowing what he isn't makes it harder. Snout sounded any good on this, or turning over doss houses. He's probably tucked up at home with respectable parents who'd give him the top brick off the chimney. That's the old story. I'm going back to the station, so I may as well drop you off at the dog track.
Sir?
Show your face round the bookies. They've got their ears to the ground. It all helps.
Station Sergeant. No, madam. No trace of your little dog yet. Oh, yes. We'll ring you the first moment with any news. Yes, madam, with every available man on the job. Certainly, madam.
Oh, hello, Henry.
Oh, Mr. Davis wants you.
What about?
I don't know. Station Sergeant. Oh, what's the address, sir?
Oh, come in, Arthur. We were just talking about you. Oh, you know Sergeant Lefevre?
Fingerprints, isn't it? I've seen the sergeant in court.
I wanted you to hear this. Sergeant Lefevre's brought down his report on the car.
If you can call it that. Whoever duffed this car knew what he was doing. There's nothing on the wheel, gear stick handles, and I mean nothing, not a smear. Not even a hair or fibre caught at the seat edges.
Professional.
Oh, very. Takes patience to go over a car like that.
Except on the inside edge of the door, by the lock, just where the tongue comes out. There was a tiny spot of oil, and he put his fingers across it.
You've got a print.
Not a full one, that's the trouble. It's a partial. Very clear what there is of it, but it wouldn't stand up in court. All the same, I'm certain it's a second finger of a man called Harry Carter.
Old friend of yours, isn't he, Arthur?
I know him.
I was telling the sergeant before you came in that Carter doesn't fit in with any of this. He's not a pretty boy with white hair. He's been out of trouble for a long time now.
I'm sure it's his print.
It's a bit of a turn-up.
So we have to box clever here, Arthur. One partial print isn't evidence, and this joker knows his way around. You know him better than anyone. You've knocked him off, haven't you? Do you want first crack at him?
Well, I'd like to think about it, sir.
He owns a couple of shops and lives above them, doesn't he?
He used to. He knows a bit about cars, too.
Ask Newcomb. He might know something. I think he rates a visit.
All right, sir. Got a moment, Henry?
Sure.
Harry Carter.
Yeah, what?
The fingerprint chap says he's found a partial on the car.
Well, that doesn't make sense. He's been out for years. I thought he'd had enough. He doesn't circulate. Married with a kid and settled down.
The only thing that makes sense, Henry, is that Carter got hold of this car for someone else, duffed it up for a job, and then dumped it.
Yeah. You can have him in?
Or else have a go at his shops.
With nothing to back it up, he'll just tell us to get knotted. Do you reckon this bloke, Lefevre?
He knows his job.
Done anything about a warrant?
Not yet, sir.
Well, move yourself, or the beak will be off to their country seats. Let your wife know you'll be late.
Sir?
We're going in at midnight. Don't want to frighten his customers, do we?
There's his two shops, sir, just on the corner of Walworth Road.
Pull in, driver. Those two?
Yes, sir.
Oh, he's doing all right. Is there a back way?
Well, sort of. There's a yard in line with all the others.
Will you take that, Spencer?
Yes, sir.
How do we get in?
Well, there's a street door by the far shop shutter. There is another staircase inside, but it only comes down into the first shop, sir.
Come on, then. Again.
Who the hell's there?
Come on, open up.
Christ, it's the law.
Oh, come on.
What the hell do you want?
I am Detective Superintendent Davis.
Maybe you are, but I still want to know what you want.
It would be better if we came inside.
Oh, no, it wouldn't.
Well, you know me, don't you, Sally?
I ought to. Detective Sergeant Milton. I'm a big girl now. So show me a warrant or shove off.
Oh, there you are, then. Now, be a good girl and let us in.
Now, look, just a minute.
Oh,
You
no.
can't-
Either you open this door or we break the chain.
Who the hell do you think you're talking to?
To a citizen who should have nothing to hide. Now, stop playing about and take off this chain.
I can't with your bloody foot there, can I? Come on, then, you great clumsy clodhoppers.
Nice place.
Well, are you going to start by having the sideboard out? Or do you want the lavatory first?
Is your husband in?
No.
Where is he?
Why?
Oh, come off it, Sally. We're only doing our job.
I've got a right to know what all this is about. Harry's been out of trouble for years.
Then he's got nothing to worry about. Looking up old friends is part of the routine. You know that.
Routine. Sounds like it with him. Superintendent, is he? Very trivial, I'm sure, to bring him and the rest of you round at this time of night.
There's nothing trivial about it. Constable?
Sir?
There's a staircase at the other end of the corridor. Go out to the yard. Search it. And the garage. Once you're satisfied there's no one there, tell the other constable to come up here.
Yes, sir.
Anyone else besides you?
My daughter's in bed.
Get her up.
I'm going to ring my solicitor.
Ring who you like once you've got your daughter up.
Who the hell do you think you are?
Mum, what's the matter?
It's the police, love. Don't be frightened. I'll come back with you.
I want this room gone over, Milton.
Yes, sir.
And I mean gone over.
I know what you mean, sir.
You soft on her or something?
She's not bent, never has been.
Huh? What you doing with Carter, then? Walking in her sleep?
He's lucky in his wife, that's all.
Get on with it. And don't forget, I want a really thorough job. We are not doing very well, are we, Arthur?
No.
Found nothing, and don't even know where Carter's gone. Out on a job, for all we know.
I doubt that.
Why should she make such a big secret of it, then?
She just feels stroppy. We've put him away twice. He's been out 9 years, and they're doing all right. She isn't going to help anyone end that.
All right, Arthur. Go and see her. Tell her what a bastard I am. Soap her up a bit. See what you can get.
Okay. Sally, can I come in?
Can't stop you, can I? Don't you ever get sick of pushing people around in your lousy job?
Sally, I came to tell you why we're looking for Harry. Do you want your daughter to hear this?
We got no secrets in this family, mister.
All right, Jill, all right. What's it all about?
You read about Police Constable Toms?
Oh, not that. Not Harry.
No, I don't think so either, but this is where it all leads to.
Oh, God.
You're mad. You're bloody raving mad.
Perhaps. He's got something to tell us, and if he does tell us, he'll be all right. It's different this time. A decent man with a wife and family got shot in the face. If you can't understand...
Carter, come out here. We've got something.
All right, sir.
Did you get anything?
I just explained why we wanted him.
Let her stew a minute. Have a look at these. Car keys. Masses of them. On individual rings.
Oh. Where were they?
In the garden. Back of the garage and hole under the dustbin. They never learn, do they?
I'll go and see his wife again.
Here, take the keys with you.
What are they?
Car keys, Sally. Out of your garden.
They can't be.
Under the dustbin.
Our dustbin's on a paving stone.
And under that is a hole.
Bloody fool. Oh, why should he do it, Mr. Milton? Where's the sense?
Oh, none, Sally. There never is.
It can't be true. I would have known something.
You're not here all the time. Where did you go tonight?
The dogs.
Too late for that. What does he do then?
Gambling clubs.
Using what for money?
He wins. He's won over £1,000, hasn't he, Mum?
What's the number of his car?
Find out.
It's a cream and maroon Cresta. 344 AYN. Harry bought it out of his winnings. We all went to Alicante in it. You can't miss it. It's got GB plates on the back.
Mum!
Oh, God. I really thought he'd stopped. We had everything. What a bloody fool he's made of me.
Any luck, Arthur?
He's up west, punting. That's where she thought the money came from.
Oh, did she? Well, we found something else. See the marking on those orange crates? They're part of a lorry load knocked off in Hornsey last week.
Any logbooks?
No, but the gear's all here. Pens, ink remover, outline stamps.
No logbooks, no licenses?
You want jam on it. You'd be a right mug to leave them lying about.
He won't be hard to pick up. He's in a Cresta, 344 AYN.
I want him brought in. Get on to Newcombe.
Any charge?
To assist us in our inquiries. Come down, Mrs. Carter, will you? We're taking one or two things away. We have to give you a receipt.
Have a chair, Harry. I've been looking forward to seeing you.
Have it yourself, Milton. I'm not staying.
Oh, don't be like that. It's clean. Won't make a mark on that 80-guinea suit you happen to be wearing.
This is a dead liberty, Milton. I get knocked off in the street like some drunk. That big Burke won't let me near a phone. You know, my wife, Milton, she'll go bloody raving mad.
Shut up and sit down. Oh. We turned your drum over tonight, Harry. We found enough car keys under your dustbin to fill Wembley Stadium, and 3 gross of oranges knocked off in Hornsey last week. Well, your wife's dead worried about you, all right. The way she carried on tonight, you'll be better off inside.
Oh, my God.
A greedy little man, that's what you are, Harry. A load of rubbish.
And I don't know what you're talking about. A bloke comes up to me with a load of oranges, gives me the moody, shows me the papers. Well, how do I know what's bent?
Oh, save your breath. Right now I care about only one thing. A copper got shot in the face and blinded.
Tom's? You're mad.
We found the car. We examined it carefully. Very, very carefully. And you know what we found, don't you, Harry? We got your print.
For God's sake, I had nothing to do with Tom's. I was miles away.
Shut up. I know you duffed that car, and I want to know who for.
It was nothing to do with it. This was some kid, a nutcase.
I'm going to have that name, and I don't care how I get it. I've been through your file pretty carefully. You only deal with the big boys, don't you, Harry? Now, I've got 3 names here. If you really aren't going to say anything, what are we going to do?
What do you mean?
Well, the only thing we can do. Knock over all 3 and spread the word that Harry gave us the nod.
What?
None of them will be very happy, will they?
Milton, for God's sake, they'll do my family.
You know them better than I do.
All right, then. Between you and me, I've been punting. I got on a bad streak. You know what it's like. You have to play yourself out of it. You need capital.
Don't tell me about your sad little life, Harry. Just tell me who the car was for.
Where the hell did I leave that priest?
The car, Harry, the car.
This kid came in right in my shop. I nearly had heart failure. In front of all my customers, he came right out and asked me for the keys. He had all the right names, but he didn't have the money, so I phoned through. The keys were on my desk, and he scarpered. The boys went round to the lockup, but he'd had it away.
What was his name?
I don't know.
What did he look like?
Well, like it says in the papers. A kid. 20, 21, about my height, but skinny. A pretty boy with his hair like a girl.
How did he know the car was in a lockup?
Well, I don't know, do I?
Who was it for?
I've told you all I know. None of them knew this kid. They can't lead you to him.
You're lying. They knew him all right, even if you didn't. That's why you didn't phone us. They told you to lay off. They're a heavy mob, and you're frightened of them. I want that name. It's one of the 3 I've got here. It's up to you.
And what happens to me?
I don't know, Harry. But I'll tell you this. Whatever happens to you will be a damn sight harder if I get nothing than if I do.
Can't you keep me out of it?
We'll see.
Now, you've got to promise me. You can't let him have a go at my wife. Well, it's not just me.
You're wasting time. The name?
Griffin.
Griffin? Oh. You're in deep, aren't you?
Give us a fag, for God's sake.
Here you are.
Sir.
Now, you wait here a minute.
Did he cough, Arthur?
He did.
What do you use on him? Thumb screws?
Only my spare set. Go and scowl at him for a few minutes, Henry. I want to have a word with Mr. Davis.
Well, they've been having on the desk.
I'll be here. I'll speak to him on the phone.
Okay.
Mr. Davis's office.
Yes?
Sergeant Milton, sir. I've had a go at Carter.
Any luck?
Yes, he duffed the car, and the boy came round and said he'd been told to pick it up. Carter says his mob knew nothing about him.
He's lying.
Yes, he is.
Which mob?
Griffin's.
Could he be lying about that?
I don't think so. To be asking for trouble.
What made him cough?
I said we'd put the word around.
Come on, kid, this way.
Oh, excuse me, sir. Christine Wren's just bringing in a girl, a junkie by the looks of it.
There you are, kid. Sit yourself down there. I'll soon see to you. Oh, that's it. Not to worry.
Where did you find her?
Gino's. She tried to sell me some Purple Hearts. You can book her on that. But she's got a story that ties in with the Tom's business.
What do you mean?
She's lost her bloke. He was going to pinch a car from his boss and take her north and marry her. He never turned up. She was expecting him the night Tom's was blinded.
Who was his boss?
Griffin.
It fits. By God, it fits. What else did she say?
Not much. I told her I was a policewoman and she passed out. You won't get much more out of her tonight. Come to that, you look pretty washed out yourself.
I am. Go and see Davis and I'll phone the hospital.
Right.
Then I'm going home before I spend the night in one of Newcomb's cells.
Morning, Arthur.
Good morning, sir.
Well, you haven't lost your touch. You did a very good job on Carter last night.
Oh, I knew him.
Have you ever had anything to do with Griffin?
I know about him, sir.
Yes, he'll be a bit before your time as a straight bill, I know. Hasn't been taken for years.
The right bastard, by all accounts.
Oh, he's that all right. Now, here's his file. You have a couple of hours to read it. Rape, assault, armed robbery, the lot. The only thing he's never been done for is riding a bicycle without lights.
So, what about this girl Chris Wren brought in? She was in a bit of a mess.
Nothing to what she got up to later.
Oh?
Started tearing the cell to pieces. Had to be carted off to hospital. She's on dexamphetamine. Lives on it by the number we found in her handbag.
I see.
There were also 2 or 3 dress bills in the name of Gloria Lamar.
Oh.
A lot of useless junk, and more to the point, a street photographer's photograph, on which we could just make out a number and the name Porth Call.
Oh.
We put a message through to the Porth Call police.
Do you want me to see her, sir?
No, I'm leaving over Christine Wren, first track anyway. What I want you to do is have a word with that bum boy of Griffin's at the Laguna Club.
Oh, Topper Martin.
Yeah, that's the joker. We like old times. Yes?
Telex message from Porth Call, sir.
Oh, thank you, Pawson. And find Christine Wren for me, will you?
Yes, sir.
Oh, she's got a record.
Drugs?
Thieving. Your 128/12 photo name is Elizabeth Janice Jenkins, date of birth 10th of June 49. Need care and protection 64, shoplifting 65, probation, second conviction theft 65, 6 months approved school, absconded, whereabouts unknown, Inskip Inspector. Ah, Christine, we found out a little more about your girl.
Her name isn't Gloria Lamar.
Right. Take this telex along with you. Don't show her straight off. It'd be better if she came to you. But if you have to, throw it in off the cuff.
Well, I'll do my best.
I don't have to tell you how much we're depending on this. As soon as you have something, ring through.
I'll do all I can.
I'll be waiting.
How are you feeling?
How do you think?
You're in good hands here. You like a cigarette?
Oh, don't mind.
What you gonna do? We could contact your family for you.
Oh, they don't want to know.
Is there anyone else?
No, not now.
You're very young. You could start again. It'd be stupid to ruin your life over one man.
It's my life.
Look, you're not stupid. You know what drugs do. You're attractive and you've lived off men. Do you think they'll want you once it starts to show in your face?
May as well put my head in a gas oven, then.
You could. But get it straight who it is that'll make you do it. People like your friend Tom and Griffin. Do you like being used by men?
Should have stayed at home, singing hymns.
What are you going to do?
What can I do? She left me behind. For Griffin.
We can protect you.
No. Do you know what they did the last time they sorted a girl out? He used to laugh about it. They went into this pub where she was and sat looking at her. She was scared to go out. She knew they'd kick her all over the place if they caught her in the street. So she just sat there. Finally, they got fed up, poured a bottle of brandy in a pint glass. Then they moved off as if they were leaving, and as they passed her, they poured the brandy over her and dropped a match on her. Burned half her face away.
And they laughed about it.
They laughed about it.
How did you get mixed up with people like this?
Oh, I was in Wales at school, and this fella Glynn wouldn't leave me alone. Used to hang round the school, my house as well. Write me notes, filth most of it. Then his wife had a go at me, and I thought, right, you stupid cow, I'll show you. I said to him one night, I'm off to London. Coming or not? He came.
How long were you with him?
3 months. Got a job in a plastic factory.
What happened?
Oh, it's that bloody bed sitter. He expected me to sit there all day waiting for him, and then cook for him on that crummy gas ring, and then get on the bed with him. He's always trying to get me to do things his wife wouldn't. That's why he came away with me, I suppose.
How did you meet Griffin?
Through Barney.
Barney?
I'd started hanging around the cafe in the daytime, and this old eye-tie that runs it asked me if I fancied working there in the lunch hour. Oh, I never told Glynn. He'd have wanted some of the money. Barney used to come in. He was a big guy. The others were a bit careful of him. I went out with him, and, well, that's how it all started. He worked for Griffin.
And Glynn?
Oh, he didn't like that, did he? Tried to knock me about. Spiteful bastard. I got Barney to see to him. And that was that. Then he told me to go up to Griffin's.
And where does the blonde boy come in? The one with the car?
Tom. Oh, he was around. I'd seen him up at Griffin's gambling parties, bringing people in. Then one day, I had this hangover. But it wasn't just that. I felt...
depressed?
Like doing myself in. He came and talked to me. It was just what I needed. Someone my own age. He gave me some pills, and all of a sudden, I felt marvellous. Then he took me up to Chelsea, and we walked along the river. It was great.
You saw a lot of him?
All the time.
Did he work?
He sold pills, drifted about. He did all right.
Did you know his name?
He never told me. Not his last name. Oh, he was a funny bloke. I mean, he was different.
How?
Oh, he was clever. Educated. You ought to see some of the books he read.
Did he take drugs?
Not many, just a pill now and then. He never touched the hard stuff. He sold it.
Where did he get it from?
I don't know.
Do you know where he came from?
North. At least that's what he said. He didn't speak like he came from the north. He came to London to go to college.
Where?
A big place, near Tottenham Court Road.
London University?
I don't know.
Why was Griffin after him?
Oh, money, I suppose. I think he held on to some of Griffin's money. I do know he got money from some of the people who went to Griffin's parties.
Blackmail?
Don't know. He said we'd go back to where he lived. That's why we needed the car.
Why the car that Carter was holding?
Well, he thought it was funny to go in one of Griffin's cars, but he needed a safe one, too, you see, and Carter wouldn't report his stolen, would he?
I see. And you knew about this car, where it was?
Barney had told me about Carter when I first knew him, how he always had one there ready for Griffin. Well, that's how they know it was me. They'll sort me out like they sorted the other girl out, and I don't want half a face.
What have you been doing since?
Walking. About. Sleeping. Different room every night. Trying to find him.
Did you know he had a gun?
No. He had all sorts of things hidden all over the place. He was clever.
What sort of things?
All sorts of things. Kept his drugs in a cemetery.
What?
Straight up. He had to get some in Harry a couple of weeks ago, and I went with him. It was ages on the tube.
Where was it?
Ealing. Well, that's where we got off the tube. I don't know the name of the cemetery.
You know where it is?
I know the way. I've been back there. Thought I might see him.
Do you know which grave?
I'm rabbiting like a good un, aren't I?
Look, you can only be on one side or the other. Your choice has been made for you, hasn't it?
Oh, what the hell, anyway? He wouldn't let me go with him to the grave. He told me to stay on the bench. Oh, but of course I looked. He took some flowers. I'll say that for him.
So he went in with flowers and came back with drugs?
That's right.
Was it a big cemetery?
Yes, I suppose so. Well, there were 5 roads off in all directions, and then the others going off them.
Which one did he go along?
The middle one.
And after that?
You go up this path on the right. Different from the others. It's not tar, it's sand and stones.
And the grave is there?
Well, that's when he told me to stay behind, but I crept up and had a peep. I saw him bending over this grave.
What was he doing?
Putting flowers on it.
Did you see which grave it was?
No, not exactly. It's about the third of the way along.
Do you remember which row?
Yes. I remember it was about the 4th row.
And when he came back, he had the drugs with him?
I told you. I'll go up there and wait for him.
I don't know. It's not up to me.
What will happen when I go to court? Will you be there?
Yes, I'll be there. There's no need for you to worry. You've been a great help, and we'll remember that.
Don't suppose I'll ever see him again. Funny. One minute you're all making plans, ready to spend your life with someone, and then suddenly it's all over. He's gone.
No, that wasn't your fault. He wasn't what you thought he was. You're well rid of him.
Hello, Arthur. What have you been up to?
Calling on one of Griffin's henchmen, Topper Martin at the Laguna.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't get anything. But I tell you what, Henry, you know that dirty bookshop Griffin's got on the corner of Old Compton Street?
Well?
I saw an old friend of yours outside there, Pinky Price.
Yeah, that little rat.
Looks like he's working for Griffin. He was touting. He scarpered when he saw me, but I'd know that old prune anywhere. I just drop you the word in case you're thinking of using him.
Thanks. Now I'll drop you one. Davis wants you. Christine's got a line on your geezer. He peddles drugs and keeps him in a cemetery.
Oh, where?
Ealing. Parson's out there already. Davis will give you the gen. Don't keep him waiting. He's fretting to get off to head office. Oh, one other thing. This bloke of yours used to be at London University. According to what the slag told Chris.
Did he now?
Yes? Oh, come in, Arthur. Well, things are moving. Have you heard?
Yes, Newcomb said Parson's gone out to Ealing on a tip from Chris.
That's right. They found the grave. All sorts of stuff. He's a cunning bastard. The turf on the grave hinges back. There was an airtight box in a hole underneath, full of little plastic containers.
Oh.
I've told Parson to send them to the lab. I want you to get out there, straight away.
Who's the divisional inspector, sir?
Gray, Inspector Gray.
Gray.
Look, Arthur, I'm off to HQ. I may be tied up there till pretty late. I'd like a couple of hours at home tonight, if I can. When you finish the dealing, call round. We'll have a talk there.
Yes, very good, sir.
Off again.
Ealing. Parson's onto something. Don't forget about Pinky Price.
It'll be a pleasure. Same again, Pinky?
Look, I've got nothing for you, Mr. Newcomb. None of the boys knows this geezer. Pretty boy with blonde hair. Oh, there's a queer out at Greenwich, goes round the clubs, dyes his hair every bleeding colour. But he was in lumber last Thursday. I'd stake my arms on it not being any of the boys. Oh, there's a few who'd put a boot on a copper, but blinding? Good.
What about Griffin?
Griffin? What's Griffin got to do with it? He don't even know Tom's.
What's he been doing?
Oh, well, no, I don't even see him. No, this isn't Griffin, Mr. Newcomb. Oh, he's capable of it, all right, but he don't use kids. If Griffin did do anyone, he'd make a real job of it. He'd kill him.
Griffin knows this kid all right. He's been looking for him. Why?
Well, does it matter? I mean, it could be anything. Talked out of turn, cashed a bouncer up at Griffin's gaming room.
Oh, and of course, Griffin would let some kid he's never seen before stick him with a stuma check. Oh, he must do it all the time.
Well, I'm only trying to help.
What's all the act for, Pinky? Someone been putting their thumb in your ear?
If I knew anything, I'd tell you, Mr. Newcomb. You know that.
How long have you worked for Griffin's?
Me?
Oh, Compton Street. That bookshop is Griffin's.
Now, listen, Mr. Newcomb, I'm an old man. I was working with this Chopper Martin. It's the old game.
I'll listen a bit before I take you down.
It ain't nothing to do with Griffin's dirty books. Oh, you know how it goes. You wait till some Burke's looking at the pictures in the window, and you ask him if he wants a private show. We were only lifting it off some dirty-minded gits. It serves him right. Of course, you need a lot of new faces. That's why Topper roped me in.
Yeah? Why run, then?
Well, we've all got our pride, Mr. Newcomb. If I have to root behind a few dustbins now and then, I don't want anyone to see me at it, do I?
All right, Pinky. I'll wear it for now. But don't get ambitious, will you?
Me, Mr. Newcomb?
Stay in your own league, Pinky.
Sit yourself down, Arthur.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry, I haven't a cigarette in the house. Always smoke a pipe myself. Oh. Well, now, you've been a busy boy, I hear. Have you had a lab check yet?
Yes, sir. 700 tablets, mostly amphetamine, some files of LSD, and a small quantity of cocaine and heroin.
You've done very well.
Oh, it's Pawson, really, sir.
Yes, he's a good lad. Now then, where do we go from there?
Well, I think we might get somewhere on the grave itself. It's 14 years old and a D number. That means it's a private grave.
Whose?
It's a woman, Selina Brockhouse. She died at the age of 36 after a car smash in the Brompton Road. I've got a copy of the death certificate.
So, that was 14 years ago. Now this comedian uses her grave to keep his rubbish in. Probably because it looked neglected. Now, it's all water under the bridge, Arthur.
She had a son, sir, Thomas Derrick.
Oh? Oh. How old?
8 when she died, so he'd be 22 now.
It could be, Arthur. It could very well be.
Of course, it might be a right frost, but it's worth pursuing.
You bet. It's the only bloody line we've got.
He'll be back for his drugs.
And you want to wait for him. Yes, it could be an awful long wait. Too long. But we could flush him.
Could we, sir?
Yes, what I had in mind was a release to the press.
I see.
A word to one of Newcomb's mates ought to do it. Something about the bird coming up in court. You know, something like, the police asked that Jenkins, otherwise Gloria Lamar, be detained in custody, as they believe she could assist them in inquiries of a serious nature. We'll get that in tomorrow's evening editions. Yes, but what if he goes there tomorrow night? What then?
Well, I got this map from the Borough Surveyor.
Oh.
Now, I think we can forget the main gates. They'll be locked, and they're 9 feet high with spikes on top. There are well-lit roads on 3 sides.
Mm-hmm.
But that's where I think you'll come in, on the corner by the recreation field.
Uh-huh.
The wall's quite low there, and there are marks on top as if someone's used it already.
Where's the grave?
There, sir. The 8th plot from the end of this row.
Yes, I see. No trees or shrubs or anything near it.
Well, there is this hut, sir, 20 yards away. It's a sort of potting shed the gardeners use.
All right, there's your observation post. But you've got no lights.
I thought you might have a word with Central, sir. I'm told they've got this gadget from a submarine.
Well, the one they use for observing brothels.
Yes.
Does everybody know about that thing? All right, Arthur, I'll set it up with Central. You've had the course, haven't you?
Sir?
Pistol. I want you armed.
I shouldn't think he'll be bringing his gun with him, sir.
Maybe not, but I don't want any encores. If anyone gets a bullet through them, make sure it's the other fellow. I want him all in one piece, though. Oh, and the car. Pick the crew you want, so long as it's on the roster.
Yes, sir.
Good luck. And as a matter of fact, you can wish me luck as well. I have an interesting little appointment of my own.
Oh? Who with, sir?
Griffin.
Griffin?
He's asked me to call round and have a little chat.
Oh.
Your visit to Topper Martin seems to have had its effect after all.
Detective Superintendent Davis.
All right. Get out. Well?
Well, Griffin?
Get on with it.
I've had a man shot. Constable Toms. You will have heard of it.
Well?
It was done by a friend of yours.
Talk sense.
There's only the two of us here. Don't get worried.
Who's worried?
He'll know all about you, Griffin, this fella. He knocked up a scrubber of yours, Gloria Lamar. And you didn't like it. You wouldn't, would you?
What the bloody hell do you want, Davis?
His name.
Why don't you ask this Lamar tart?
You've had your hounds out for him, but I want him more than you do, Griffin. And I'm going to have him.
I don't have to worry then, do I?
What's his name? Don't tell me there's honor among thieves.
You're getting on my wick.
What's the matter, Griffin? You wouldn't think twice about booting his head in. Why not give the name?
I'll give you what I've always given coppers. Nothing.
No one's too big, you know, Griffin. You're getting an old man, like me. You might want to go somewhere quiet one of these days. You might want us to leave you alone.
Why don't you start crawling round the room and have done with it? You've tried everything else. What are you frightened of? Your pension. You're going to dock it or something if you don't bring him in.
Oh, for God's sake, Griffin, what sort of rubbish are you made of? He's done it once for no reason. He's going to do it again to anyone, to a man with a family, to a woman, a kid, someone decent.
Oh, someone decent. And who the hell's that?
The public, the people everyone else lives on. The people who make things, work all day, week in, week out, pay mortgages, raise their kids.
Oh, that lot. The little people. Go down Dean Street, Davis, and you'll see them queuing up for the strip clubs. They can't wait to see things like that Lamar scrubber stand up and take their clothes off. The public.
You rang?
Of course I rang you, cow. Our guest is going. Give him his halo.
Why the hell does this poor girl put up with you?
She's my daughter. Or so she says. Nice night we've chosen. Nothing like a cozy cemetery to make the most of a thunderstorm.
Shall I call up the car, Sergeant?
No, I'll do it, Paulson. Purple 3 to Bandit 4. Over.
Bandit 4 here. I'm hearing you loud and clear. Over.
There's a hell of a lot of interference.
It's a storm, Sergeant. Build up of static.
I know what it is. Anything to report?
Nothing inside.
All right. Over and out. So what's up, lad?
Sorry, Sarge, I've got a cramp.
Oh, God. Get up on your toes and push your weight down on them. That does it sometimes.
Oh, that's a bit better.
Yeah. Could be a copper. How long have we been here?
It's 10 to 12.
Purple 3.
Purple 3, this is Bandit 4. A man has passed the cemetery gate. He's on foot.
Alone?
Yes. He's wearing an oilskin and a cap. Looking about the street. He's moving out of range of the street lamp. He's gone.
Right. Bandit 4. Keep listening. Here he comes. Yes. He's our man, all right. There, you see. He's using a torch to find the grave. Now, wait till he's turned the turf back. Then we've got him red-handed. Now! He's seen us! Stop there! Stop! Or we'll fire! Oh! Sarge, you hurt? My ankle, I caught it. Never mind me. After him. He's making for the wall. After him! Where am I?
In the patrol car, Sergeant. On your way to hospital with Pawson, poor devil.
What happened?
He
got over. I caught his coat.
Possum, did he shoot you?
No. I caught my arm on the spike.
He's in a bad way, Sergeant. Torn it right up to the elbow.
And the man?
Wriggled out of his coat and was over the wall like an eel.
But I heard 2 shots.
And they were at me. I was making on him a bit, and he turned and loosed off. Then I threw my truncheon at him, and he was round the corner. The driver had turned the car round by then, but he just vanished. There's a footpath through to a car park, but there was no car, or we'd have heard it.
A bicycle. That's what he used, a bloody bicycle.
We've alerted the hospital, Sergeant. We're expecting you both.
Oh, I don't need a hospital. It's my ankle, that's all.
You don't look too good, sir, if you don't mind me saying so.
No, I expect I'll look a damn sight worse when I've seen Mr. Davis in the morning.
There's your friend, Sergeant. 3rd bed. He can go home.
Thank you, Doctor.
Morning, Henry.
God, you look awful.
I wish people would stop saying that. I can't even get my shoe on because of this idiotic bandage. But have you seen Possum?
Yes, he looks like he'll be all right.
You've heard all about it, I suppose.
I heard a bit.
How's Mr. Davis?
He's not happy.
No. It'll never be forgotten, will it, the ricket I've made of this lot?
Oh, David's okayed it.
A fat lot of difference that'll make.
Well, get up then. I've got better things to do than to listen to you being sorry for yourself.
Thanks for collecting me, anyway.
Well, be your age. You've got a face like a ferret with a mange.
Let me out at the corner and I'll bloody walk.
No 18 pence, that's your trouble. What do you expect, a round of applause? You take a patrol car, porcelain, trick binoculars, personal radios, and God knows what else, and you screw it. The one way he has to go if he runs and you leave it open. Didn't even think of that, did you, big head?
You enjoying this?
Well, someone ought to tell you. Davis won't.
What's the point? I'm a Charlie, all right. I had all the time in the world and I muffed it. He had me over.
You still don't get it, do you?
Huh?
I told you myself what that bird said, but you wouldn't listen. You had to go herring off to the boneyard.
What the hell are you talking about?
The school, the college, the bloody university.
God almighty. A single phone call.
That's better.
What a bloody fool.
That's right.
Where are you driving, Henry?
What the hell do you think? Station. I'm clocking off.
Let me out. I'm going home for another suit. Something for calling on professors.
Keen, aren't you?
I'm Detective Sergeant Milton, Mr. Grimaldi, and I understand that you can help me with some inquiries I'm making.
Yes. I'm sure you won't mind my asking, but I believe the plainclothes policemen carry cards of identity with them. Thank you. Now, how can I assist your inquiries, Sergeant Milton?
I understand that Thomas Derrick Brockhouse was a student of yours.
Yes, that's correct.
When did you last see him?
Oh, he left some months ago. I've not seen him since.
Have you any idea where he went? It's very important that we make contact with him.
Why?
We make inquiries for a number of reasons, Mr. Grimaldi. Did Mr. Brockhouse finish his course with you?
As I'm sure you're already aware, Sergeant Milton, Mr. Brockhouse was sent down from this university.
I didn't know that.
Not from the Dean's office?
They only said that you would tell me anything I wished to know. Why was he sent down?
His work was not satisfactory.
Would you mind telling me why?
Sergeant, a university is thought of by those who don't enter one as a rather cloistered establishment. A place of dreamers, a place of quiet study. Would you think of a university as such a place as that?
Yes, I suppose I would.
In fact, a university is a pressure chamber. Bright little boys and girls come along every year in all shapes and sizes from all sorts of places with all sorts of ideas. But there is always one thing they never think of, never dream could possibly happen. Failure. They've never failed before. They've got used to success. But when they get here, they find that to be intelligent is commonplace. To be the best among the best is a challenge they've never had to face. It's not at all rare, Sergeant, for students to commit suicide if they fail in their degree.
And Brockhouse?
I thought you only wanted to trace Mr. Brockhouse's whereabouts.
I also want to know anything else I can about him. Would you say he was one of those who was not clever enough?
No, I wouldn't say that. He was very intelligent. It was his concentration that was at fault. He wasn't interested in taking his degree. It was not what he was looking for.
What was he looking for?
Something in which he could see some point. He was unable to find it.
I don't understand this. Do you mean he didn't know what he wanted to do for a living when he left here?
What gives point to your life, Sergeant?
Well,
No, allow me. You believe in your job. There are times you no doubt dislike it. You believe in your family. You have friends. You have remembered moments of happiness. All these things give point to your life. Thomas Brockhouse had none of these things.
None of them?
None.
Didn't he have a family?
He was an emotional pauper. I doubt if you can envisage what that means. He remembered his mother. He knew that she'd been killed by his father, and not in a dramatic way, so that his father could be punished by law, itself a parent figure. His father had not been punished at all. The only one who'd been punished was Tom himself. It's easier, of course, if you believe in God.
But he didn't.
No. His intelligence didn't allow him to believe in God, and from his studies he took the knowledge that he was a minuscule speck clinging like a cheeseworm to the outer crust of a minor planet. Since he knew that, and that after death there was nothing, what does it matter how one lives?
Oh, what's the point, in fact?
That's right, Sergeant. What is the point?
Do you think he's mad?
No, though you might persuade a psychiatrist to say so if he happens to hold a certain theory. He's simply a badly flawed human being. He has no creative instincts. He despises creation or anything connected with it. Happiness, regard of others, codes of morality.
Why did he leave you?
I thought I told you.
You told me he was unsatisfactory, but you also said he was very intelligent. That doesn't sound as if he failed any examinations.
You really are a detective, aren't you, Sergeant? I apologize for forgetting that.
So there was some trouble.
A girl student was found in his room. Well, that isn't unusual, of course. It's taken for granted nowadays that sort of thing happens. But in this case, a blind eye could not be turned. He'd gone berserk. She was on the floor, and he was kicking her when the others came in to find out what the noise was about. And when they pulled him away from her, he tried to attack them with a knife.
Was he charged?
No.
Why not?
We prefer to deal with our own problems in our own way, if we can. No one was injured.
And the girl?
She was more shocked than anything else.
What was her name?
I don't think I can tell you that.
Why not?
She begged us not to inform the police at the time. To do so now would be a breach of confidence. I'm not trying to be obstructive. The girl's no longer in the country. In any case, how could she help you?
Well, no one knows until we've asked her.
I gave my word.
All right. Where did Brockhouse live?
He had lodgings, a room. He left that when he left the university.
To go where? Well, there must be some sort of address. He must have come from somewhere.
Well, there is the address from his enrollment, somewhere north. Perhaps the bursar's office?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Grimaldi. I'm sorry to have kept you so long.
It's been a fascinating experience, Sergeant.
Mr. Davis, can I have a word with you, sir?
I'm just going out.
It's rather important.
I'm late already. Write a report.
Well, it's a bit complicated.
I said a report. If you want me, Newcomb, you know where I'll be.
Well.
What have you been up to?
I saw Brockhouse's old teacher. He knew him pretty well. He says he's a nice fella, likes hurting people, knocks girls about and sticks knives in people. An emotional pauper.
How much?
That's college chat for a right bastard.
Do they know where he is?
Where he came from, Shropshire. He's a country boy. Why wouldn't Davis listen?
He must have knocked you off his list after last night.
Yeah. Well, where's he gone?
See Pawson.
What's up? How is he?
Oh, I don't know. But it can't be all that good. Tom's isn't too good either. Some kind of complications.
Oh, God, no. What's the trouble?
I don't know. I'm not a doctor.
Well, thanks for cheering me up. God, how I hate writing reports.
I've read your report, Milton.
Yes, sir.
This address you've got in Shropshire, is that where you think he's hiding?
No, I don't think so. He turned up in Ealing the same night that report appeared in the evening papers. So he must be in London or very near to it. I expect he's got a room somewhere. No, sir, I've been thinking about that shotgun. He seems pretty used to guns, much more than a city boy is likely to be. But if he came from a farm, then that's where he first used them. And if he did, then somebody's likely to remember.
All right, I'll put it through. But I don't want you messing about on spec. Go up tomorrow, stay overnight, and come back the day after and report.
Yes, sir.
Make sure you do.
What about Tom, sir?
Not too good. Porson's lucky, though. They've saved his arm.
Saved it? I didn't know.
Yes, it looked like amputation.
Oh, it's my fault. I should have been quicker. I took it for granted he'd come without trouble. I should have reckoned with him having another gun.
All right, Arthur. It's all true. I'm not pleased about it, nor is Mr. Miller. It's a mark against you. You know what that means. But bear this in mind. If you had been quicker and crowded him, he's likely to have used his gun sooner than he did. Porson could be dead, and so could you.
I suppose that's true.
And stop thinking about it. Nothing you can do now. Get up to Shropshire and bring me back a lead.
Sergeant Milden?
That's right.
Oh, Wilson, Detective Constable. I'm your detail. You want to go out to Mr. Mitchell's place at Tinnelthrop?
If you please. You know the Mitchells?
Well, not personally, though I've an uncle and aunt living near. They're big farmers, grow wheat and barley. Good people. Well, the old man, anyway. Very good farmer. Very respected man. Shall I come in with you?
No, you'll stay in the car. I'm not expecting any trouble, but if you do hear a shot, call up your station before you do anything.
Take a chair, Sergeant Milton.
Thank you, sir. I believe you have a grandson, Thomas Derrick Brockhouse. Is he staying with you?
No. Why do you ask?
I understand that you might be reluctant to tell me anything which you feel might harm him.
Who understands anything? I'm 74 years old, and I understand less now than I did 50 years ago. Have you any children, Sergeant?
No.
Are you a religious man?
Not particularly.
No one seems to be these days. It was all so different when I was young. You think about the past a lot when you get old. I miss my children, Tom and Selina. They were lovely children. Now they're both gone, dead and buried.
I knew about your daughter. I didn't know you had a son.
He was killed in the war at Salerno. He's buried there. That is why Selina called her son Tom. Thomas Derrick. Her husband tried to persuade her against it.
Do you know where her husband is now?
Somewhere in Cape Town, I believe.
Would you know if he corresponds with his son?
He does not. 3 months after my daughter's death in 1952, he married a girl 18 years younger than himself. A girl who'd caused my daughter some unhappiness.
And your grandson knew this?
Yes. I adopted the boy when he was 14.
Yeah. Was he a happy boy?
I believe so. He enjoyed the country. He was very fond of shooting. But he was too dreamy for a farmer. He was always a bright boy, a quick learner, and ingratiating. In that he was similar to his father, who was always very plausible.
Did you know he took drugs?
No.
You don't seem very surprised.
I've had a feeling for some time that things weren't right. He changed when he went to London. When he was last here 5 weeks ago, he looked very tired and said he'd had a lot of studying to do for an examination. I didn't wholly believe him. After he'd gone, I went up to his room. It's something I'd never done before. I wanted to see if his shotgun was still there.
And was it?
Yes. But his father once brought a Luger pistol home from Italy as a souvenir from the war. That was gone.
Did you ever suspect that your grandson could have been involved in a serious crime? In the shooting of Constable Toms?
Not till yesterday. Then I found these newspaper cuttings. They refer to the incident you mentioned. There are other things, pictures.
I'll have to take these with me, sir. And the shotgun.
I understand that.
One other thing I'd like to ask you. You've obviously used shotguns a lot yourself. Have you ever heard of anyone removing the shot from a cartridge?
10 years ago, after a shooting party was made up to clear off pests from some of the adjoining land, one of the local lads who fancied himself as a marksman had his gun loaded with shotless cartridges. It was a joke.
Yes?
The lad fired his first barrel at close range, and of course his target flew off. He guessed what had happened. He was furious and threw the gun wide. The second barrel fired. He blinded his younger brother.
Your grandson knew?
He saw it happen.
Have you a photograph of your grandson?
That's him on the mantelpiece as a boy, before he went to London.
Yes. Have you any idea where he could be now?
You don't know?
We'll find him eventually. It'd be better for everyone if we could find him soon.
When you find him, what will you do?
Arrest him. If he comes quietly, he'll be all right. We wouldn't set about him for the sake of it.
I would, if it was one of mine. He wrote to me earlier this week. Here is the address. 17 Courtfield Terrace, London, W12.
You did well, Arthur. A lot better than I thought you would. I admit that.
Oh, luck, really, sir. The old man was brooding about it and ready to unload when I arrived.
So this is the gun, eh? On any other case, it would be enough. More than enough.
He might break.
I've spent the best part of 3 hours with him, up to about 10 minutes before you got here.
What, Brockhouse?
Yes, we brought him in at 9 this morning. Got straight onto it after you phoned the address through. He didn't have this Luger his grandfather says he took. He had nothing. No drugs, guns, knives, or dirty photographs. Just a lot of books. And there's nothing wrong with them either. A dictionary of philosophy, Da Vinci sketchbooks, motivation of commerce, psychology of the crowd. Intelligent bastard, isn't he?
I can't see these connecting up with any university course.
So what, Arthur? It's not a crime not to go to college, or to allow your grandfather to believe that you are. What's more, he's been reading the laws of evidence, and he knows all he has to do is to sit there and say nothing. And we've got to prove every damn thing we say he did.
Can I see him, sir?
Why not? Show him the gun. You never know your luck. But we can't keep him much longer. Not if he goes on like he has been. When you've had your chat, let him go. I'll have a man waiting for him.
Your name is Thomas Derrick Brockhouse, is that right?
Who are you?
Detective Sergeant Milton.
Yes, Detective Sergeant Milton. I am Thomas Derrick Brockhouse. I have now been here for 3 hours and 25 minutes, and I wish either to be allowed to contact my solicitor or to know the details of any charge that is being made against me.
Oh, been messing you about, have they, lad? Asking a lot of silly questions. You have to make allowances, lad. Not all of us are up to talking with a bright lad like you. Now, I came to talk to you about this gun. Now, don't be frightened to look at it. No harm in owning a shotgun, especially in your own home county. It's nice up there, isn't it? Go on, pick it up. We know it's yours. Must be quite a few days since you've handled it. How long since you've done any shooting?
I have now been here 3 hours and 27 minutes, and I am still awaiting details of a charge or an opportunity to telephone my solicitor.
You know, your grandfather's a fine old man. It's a long time since I've met anyone with as much character. You can see it all in his face. It's all there.
I've now been here...
Now, your face. That's an interesting face. You're a bit of an actor, aren't you, lad? Put on the face you think people would like to see. But, of course, I'm a professional. Not bright or anything like that, but experienced.
I've now been here...
I see a lot of faces. Been looking at them for years. Angry faces, frightened faces, all sorts. I know the face of innocence, for example. It isn't yours. Innocence isn't unconcern. Not in a police station, it isn't. It's bewilderment, confusion. It's out of its depth. A bit pathetic, innocence is. You'd never stand for being pathetic, would you, lad?
I've been here for 3 hours and a half.
Nothing like a talking clock at all. Now, calculation is something else. You can always tell when someone's been calculating. Reading up the laws of evidence, for example, like a shark lawyer. An innocent man would never do that. Probably have no idea what the laws of evidence are. You get what I'm talking about, don't you, lad? A clever chap like you will get my point right away, and not being innocent, you wouldn't want to answer.
As I've been here for over 3.5 hours and no one has told me of any charge, I assume I have not been arrested. I was asked to come here to assist inquiries. Having done so, I'm going home. Unless there is a charge.
No charge. How could we have any evidence for a charge?
Then why was I brought here?
We wanted to meet you, talk to you, see what you looked like. We get curious, too. We wanted to see what kind of a human being you are. And now, of course, we know.
Milton, come here.
Sir?
Bad news from the hospital.
Who, sir?
Tom's. Sudden relapse. He's not blind anymore. He's dead.
You hear that, Brockhouse? Tom's is dead. Dead.
Steady, Arthur.
I've now been here well over 3.5 hours, and still no charge has been made. I've been most patient, and now, if you have no objection, I am going home.
Hello, Arthur.
Oh, hello, Mr. Davis. Something wrong, sir?
Oh, no, nothing. Nothing at all. I've just come from the Director of Public Prosecutions. We haven't a case. A large scotch, please. Oh, and a pint, I suppose.
Thank you, sir. No case? Stands up to me.
Not to them, it doesn't. Don't forget, this crap hound hasn't got any form to start with. He's a baby-faced student with a spotless reputation who lost his mother at the age of 8. You'll have the jury ready to give him a pound out of the poor box for a start. Oh, thanks.
Thank you. But, sir, the evidence...
Evidence? What evidence? Tom's can't identify him now. Lloyd only saw his back and thought his hair was white. Cart from the girl would be picked to pieces in the box.
We've got the bullets from the cemetery.
Yes, but we've still got to prove he had the gun at the time. I'll bet he's got rid of it. We can't put the old man in the box. Oh, that prosy bastard you saw.
Grimaldi, well, he made sense.
Yeah, not to a jury, he wouldn't. Pawson can't identify our man from the cemetery, and so on and so on.
So he just walks away?
Until the next time. There's always a next time.
I'm not so sure. Damn it, he murders Tom's, he cripples Pawson, he does God knows what else, and he gets away with it. He's laughing at us.
Keep your voice down. I know how you feel, Arthur. I've seen it before. Good men being eaten away. Remember what you are. You're a policeman, not a judge or a jury or an executioner. If you can't take a man within the law, you've got to grit your teeth and wear it. Now, don't do anything silly, Arthur. Still eating your heart out, Arthur?
Oh, hello, Henry.
2 pints.
Henry, what would you do if you left the force?
Keep a pub.
I wouldn't be any good at that.
No, you wouldn't. You've got the face of an undertaker. You'd remind the poor parsons of what they come into a boozer to forget.
Oh, thanks.
Now, stop, Alston. Oh, thanks. What's it all about?
They say we haven't got a case.
I know.
I'm going to have him, Henry. And if I can't do it as a copper, I'm going to jack it in.
You're like a bleeding nut. Why stop at Brockhouse? Why not get on your white horse about Griffin? He knocks people over there every other day.
Well, they're a load of rubbish anyway. Griffin does what we ought to do, but can't keep the weeds down. But Brockhouse, he's special. I want him.
You think you're the only one?
Who else?
Me.
And what are you going to do about it?
Where do Griffin's layabouts hang out at night?
I'm not having any truck with that scum.
Who said you were? Or me. Now get that walloping, and I'll tell you what's going to happen to Brockhouse. We're going to 75 Glenmore Drive.
Well, what happens there?
Get the beer in. Open up!
Hey, what the hell's going on? Mr. Newcomb.
Get up, Pinky, and put your knife away before I have you for possession of an offensive weapon. Arthur, I think you know Mr. Pinky Price, tout, twister, and general piece of rubbish.
I do.
You shouldn't have come here, Mr. Newcomb. Straight up, you shouldn't. I never done you any harm. And I'm an old
Get
man.
stuffed and stop whining, or I'll take you out of here with my hand on your collar.
Take me in? What the hell for?
What's the going price to Brockhouse?
What do you mean?
Cut it out, Pinky, or I really will take you in. Griffin wants him. He can't find him. How much is he paying?
Oh, half a ton for anyone who sees him. You know what that means. You might be lucky to see 10 or even 5. Yeah, but you want him for Tom's, don't you? Leastways your boss does.
Who says so?
Oh, I get it. You can't hang it on him. Hey, Mr. Newcomb.
Shut your face and get your coat on. Where's the nearest phone box?
Up round the corner. I'll get through to Griffin himself. Tell him I see Brockhouse while I was visiting a mate. How about that?
17 Courtfield Terrace. It's off Wood Lane.
You got a sixpence?
Yeah. And a fiver to go with it.
Oh, that ain't necessary. I don't want no money from you.
I always pay for what I want, and I don't owe any favours. Now go and find that phone box. We'll be watching.
Arthur?
Yes, Mr. Davis?
2 things. Had a look at the society pages in the press this morning?
No, sir.
Griffin's doing all right. Opened a big new club last night. Look, there he is. Film actresses all round him.
Oh.
Quite a success, apparently. Had to put extra men on to handle the traffic. Oh, and I've had a call from the Port of London police. They want someone to go down there. I think you might like to go yourself.
What's the trouble, sir?
They took a body from the water at Wapping Old Stairs early this morning. A young man, badly beaten up, and then flung in to drown. No papers or anything else to identify him. They'd seen to that. Curiously, though, they overlooked one thing. The inside of the leather belt, holding up his trousers. There was a name there, in indelible pencil. Brockhouse.
In With Intent, the novel by Lawrence Henderson, dramatized by Felix Felton and Susan Ashman, Detective Sergeant Milton was played by Felix Felton, Detective Superintendent Davis by Hector Ross, and Sergeant Newcomb by Alan Dudley. The rest of the cast was as follows: Constable Pawson, Sean Arnold; Constable Toms, Godfrey Kenton; Mr. Lloyd, James Thomason; Harry Carter, Wilfred Carter; Sally Carter, Sonia Fraser; Christine Wren, Patricia Gallimore; Liz Jenkins, Jan Edwards; Pinky Price, Malcolm Hayes; Griffin, Brian Haynes; Mr. Grimaldi, John Brining; Mr. Mitchell, Austin Trevor; Thomas Derrick Brockhouse, Brian Hewlett. The play was produced by Betty Davis.
In We, the Accused, by Ernest Raymond, adapted for radio by Dennis Constanduras, Peter Jeffrey plays Paul Pressett, and Anne Bell, Myra Bourne. The action of the play takes place in 1936. We, the Accused.
Any more hot water, sir?
Oh, no, thank you, Annie. I haven't time, I'm afraid. Did Mrs. Pressett have a good breakfast this morning?
Well, fairish, sir. She didn't eat all the bacon.
Well, I must pop up and see how she is before I go. She had rather a bad night again, I'm afraid.
Yes, sir?
Yes, well, look after yourself today, Annie. And not too much daydreaming about a certain young fellow who shall be nameless, mind?
Oh, Mr. Pressett.
Come in.
Well, dear, how do you feel this morning?
Oh, I keep telling you, Paul, dear, I'm not ill, merely obeying doctor's orders. Were there any letters?
Only just one for me. You don't look very comfortable, dear.
Perfectly comfortable, thank you. Who was it from?
Oh, my mother, that's all.
Your mother? What does she want? Money, I suppose, as usual.
Well, I don't know. I haven't had time to read it properly yet.
Well, don't give her any, Paul. She must learn not to pester you like this. It's not fair. After all, we've little enough ourselves, in all conscience.
Yes, dear. Yes, well, I must be going. I may be a little late back this evening.
Why?
Well, he asked me if I'd mind taking the juniors football.
Oh, and you said yes, I suppose.
Well, I couldn't exactly.
And is he going to
refuse.
pay you anything for doing it? No, of course he isn't.
But, Eleanor, I like my work. I like teaching.
Oh, yes? Well, what about me? Oh, but that doesn't come into it, I suppose.
Besides, I'm lucky to have a job at all, as a matter of
Oh,
fact.
well, if you're going to adopt that attitude. You just let that man trample on you, don't you?
Well, goodbye, dear.
Well, don't you, eh?
Don't wait tea for me, I shouldn't.
Morning, all. Hello, Paul, me old darling. Well, and how's our Paul this merry morning, eh?
All right, thanks.
Not cheery, not gay. How's that, then? Such a fine opportunity for a noble day's work before you.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Look at them out there. Our little charges, innocently twisting each other's arms and thumping one another in the guts. Ah, it's a sight to warm your heart, that is.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to read this letter.
Oh, good morning. Good morning. I was afraid I was going to be late.
Ah, the lovely Myra
I'm
Bourne.
afraid not, Mr. Inglewood. Just the usual one.
That's one in the eye for you, eh, Freddie, my boy?
Good morning, Mr. Pressett.
Good morning.
Careful. Our Paul is not quite his usual merry self this morning, I'm afraid, my dear.
I'm sorry, but I'm not. Oh, dear.
Well. No, I've always said there were hidden depths in our Myra.
Look, Inglewood, if you wouldn't mind...
All right, old boy, all right. My presence is not required. Is that it? You don't have to say it. I'm a sensitive plant. Ah, the call to arms.
Yes.
Forward and into battle. All right. Shut up.
Mr. Pressett.
Oh, Headmaster.
The bell has gone, you know.
Yes, sir, I know. I was just writing this cheque. Well, it always takes them a few minutes to get into class and settle down, sir.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes,
but... Very sorry, sir.
Come on, give me
Right.
that ball!
Right, well, right, that's enough. Time to pack it in now. Roberts, you're responsible for the ball, mind.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, and careful crossing the road this time.
Yes, sir.
No skylarking. Myra?
Here.
Oh, there you are. Have you been waiting long?
It's all right. I kept out of the way in case any of them saw me.
Well, it wouldn't matter, surely. That they wouldn't think anything, not at that age.
Oh, Paul, how simple you are.
What?
Oh, never mind.
No, let's sit here. Nobody comes this end of the park in the evenings.
I mustn't be too long.
Oh, Myra. Myra, it really gets me beat.
What does?
All this. You should want to come and be with me like this.
Why shouldn't I, for goodness sake?
No, I was looking at myself in the glass as I shaved this morning, and I thought, well, really, how can she love a face like that? Well, I'm 50, don't forget.
Well, I was 31 last birthday.
Well, what's that got to do with it?
Let's just say that we're a couple of faded beauties and leave it at that, eh?
Oh, Myra, I've been longing all day for this moment. Kiss me.
I know I shouldn't. But...
Bless you, Myra, bless you. You know, I still can't believe it.
You've done everything for me. You've given me back my faith in the world. I just can't bear not to believe in anything.
But, Myra, why do you despair so?
I don't really see that life's let me do much else up to now. Besides, it's all so brutal.
What is?
Well, this. Everything. Those awful, mean little streets on the way back from the school in the evening. They terrify me. They're just inhuman. Frightening. I feel if I lost you...
But you won't lose me.
Oh, it's so wonderful to feel I can help, if only a little. I so long to be useful to somebody.
Oh, my dear girl, you're the whole of my happiness. The only time I'm ever properly at rest is when I'm with you.
Yes, but... Oh, what's the good? Nothing can come of it.
I don't know. Oh, if only I had the courage to break free.
Don't talk of it, Paul. It's no use. I couldn't do it. Not unless it could be done without hurting anyone. I just know I couldn't. Besides, she's a sick woman. She must be. I'm just so terrified that one day she'll find out.
I'm afraid I'm more selfish than you. I sometimes wish something desperate would happen.
You're not to say that. You're not to say that, Paul.
Oh, very well, I won't. But
I must go.
No, don't. Stay a little longer.
I can't, Paul. I mustn't.
Please.
Well, only for a few moments.
That's better, yes. Relax. Oh, Myra, have we got to go on like this in this wretched, unsatisfactory sort of way? Couldn't you... I mean, if nobody knew, no one would be hurt.
No, Paul. You know how I feel. I should have it on my conscience for the rest of my life.
Oh, very well, then.
Don't look so unhappy. You make me feel wretched. It doesn't mean I don't love you, Paul. You know it doesn't.
Oh, I know, my love. I quite understand.
Oh, dear, if only there was some solution to it all.
But there isn't, so we must make the best of it. Look, meet me this Sunday and we'll have a whole day in the country together.
But how?
Well, I've got to go down to see my old mother. She's not been very well.
Surely. What about...
Oh, she never comes. Yes, look, meet me afterwards at the Petfield station. I shan't stay long at my mother's, and then we can have a whole afternoon together and come home by the evening train.
Oh, Paul, I should so love to. Oh, you know that.
Well, come then. It's glorious country round there, and I'd love to show it to you. Oh, come on, say you will.
Shall I?
Oh, my darling, I promise I won't pest you any more. I promise.
Very well. Now, we really must go, Paul. Heavens, look at the time. Oh, how awful.
Where have you been? Thought you were never coming. Annie's had your supper ready I don't know how long.
Well, I told you I might be a little late.
A little late? I don't call this a little late, thank you. Well, what have you been doing?
I've been teaching some delightful, beautifully mannered little boys at the Bishop Abercorn College, where I have an appointment, if you want to know.
I suppose you find that kind of remark amusing. I do not.
Your supper, sir.
Oh, Annie, I'm sorry if I kept you waiting.
Oh, that's all right, sir.
Put the tray down there, Annie. The master will help himself.
Only one? What's this?
Well, the mistress said only the one, sir.
That is quite right. I don't wish for any, thank you.
Oh, what's the matter with you, then? Been out to tea with one of your lady friends, is that it? Yes, I know. Too many cream cakes, and then, I've got such terrible indigestion.
That will do, thank you, Annie.
Oh, yes, sir.
Well, I'll gobble this lot up as quick as I can, Annie, and then you can have the tray.
Oh, that's all right, sir.
I do not consider my digestion a suitable subject for discussion with the servant, if you don't mind. And I thank you not to be so familiar with her. She won't respect you.
Perhaps you'd leave me to be the judge of that, dear. If that was familiarity, then I shall go on being familiar with Annie as long as I like.
I feel perhaps I should remind you that she's my maid and I pay her.
That's right. Throw it in my face. It's your money and your furniture. Go on. I only earn 150 a year, and you've got 250 of your own. That's right, isn't it? And you don't know why on earth you married me. Well, I'll tell you. You were darned glad to at the time. Oh, yes, you were. You were sick of being a widow, and you thought you'd go up a bit in your women friends' estimation if you got yourself another husband, even if he wasn't much of a cat.
On the contrary. Perhaps you don't realize that when I married you, all my friends assured me that I was...
Throwing yourself away. Go on.
You said it, not me.
Well, if you feel like that, why don't you make a break and leave me? Go on, I mean it. I've lived alone before, and I dare say I could again. Come to that, I might even be able to find somebody who would actually like being with me. Somebody I could make happy, you never know.
Oh, I wish you'd get out of that disgusting habit of using your fork like a spoon. I've told you about it before.
Oh, for God's sake, will you leave my table manners alone? I won't stand it, you hear? I bloody well won't stand
If you're
it.
going to use language like that, I shall go to my room.
I should.
Oh, it's very wicked of you. You know Dr. Waterhall said I wasn't to be upset. It's bad for my heart. Well, I shall go away. Bessie Furr's always asking me to go down to Bournemouth for a week. I think I shall go.
Yes, why don't you?
I mean it, seriously. I shall speak to Bessie as soon as I can. I shall ask her over this Sunday.
Do. I shan't be here.
Oh? Well, where are you going, then?
I told you. I'm going down to see my mother.
Oh, your mother.
Yes, my mother. Any objections?
Paul!
Myra! Oh, my darling, for one awful moment I thought you hadn't come.
Of course I've come. How could I possibly not? I've cut some sandwiches. Look. Oh, they're all getting sticky.
Oh, never mind. Come on. Let's take the footpath and go up on the downs. We can find a good spot with a view.
Oh, Paul, I've been longing for today.
Happy?
Perfect.
Mm-hmm. Let's just imagine to ourselves what it would be like if
No,
we two...
don't. Makes me feel mean and guilty.
All right, then. Not you hot. Undo your blouse. Here, let me.
Please, don't. Don't, Paul.
Why? Don't you like it?
You mustn't. No, please. Please, Paul. You promised.
Oh, all right, then.
Paul,
Hmm?
you needn't take any notice of what I say.
You mean... Oh, my darling. Oh, my darling.
Paul. Oh, you will be kind, won't you?
It's all right, my love. It's all right, my darling. I won't hurt you.
Oh, where is that taxi, Annie? It's time he was here. Oh, well, expect you'll be glad to see the back of me, won't you? Oh, go on, be honest. Oh, and I've told Annie she'll have to go round and sleep at our mother's.
What?
I'm not having her stay here alone in the house with you, thank you.
Oh, Eleanor, really?
Oh, it's not that I think you'd get up to anything. You're not that sort, thank goodness. It's just what the neighbours might think. Besides, you never can tell with a girl of that class. She might start putting round stories if it suited her.
What, Annie?
Well, you never know. I don't trust any of them. And remember to keep the curtains drawn in the front room when you go out, mind. I don't want all the colour taken out of that carpet.
He's here, Ma'am. He's just driving up at the front gate.
Oh, thank you, Annie.
And about time, too, if you ask me. Oh, don't bother with my suitcase, please. That'd be too much. I'm quite used to having to look after myself, thank you. I'll try to remember to send you a card. Never can think of it.
Oh, don't bother, dear. I shouldn't. Goodbye. Have a nice time.
Seems funny, doesn't it, sir?
Yes, Annie. Yes, it does seem funny.
So quiet somehow. Well, you know what I mean.
Annie, wouldn't you like to stay at home properly this weekend? I mean, not come here at all.
Oh, sir. Oh, but who'd get all your meals and that? I mean, how would you manage?
Oh, I should manage all right. I can look after myself perfectly well. Yes, look, go on. Give your mother a pleasant surprise, Here, there's something for the train fare.
Oh, sir. Oh, you are good. Thank you, sir. Thank you ever so much.
Well, she's gone. Went this morning, and Annie's off for the weekend, so...
Paul, I've been thinking.
Mara, you're not going back on me now. You couldn't.
But it seems so mean, Paul, in our own house and everything.
No one just has to do these things. If you want happiness, it's the price you have to pay for it. I think now I've been too squeamish in the past. Oh, you will come, won't you? Won't you, Myra?
Paul! Has anybody seen a particularly filthy and dog-eared Latin grammar lying around? Oh, I do beg your pardon, my dear sir and madam.
It's all right. It's quite all right. We're only trying to work out the new time schedule.
Oh, don't let me interrupt, please. I withdraw hastily on tiptoe with averted eyes. Bless you, my children.
I knew that would happen. I just knew it.
Oh, Inglewood's all right. He's a decent fellow, really.
It just makes everything seem so mean and horrible somehow.
Well, if you come home this weekend, we can have 2 whole days together without anybody to interrupt us. We needn't go outside the door even, just you and me alone. Oh, you must, Myra, you must. We may never get another chance like this in a lifetime.
Oh, Paul, you know I want to, more than anything else in the world. Oh, I'm so weak.
No, don't put the light on. Let's just stay as we are.
There you are. Look, that's yours.
What? Oh, dripping toast. Marvellous. No, I haven't tasted that since I was a kid.
I'm so scared of dropping something on our precious carpet.
My godfather should be after you with a toasting fork if you did.
I bet she would. Oh, but it's a shame to laugh. It's wicked.
I don't know why we're whispering like this, do you?
Oh, I know I shouldn't say it, but this is fun.
Yeah. And tomorrow, back to the old staff room, eh?
Oh, don't.
And I shall say, did you have an enjoyable weekend, Miss Bourne?
And I shall say, oh, so, thank you, Mr. Pressett. Very quiet.
Oh, you little liar.
Paul, careful. Oh, no, just a sec. I've got dripping on my mouth. That's better.
Inglewood. Press it.
You sent for me, headmaster.
Oh, press it. Yes. Sit down. Shan't be a moment.
Thank you, sir.
Yes. Now then, I must confess, Pressett, that I don't at all look forward to what I have to say.
Oh, no, sir?
Well, the long and the short of it is, take you frankly into my confidence, I'm having a very anxious time at the moment, financially. Very anxious.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, sir.
There have to be changes, I'm afraid. Drastic changes. It's these high salaries one has to pay these days, Pressett. That's what's ruining the profession.
Oh, yes, sir?
Well, let's not beat about the bush, Pressett. I shall have to cut down the staff. There's no other way out. None at all. Now, I don't want to lose you. Naturally, Pressett, with your experience. But if you decide to stay, I'm afraid I shall have to ask you to take a cut.
Oh, yes, sir?
Yeah. I can only offer you, Pressett, 100 a year, Fred.
100 a year? I couldn't possibly live on that.
Of course, it'll mean getting rid of the junior staff. Poor Inglewood will have to go. Pity, quite a promising young fella. Of course, Miss Bourne.
Miss Bourne?
Well, think it over, Pressett. No hurry.
Yes.
Let me know next week sometime, would you?
Yes, sir.
Paul, is that you?
Eleanor? But I wasn't expecting you home till the weekend. Eleanor, what's happened?
I'm afraid I've had one of my turns. So dreadfully bilious. I've been up all night nearly. Feel such a rag, so I came home.
Oh, dear, I am sorry. Well, perhaps it was the rich food.
I knew you'd say that. I shall get Dr. Waterhall to come and see me tomorrow. He understands my case.
I should, dear. Certainly I should. Yes, and now I'm afraid I've got some bad news of my own to tell you.
You've lost your job. Well, isn't that right?
Well, almost. I can stay, only he'll have to cut me down to 100.
What?
Yes.
It's disgraceful. It's an insult. Oh, well, I knew it. Always said it was a very poor class of school.
Yes, dear.
You're not going to accept it, I hope.
Well, I don't see I've got much option. I mean, I shall never get another job.
Put up with an insult like that? Well, have you no pride?
It isn't that. I know my market value, that's all.
Well, what about me, pray? You never think of that, do you? We shall have to give up Annie, I suppose you realise that.
Yes, I suppose so.
Well, how do you think we're going to manage? It's no good you're thinking that I'm going to do the heavy work. Standing at the kitchen range and dragging in coals and emptying dustbins and so on. Dr. Waterhall would never allow it.
No, dear, no.
Well, then.
Well, we'll manage somehow, I suppose. We'll just have to.
What did he say? The doctor?
Oh, no, it's nothing. Just a sort of bilious attack, I suppose. She often gets them. Myra, what's the matter? Has he spoken to you, the headmaster?
Yes.
Oh, Lord. Is there no hope at all?
Hope? No. No, I'm leaving.
Oh, Myra, I've been dreading this since yesterday. But never mind. Perhaps you'll be able to get something nearby and we can go on meeting here like this. And anyway, we've got all the rest of this term. Something may turn up.
We haven't, I'm afraid.
What do you mean?
We've got to end it, Paul.
End it? But you don't mean...
We've got to part. Oh, I've known it in my heart for ages. I've only just let myself admit it.
But why? Why?
I'm just not big enough for this sort of thing. That's the truth. Oh, Paul, you don't know. I have such wicked thoughts sometimes. Last weekend, when we were together, it all seemed so wonderful.
It was, my darling, it was.
Then, when you said she'd been taken ill, I felt so awful because, you see, well, when we were lying there together, I found myself hoping that perhaps somehow she'd die.
I know, darling. I know just what you mean.
There. That's what it's done to me, Paul. Oh, I'm not religious any longer, I'm afraid. But it is wicked. It's wicked what we're doing. I know it. I just feel it all the time here in my heart. So last night, after the headmaster had spoken to me, I decided there was only one thing to do.
Ira, what are you trying to tell me?
I'm not going back, Paul. I've left.
It isn't possible.
It is, I'm afraid.
But I can't live without you. I'll die. You're the only happiness I've got in the world.
It only seems like that. You'll get used to it. We all do. After all, there's death. Everyone has to accept the death of those they love and go on living.
Do you mean you're just going to walk out of my life now, forever?
It's the only thing, Paul. I've thought about it all night.
I think I shall kill myself.
No, you won't. You're not as selfish as that. You wouldn't because you know what it would do to me.
But if I can't bear it, Myra...
You will. You must. If I can, you can. Oh, Paul, I seemed to see such a lot last night. We've had our happy times. We must be grateful for them. Perhaps nothing is really meant to last. Who knows?
But how will you live?
Oh, I shall manage. At my age, one can always get work of some sort.
Myra, will you wait for me? I mean, supposing something happens. Would you promise to come to me then?
No. I'm not going to say that. Oh, in a way, I should still be holding you. We should both still be hoping at the bottom of our hearts. I think I should go completely out of your life.
Oh, very well, then. Well, if it's got to be, let's get it over. Let's get it done with. Do it now, this moment, and start trying to get used to it.
Very well, if you wish. Aren't you going to give me a kiss?
All right, if you like.
Oh, Paul, don't be angry. Don't let's part like this, please.
My love, my darling, please stay with me. Stay with me, Myra.
No, darling. No, dear, please. We shouldn't be happy. We should just feel guilty all the time. No, darling. Now let me go, Paul, please.
Myra.
I'm going, Paul. And I shan't turn round. Don't follow me, please. My darling.
Oh, God. My dearest Myra, I know I promised not to write, but my beloved, I find I simply must.
Where are you? Oh, so that's where you've got to, is it? What are you doing?
I'm writing a letter. What does it look as if I'm doing?
There have I been working my fingers to the bone all the morning and you just sitting there. Well, I don't know whether you'll get any dinner or not, I'm sure, because I've got the most dreadful indigestion again. Oh, but that doesn't matter to you, I suppose. I could just drop down dead and you wouldn't notice. I said I could drop down dead in front of your eyes before you'd notice.
What's the matter? Haven't you been taking your medicine?
Well, of course I've been taking my medicine. Just here it catches me, just here. Look. Oh, how to stand up there in front of that sink another minute, I just don't know. Oh, but don't you bother, don't you take any notice of me. You just stay here in the drawing room writing your precious letters.
Oh, blast. Oh, it's all right. I'll go.
Oh, what energy all of a sudden. Yes, you can hear the front doorbell all right, but you can't hear me calling, I notice. Oh, right, then don't answer. It's all the same to me. My dearest Myra, I know I promised not to write, but my beloved, Oh, no. The hypocrite. The mean slime.
Only some poor miserable fellow trying to sell encyclopedias. I felt rather mean, actually.
Well, what do you have to say for yourself?
You've been reading my letter.
So that's what's been going on, is it? I might have guessed.
That is a private letter. I deliberately put it under the blotter. Never mind. It's really of very little importance.
It's that creature at the school, isn't it? That Miss... What's her name?
Miss Bourne, yes.
You trying to play the Don Juan at your age. It's laughable, that's what it is. It's laughable. You think she loves you, I suppose. Is that it?
I happen to know she does.
Oh, don't you kid yourself. I know her sort too well. She's just been doing it for what she can get out of you, that's all. And she's been to this house, I shouldn't wonder, as soon as my back was turned.
That's right.
Oh. So you admit it, do you? You admit that she's actually lived with you as your mistress?
Well, of course, what else do you suppose?
And she's supposed to be teaching young children. I think it's disgusting. She should be exposed. They should know the sort of creature she is.
Quite all right, she's not teaching anymore. She left the school more than a fortnight ago.
Oh? And you've been seeing her in the evenings, I suppose? Saying you had extra classes and sneaking off lying to me?
No, I haven't seen her, unfortunately, but I have written to her, as you know. Anyway, you needn't worry, it's all over now. And it's over because she couldn't bear to think of you suffering.
Oh, that's rich. That's really rich, that is. You expect me to believe that? She's found somebody else, younger, and with more money. That's all she's done.
All right, if that's what you want to think, it suits me. There's been enough suffering all round as it is. Now it's all over and done with.
Oh, no, it's not. Not for me, it isn't. Nothing will ever be the same again. Oh. However can I trust you? Oh, I can't bear the sight of you just standing there. I must go up and lie down. I feel dreadful. Dreadful. I think I'm going to be sick.
Well, would you like me to go? I mean, leave you altogether. It wouldn't exactly break my heart.
Oh, you don't know.
Tidy old mess you got there, eh?
Oh, hello, Briscoe. I've been watching you out of my back window. I told the missus he's got a job on, I says.
Yes, I've let it get pretty bad, I'm afraid.
You know what you want on that lot?
No, what?
Spot a weed killer, that's what you want. For the paths and that. Sort that lot out in no time.
Weed killer, eh?
That's right, that's what you want, mate. Spot a weed killer.
Yes, that's not a bad idea. You may be right.
Don't do yourself an injury pulling all that lot out by hand, you know. Hey, come to that. I believe I got a bit left over somewhere in my shed. Hey, hang on
Well,
a sec.
it's very good of you, but I haven't time just at the moment.
Oh, well, suit yourself.
Another time, perhaps. I might be very grateful.
Paul? Paul, is that you? Oh, Paul.
What happened? Where are you?
I'm up here in the bedroom. Oh.
Whatever's the matter? Are you ill?
Oh, I've been feeling so dreadful. I came over all sick and faint after tea and... well, not a soul in the house.
Mm-hmm.
I just had to come up here and lie down. I've been longing for you to come back. I might have died and no one would ever have been the wiser. Where have you been?
I'm sorry, but I didn't know you were ill, did I? Can I get you something?
Why are you so late? You've been seeing that woman again.
What woman?
Well, you know perfectly well who I mean. That creature that you took up with.
I presume you mean Miss Bourne. As a matter of fact, we haven't seen each other since she left. At her suggestion, not mine.
Well, where have you been? Past the usual time that you get home?
Have I got to account for every moment of my time? I am 50, you know. As a matter of fact, I decided to walk home. I had a lot on my mind.
Yes, so I should imagine. May I remind you that it's my house and my furniture and my money? Well, I'm not just going to provide a hotel for you while you go gallivanting off with a woman whose proper place is on the street.
Look, if you go on like that much more,
Yes, go on, strike me. Strike me while I'm sick and defenceless.
I'll get you some brandy as soon as the pub is open.
No, don't bother, please. Just let me die, why don't you?
In the meantime, I shall be out in the garden.
That's what you'd like, isn't it?
Hello. At it again, then?
Oh. Hello, Briscoe.
Hey, look, I was turning out the shed the other day and I found some of that stuff like I was telling you about, remember?
Oh, yes, I remember.
Oh, only about half a tin, but quite enough to do that little job of yours, I reckon.
You think so?
Here we are, look. It's the real stuff. You couldn't get that in a shop.
Well, thanks very much.
Here, you look. I reckon if that tin was full, you'd have enough there to finish off half London. 60% pure arsenic, that is.
Yes. Ugly looking stuff.
Oh, you're right, it is. Hey, you want to be careful not to let it get on your clothes and that.
Yes, well, now look, how much do I owe you?
Oh, well, that's all right. I mean, I've got no use for it.
Oh, come on. Buy yourself a drink or something.
Oh, well, now. Thank you.
That's right.
Thank you very much.
I just mix it with a little water, is that right?
Oh, that's right. Just a
Yes.
spoonful or two in a can of water.
Yeah, right. Thank you. Well, thank you very much indeed.
Hey, but don't leave it about where kids and that can get at it, mind.
No, all right. I won't.
Paul? Oh, come in.
I've been out and got you some brandy, like you said.
Oh, Paul, how kind. I didn't hear you go. I think I must have dropped off.
Here you are, look.
Oh, thank you. But I feel a little better, as a matter of fact, dear.
Oh. Well, just as you like.
But it was very kind of you all the same. Well, put it there beside me and I'll drink it in the night if I wake up.
Very well, then.
Or perhaps I'll try just a little now. Might make me sleep.
Yes, try just a little. Here, let me prop you up a bit.
Oh, thank you.
There. Now, got it? Don't spill it, mind. There. Now, how's that?
Strong. Kind of burns your throat as it goes down.
I'll take the glass, shall I?
Thank you, dear. Now you go off to bed. I shall be all right now.
Very well, then. Call me if you want anything.
Good night, dear.
Good night.
What is it?
Paul.
What's happened?
Helena.
I'm so jogging. My stomach.
Look, here, let me help. Let me take your arm.
Where's the doctor?
Yes.
Oh, quick.
Get the doctor. Yes, I'll go at once. Oh, God, what have I done?
I'm dying, Paul. Mr. Oh, pain. I'm
No.
dying.
Look, I'll go as I am. I'll be as quick as I can. Oh, God, I never thought it'd be like this.
Oh, do we quick? Oh, please. Oh,
God, help me. Help me, God. I never meant it to hurt her so much. Oh, God, take away the pain. Do be quick, Doctor. She's in pain, I tell you. Terrible pain.
Yes. Don't panic, man. Take it calmly. Well, now, what's this, eh? You've been eating something that disagreed with you again? Is that it?
You're good. Look, can you just give her something, Doctor?
Water. Can I have a glass of water?
Yes, there was a glass. I think I took it downstairs.
Oh, never mind. Don't bother. Not really necessary. There. Well, now, that'll soon make you feel nice and drowsy. May I have your wrist a moment, please?
Is she bad, Doctor? Is she very bad?
Just a moment.
Oh, doctor. What is it? I never felt like this. Never.
Just lie there. Lie quite still.
Well?
Pulse is very weak. Have you a telephone?
Telephone? No. Why, Doctor?
Where's the nearest one?
It's the end of the road. It's on the corner. But, I mean, what are you going to do, Doctor?
We shall need some help. Excuse me.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes, dear. Yes.
Oh, I do feel so bad. I'm going, Paul.
No, you're not. You can't. You mustn't.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was unkind. Sorry, Paul.
No, don't say that, don't. It's I who ought to say I'm sorry.
You have been a good husband.
No.
Yes, you have. Paul, stay with me, won't you?
Of course I will. Of course.
Hold my hand.
Yes. Yes, I'll stay here. I won't move. Now, try to get some sleep, I should. Eleanor? Eleanor? Oh, my God.
Forasmuch as it hath pleased Almighty God of his great mercy to take unto himself the soul of our dear sister here departed, we therefore commit her body to the ground, earth to earth, ashes to ashes, dust to dust.
May I speak to you?
But how did you know? How did you find me?
I've been trying for a long time. Weeks, in fact. And then I found out that you caught this tram every evening. Look, can we get off and go somewhere and talk?
But you promised,
Yes,
Paul.
I know, but you see, everything's different now. Everything's changed.
Why? What do you mean?
Look, isn't there somewhere we can go?
There's a sort of tea shop place just near the next stop. It's usually pretty empty.
Good. That'll do.
I still can't believe that it's you.
Myra, have you heard about Eleanor?
No. What?
She's dead.
No.
She died nearly 2 months ago.
Dead? But, Paul, why? What?
Well, it was her heart. She always was a bit of an invalid, but I'd really no idea.
How awful. Oh, poor thing. How are you managing?
All right.
Aren't you terribly lonely?
Yes. Aren't you?
Oh, yes. I suppose I've got used to it.
You don't have to be, Myra. That's why I wanted so much to find you. Oh, so much depends on what you say. Myra, are you still free?
Free? Of course.
And do you still feel the same?
I don't know. Yes.
Are you quite sure?
Of course I'm sure. This has all taken me by surprise, that's all.
Oh, my darling, I knew it. I knew you would be, you see. But this is the point. If I thought you might marry me in, say, well, about a year's time, I should know how to act now. Oh, will you, Myra?
Of course I will.
My darling, I'll chuck up my job straight away and we'll find a little cottage in the country somewhere. I can surely get work of some sort. I mean, we shouldn't need much to live on.
Not straight away, Paul. We ought to wait a little.
Myra, I can't afford to wait. I'm not as young as I was. You
All
know
the same,
that.
I don't really
All right. I don't mind waiting a little, as long as I can see you as often as possible.
We can meet. No harm in our meeting.
Myra, come to me like you did before, without anybody knowing.
Oh, no, Paul. Not to that house.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I couldn't.
Well, I'll come to you then.
But I'm with a family. I have to share with the daughter. I'm afraid that's impossible.
Well, I'm not going to be content with a few snatched afternoons in a tea shop, I can tell you. Not at my age. Damn it, why should I?
Very well. I'll come.
You will. Oh, my darling. Look, we'll try it once anyway, and if you don't feel happy about it, we needn't any more.
Oh, I still can't believe it.
Mrs. Briscoe.
Oh,
you are, Mr.
Yes.
Pressett. You're early this evening, aren't you?
Oh, am I, Mrs. Bristol?
I got your supper and that in the oven. It's all ready.
Oh, well, thank you. That is kind.
I'll be back later for the washing up.
Oh, don't bother, please.
Oh, it's no bother, Mr. Pressett. I like to come. No, I can't bear to see a man have to do for himself, if you know what I mean. It don't seem right somehow.
No, but I can manage, Mrs. Bristol. Really, I can. I'm sure you've got enough to do at home.
Oh, Mr. Pressett, if we can't help each other in what you might call the hour of need, it's a poor lookout, that's what I say. So let's hear no more about it.
You're very kind, Mrs. Bristol. But I was actually going to suggest that perhaps you'd rather not come every day now.
Not come every day, Mr. Pressett.
Say make it Mondays, Tuesdays and Wednesdays only from now on. How about that?
Oh, very well, if you prefer it, of course, Mr. Pressett.
Well, you wouldn't be so tired, would you? So shall we try that?
Only Dr. Waterhall asked me to give him an extra day, see, and I said, no, Doctor, my first duty is to poor Mr. Pressett. I said, I'm sorry, I said, but there, of course.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can tell him that you're free now, can't you? I'm sure you'll be delighted.
Very well, Mr. Pressett, if that's how you feel.
Oh, Paul.
Oh, my darling. Oh, come inside, quick.
I don't think anyone saw me.
Oh, my darling, you're shivering. Oh, and your poor heart's going like a hammer. Here, let me take your coat.
No, it's silly. I feel awful coming back here.
Oh, why should you? I tell you there's no need.
But suppose somebody finds out. I mean, just the two of us, alone.
Well, it wouldn't be the end of the world. And anyway, why should they?
No, you're right. Oh, I'm just being foolish, I suppose. But one has to mind about these things, Paul. One has to. If you're a woman, on your own.
Well, you won't be on your own much longer, my love.
Oh, darling. Oh, I wish I wasn't so silly. I'll try not to spoil it. I promise I will.
Here, what's up tonight then, gal? Did I get no tea?
Shh. Did you hear anything just now? Footsteps and that. Then his back door.
Well, perhaps he was putting the cat out.
Yeah, excepting that he hasn't got one. Letting it in more like. Two-legged cat.
What?
Yeah, that's it. I'll bet my bottom dollar.
You mean he's got a bit of stuff in there? Oh, poor old Pressett. Oh, that's good, that is. It's the best I've heard for years.
Yeah, I don't think you got no call to laugh, Alfred, with that poor creature not cold in her grave. Hardly.
Feeling any better?
Yes, better. Much better. Sorry I was so silly.
It's wonderful what a good meal would do.
Oh, Paul, it isn't just the meal.
Oh, my darling, you know, you're a continual surprise to me.
Am I?
I used to think you looked so prim and proper when I first saw you at the school.
Oh, then.
But I had no idea that...
Paul!
Oh, blast, at the front door.
Oh, Lord, did I leave anything downstairs? Oh, my bag!
Damn, I'll have to go.
Oh, no, it's here. Oh, thank God. Oh, don't let anyone in.
Don't you worry. You just stay here. But don't make a sound, mind.
So, you are in. The place was so dark I began to wonder.
Waterhall? Oh, my God, I'd completely forgotten.
Well, I've got the answer to that little problem that baffled us so last week, remember?
Look, I'm terribly sorry about this, but I'm afraid we'll have to put off our chest till another night.
But you said Tuesday. We made that arrangement.
Yes, I know. It's entirely my fault. I should have remembered to let you know, but I'm afraid I've got some work to do, yes.
But you always said you wouldn't bring work home.
I know, yes. But this is very important, you see. It's exam papers to correct.
What, at the beginning of term?
The boys are taking matric, you see. So if you wouldn't mind, I'm extremely sorry.
Oh, don't bother, old man. I know when I'm not wanted.
No, it's not that. Shall we say next Friday?
Oh, you needn't worry. I've got plenty to do with my time, thank you. Plenty. Just thought you wanted company, that's all. Seems I was wrong. Good evening.
Blast.
Paul, what was it?
Oh, it's all right, dear. It was nothing.
Oh, good morning, Mrs. Driscoll. You're bright and early today, aren't you?
Could I have a word with you, Doctor?
Yes, of course. What about?
Well, sir, I don't know whether you'd still care for me to give you another morning, like you said.
I would indeed, Mrs. Briscoe.
Only I'm free now. Look, seeing I don't work for Mr. Pressett no more.
You've given up working for Mr. Pressett? How's that?
I'd rather not say, sir, if you don't mind.
Strange fellow, Pressett.
Yes, sir.
Oh, well, I'm the gainer anyway, eh, Mrs. Briscoe?
That's right, sir. It's a pity there's all this talk.
Talk?
Well, they do say he's got somebody there, a young lady, that's what they say.
Pressett?
The same young lady used to come sometimes when poor Mrs. Pressett was still here, that's what they say, but I don't know, I'm sure.
Oh, well, I had heard something. People always talk, you know, Mrs. Briscoe.
Oh, that's a fact they do, sir. It's dreadful what people think of it, is really. They'll be saying next there was something funny about it, dying so sudden like that.
Mrs. Pressett died of a heart condition, Mrs. Briscoe. I signed the certificate myself.
Oh, I know, sir. That's what I say. If the doctor's satisfied, I tell him that's all there is to it. He knows and we don't. That's what I tell them.
Exactly, Mrs. Briscoe.
There's some always seems as though they got to think the worst somehow.
Yes.
Because, I mean, there was that business of the weed killer.
Weed killer?
Oh.
What weed killer?
Well, it was nothing really, sir. Only the day before Mrs. Pressett was took bad, he asked my hubby for the loan of some stuff he put on the paths and that. Seemed very keen about it, he did, though he'd hardly touched the garden before. You want to be careful of that stuff, my hubby told him. There's arsenic in that, he said.
Arsenic? Of course. Oh, my God.
Oh, but of course he was only joking, really, because, I mean, you don't sort of think of these things till afterwards, do you, sir?
Look, Mrs. Briscoe, do you think you could leave this just a moment? I've got a phone call to make.
Oh, very well, sir, of course, sir. Excuse me.
Don't bother about that. I shan't be many minutes. Hello? Thank you, Mrs. Briscoe.
Oh, yes, sir.
I want Whitehall 1212, please, Mary. Yes, that's what I said. Thank you.
Good evening. Mr. Pressett?
Yes?
I must apologise for calling on you at this hour, sir. I'm a police officer from Scotland Yard.
Police? Oh.
Chief Inspector Baltrow, CID. May I come in a moment?
Yes, of course.
Thank you, Mr. Pressett. It shouldn't take many minutes.
Well, come into the front room, won't you?
Thank you, sir.
Well, now, what is all this about? How can I help you?
Well, Mr. Pressett, let us come straight to the point. Owing to certain information that we have recently received, we're not entirely satisfied that your wife's death was due to natural causes.
No. What do you mean? What are you trying to suggest?
We're suggesting nothing, Mr. Pressett. Not at the moment. We feel that there is a case for an inquiry, that's all.
Inquiry? What sort of inquiry? Who started all this? Someone's been talking, haven't they?
What do you mean, Mr. Pressett?
Well, obviously one of the neighbours. I'm not quite a fool, Inspector, but you don't want to believe everything you're told, you know. The people round here will tell you anything.
Oh, quite, Mr. Pressett, quite. We're used to that, I can assure you. Oh, well, if it's all just the usual malicious nonsense, that'll be proved by the autopsy, won't it?
The autopsy?
Yes. I'm afraid there's an order for an exhumation, sir. The coroner is not satisfied.
But the verdict was natural death. Valvular disease after gastroenteritis. That's what the doctor said. It was on the certificate.
Well, doctors have been known to make mistakes, I'm afraid, sir. Oh, now rather personal matter, sir. Your own private life is no concern of ours, of course. But could you possibly tell us where we might contact Miss Bourne?
Miss Bourne?
Yes, sir. Miss Myra Bourne.
What in the world has all this got to do with Miss Bourne, for God's sake?
We wish to ask her a few questions, sir, that's all. Oh, but never mind. We'll find her.
Really, this is intolerable. It's sheer persecution. Oh, my God. Look, I think I'd better tell you the truth about Miss Bourne, Inspector.
Yes, sir?
Well, you seem to know already that she... Well, that we've been living together, but that's not an offence, is it?
Oh, no, sir. No, of course not.
No. So I'll beg you to leave her out of it, Inspector. I mean, she can tell you nothing.
No, sir. Oh, well, then, in that case, we shan't require to bother her for very long, shall we? Well, I won't take up any more of your time, Mr. President, but if you can think of anything that might help us in our inquiries, I shall be most grateful. You know where to find us, eh?
Oh, Paul, let me in quick. Shut the door.
Myra, whatever's the matter?
Paul, I've had men round to see me, detectives, asking questions about you and Eleanor.
Yes, I know. They've been here, too. Come in. Sit down. Relax.
Paul, what does it mean? They seem to suspect something awful.
Well, it's quite simple, I'm afraid, my love. They obviously think I killed her.
But how frightful. Paul, how can they? How dare they?
Oh, they didn't say so in so many words, of course, naturally, but that's what they were getting at. And I suppose one can see what put the idea in their heads.
But everyone knows she died quite naturally.
Well, look at it from their angle. I mean, she died of symptoms that could just as well have been poison. And someone gossips and they find out about you, and so, naturally, they think I did away with her to get you.
Oh, how horrible. Oh, people are vile.
Come to that, I inherited her money. Oh, and a few months ago I borrowed the remains of a can of weed killer from the chap next door, so I suppose it all adds up in their eyes. Well, doesn't it?
They can't, Paul. They can't.
Oh, but they can. I mean, they'll exhume the body.
Oh, no.
And for all I know, they'll find something in it. God knows what she may have been taking. She was a great one for patent medicines and quack remedies, and not a living soul believe I didn't kill her. Journey certainly wouldn't. And that'll be the end of me.
Don't. You're frightening me.
Oh, Myra, my love, you're shaking. You're shivering.
Let's go away. Right away. Together. I don't want anyone in the world but you.
Oh, my darling.
Shall we?
No, my love. No. We better not do that. It'd just look like guilt. Well, perhaps it'll just blow over. Oh, Myra. I am so terribly sorry I've dragged you into all this wretched business.
How can you help it if people are so wicked and horrible? It's not your fault.
Look, there's only a few more weeks of term to go. I'll hand in my notice and we'll go then. We'll find some quiet little country cottage and just exist somehow together, shall we?
Could we? Oh, could we, darling? It's what I want more than anything in the world.
But first, let's get this quite straight. If they do, well, make out a case against me, you wouldn't believe it, would you?
How can you ask such a question?
A clever lawyer can twist things round so. I mean, it's possible the time may even come when nobody in the world will believe me but you.
I don't mind. It won't make any difference.
Well, you do realize also, if there's a case or anything, it'll come out about you. Will you ever forgive me?
If it has to be, it has to be. But it won't come to that. It can't. The world's not as cruel and unjust as that. And when all this has blown over, we'll just go right away, where nobody knows us, and start all over again, the two of us on our own. I'll try to make it up to you for all you've suffered, my darling. I will, Paul. Truly I will.
Come in. Ah, President.
You wanted to see me, Headmaster?
Yes, I want to tell you, President, that I've had a police officer here this afternoon.
Oh, yes, sir?
About this dreadful business of your poor wife. Sure, it must be terribly distressing for you.
Oh, haven't they got that bee out of their bonnet yet? I should have thought they'd be too busy to bother about rumours and idle gossip. I'm very sorry, sir.
Yes, well, that's the point, President. You see, it doesn't do the school any good to have police officers in and out. Gives it a bad name locally.
Yes, quite so. Well, as a matter of fact, I was about to hand in my notice anyway.
Oh, you were? Oh, well.
Yes, sir, to take effect from the end of this term.
Oh.
If that suits you, sir.
Yes, of course.
Well, if you'd rather make it now, sir, in view of what you've just said.
Well, I don't wish to prejudice your position in any way, President. You do see my point, I hope.
Oh, yes, sir, I do. Naturally.
Well, it's a great shame that we should have to part like this after so long, is it not? These things simply can't be helped, I suppose. Would you care for me to write you a reference or anything?
He's still there. Look, Look, that man opposite on the corner reading an evening paper.
He's probably just some poor fellow out of a job.
He's not out of a job. He's a plainclothes policeman.
Darling, you're just letting it get on your mind.
Myra, I'm worried to death. It's beginning to get me down. I'm certain they're going to arrest me.
But how can they? What for?
Oh, they'll trump up something. Anyway, don't you see, I was the only person with her when she died.
But if they don't find anything in her body...
Well, you never know. The way she died certainly makes it look as though she might have picked up something somehow. Don't ask me how. Oh, I tell you, I'm really scared, Myra.
Oh, my darling.
Now, listen, I've been thinking. I've changed my mind. Maybe it would be better if we left now.
Oh, no.
Well, look at it this way. If the police choose to charge a man with murder, it's going to cost him a fortune to prove he's innocent. Well, I'm not going to spend my money that way. I'm going to keep it for you. Myra, if I go, what I want to know is, will you come with me?
What do you mean? When?
Now, tonight.
Tonight?
Why, are you frightened of the idea?
I'm not frightened of going anywhere with you. You know that. But must it be so sudden? Must it be all now?
Yes. And if you don't come, I shall go alone. I shall just walk up to the house and take the train to New Haven or somewhere.
Why?
You can come later. You can come by the next train and meet me, and we'll catch the night boat. I mean, what more natural than to go off for a bit of a holiday at this time of year?
No. No, I suppose not.
You don't sound too certain. Well, never mind. I shall wait for you at New Haven, and if you don't come, then that's that.
Paul.
Yes?
Are you absolutely sure this is the best thing?
Absolutely.
Then I'll come.
Oh, good.
After all, I'm your wife now, aren't I? In spirit, anyway.
Paper! Present case sensation! Read all about it! Paper!
I'll have one, please.
Thank you, sir.
Sensational development in the case of Mrs. Eleanor Pressett of North London, whose body was recently exhumed at the request of the police. It was learned this afternoon that a warrant had been issued for the arrest of her husband, Paul Arthur Pressett, on a charge of murder. Oh, my God. My darling, you've come. I knew you would.
Have you seen the evening paper?
Yes.
Paul, I don't know what to do. Oh, it's so wicked. How dare they?
It's all right. It's all right. It's all right. Let's sit here a minute.
But aren't we going on board the boat?
No, we'd better not do that. I'm sure to have it carefully watched. No, I've thought it all out. Your coming away with me like this is going to be a great help. See, they'll be looking for a man on his own, but together we should be able to slip by without attracting any attention.
But what do you suggest we do?
Well, we must lie low for a bit. Get lodging somehow and give ourselves time to think things out. Come on, let's get out of this place. Find ourselves somewhere for the night.
Yes, oh yes. I keep feeling that people are looking at us.
Did you get one? Thought I'd better just rinse out these stockings in the basin while I got the chance. I said, did you manage to get a paper?
What's the matter? Let me see. Give it to me.
No.
Give it to me. Great manhunt. New sensation. Warrant issued for schoolmistress. The police issued the above photographs of Pressett and his young companion, Myra Bourne, who are now believed to be in hiding. Me? Why should they want me?
You must get out immediately.
No, Paul.
I got you into this. I must get you out of it. Oh, God, why did I ever let you come with me? We must creep out at once without letting the landlady see us. That photo will be in every paper in the country this morning.
That would be the worst thing we could possibly do. They'd know at once who we were. We'll just have to chance them having seen the photos. They're nothing like either of us, thank goodness. You leave the woman to me. You collect up all our belongings. Oh, don't leave anything behind. Then just go out casually and I'll settle with her. Say we've decided to go on to Ramsgate. Then we can meet as though by chance on the front in, say, 10 minutes' time and decide what to do. How's that?
Oh, Myra, I just don't know what to say. You're wonderful.
Hello. Thought I might see you. How are you this morning?
Oh, all right, thank you.
Keep talking. That woman's watching. Shall we go on the beach for a little while?
Yes, if you like. Would you care for a deck chair?
I prefer sitting on the sand, thank you. Oh, it gets in your shoes, doesn't it? Will this do?
Suits me all right.
Oh, there we are, then. That's right. Comfy? Oh, it's all right. We needn't bother any more. That couple over there are only interested in each other.
Oh, my darling, come close as you can. Put your head on my shoulder.
Oh, Paul, I wish we could just stay here like this till they find us. Why don't we?
What, and let them arrest us?
Well, it'd be very horrid and frightening to start with, I suppose, but once we'd cleared our names, it'd be over and done forever.
Suppose we didn't.
But we haven't done anything.
Oh, you'd be all right, of course, thank heaven. I couldn't possibly make a case against you, but... Well, I've been thinking, if they found anything in her body, the case against me must look pretty damning.
You mustn't keep talking like this. You mustn't. It's almost as though you actually expect them to make some horrible and ghastly mistake.
Well, for all we know, it must have happened many times before.
Don't, Paul, don't.
I am only trying to be realistic, my dear.
Well, listen. If they do catch you and put you on trial, and if... Well, you know what I mean. The most awful thing does happen, then at the very moment they do it to you, I'll manage to die myself.
Oh.
Then you won't have to go alone.
No, Myra. No, you're not to. You mustn't do such
But I'd want to, Paul. I know I should. Don't you see? That'd beat them in the end, because we should still be together.
No. If it does come to that, I'm going alone. I'd rather... I don't want your death on my conscience as well as...
As well as what?
As well as the other unhappiness I've brought you.
You're not to talk like this, Paul. You must stop. They haven't found us yet, and if we're careful for another few days, perhaps they won't, and the whole thing will just blow over.
Shh, quiet.
What's the matter?
Over there, look, a policeman. He's coming this way.
Oh, it's all right. He's only just patrolling the front in the ordinary way. Oh.
It's no good. I can't stand it. The strain's beginning to get me down. I can't stay here. We'll have to get away.
But where? Why should one place be any safer than another?
It's those photographs in this morning's paper. No, we must split up for a few days.
Oh, no. Why?
To put them off the scent. Lie low, keep away from crowded places.
Well, where?
Well, look, suppose they've got an idea we're heading for the south coast, Well, we'll double back in the opposite direction.
You mean London?
No, not actually London.
Box Hill.
Yes, Box Hill.
On the seat where we sat together that afternoon, do you remember?
Oh, yeah. Was it only 3 months ago?
I've always loved that spot.
All right, then, yes. 3 days from now, 12 o'clock in the morning, on the bench beside the footpath up from Peace Lake.
Oh, Paul, I hate us parting like this. Will you be all right?
Yes, I'll be all right. But will you? Have you got enough money?
Oh, yes, plenty. I'm not worried about that.
Yes. Just a minute. He's coming back. Look, that Bobby. Say something and go into the ladies, and I'll pretend to be waiting for you, and then when he's gone past you, slip away.
Must we do this?
Yes, we must. Listen, 12 o'clock, 3 days' time. Look after yourself.
Here, boy. Come here. Oh, marvellous spot, eh?
Yes.
Oh, takes a good deal of beating, in my opinion. I said you'd need to go a long way to find a better view than this. Oh, well, be on my way, I suppose. Oh, come here. Come here, boy. Here, boy.
Hello, Paul. Hope I'm not late.
I thought for one awful moment I made a mistake and... Myra, what's happened? Oh, what's the matter? Are you ill?
No, I'm all right, thank you.
But you look wretched. Something's happened. What is it?
I just didn't sleep properly, that's all. I got you some more biscuits and some of those apples, if you like.
Oh, thank you. But you've heard something new, haven't you? Last night's paper, was it? Come on, Myra, tell me.
There was an interview with that dreadful woman next door.
Mrs. Bristol, yeah. Well, what's she been saying?
Apparently she'd been telling the police how her husband helped you to kill the weeds in the back garden just before Eleanor died.
But they know that already. I never made any secret of that.
Yes, I know, but...
Myra, why
Don't
should that...
touch me!
Oh, I see. Well, then I've nobody left who believes in me now.
Tell me you didn't do it, Paul. Just say you didn't. I must know.
Well, if I had, would it make so much difference?
Of course. Even thinking about it in the night. Paul, tell me the truth. All right, then. I know.
Yes, but... I mean, let me try to explain. Let me try to make you understand, Mother.
Oh, it's too awful.
I mean, you don't realise. You don't know what I suffered, what I had to go
Leave
through.
me alone. Now, let me go.
Myra, what are you doing? Where are you going?
I must be alone. I must.
Myra.
It's all right. I'll come back. I won't desert you. I promise.
Myra, don't leave me. Myra.
Oh, God.
In the search for Paul Pressett, the police have switched their search to the home counties and an early arrest is expected. Police with tracker dogs combed the hills in the Dorking area yesterday for Pressett and his woman companion, who are believed to be...
Paul. Oh, my darling. Forgive me.
What? Oh, Myra, you've come back.
I'll stick to you, Paul. Whatever happens, I know now in my mind it's right.
Oh, that's all I wanted to hear you say.
I won't leave you again, ever.
Well, I don't mind what happens.
They're coming nearer, Paul.
Oh, let them come. It's got to happen sometime. Why not now?
No, Paul. You're not to give up. You're not to.
After yesterday's discovery of the Surrey hideout used by Paul Pressett and his female companion Myra Bourne, this morning the police have switched their attention to the north of England after a couple resembling Pressett and Myra Bourne were reported to have been seen by a party of hikers near Score Fell in the Lake District. The police in charge of the investigation have launched a massive manhunt.
Which way?
I don't know.
I thought you knew this district.
I don't know every track. Besides, it's years since I've been here.
Well, we'll have to make up our minds.
Oh, this way looks as though it ought to go over the pass and down into Seathwaite. Let's try that.
All right.
Well, it's as good as anything else. Nowhere's safe.
Oh.
What's the matter?
Oh, it's this damn heel. Look, you better go on without me.
Oh, don't be so stupid, Paul. How can I?
All right. Don't take any notice. I can manage.
Oh, well, sit here a moment.
Oh.
Rest it. We've got another 3 hours of daylight.
Yes, well, if you don't mind. Oh, Lord, that's better. I'm sorry I'm such an old crock, Myra.
Now, listen. If I remember rightly, a bit further on there's a valley with a small stream in it. Sail Beck. I remember distinctly. It had stone-walled sheep pens and a ruined stone hut that the shepherds must have used. It was a favourite place when we were children. If only we could get you there, you could rest for a while I come back to Buttermere village and buy some food. Could you wait so long, do you think?
Oh, of course, but suppose the hut's not there anymore.
Oh, it will be. It must be. It's been there hundreds of years, I should think. Oh, somehow I feel if only we could get to that hut, we should be all right.
Well, yes, come on then.
Are you ready? Have you rested long enough?
Yes, let's get going. The sooner we get there, the longer you'll have before it gets... What? What's the matter?
Look there, on top of the hill.
Oh, my God. Look, quick, double back to the spinney. I'll come as fast as I can. They may not have seen us.
It's no good, Paul. Look, behind us.
What?
Everywhere.
Oh, Lord. Oh, my God. Oh, well. This is it, I suppose. We'd better just sit here and wait.
Paul, will they separate us?
Oh, eventually, I suppose. Look, dozens of them. Oh, you know, the way it's a sort of relief, isn't it?
Present.
It's all right, Inspector. You needn't hurry.
I arrest you for the murder of Eleanor Pressett.
You all right in here?
Yes, only I can't sleep.
It's strange, eh?
Hmm.
Anything I can get you? Cup of tea? I'm brewing up in a minute.
Oh, that's very kind, but no, thank you.
Sure, you're very welcome.
Just one thing. May I ask about Miss Bourne?
Oh, she's been looked after. Don't you worry about her.
Yeah, but is she all right?
A bit upset at first, I believe. They often are.
Upset?
Come over a bit faint and that.
Uh-huh.
But they'll look after her. She'll be all right.
Well, do you know, shall I be able to see her again before the case comes on?
You'll travel down together, I expect, tomorrow. If she's fit, that is. The doctor will have to pass her okay first, see?
I do hope they'll let us be together.
Well, I shouldn't worry. Not much you can do about it anyway, is there? Well, I must be on my way. I'd try and get a bit of a shut-eye if I were you, because they'll call you at 6 o'clock sharp. I shan't be here then. I'm off at 4, so I'll say goodbye. And good luck.
Thank you, yes. Thanks very much indeed.
Paul Arthur Pressett, you are hereby charged that you did on the 16th day of October 1936 at 23 Elm Tree Road, Islington Vale, feloniously, wilfully and of malice aforethought, murder Eleanor Pressett, against the peace of our Lord the King, his crown and dignity. How say you, guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Now, Dr. Waterhall, I want, with your kind assistance, to arrive at one or two facts. You attended Mrs. Pressett, I believe, in that first illness we've heard so much about.
I did.
I understand that you hadn't the slightest doubt at the time that it was an ordinary gastric condition.
No.
And have you any doubts now? Dr. Waterhall, I beg you to answer. Either you have or you haven't.
I have.
I see. I see. So you have no faith in your first diagnosis. It was entirely wrong. Is that so?
One can make mistakes, especially when the symptoms are so similar.
Exactly. That is precisely my point, Doctor. Now, sir, I want to consider this first illness further.
Oh, Lord, what a farce it all is. If only one could jump up and shout the simple truth. Yes, I did it, and so would you have done.
Mr. Pressett, I would like to ask you one or two questions. Before your wife's illness, did you buy a tin of weed killer?
No, sir.
Then when did you buy it, Mr. Pressett?
I never bought it.
Then how did it come into your possession?
It was given me by the man next door, and quite unasked for.
So, you never really wanted it?
Not really, sir. I know nothing about weed killer. I'm not much of a gardener. It was his suggestion.
So he suggested you use weed killer, and he gave you the tin as a present. Is that right?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
And yet, after the death of your wife, you decided upon this sudden departure with Miss Bourne. Will you tell the court why this was?
Well, I was afraid that I suppose I'd be arrested if I...
Will the defendant speak up, please?
I'm sorry, my lord. It was because I was frightened of being arrested, and that if I was, I might not be able to prove my innocence. It was very foolish of me, I see that now.
But, Mr. Pressett, you didn't know when you fled that they had found arsenic in your wife's body.
My lord, I object.
Objection sustained.
Very well, my lord. I'll rephrase it another way. Did you know, when you fled, that they had found arsenic in your wife's body?
No, sir. But I was afraid that the medicine she took might have contained something. She was a great one for patent medicines of all kinds. Besides, there were rumours in the neighbourhood. Everybody was turning their faces from me. It wasn't very pleasant.
I'm sure it was not. People can be very cruel at times, as we all know. Mr. Pressett, did you or did you not poison your wife?
No, sir, I did not.
Thank you, Mr. Pressett. That will be all.
God forgive me. Oh, God forgive me.
Gentlemen, the defendant has been very honest with you. He has frankly told you of his petty deceits and his irregular life. It has been left to others, many of them witnesses for the prosecution, to tell you of his kindness, consideration, and amiability. I beg you to ask yourselves, is it consistent with the gentle character to which all have testified that he should have done this monstrous, diabolical thing? Gentlemen, I ask you to look at the accused. Look at him as he stands there before you. Imprint his image on your mind and all his story. And remember, gentlemen, that on your verdict, his life depends. There stands a man who has suffered unbearable things for offenses of which we all, or many of us, if we are honest, are guilty. Whatever your verdict, he will suffer now to the end of his days. He is a ruined man.
Oh, Myra, shall I ever see you again? Will they let us meet just for a moment?
Gentlemen, counsel for the defense has again and again worked on your feelings by reminding you that this is a case of life and death. I quite agree. But of whose death? Surely a weak and ailing woman has her appeal to your pity. You are gentle and understanding men, he says, quite rightly, I'm sure. And therefore, before your pitying and angry eyes, there appears the vision of a woman lying alone on the bed of her last agony in a house where no one was present except the man who she trusted to care for her. There is no more life in that pallid face. The light has gone out of those dulled eyes forever. And who extinguished it? Who had anything to gain by extinguishing it? And who only had the means and the opportunity to extinguish it? I submit to you, gentlemen, that it could have been none other than the accused. The evidence is convincing beyond any reasonable shadow of doubt and capable of no other interpretation.
Members of the jury, counsel for the defense has made an eloquent appeal to your pity and has asked if you will care to have the life of this man on your consciences. Now, while fully admiring the fine qualities of my learned friend's heart that have prompted this appeal, I must nevertheless ask you to put it from your minds. Be very clear that the question of what follows upon your verdict, whether it be punishment or release, is not your responsibility as jurymen. You have one duty only, and that is to return a verdict according to the evidence that has been put before you.
All right, are you?
Yes, I'm all right.
Sure?
It's just this waiting I hadn't realised.
Just a minute, just a sec. Sounds like them coming back now.
Fetch him up, please.
Right, come in. You ready then?
Yes, I'm ready.
Right, follow me.
Gentlemen of the jury, have you arrived at a verdict?
We have.
What is your verdict? Guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Silence. Silence, please.
Paul Arthur Pressett, after long and careful investigation of this charge, you have been convicted on indubitable evidence that you poisoned your wife, possessed yourself of her property, and attempted flight from justice. On the ghastly and wicked nature of your crime I will not dwell. I only tell you that you must entertain no expectation or hope that you will escape the consequences of your act. And I therefore implore you to make your peace with Almighty God.
Court, stand.
I have now to pass upon you the sentence of the court, which is that you be taken from hence to a lawful prison, and from thence in due time to a place of execution, and that you there be hanged by the neck until you are dead.
"20 more days. 19, 18, 17.
Up, stand up, the governor.
All right, President. All right, you may sit.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Well, President, I know you've been worrying about Miss Bourne.
Yes, sir?
I'm glad to be able to tell you that she's been acquitted.
Oh, thank God for that. Thank God.
The verdict has just this moment came through. Thought you'd be relieved to know.
Yes, well, I knew she was innocent, sir, of course. But, oh, thank God, thank God, thank God, thank God. No, I don't mind so much. I don't mind what happens. You see, sir, she's been the one lovely thing in my life.
Yeah, I'm sure she has, I'm sure. Well, you've got everything in here you want, sort of thing?
Yes. Oh, yes, sir, thank you. Yes, everyone's been very kind indeed. Well, what happens now, sir? I mean, is she set free or what?
Oh, yes, absolutely. It's charged once kind of thing.
Yeah, and will she be able to come and see me then, sir?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Good Lord, yes, of course. No trouble about that, whatever.
Oh, thank you, sir. I certainly should like to see her, if I may, before...
Oh, we'll fix that all right, don't you worry.
Mm-hmm.
Well, sure there's nothing else you want?
No, sir, thank you.
Well, good night, then, President.
Good night, sir. Five more days. 4, 3, 2.
Paul.
Myra, I want you to be brave tomorrow. You will be, won't you?
I'll try.
It'll help me a great deal, Myra, if I could think that you will be, because my last thoughts will be with you. Hmm? You know that. Don't. Myra, dear, please.
I'm so sorry, Paul. I am sorry. I try so hard not to.
Look, officer, could you possibly leave us alone a moment? It's very distressing for Miss Bourne.
I'm sorry, it's absolutely against all the regulations, but take no notice of me, I'm not listening.
Very sorry. I won't let that happen again.
It's all right, my love. What else was I wanted to say? Oh, yes. Would you write a little note to the governor when it's all over and thank him for what he's done?
Yes, dear, if you want me to.
I think he'd like that coming from you. He's been very kind and considerate, the governor has. You won't forget, dear, will you?
Very well, sir.
Seems a very small sack you're using.
9 stone 3, that's his weight, sir.
Is that more? I should have thought he was more.
9 stone 3, sir. And I'm giving him a drop of 7'9". Be on the safe side.
All right. Yeah, I should be damn glad when this whole wretched business is over and done with.
Yes, sir.
How much longer have we got, officer?
Well, you're pretty well over the time already, I'm afraid, but, well, the governor's not too fussy.
Thank you. Look, Myra, dear, I want you to promise me one thing. When it's all over, tomorrow, I mean, I want you to begin life again, and cheerfully. Yes, I really mean that, Myra. I want to know in my heart that you're going to try to make the best of things. It'll make all the difference to me if I can feel that. So, will you promise?
I'll do my best, Paul.
All right, officer. Myra, my darling. One last kiss. May we?
I'm not looking. I don't know what you're doing.
Thank you. Oh, darling, it has been worthwhile. Just for our time together, hasn't it? Say it has.
Yes. Yes, it has.
Don't quite forget me, will you?
Never. Never.
All right, take her away. Goodbye, my dearest. Goodbye.
Paul!
Goodbye, my darling. God bless you.
Time.
I must have dropped off a moment. Oh, yes. All right. Shan't be a moment.
Is there anything I can do to help? Shoes?
No. Oh, that photo of Miss Bourne. Governor said it could go with me afterwards. You won't forget, will you?
No, that's all right. We won't forget. Let me do them up for you, shall I?
No, I can manage, but you haven't made a note of it, have you, about the photograph?
Oh, yes, that'll be all right. Don't you worry.
Yes. Oh, it's no good. My fingers are all thumbs up.
Here, let me.
Yeah, would you? Thank you very much.
There you are. Look.
Oh, that's very kind. Very kind indeed. Oh, here they are. It's all right, I'm ready. Myra, darling, be brave.
I'm trying, Paul. I'm trying.
In a few minutes now. Only a few minutes. Oh, Myra. Myra.
Okay, sir. Absolutely instantaneous.
Thank God for that, anyway. Poor devil. Poor devil. You know, I shall never get used to this damn business as long as I live.
No, sir?
Oh, well. Back to work, I suppose.
In We the Accused, by Ernest Raymond, adapted for radio by Dennis Constant Duras, you heard Peter Jeffrey as Paul Pressett, Anne Bell as Myra Bourne, and Pauline Letts as Mrs. Pressett. Annie, Alwyn Griffiths, Inglewood and Counsel for Prosecution, Madhav Sharma, Headmaster and Counsel for the Defence, William Fox. Briscoe, Ronald Herdman, Mrs. Briscoe, Hazel Coppin. Dr. Waterhall and the Clerk of the Court, Martin Friend. Inspector Boltrow and Foreman of the Jury, Anthony Higginson. Police Constable, Geoffrey Larder. Judge, Louis Stringer. Prison Governor, Michael Burrell. A Warder, Nigel Anthony. And Hangman, Edward Kelsey. The play was produced by Martin Jenkins.
Afternoon Theatre. We present The Prince of Plunder, one of the many colourful stories written by the late Sidney Horler. This story, of blackmail in West End society, has been adapted for radio by Rex Renitz. The Prince of Plunder.
If I may have your attention, gentlemen. Thank you. What I have to say won't take long. For some time now, the Commissioner and I have been worried about the increase of blackmail in this country. As the senior officers of Scotland Yard, you're the eyes and ears of the law, so you must be aware of it. A great number of men and women have paid dearly, and are still paying in hard cash for their indiscretions of the past. Some have even been driven to take their own lives. Now, we know as a matter of cold statistics that particular forms of crime tend to come in waves, or in cycles, if you like. It may well be that this is just another cycle, that the success of one blackmailer has perhaps encouraged other people to emulate him. On the other hand, we have had a number of stories in the press lately suggesting the existence of a highly efficient organization controlled, so our Fleet Street friends would have us believe, by a person who calls himself the Prince of Plunder.
You can't believe the papers, sir.
You know what those boys are like to chance anything for a story.
Plunder's a load of rubbish.
I've never heard a more unlikely story.
Well, what do you think, Clavering?
Hard to say, sir. Sounds a bit fantastic, I admit. Still, there might be something in it.
Oh, no.
Where's the evidence?
Well, there's no actual evidence, perhaps, but I've handled 3 blackmail cases in the last 12 months, and they all seem to follow much the same pattern.
Exactly. Inspector Clavering's put his finger right on the vital spot. There is a similar pattern, very similar, in almost every case we've had lately. The victims have been prominent in their professions or business or society, and the information on which they've been blackmailed has come from stolen letters or documents. Indeed, there's a suggestion that servants are being paid large sums for material of this kind.
Any proof of that, sir?
Unfortunately, no. At the moment, it's only a theory. We've nothing tangible at all.
Doesn't that bear out that it is one person, sir? Or at least one organization?
How do you mean, Inspector?
Well, sir, let's say there have been 20 cases. If there were 20 different blackmailers, surely at least 2 or 3 of them would have bungled the job and been nabbed.
That's quite a point. As I say, gentlemen, we don't know. The Prince of Plunder may exist, or he may be a mere figment of journalistic imagination. But this current wave of blackmail does exist, and it's our job to do something about it. My job and yours, gentlemen.
Yes.
And the sooner it's checked and stopped, the better for all concerned.
Hello?
That you, Clavering? Morley here, Assistant Commissioner.
Oh, yes, sir?
I've been trying to get you for 10 minutes.
My wife and I have just got back from the cinema, sir.
Sorry to spoil your evening, but I've an urgent job for you. Heard of Charles Crandon?
The Wimpole Street surgeon?
That's the man. He collapsed and died half an hour or so ago at a dinner party given by Lady Blanchard. 341 Curzon Street.
Heart, sir?
No, it's more serious than that, I believe. Sir Brian Fordingham of MI6 was a guest at the dinner.
Oh,
It
yes.
was he who rang me. He seems to think it was suicide. You better get over there right away.
Very good, sir. Wouldn't it happen to me? Now, Lady Blanchard, may I first have a list of your guests, please?
Oh, yes, Inspector. Well, only a small party. For Mr. Crandon, of course.
Yes.
And then there's Sir Brown Fordingham.
Hello, Clavering.
How do you do, sir?
Oh, you know each other?
Yes, indeed. The inspector and I are old friends.
Oh, really? This is Sir Gilbert Mildmay.
Sir Gilbert Mildmay. Address, please, sir?
8 Winston Court. It's just off Belgrave Square.
8 Winston Court. And your occupation, sir?
I'm an actor, sir.
Oh, yes, of course. I thought the name was vaguely familiar.
Well, rarely.
Such is fame, Gilbert.
May I have your name, sir?
This is Sir Hector Panderville.
Address 231 Lowndes Square.
And your occupation, sir?
Occupation? Well, I suppose you better put me down as a dilettante.
A what, sir?
Dilettante. It means that I go through life doing nothing of importance very pleasantly. I like good food and good wine, I listen to good music, and I collect beautiful things, particularly pictures.
You must have heard of Sir Hector's collection of Cézanne. It's famous throughout the country.
Oh, my dear Lady Blanchard, you exaggerate its importance. Is there any more you wish to know, Inspector?
Not for the moment, sir. And your name, sir?
Clark Hungerford.
You're an American, Mr. Hungerford.
Yes, that's right. Diplomatic service. American Embassy, 1 Grosvenor Square.
Been over here long?
No, just a few months. I came on the staff of our new ambassador, Mr. Jameson Carew.
Thank you. And you, if I'm not mistaken, sir, are Mr. Gerald Lester.
You know me, Inspector?
Only by sight. Twickenham, 3 years ago. England versus Wales.
So, you're a rugger fan.
Used to play a bit myself, sir. Years ago.
I say, you're not the Clavering. Played forward for England,
35, sir.
Well, you are. I'll be... Sorry, Lady Blanchard.
No,
we must get together sometime, Inspector.
We certainly must, sir. Now, may I have your address?
Yes. 18 Talbury Place, Piccadilly.
And your occupation?
Well, I'm afraid I haven't one, really. You see, I came into a legacy, and I...
Quite, sir. I'll put you down as gentleman.
Oh, thank you, Inspector.
And my last guest, Inspector, is this young lady, Miss Judith Farrell.
Your address, please, miss?
84 Beckwith Square, Kensington. Do you want my occupation?
Yes, please.
I'm a fashion artist.
Thank you. And that's the lot, is it, Lady Blanchard?
Yes.
Well, now, Sir Brian, suppose you tell me exactly what happened.
I think Miss Farrell was the one to do that. She was seated on Mr. Crandon's right.
Well, Miss Farrell?
There's not much to tell, really. Mr. Crandon and I were talking when the butler interrupted us and handed him a note. Just a small folded piece of paper, really.
You'd better explain about that, Roberts.
Yes, m'lady. It was handed to me at the front door, sir, by a person.
What sort of person?
Well, sir, he was a sharp-looking character, a bit of a villain, I'd say.
Had you ever seen him before?
No, sir.
Did he say anything to you?
Oh, yes, sir.
What?
You want his exact words, sir?
If you can remember them, yes.
Well, sir, he said, you've got a guide here called Crandon. And then he pushed the note into my hand and said, give him this. It's urgent and it's personal, see?
And then?
But then he went, sir.
Would you recognize him again?
Oh, it was fairly dark, sir, but I've got a good memory for faces. I think I would.
Good. So you took the note straight to Mr. Crandon?
Oh, immediately, sir.
Thank you, Robert.
Oh, right, sir.
Right, well, let's get back to you now, Miss Farrell.
Well, Mr. Crandon read the note and then slipped it into his pocket.
Did he seem disturbed at all?
Yes, very. I tried to pick up our conversation again, but he didn't seem to be listening. I turned away for a minute to speak to the person on my other side. Then I turned back just in time to see Mr. Crandon slip a tablet of some sort into his mouth.
You actually saw him take something? You're quite sure?
I can bear that out, Inspector. I was sitting right opposite. I saw it myself.
Thank you, Mr. Lester. Yes, Miss Farrell?
2 or 3 seconds later, he gave a sort of groan and slumped forward.
Perhaps I can pick up the story from there. We thought at first he'd had a seizure of some kind. 3 or 4 of us went to his assistance, but he was dead when we got to him. I realized at once he'd been poisoned.
What made you think that, Sir Brian?
There was a strong smell of almonds.
Ah, cyanide.
Yes. So instead of calling a doctor, who couldn't have helped anyhow, I rang your chief, Sir Charles Mully.
So that brings us up to date, except for the note. Now, what happened to that?
I took charge of it. Here you are.
Well, thanks. You have until midnight to make up your mind. Sounds like a threat of some sort.
My guess is blackmail.
Well, quite agree with you, old man. I think I can tell you who.
Indeed, Sir Gilbert?
The Prince of Plunder.
Oh, my dear fellow, don't be absurd. There's no such person.
Well, nonsense. Of course there is.
Well, how do you know? A lot of melodramatic claptrap, if you ask me.
No.
Don't you agree, Inspector?
Well, sir,
Oh, dear. I just thought the newspapers... I suppose there's no chance of hushing this up, is there, Inspector?
I'm afraid not. It's bound to come out at the inquest, if not before.
Oh, dear. I don't want to be unkind, but if Mr. Crandon had to commit suicide, I do think he might have chosen elsewhere. It's so inconsiderate.
I know most of the press crowd, Lady Blanchard. I'll see if I can't persuade them to play it down.
Oh, thank you, Sir Brown.
Well, now, I'm afraid I shall have to take formal statements from all of you.
And after that, sir, are we free to go?
Certainly, Mr. Hungerford.
Oh, thank you. Oh, Miss Farrell, I've got my car outside. After the inspector's through, may I drive you home?
Well,
Oh, please. I was sort of hoping that...
well, all right then.
Oh, thanks a million. I've hardly had a chance to talk to you all evening. Well, this is it, I guess.
Thank you, Mr. Hungerford. Good night.
Oh, you don't have to go right away, do you?
Well, it's getting late.
Can't we talk for just 2 minutes?
What about?
Oh, you.
I'm afraid I'm not very interesting.
Well, I hope you'll forgive me if I dispute that. You know, I had you figured all wrong.
Really?
Yes, I thought you were one of those social butterflies.
Sorry if I disappointed you.
Oh, on the contrary, I think every girl should have a career.
Hardly a career. I had to take up something when Father died. I had a bit of a flair for drawing.
And so now you're a fashion artist.
Of a sort.
Lady Blanchard was telling me your father was in politics. A cabinet minister, no less.
Yes. He was a better politician than a businessman, I'm afraid. That's why I'm a working girl. But why am I telling you all this?
Why am I listening? Because we're going to be friends.
Suppose you tell me about yourself for a change.
Me?
Yes.
Well, I really am a dull character.
Oh.
Well, I graduated in law at Harvard, did a spell in the Army, got my discharge after I came out of hospital. Jameson Carew was an old family friend, and when he was appointed ambassador, he brought me along. Just for the trip, I guess. I've been here 3 months. Oh, I think London's wonderful. And now I want to hear some more about you. For instance, what do you do when you're not working?
Oh, go to theatres and concerts when I can afford them.
I suppose you've got lots of friends.
Not that many.
Family?
Only Tom, my brother. He's in Sir Ronald Luke's department at the Foreign Office.
Oh. Is he as nice as his sister?
Oh, Tom's all right. He's a bit reckless, perhaps.
How come?
It's the crowd he's in with. They all seem to have more money than sense.
Yeah. And he tries to keep up with them, huh?
Yeah. I've tried to tell him dozens of times that it won't work, but he won't listen.
Yeah, brothers never do. I'd like to meet him sometime.
Perhaps if you were to talk to him.
Yes, he'd tell me to go jump in the lake, and he'd be right. No, I just thought we might get on together.
I'm sure you would, Mr. Hungerford.
The name is Clark. And yours is Judy, isn't it?
Yes. And now I simply must go. Good night, Clark.
Good night, Judy.
Mesdames et messieurs, faites vos jeux, s'il vous plaît, faites vos jeux.
Hello, Farrell.
Oh, hello, Lester. I didn't know you were here.
I just dropped in for a few minutes on the way home. Matter of fact, I've been to dinner at Lady Blanchard's. Your sister was there.
Judy? Oh, that must have been exciting.
Yes, it was, but not quite in the way you mean.
Huh?
That surgeon fellow, Crandon, committed suicide in full view of everyone.
What?
And poisoned himself halfway through dinner.
Why?
Oh, the police seem to think it's blackmail.
Faites vos jeux, s'il vous plaît.
Excuse me, I must make my bet.
Yes, of course.
Number 16, I think.
How's the luck?
Oh, foul as usual. They're my last chips.
Rien ne va plus, c'est tout, s'il vous plaît.
Come on.
Yeah.
Numéro 15. Numéro 15.
Well, that's that. Look, I hate to ask you, Lester. Yeah? Do you think you could oblige me with a small loan?
Well, certainly, if you really want it. But it's no good pushing your luck when it's out, you know. Why don't you call it a night?
Yes, but... Oh, maybe you're right.
Tell you what, I'm only a few minutes from here. Why not come up for a drink?
I wouldn't be very good company, I'm afraid.
Nonsense. I realize I've no right to say this, but you're in a bit of a spot, aren't you?
I am rather.
Yeah, I thought as much. It's just possible I may be able to help.
Well, that's damn good of you, Lester.
Well, hang it all, we're friends, aren't we? Come along. We'll talk it over. So you think it was blackmail, eh, Clavering?
It certainly looks that way, Sir Charles. The note, I mean, and... Well, I've been checking on Crandon's past. It's not exactly the open book one would expect of a Wimpole Street surgeon. Of course, I've no actual proof of anything, but there were 2 or 3 incidents years ago...
Knowledge of which could be dangerous in the wrong hands, eh?
Exactly, sir.
Any leads yet?
None at all, sir. The note was on cheap paper, writing obviously disguised.
How about the fellow who delivered it?
I've already had the butler in, going through the rogues gallery, sir. No luck so far.
Well, stick at it anyway.
I certainly will, sir. Excuse me. Hello? Assistant Commissioner? Yes, he's here. It's for you, sir.
Oh, thanks. Morley here. Yes? Yes? I see. Very well. I'll send a man over right away. Goodbye. Didn't you say one of the dinner guests last night was a Miss Judith Farrell?
Yes, sir.
Daughter of Sir Michael Farrell, the politician?
That's right, sir.
That was Bayswater police. They found her brother.
Found him?
In Hyde Park, with a bullet wound in his head and a revolver in his hand.
Suicide?
Looks like it. I wonder whether there could be any connection.
Between this and Crandon, sir?
Yes, maybe just a coincidence, of course.
Probably, sir. Still, there may be a link of some kind.
Exactly. Sorry to push more work onto you, Clavering, when you're up to your eyes already, but I think you're the one who should investigate this.
Very good, sir. I'll get onto it right away.
You can't mean it, Inspector. You can't.
I'm sorry, Miss Farrell.
There must be some mistake.
I'm afraid not.
It doesn't seem possible. Tom!
No. Take it easy.
Sorry. How did it happen?
You'd better prepare yourself for another shock. I'm sorry to have to tell you your brother took his own life.
But that's ridiculous. Tom wouldn't do a thing like that. I know he wouldn't.
The evidence is quite clear.
But...
I'm sorry.
If you say it's right, I suppose it must be.
If it's any consolation, he didn't suffer at all.
Why did he do it? Why?
He was very heavily in debt, or didn't you know that?
I realized he was probably living beyond his income, but I had no idea. I mean, Surely, for the sake of a few £100.
It was considerably more than that, I'm afraid. About 3,000.
3,000?
He'd been gambling rather heavily in a small club off Piccadilly, roulette mainly.
How do you know all this?
That's our job, Miss Farrell, to find out such things. Last night your brother was at this club. He gave the proprietor, a Greek named Pirelli, an IOU for £50 and lost the lot. Altogether, Pirelli holds his IOUs for just on 2,000.
Was it in the club that it happened?
No. Quite some time later. Your brother left the club with someone you know, Mr. Gerald Lester.
Yes. He was at Lady Blanchard's last night.
From there, he went to the club where he met your brother, persuaded him not to play anymore, and took him to his flat for a drink. He guessed your brother was in some sort of trouble and thought he might be able to help.
That was good of him.
Of course, he had no idea he was so deeply involved. When he learned how much it was...
Tom told him?
So it seems. Anyway, he realized there was nothing much he could do. He offered to lend your brother £500 if he promised not to gamble again. But your brother wouldn't accept. In fact, Lester says he rather resented the offer.
Knowing Tom, I imagine he would. I'm surprised he discussed his affairs at all. It's quite unlike him.
You know how it is, Miss Farrell. Sometimes you've just got to get a thing off your chest. Anyhow, it did no good. He left Lester's flat about 1 o'clock.
And after that?
We can only guess his movements from then on. Somehow he must have got hold of a revolver. The doctor thinks death took place about 3 a.m., so I imagine he probably walked in the park for a couple of hours and then decided the only way out was to end it all.
And you say he didn't suffer. What about the mental agony he must have gone through in those 2 hours? And all the misery over the past weeks and months.
I know, Miss Farrell. It's an old story, of course, but always a tragic one. Believe me, I can't tell you how sorry I am.
Thank you, Inspector. Do I have to identify him or anything like that?
Mr. Lester's already done that. I'm sure the coroner will accept his identification.
The coroner? Of course. There'll have to be an inquest, won't there?
Yes, it's fixed for tomorrow morning. There may be no need to call you, but I'm afraid we shall want you there in case.
All right, Inspector. I understand.
Well, gentlemen, have you agreed upon a verdict?
Yes, sir, we have. In view of all the circumstances, there seems no doubt that the financial position of the deceased preyed upon him to such an extent as to render him temporarily of unsound mind, and we find that he took his own life while in this state.
Thank you, members of the jury. I'm bound to add that, in my opinion, you have given the only possible verdict.
Ah, there you are, Miss Farrell. Can I drop you anywhere?
Oh, good of you to offer, Mr. Lester, but...
No, please. My time's my own. It's no trouble.
Well, in that case, thank you.
Splendid. Now, where to?
I think I may as well go back to work.
Where's that?
Buckland and Smart's, Regent Street.
You wouldn't perhaps care to have a spot of lunch first?
If you don't mind.
All right, I quite understand. Bucknell on Smart it is. Miss Farrell, I'm sure you don't want me to make all the conventional noises of sympathy, but may I just say one thing?
Of course.
Tom was my friend. I did try to help him.
I know that, and I'm grateful.
I'd like to think of you as my friend, too. So if there's anything I can do at any time, any little thing at all, please don't hesitate to say the word.
Thank you.
And having got that off my chest, let's say no more about it.
It's just past the next light.
Ah, I see there.
That's it.
May I give a final word of advice?
Of course.
I hope this doesn't sound too pompous, but don't brood. It'll do no good, you know.
I'll try not to.
The way I see it, a man has the right to do what he likes with his own life. And if Tom decided the only solution was, well, you see my point?
Yes. Except, of course, that I don't believe for a minute he did commit suicide.
What? But surely the coroner...
The coroner didn't know Tom. I did.
Even so, the evidence...
I realize he was in a jam, but he'd have stuck it out somehow. Whatever else he may have been, he wasn't a coward.
I understand how you feel, but if you'd seen him when he left my flat, he was really desperate.
All the same, he didn't take his own life. I'm convinced of it.
Then, forgive me asking, how did he die?
I believe he was murdered.
Murdered? By whom?
I don't know.
For what reason, then?
I don't know that either. But I'm going to find out if it takes the rest of my life. Hello, Betty.
Judy, what on earth are you doing here?
I work here, remember?
Oh, look, my dear, I know I'm a slave driver, but surely you could take a couple of days off.
I'd rather be working than moping in the flat.
Oh, you could go to a cinema or have your hair done or something. It would take your mind off things.
I'd be all right, really.
Well, it's up to you, my dear. But if you're determined, you might as well start with the Vanya Dean assignment.
The actress, you mean?
Well, that's how she's officially described.
Don't tell me she's descended to Bucknell and Smarts. What have we got that Dior hasn't?
A credit account, dear. She's been resting these last 3 months. And I shouldn't imagine she'd get much out of that current boyfriend of hers, Ronnie Luke.
Sir Ronald Luke? He was Tom's chief. You don't mean that he and Miss Dean...
Darling, everyone knows. Can't be for his money. It's probably all he can do to pay his alimony. I'm reluctantly forced to conclude it must be love.
Anyway, no business of ours. What's this assignment you mentioned?
She's condescended to give us a trial. She wants something for formal evening wear. I thought perhaps that slinky black thing you sketched the other day.
You mean that chiffon cocoon?
Yeah, with the waist-level neckline, yes. It's up to you to convince her it's just what she's been looking for.
Do you want me to see her?
Yes, at her flat, 2:30.
What's the address?
87 Selwood Square. And if you do sell it to her, my dear, you're on a bonus.
I'll do the best I can.
Good. I knew you would. How do you feel, Judy?
Oh, I'm all right.
Bit numb still?
Bit.
No hitches at the inquest?
No. Everything went according to plan.
Oh, well, that's a relief anyway. Was he there?
Was who there?
Oh, that American you met the other night. The one you thought so nice. Clark, what's his name?
Of course he wasn't. Why should he be?
Oh, if I were in his shoes, I know I'd have been. After all that talk about let's be friends and so on.
You don't think I believed all that, do you?
Well, the way you spoke, I did sort of get that idea.
He's probably even forgotten my name by now.
Disillusioned all of a sudden, aren't we?
Oh, Betty. Anyway, he mightn't even know. About Tom, I mean. It was only a small paragraph in the papers.
Determined to find an excuse for him, aren't you?
I'm trying to be fair, that's all. If you don't mind, I'd rather not discuss him anymore.
Oh, okay, my dear. Anything you say.
Hello.
Oh, Mr. Hungerford, there's a gentleman asking for you, a Mr. Brooke.
Not George Brooke.
Yes, sir.
Oh, send him in right away.
Yes, sir.
George, you old son of a gun.
Hello, Clark.
Of all the people in the world, I've been looking for you ever since I got to London.
I've been away.
I figured you must be dead or something. Gosh, how long has it been, George?
Oh, it must be nearly 3 years.
Yes, I guess it must be. How long have you been in England?
I got in this morning.
And you came to see me right away?
I just had a yen to gaze on that ugly mug of yours again for 5 minutes. How's the embassy job going?
Oh, fine.
Quite the big diplomat now, eh?
Well, I'm learning as I go along. But what about you, George? Back in City Street?
In a way.
How do you mean? Military administration?
Not exactly.
Okay, if it's some sort of secret.
Well, between ourselves, and I mean between ourselves,
yeah,
I'm a sort of cloak and dagger boy.
Secret Service?
Something like that.
Boy, do you have all the luck. And here's me wearing striped pants and going to garden parties. What do you do?
Oh, we managed to fill in time. At the moment, I'm looking for a man.
Who?
I don't quite know. I think his name's Lurtz.
Oh, what do you want him for?
Murder.
Oh, I thought that was for the cops.
No, not this kind. It was one of our own fellows, a chap named Gatacre.
Ah, sort of private and personal, huh?
Very. He got on the trail of some racketeers who were buying stuff in a big way, steel and alloys and so on, and smuggling it behind the Iron Curtain through dummy companies in Switzerland.
Yes, I heard that kind of thing was going on.
Anyway, Gatacre disappeared, and a day or so later, his body was washed up on the rocks near Antibes.
And you figure the guy who did it is here in England?
Yes.
Well, let's hope you find him. Say, George, now, this calls for a drink. Let's go.
I don't think I'll have the time.
Oh, nonsense. Listen, I'm an honorary member of a club just around the corner. All the best people. It'll only take 5 minutes.
Well, just the one, then. I really am in a hurry. I have an appointment with my chief, Fordingham, in half an hour.
Oh, Fordingham, eh? He's a nice guy. I met him the other night at a dinner party.
Oh?
Well, let's get going, shall we? Just one more drink, George.
No, really, I must fly.
Well, okay. I'll finish this and walk
No
along.
need for you to rush away, too. I'll find my own way out.
Hey, wait a minute. I don't even have your address or phone number yet.
I'll give you a ring in a day or so, I promise. Goodbye.
Well, goodbye for now. And don't you forget.
Be or not to be? That is the question. Lost in thought, Mr. Hungerford?
Oh, hello, Sir Gilbert.
Hello, Mr. Hungerford.
You remember Sir Hector Pandeville, of course.
Yes, certainly. How do you do, sir?
Gilbert has a theory that no man should drink alone. Bad for the soul, he says, not to mention the morale. Do you mind if we join you?
Oh, not at all, sir. May I order for you?
No. We already have our drinks. Well, you've quite got over that extremely nasty experience of the other night, I trust.
Oh, sure.
Lady Blanchard was right, you know. It really was most inconsiderate of Crandon.
Well, I guess he must have been so scared stiff over that note he didn't stop to think of anything.
Gilbert still insists it was sent by our mythical friend, the Prince of Plunder, of course.
Now listen to me, old boy.
My dear fellow, must we start that all over again?
You still say it's a lot of melodramatic nonsense, eh?
I do, yes.
Then what have you to say to this? A month from now, I shall be the Prince of Plunder.
You? Oh, really, Gilbert?
Oh, on stage, of course. Oh, he won't actually be called the Prince of Plunder, but same sort of character, you know, master blackmailer and so on.
Well, far be it from me to teach you your business, Gilbert. But are you being wise?
Daddy Hector, I've been in the theatre 35 years. I should know a good part when I see one.
You always take a perverse delight in missing my point. I'm simply saying that you've built your reputation on sympathetic roles.
An actor must be versatile, my dear boy. Think of all the great ones. Garrick, Keane, Irving. Anyhow, this part is sympathetic.
A blackmailer, really, my dear fellow.
To the last minutes, at any rate. Well-known social figure, wealthy, bachelor, hordes of friends, and so on.
Without wishing to be immodest, that seems a fair description of myself. I trust he isn't by any chance also an art collector.
No, here's the wonderful payoff, old boy. He's an actor. Well, damn a successful blackmailer would need to be a pretty good actor, wouldn't he?
Well, it's a point, of course, but...
I tell you, it's the best part I've had for years. It'll put me right back on top.
Well, you know your own business best, I suppose. Oh, by the way, Mr. Hungerford.
Yes?
You remember meeting a Miss Farrell at Lady Blanchard's, I dare say.
I certainly do.
Unfortunate about that brother of hers, wasn't it?
What was that, sir?
Oh, my dear boy, haven't you heard?
No, not a thing. I knew she had a brother, of course.
Tragic business. He committed suicide. Shot himself.
Are you sure, sir?
Well, of course, it was in all the newspapers.
I didn't see it.
Oh, just a paragraph. I think the inquest was this morning.
Gosh, poor kid. Well, if you'll excuse me, gentlemen, I'd like to go and phone her right away.
Hello?
I'd like to talk with Miss Farrell, please.
I'm sorry, she's not here at the moment.
Do you have her home number?
Well, you won't get her there either. She has a business appointment.
When will she be back?
I'm afraid I couldn't say.
But I've got to see her. It's urgent.
Well, if you'd like to leave your name, I'll tell her you rang.
Oh, yes, do that, please. My name's Clark Hungerford. Tell her I'll be at the American Embassy, and will she call me as soon as she comes in? You won't forget.
Of course not.
Well, thanks a lot. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Well. Perhaps he didn't know after all.
So you think with the waistline altered, it really would suit me?
I'm sure it would.
You're not just selling me a line, I hope.
I'm not a sales girl, Miss Dean. I'm a designer.
Ah, and that puts me right in my place, doesn't it?
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean...
Forget it. All right, I'll take your word. Tell Miss Sloane to book the order.
Thank you.
And tell her if it doesn't turn out like the sketch, I'll tear it into little shreds.
I'll tell her. Thank you, Miss Dean.
Do you have to go yet? I get so bored by myself all day. Wouldn't you like a cup of tea or a drink or something?
I'm sorry. I'm expected at the office. If there's anything else you want at any time, you will get in touch, won't you?
I don't even know your name yet.
You mean my...
Aren't you Tom's sister? He showed me a picture of you one night.
You knew my brother?
Of course. He was on Ronnie's staff. Sir Ronald Luke, I mean. That's how we met.
Did you know him well?
Not as well as I'd have liked. Ronnie took a poor view of it. You know what men are. Didn't he ever mention me to you?
We didn't see each other very much.
Poor Tommy. When I read about it in the paper, But I mustn't talk about it. It must have been a frightful shock.
I've got over the worst of it now.
I wonder what really happened.
How do you mean?
Would you really believe he was the kind of person who commits suicide just because of a few little gambling debts?
No, I don't.
Nor do I. Whatever it was something a lot more serious than that. And if you ask me, Gerald Lester could supply the answer if he chose.
Mr. Lester?
You know Gerald, don't you?
Yes, of course. But you can't mean...
Oh, I'm not suggesting he was personally involved or anything like that. But I think Tom told him the real reason, and he's keeping quiet about it.
But why should he?
To save a scandal, perhaps? Protect someone's name? It hasn't occurred to you, for instance, that Tom was being blackmailed by somebody?
Blackmailed? Look, if you know anything, why don't you say it instead of just dropping hints like this?
I'm sorry. Now I have upset you.
Of course you've upset me. What do you know about Tom?
Nothing, my dear. I was just theorizing, that's all. But all the same, if I were you, I'd have a long talk with Gerald Lester at the first opportunity.
Would you like a liqueur, Judy?
No, thank you.
It is all right to call you Judy, I hope.
Yes, of course.
So you think I didn't tell the police or the coroner the whole truth about my talk with Tom?
I can't help feeling there must have been something else.
You still think he was murdered?
Yes.
Well, perhaps you're right.
Then you do know something.
Not exactly, but... Oh, good evening, Hungerford.
Good evening. Hello, Miss Farrell.
Good evening.
I hope I'm not butting in, but I saw you across the room and thought I'd step over for a moment.
Have a drink?
Oh, no, thanks. I can't stay. I'm dining with Mr. Carew.
Oh.
Miss Farrell, I called you up today, but you weren't in.
Really? I got no message.
Didn't you? I left one. I just wanted to say... Well, you see, I'd just heard about your brother. I'm terribly sorry.
Thank you.
If there's anything I can do any time, you will let me know, won't you?
Of course.
Well, I guess I'd better be getting back to my table now. Good night.
Good night.
Nice fellow, Hungerford.
Yes, I suppose so. You were saying about Tom.
Oh, yes. I received a rather strange letter this afternoon. Oh, dash, I left it at my flat.
What sort of letter?
It was anonymous. I can't remember the exact wording, but it said that if I wished to know the secret of Tom's death, I should advertise in the personal column of the Times next Monday, fixing an appointment to meet a person called the Watchman.
What an extraordinary thing. But why pick on you?
Well, I suppose it's because Tom and I were friends. Would you like to see the letter?
I would, rather.
Let's finish our coffee, then. We'll go to the flat. That's strange. I left it here in this bureau. I'm sure I did.
Perhaps it's in one of the drawers.
I don't think so, but we'll soon see. No. Not there. Amos! It must be somewhere about.
You called, sir?
That letter I got this afternoon.
For one bill of it by hand, sir?
Yes, I left it here on the bureau. Have you moved it?
No, sir.
Has anyone been here since I left?
Oh, only the man to inspect the telephone, sir.
Inspect the telephone? What was wrong with it?
Well, I don't know. He said there'd been a complaint.
Well, certainly not from me. Was he alone in this room at all?
Well, yes, sir. For a few minutes.
Thank you, Amos.
Well, you don't think, sir, that...
All right, Amos.
Yes, sir. Very good, sir.
You think someone came here to steal the letter?
Just seems fairly obvious.
You mean...
I mean, the man who wrote the letter and I won't be the only ones who'll turn up. There'll be a third person. Someone who's determined I shan't learn the truth about Tom.
In that case, you'd better not make the appointment.
Why not?
I shouldn't want you to run any risks on my account. It wouldn't be fair.
Fair? Oh, I'd do anything for you, Judy. Anything at all.
That's very kind of you, but...
Don't you realize what I'm trying to tell you? Don't turn away, Judy, please. I've got to say this. I know it's neither the right time nor the right place, but when I first met you...
Oh, there's the doorbell.
Oh, never mind about that. Please listen to me, Judy. I'm so head over heels in love that I can't...
You mustn't. Please, let me go.
Be kind to me, Judy.
Please.
Hey, what goes on here?
Clark!
What the devil are you doing here? This happens to be my flat.
And this young lady you've been mauling around happens to be a friend of mine.
Get out, or I'll throw you out.
Brother, you asked for it. Come on, Judy, let's beat it.
I hope you realize...
Look, are you going to go quietly, or do I have to carry you
You've
out?
absolutely no right.
Okay, let's go.
Put me down! Put me down! Here, put me down!
Well, the point is, Sir Brian, that if...
Excuse me, Brooke. Fordingham here. No, I'm engaged at the moment. I can't talk to anyone. I'll ask him to ring me again in 10 minutes, will you? Right. Oh, sorry about that. Now, Brooke, you were saying?
I was saying I saw Lurtz last night.
You did?
I think it was Lutz. He sprang out from a doorway and tried to knife me. We had a bit of a scuffle, then he landed me one on the jaw and ran for it.
Did you get a good look at him?
That's the trouble. It was dark, but I'm pretty certain it was him.
So, you were right about his being in London.
And about him killing Gatacre.
How do you make that out?
Well, he must know I'm after him. And he must know why. Otherwise, why would he try to murder me?
Yes, it's a reasonable thesis, but it's still not proof, you know.
Oh, I'll get proof all right as soon as I can lay my hands on him.
Need any assistance?
No, thanks. This is personal.
Yes, I see your point. Well, anything else you want to discuss while you're here?
Just one thing, Sir Brian.
Yes?
Apart from you and myself, who else knew Gatacre was on this mission?
No one. Well, that's to say no one but the PM and Sir Ronald Luke.
Luke, eh?
Yes, the whole inquiry originated through him, at least through his department.
I've been hearing one or two stories about Sir Ronald.
Oh?
How long has this affair of his been going on with that actress, Vanya Dean?
About 7 or 8 months, I believe.
Anything known about Miss Dean?
What, you mean departmentally?
Yes.
Good Lord, no.
Ever had her investigated?
Certainly not.
It might be worthwhile, you know.
Why?
Well, it can hardly be Luke's appearance that attracts her. It certainly isn't his money. And 7 or 8 months is quite a long time.
Yes, Miss Dean? Yes. Yes, we'll send them round. Thank you very much. Goodbye. You've done it, Judy. She's not only taken the black dress, but she wants us to prepare sketches of 3 others. Well, you might try to look a little pleased about it.
Sorry.
What's the matter?
Oh, nothing.
Oh, come on, darling.
What would you think if you were... Well, if you were with someone and someone else burst in and knocked him down and then flung you over his shoulder as though you were a sack and carried you out?
Is that what happened?
I've never been so humiliated in my life.
It's a good sign when they're prepared to fight for you. It shows they mean business.
But he lied to me, too. He said he tried to get in touch with me yesterday.
Oh, so he did. Oh, didn't I tell you?
No.
It was while you were at Vanya Dean's. Oh, I must have forgotten.
Oh, Betty, how could you?
I'm sorry,
now
darling.
You've ruined everything.
Oh, baloney. All you've got to do is ring him up and tell him.
No, I couldn't.
What's his number?
I don't know.
Well, we'll soon find. American Embassy. It must be in the book.
Hello, this is Clark Hungerford.
It's Judy speaking.
Judy.
I just rang to, apologize for last night.
Apologize? What for?
I behaved rather badly.
Oh, now, wait a minute. I was the guy who behaved badly.
No, it was my fault. You see, I was hurt that I hadn't heard from you.
But I did call you up. Honestly, I did, Judy.
I know. The person who took the message forgot to tell me. I've only just found out. Oh, you must think I'm terrible.
No, I don't. I think you're okay. Then is it all right?
Of course.
About hitting Lester on the chin, I mean.
You'll have to make your peace with him about that part of it.
Sure, I'll do that. I'll phone him right away. Oh, and, Judy.
Yes?
What are we going to do tonight?
Well,
you are free, I hope.
Yes.
Okay, how about dinner someplace, and then maybe a theater?
That sounds wonderful.
Right. Be ready at 7. I'll be there on the dot. Bye now.
Shall I answer it, madame? Yes, please, Marie. And if it's Sir Ronald Luke, I'm not in.
But, madame...
In fact, from now on, that's a general instruction. I don't want to talk to him or see him again.
If you will pardon the liberty, have you quarreled with him, madame?
No. I'm just sick to death of him and his nasty, niggling, narrow little mind, that's all. See who that is?
Yes, madame. This is Miss Dean's apartment.
I wish to speak to Miss Dean, please.
Who is it, please?
Just tell her, an old friend.
1 moment, please. I will see if she is available. It's a man, madame. He will not give a name. He says he is an old friend.
It's not Sir Ronald, is it?
Oh, no, madame. A different voice altogether.
Tell him Oh, all right. I'll speak.
Yes, madame.
Hello, this is Vanya Dean.
How do you do, Miss Dean?
Who's that speaking?
You wouldn't know me. They call me the Prince of Plunder.
What? Is this some stupid joke?
I never joke.
Then you must be mad. There's no such person as the Prince of Plunder.
No.
Of course there isn't. It's all newspaper talk. A friend of mine told me only the other night.
Friend? You refer to Sir Ronald, perhaps?
I'm not going to waste any more time.
I think you will, Miss Dean. Do you remember a certain John Wickham?
What?
According to my records, John Wickham was hanged 15 years ago for murder. His wife, it seems, was jointly charged.
Just a minute, please. You may go, Marie. Yes, madame. And close the door. Yes, madame. That was my maid. I didn't want...
Of course not. I quite understand. I was saying that Wickham's wife was jointly charged with murder, but rather quixotically, perhaps, he took all the blame, and she was acquitted. Of course, she was only young then, barely 18. I wonder how many people realize that Martha Wickham, who let her husband hang to save her own skin, is today...
That isn't true.
Is today the famous actress, Vanya Dean.
I know the evidence was against me until John spoke, but I had nothing to do with it. You've got to believe me.
Of course I believe you, but would others, do you think? Your friends, the management for whom you work, your public?
Oh, why should they find out?
I might find it necessary to make known the facts in the public interest, you understand. Unless, of course...
What do you want? Money? You may as well know at once. I haven't any.
Your money doesn't interest me in the least.
What do you want then?
A small service.
What?
You are friendly, shall we say, with Sir Ronald Luke of the Foreign Office.
I was, you mean?
When did you break with him?
Well, I haven't actually yet, but...
Splendid. Then he still believes you're in love with him.
Well, I think even anyone as stupid as Ronnie must guess I've been cooling off lately.
It will be your job, Miss Dean, to correct any such false impression. Now listen. Today, Luke received a confidential report from MI6 regarding certain companies registered in Switzerland and trading with countries in Eastern Europe. I want that report.
You mean now?
It's Luke's custom to study reports of this nature at night in his flat. All you have to do is to find out whether he's done so with this particular report, and if so, where he keeps it. What could be simpler?
Suppose he won't tell me.
That's up to you. I'll phone you again tomorrow.
I'll do the best I can.
I'm sure you will, Miss Dean. Goodbye.
Hello? Hello? Marie? Oh, damn the girl. Marie! Yes, madame? Get me a drink and make it strong. Yes, madame. Shall I see who it is? Oh, never mind, I'll answer it. Hello?
Is that you, Vanya?
Oh, Ronnie, darling. I've been hoping you'd ring. I feel as though I haven't seen you for ages.
Well, Judy, this looks like good night.
Thanks for a lovely evening, Clark.
Oh, listen to who's thanking who. This has been the most wonderful night of my life.
Nonsense.
No, I mean it, honestly. Judy,
Yes?
Well, there's something What are we going to do tomorrow night?
Tomorrow night? Well, I hadn't thought.
Well, I am going to see you, aren't I? I mean, you don't have another engagement.
Well, no.
Oh, that's fine. Same time?
You're sure you want to?
Of course I'm sure. Hold everything. I've got a better idea still. Tomorrow's Saturday. You don't work Saturday afternoons, do you?
No.
Then let's take a run out someplace into the country. We can find a little pub somewhere and have
Oh,
a meal.
I'm afraid I can't. I have an appointment at 5:30.
5:30. Can't you put it off or something?
No, it's important. I'm to call on Sir Ronald Luke.
The Foreign Office guy?
Yes. He was my brother's chief, as you know. Tom's job was only a minor one, but all the same, it brought him in touch with things that were of a confidential nature.
Yeah.
And I've an idea that this might have had something to do with his murder.
So you still believe he was murdered?
More than ever after talking to Gerald Lester, and after that letter he got.
You're quite sure there was a letter?
Of course. Why should he invent such a thing?
Oh, maybe he thought it was better than come up and see my etchings.
Isn't that just a little unfair to him?
Nothing could be unfair to that wolf in a sheep's clothing. Why do you laugh?
I was just remembering the way you looked when you burst into the flat. Poor Mr. Lester. He didn't really deserve it, you know.
Well, I guess not. But I did call him up this afternoon and apologize.
That was sweet of you, Clark. How did he take it?
Oh, like an English gentleman. But I still say he's a wolf at heart, though. Anyway, don't let's talk any more about that. You were saying about Luke?
I thought he might be able to give me some clue about Tom, so I wrote asking if I could see him. I got a note back this afternoon asking me to call at his flat tomorrow.
5:30, you say?
Yes.
Well, how long do you expect you'll be with him?
Oh, it shouldn't take more than a few minutes.
Well, how about if I pick you up there at, say, 20 to 6? We'll have a drink at Tony's bar, and then decide what we're going to do. Is that a date?
It's a date. Good night, Clark.
Good night, Judy.
You're very quiet tonight, darling.
Am I?
Have another drink.
No, thanks.
Come on, tell me what's wrong.
Nothing.
There is. I don't like to see you like this. It worries me.
Well, if you must know, Ronnie, I've been thinking about us.
Us? How do you mean?
Wondering how much longer it's going to last.
You're not getting tired of me.
Of course not, darling.
You frightened me for a minute.
I wish I could be assured you're not getting tired of me.
Dear Vanya, don't talk such nonsense.
Is it nonsense, Ronnie?
You know it is.
You do love me, don't you?
Well, haven't I proved it over and over again? Oh, please, Vanya, I hate to see you like this.
I'm sorry, darling, but for all we've been to each other, I just can't help feeling I mean very little to you, really. That I'm no more than a very small part of your life.
That's quite untrue. You mean everything to me.
It's sweet of you to say it, Ronnie, but how can I? I have to share you.
What do you mean?
Well, your wife, for instance.
But you know I've asked Celia 3 times for a divorce.
Your friend.
Darling, I've already explained.
Oh, I know. In your position, you have to be discreet. I realize, as things are, we can't be seen together, and I can't share your friends. Even your work is so secret you can't discuss it with me.
Yes, well,
I bet before you and Celia parted, you used to talk it all over together. Husbands and wives always do. But I'm not your wife, and so... Do you realize, Ronnie, that all the time we've been with each other, you've never told me a thing about your work?
Well, you know, darling, it is rather confidential.
And you don't trust me, is that it?
No, of course not. I trust you implicitly.
Oh, what is it then?
Well, you see, I'm bound by oath not to talk about it to anyone.
Oh, that amounts to much the same thing, doesn't it?
Please, Vanya, you seem determined to misunderstand.
Well, you can hardly blame me, can you? I think it's time I went.
No, but please, don't... Oh, what can I say to prove to you that...
Does it matter?
Of course it matters. You want proof. Very well. You shall have it. Look.
Oh, is that where you keep your safe? Behind the bookcase? I always knew you must have one, of course, but even that was secret. You see what I mean?
Yes, of course I do. Now, look, I'll show you whether I trust you or not. This is where I keep documents I bring home to study. You see? You can look at them if you like.
No, really, darling, I didn't
How about this one? Top secret. There are only 2 other copies of this report. The Prime Minister has one, the Foreign Secretary the other. It concerns the smuggling of vital raw materials to countries behind the Iron Curtain. Men have died so that this might be compiled. Go on, read it.
Read it?
Yes.
But it'd take me hours and hours, and I wouldn't know what it was about.
You said I didn't trust you.
Oh, but Ronnie,
I am
dear.
proving I do. You do believe me now, I hope.
Oh, darling, of course I do. Please, put it away.
You're sure you don't want to read it?
Quite sure.
Very well. I'll put it back. There.
I'm sorry, Ronnie. It was beastly of me to go on like that.
All right. That's all right. Let's have another drink, shall we?
I really should be going.
Who on earth could that be at this hour?
You're not expecting anyone?
At midnight? Good Lord, no.
Why doesn't your man answer it?
It's his evening off.
Well, you better go then, haven't you?
Yes, listen, Vanya, don't misunderstand me, please, but it might be embarrassing if you were to be found here.
Is there any other way out?
No, you'll have to go into the bedroom.
I may be there for hours.
I'll get rid of whoever it is as quickly as I can. Please, darling, be a good girl.
Well, all right.
All right, all right. I'm coming. Oh, it's you, Fordingham.
Good evening, Luke. Sorry to trouble you at this late hour, but may I come in?
Well, yes, I suppose so.
Thank you. Are you alone?
Yes.
Quite sure?
What do you mean? Oh, the glasses.
Yes.
I had a friend in earlier on. I hadn't cleared up yet.
Miss Dean, perhaps.
Now, look here, Fordingham.
Sorry to be so blunt. You know my job, Luke. You know, there are times when I have unpleasant duties to perform. This is one of them, I'm afraid.
I don't understand.
I think you do. As a general rule, a man's private life belongs to himself, and we've known for a long time of this liaison between you and Miss Dean, but we've had certain inquiries made, Luke.
What sort of inquiries?
Into Vanya Dean's background. I'm sorry if this hurts your feelings, but do you think it wise for the man in your highly responsible position, a man with access to vital secrets?
Get out of here.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Luke, don't be a complete fool.
Get out, I said.
So that's your answer?
Yes.
Very well, but don't say you weren't warned. Now, don't bother, I'll let myself out.
Damn Secret Service types. All the same.
Well, that's just about the limit.
Huh?
Practically accused me of being a spy.
Now, Vanya, wait a minute.
Well, that's what it amounts to, doesn't it? You might at least have defended me.
But I did.
I always knew you were spineless.
Oh, Vanya.
How could you have stood there and let him say those dreadful things? This is the end, Ronnie.
Vanya, please. No, wait, please. Wait, listen to me.
Good night.
Oh, Vanya.
And goodbye.
Oh, Vanya.
Hello? This is Miss Dean's apartment?
Can I speak to Miss Dean, please?
Who is speaking?
Never mind, she'll know.
Yes, sir. It's a gentleman, madame. The same one as yesterday, I think.
Thank you, Marie. There's no need for you to stay.
Very well, madame.
Hello.
Well, Miss Dean?
The report's in a wall safe in his sitting room, hidden behind a bookcase. To get at it, you have to pick out a book called Green's History of England.
Splendid. You've done very well, Miss Dean.
Have I your word that you won't bother me again?
Certainly. Except for one small final service.
What's that?
The flat must be empty when our man enters it tonight. We shall rely upon you to arrange that, please.
But I can't.
Why not?
After I'd learned about the report, Sir Ronald and I quarreled. I told him I never wanted to see him again.
That's unfortunate. You'll have to find some way to patch it up, I'm afraid.
But I couldn't. I mean, after all the things I said.
Clever and beautiful woman can do anything when she tries.
So very well.
You will make sure that the flat is empty at 11 o'clock tonight. How you do it is your own concern. Goodbye, Miss Dean.
Good afternoon, Sir Ronald.
You're Miss Farrell, I take it?
Yes,
Come in, please.
thank you. It was kind of you to agree to see me.
I doubt if it'll serve any good purpose. However, you mentioned in your letter that you wish to discuss certain aspects of your brother's death.
Yes.
Yes, well, I'm afraid I know no more than the bare fact that he committed suicide in Hyde Park.
I believe he was murdered.
But surely the gun was in his hand.
It could have been put there by whoever killed him.
But if it wasn't suicide, who did kill him? And why?
That's what I'm trying to find out, Sir Ronald. That's why I'm here.
My dear young lady, I've already
Perhaps
told
Tom's
you.
murder had something to do with his work in the Foreign Office.
Oh, really, Miss Farrell?
Somebody may have tried to force him to reveal secret information, and when
That's
he
quite
refused...
impossible. Your brother at no time had access to our secret files, nor even to our confidential files. He was a very junior employee.
I know that.
You have my assurance that nothing like that could have happened.
Well, if you say so. You knew Tom well, Sir Ronald. Did he ever mention to you that he was in trouble of any sort? Apart from financial trouble, I mean.
I make it a rule never to discuss personal affairs with my staff.
Then you can't help me at all.
I'm afraid not.
I must apologize for having wasted your time.
Not at all. Goodbye, Miss Farrell.
Goodbye, Sir Ronald.
Hello there.
Hello, Clark.
Well, it's just as well I arrived early. You couldn't have been in there more than a couple of minutes.
I wasn't.
Yes. Well, what did he say?
He simply ridiculed the whole idea in a few well-chosen words and showed me the door.
Yeah, he would. Oh, anyway, the heck with him.
Ah, now I see why he was so anxious to get rid of me.
Huh? Oh, that blonde just going into the building, you mean?
Yes, it's Vanya Dean, the actress.
Ah.
They're supposed to be close friends. Very attractive, don't you think?
Not my type.
What is your type?
Well, maybe I'll tell you a little later. Well, let's get into the car and go. Tony's Bar, first stop.
Ronnie, I'm sorry. Really, I am. I behaved stupidly last night. I said things I shouldn't have.
You certainly did.
It was just that, well, hearing that man say all those dreadful things about me, I lost my temper. I'm sorry, darling.
It's too late, Vanya.
Too late.
You were right. We're through.
But I'm trying to tell you. I didn't mean that.
Perhaps not. But I do.
Ronnie, I thought we might drive down to the coast, have dinner
It's no good,
somewhere.
Vanya. I've had all day to think it over. And shall I tell you what conclusion I've reached? That Fordingham was right.
You can't possibly believe that I'm a spy.
That wasn't his word, you know. It was your own.
But he practically said
Oh,
it
no,
was.
he said no such thing. What was it, Vanya? A guilty conscience?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I think you do. That sudden interest in my work after all this time. Oh, very clever, my dear. And like a fool, I fell for it.
Please, Ronnie, you mustn't say things like that.
But it's true, isn't it? Isn't it? And tonight we're going to drive down to the coast. Empty flat, report in safe. I see it all now. You are a spy, or as near as makes no difference.
It's not so, I swear it.
Well, we'll soon see about that.
Oh, what are you going to do?
Ring Fordingham, of course. Let him decide.
Oh, Ronnie, please. Ronnie.
Excuse me, Brooke. Hello.
That's you, Fordingham.
Yes.
This is Ronald Luke. I'm speaking from my flat. Can you possibly come over here at once?
Yes, I dare say, but what did you want to speak about?
That matter we were discussing last night.
Oh, yes.
And I think you should know that...
Hello. Hello. Are you there, Luke? Hello. What's the matter? Something's happened to Luke. He's either had a seizure of some kind or what? I don't know. Come on, let's get over there at once.
Luke! Open the door! There's no sign of a caretaker. We'll have to break down the door.
All right, ready. Now! Once again, now! That's it. Luke, where are you?
There he is.
Eh? Good God. Is he dead?
Yes. Looks like compound fracture of the skull.
Yes, it does.
It's paperweight, I imagine.
I shouldn't touch him if I were you.
No, I won't.
Now, have a look around. See if you can find any evidence of who's been here.
Okay. How about the police?
I don't know.
They'll have to be told.
Yes, I suppose so. All the same, we don't want this to get into the newspapers. I've got it. Clavering. Most discreet man at the yard. I'll ring him now.
I say, look at these.
Huh?
A letter from a Judith Farrell asking for an appointment.
Judith Farrell? She was at that dinner party at Lady Blanchard's. Anything else?
And this. It's a note in Luke's diary for today. Miss Farrell, 5:30.
You surely don't think...
Well, it was only a quarter of an hour later that Luke was knocked on the head.
Yes, but... Hello? Put me on to Detective Inspector Clavering, please.
Buonasera, Signor Hungerford. What can I get for you in the signorina, please?
Champagne cocktails, Tony, and make 'em good.
Si, signore. Very good.
Champagne? Are we celebrating something?
I hope so.
Can't be Independence Day, I know that much.
No, it's not.
Perhaps it's your birthday.
No.
What is it then?
Well, Well, look, Judy, how long have we known each other now?
Just under a week.
Oh, is that all? It seems a lot longer.
I'm not at all sure you're being complimentary.
Oh, no. I didn't mean it that way. I meant, well, for so short a time, we've gotten to know each other pretty well, don't you think?
Yes, I think we have.
And after all, time is relative. So Einstein says. A week, a month, a year. What's the matter?
You're being very philosophical this evening.
Yes, I guess I am. It's because I'm scared.
Scared?
Well, I mightn't look it, but I am. Judy, this is going to come as a great shock to you, so hold on to your hat, but will you marry me?
Clark!
Oh, I know this is a heck of a place to ask you. All these people, I mean. You probably think I'm crazy, but, well, it's sort of easier here somehow.
Do you really mean it, Clark?
Oh, sure I mean it. You don't think I'm just talking to pass the time, do you? I'm trying to tell you that I love you, Judy. From the first night we met at Lady Blanchard's, remember?
Of course I do.
I knew then this was going to happen someday. Well, it had to. But I never thought I'd pluck up courage so soon. Oh, you don't have to answer right away if you don't want to.
And if I do want to?
Judy. You don't mean You can't possibly mean it.
Yes.
I can't believe it. Gosh.
The champagne, signore.
Tony! You're talking to the future Mrs. Hungerford.
So, this is a recent news?
Yes, very recent.
In that case, the champagne is on Tony.
Oh, Tony, I didn't mean that.
I salute your very good fortune, signore.
And mine, I hope, Tony.
But, of course, signorina.
I hope you like this, Judy. But I happened to be passing a jeweler's shop this morning, and I just sort of spotted it in the window, and it looked all right, so I took a chance, and, well, here it is.
Clark, darling. Beautiful.
You really like it?
The most wonderful ring.
Oh, try it on for size. If it doesn't fit, the fellow said that you could take it.
But it does. Look. It's perfect.
It does look kind of good on, doesn't it?
I don't know what to say.
Nor me. Oh, it's just like a dream.
Then I hope I never wake up.
I'll try to make you happy, Judy, I promise. Come on, let's drink. To us.
To us.
Well, hello, you two.
Oh, hello, Mr. Lester.
Hello, Gerald.
I should hold my head in shame, I know, but as we've already all apologized profusely to each other on the
Oh,
phone...
come on, forget it. Have a drink.
Oh, thanks, but I'm expecting friends any minute.
Oh, we insist, don't we, Judy?
Emphatically.
As a matter of fact, you're just in time to congratulate us.
Oh.
Look. Isn't it beautiful?
Well, this is really something. I hope you realize, Hungerford, you're straining friendly Anglo-American relations a bit far.
How come?
I should be madly jealous. In fact, I am.
Okay, brother. What's it to be? Pistols at dawn?
A pinch of arsenic in your champagne. I think it's more certain.
Talking of champagne. Hey, Tony, another one of these, please.
Si, signore.
When's the wedding to be?
Oh, that's up to Judy.
As soon as you like. Good Lord. Here's Inspector Clavering.
Ah, Miss Farrell, I've been searching the whole of London for you.
Searching for me? But
Is something wrong, Inspector?
I'm afraid so. I'll have to ask you to come along with me, Miss Farrell.
is it something to do with Tom?
Not exactly. You'll hear all about it in a few minutes. Sir Brian Fordingham and a Mr. Brooke are waiting outside in a car. Forgive me, but it's urgent. I must insist.
Of course.
Is it all right if I come along, too? I'm Miss Farrell's fiancé. Also, I'm a friend of George Brooks.
All right.
Oh. Sorry about this, Lester.
I'll drink. Good luck to you both, anyway.
So I apologized to Sir Ronald for wasting his time, and he showed me to the door, and we said a polite goodbye, and that was that.
And that's all that happened.
Yes, Sir Brian.
How was Sir Ronald? Did you get the impression he was at all disturbed or upset?
Not in the least, Mr. Brooke.
You're quite sure there was no one else in the flat?
I didn't see anyone else. They may have been in another room.
Look, I know this is not my affair, but what is it all about?
At 5:45 this evening, while Sir Ronald was speaking to me on the phone, he was attacked by someone.
Attacked? Hey, wait a minute. You don't suggest that Judy...
We are simply trying to get at the truth, Mr. Hungerford.
Well, if you want the truth, here it is. At 5:45, Miss Farrell was with me.
What?
Yes, in fact, at 22. I knew she had this appointment, and I was waiting for her outside.
You'd swear to those times?
Certainly I would. And if you want confirmation, as we were about to drive off...
Oh, yes.
We saw...
Out with it, Clark. You saw what?
Well, I don't imagine there's any connection, but we saw a woman called Vania Dean entering the building.
Vania Dean? Are you sure?
Yes, it was Miss Dean, all right. I met her only a few days ago.
I think I'd better go around and have a word.
No, wait. Let me do that.
But it's my duty.
Brooks, right, Inspector. There'll have to be normal police inquiries, of course, but they can come later. At the moment, this is our pigeon.
That's all very well, but...
If you're worried at all, I'll speak to the Assistant Commissioner. Oh, you'd better get moving, George.
I'm on my way now.
Sir, what about Miss Farrell and me? May we go now?
Certainly. I'm sorry to have put you to all this trouble, Miss Farrell, but I'm sure you understand.
Of course, Sir Brian.
There is just one thing.
Yes?
I dare say you realize there may be a great deal more to this than appears on the surface. So I beg of you both, most earnestly, to say nothing about it to anyone.
You might as well come clean, Miss Dean. We know you entered the building at 5:20. We know you went to Luke's flat. We know you were in the room with him when he rang Sir Brian Fordingham.
You know a great deal, don't you?
Enough to put you away for a long time, and I don't mean only for attempted murder either.
I haven't the faintest idea what you're talking about.
No? Luke had found out something about you, hadn't he? And you struck him down to silence him. And what's more, we know what that something was. You were after a paper he kept in his safe, weren't you? A certain report.
It's not true.
First you tried to persuade him, and then he became suspicious and tried to telephone, and so you attacked him. Then you panicked, and instead of opening the safe and getting the report, you ran for it.
I know nothing of any report. Why should I want such a thing?
Oh, not for yourself. Of course, you were acting on orders.
Whose orders?
That is exactly what I want to know. Now, look. I'll make a bargain with you. As things stand, you face a very serious charge. The police must act, and we can't stop them. But we can, I believe, persuade them to break the charge down to manslaughter. Manslaughter? We can't promise, of course, but we'll do all we can. All we ask in return is the name of the man who sent you to get that report.
I don't know it.
Please, Miss Dean.
I don't, I tell you. I only spoke to him on the phone. He knew something about me. You see, he threatened to make it public if I didn't do as he told me.
Didn't he call himself anything at all?
Yes. The Prince of Plunder.
So that's it. Did you have a long conversation with him?
Fairly long.
And you didn't recognize his voice?
No. He had a foreign accent. It may have been assumed, though, because once or twice it did sound vaguely familiar.
Who did you think it may have been?
But I wouldn't like to say. I may be wrong, and besides, he threatened me. I'm afraid.
We'll give you all the protection you need. Now, come on, Miss Dean. Who was it?
Well, it sounded to me rather like a man I'd met called... Oh!
Miss Dean.
Monsieur, I heard a noise. Madame!
Your mistress has been shot. Shot? From somewhere in that opposite building, I imagine. Phone for a doctor at once. I'm going across to look for whoever did it. I'll be back as soon as I can.
And you found no one at all?
It was an empty building. There were plenty of footprints in the dust, of course, but that's all. Whoever fired the shot must have made a pretty swift getaway.
And when you got back to the flat, Vanya Dean was dead?
Yes. A doctor had just arrived, but he was too late.
You found nothing in the flat?
Not a thing. I didn't expect I would.
So we're no further forward at all.
On the contrary. All we have to do now is to find the man who calls himself the Prince of Plunder.
If he exists.
Oh, he exists, all right.
Scotland Yard's been on his trail for months. How can we succeed where they've failed?
We happen to know something the Yard doesn't.
What's that?
That he's not only a blackmailer, but also the man behind this international smuggling racket.
Yeah?
Which means we also know one of his associates is my old friend Lurtz.
Lurtz?
In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if it was Lurtz who fired the shot that killed Vanya Dean. And I'll tell you something else. I've a hunch that young Farrell's death is tied up in this somewhere.
You're doing a lot of guessing, Brooke.
Well, what's wrong with an occasional guess, sir? So long as it's right. Anyhow, it's good enough for me. I'll see you later.
Where are you going now?
To look for Lurtz.
Of course, I don't know what your ideas are about a honeymoon, darling, but I figure it might be sort of nice to go back home.
To America, you mean?
Yes, you could meet my folks.
I think that's a wonderful idea.
They could come over for the wedding, I suppose, but, well, if we're going to be married next month, it mightn't be so easy for Dad to leave his business so soon.
Excuse me, sir.
You haven't forgotten our coffee, have you, waiter?
No, sir. It will be here in a minute. You are Mr. Hungerford, aren't you, sir?
Yes?
I've been asked to give you this note.
Who by?
I couldn't say, sir. It was left with the commissioner.
Oh, thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Who can this be from? Who'd know we were dining here tonight? It's from George Brooke.
Oh.
Listen to this, Judy. I just unearthed some important information about the death of your fiancé's brother.
Clark! Gone?
I have an appointment now, but if you can be outside Holborn Tube Station at 11 o'clock, one of our fellows will pick you up and take you to where I am. Sorry if this sounds complicated, but I'll explain when I see you. George. 11 o'clock. That'll just give me time to run you home first.
Oh, can't I come too? I mean, if it's about Tom.
I'm sorry, darling, but if George wanted you as well, I think he'd have said so.
Oh, I suppose so. Clark, you're sure this note is genuine?
Oh, why shouldn't it be?
I don't know. It just seems a little odd, that's all.
Well, you know how it is with these cloak and dagger boys. They make everything seem so mysterious.
I suppose it is in Mr. Brooks' handwriting.
I wouldn't know. I don't think I've ever seen it before.
I don't think you should go. It might be a trap of some kind.
Now, who'd want to trap me? And for why? It doesn't add up. Now, stop worrying yourself over nothing, honey.
Your coffee, sir.
Sorry, waiter. Looks like we'll have to skip it. Let me have my check, will you, please?
Very good, sir.
Mr. Hungerford?
Yes?
You're right on time. I've a car over here.
Oh, I've got mine, too.
Oh, that's a complication, I'm afraid.
Well, suppose you drive to wherever we're going, and I'll follow.
Mr. Brooks said nothing about that. I think you'd better leave yours here, and you can pick it up later.
Okay. You're the boss.
Let us go then, shall we?
Is this the place?
Yes. Will you follow me?
In here?
Yes, that's right.
Look, I'm not quite sure.
Nice work. Let's shut the door.
Right.
What are we going to do with him? Help me drag him over here.
Right.
We'll tie him to this chair. That's the idea. Give me a hand. He's coming round already, I think. Good. A bit tighter, I think.
Yes.
That's more like it.
What happened?
Good evening, Mr. Hungerford.
Lester. But I thought I was...
Going to meet your friend Brooke. Exactly. I'm sorry, but one has to resort to a little subterfuge now and then.
I don't get all this.
Then I shall do my best to enlighten you. My colleague, Mr. Lurtz here, first suggested he should lie in wait for you as you were going home. He's a very good shot, is Mr. Lurtz, and I'm sure he'd have done an excellent job, but there was a risk and he might have failed.
I didn't fail with the Dean woman, did I? Or with Gatacre?
I don't question your efficiency for a moment, Lurtz, but this way is better. You see, if a man's to die, it's better he should know why. Don't you agree, Mr. Hungerford? Or don't you follow me yet?
I follow you, all right.
Good. I was willing to overlook our little fracas at my flat the other night. Rather generously, you must admit. But you should never have got yourself engaged to Judy. That, I'm afraid, was fatal.
You mean to say
Exactly. Pistols at dawn, Mr. Hungerford? Your own phrase. Only there'll only be one pistol in the very capable hand of Mr. Lurtz.
You don't kid yourself that even with me out of the way, Judy's going to fall for you, do you?
I think it's possible. Gratitude can easily turn to love.
And what's she got to be grateful to you about?
I propose to clear up the mystery of her brother's death, to remove the stigma of suicide, which he appears to find so distressing.
Yeah, cook up some evidence, you mean, to make it look like murder?
But, my dear fellow, it was murder. Or shall we call it justifiable homicide?
Huh?
Young Farrell was very foolish. He was heavily in debt, and I offered him money in return for copies of certain documents in the possession of his chief, Sir Ronald Luke. It seemed a fair enough bargain to me.
It would, to you.
But far from being grateful, he called me a number of unpleasant names and threatened to expose me.
So you killed him, huh?
He left me no choice, I'm afraid.
And how do you figure you're going to sell the police a story like that without implicating yourself?
That's quite simple. I shall implicate you. When your body's found, there'll be certain papers in your wallet which will make it quite apparent you've been using your position at the embassy to obtain and pass on information to certain people in Switzerland.
Oh, you're crazy if you think anyone's going to believe that. Come to think of it, you're crazy anyway.
No! Oh. Never say that again.
You're crazy. Crazy. Crazy.
Get him, Lutz!
Right. No, you don't.
George!
All right, Lutz, when you the gun, drop it.
Boy, am I glad to see you. Look out. Lester's got a gun.
Oh, my God. Over against that wall, Lutz. Keep your hands well up. Now turn your back. That's the idea, and stay like that. Let's set you loose first, Clark. There we are. How's that?
Fine.
Take this gun and keep an eye on Lutz.
Right.
I'll see if there's anything I can do for Lester. Lester, can you hear me? Yes. I didn't want to shoot you, but you fought.
Better this way.
Maybe you're right. Listen to me, Lester. You've got a last chance to square your conscience. I know you were working for someone else.
Yes. Someone else.
Who? What's his name?
Name?
Yes, who is he?
Did you get it, George?
Yes, I got it. Lester? He's dead, I'm afraid.
Well, I can't shed any tears over that. Well, what are we going to do with this Lurtz now?
Turn around, Lutz.
No, don't.
You can lower your hands now. Give me your wrists. Those will keep you quiet till we turn you in.
Turn me in?
For a couple of murders you were kind enough to admit. Gatacre was my friend, remember?
So you were listening, George.
Well, you don't imagine I got here by chance, do you?
You know, I've been trying to figure out just how you did get here.
Oh, that's easy. I just picked up Lutz's trail and saw him meet you outside Holborn Tube. So I thought I'd better join the party, just in case.
Oh, it's lucky for me you did.
Oh, I'd have intervened sooner. Only I was interested to hear what Lester had to say. We've a lot to do yet. Come on, Clark, let's get moving, shall we?
There you are, Hector. Check.
Oh, I believe you got me, Gilbert. I can only go there.
Of course I've got you, dear boy, right where I want you. There. Mate. It's not very good at chess, are you, Hector?
Oh, my dear fellow, it ill becomes a winner to gloat.
Oh, bad loser, eh?
Not at all. I think I'd better go.
Nonsense, it's early yet, just after midnight.
It's all right for you actors, natural night birds, all of you.
What you need, old boy, is another whiskey. Now, say when.
Oh, really, Gilbert? Just a small one, please.
What's the good of a small one? Here, have a real snorter.
You're obnoxiously hearty tonight, I must say.
Why not? God's in his heaven, and all's right with the world.
I detest heartiness.
You know what's the trouble with you, Hector? Liver, not enough exercise. Now, take me, for instance.
Beg pardon, sir.
Oh, what is it, Jameson?
2 gentlemen have called, sir.
At this hour? Who are they?
Mr. Brooke and a Mr. Hungerford, sir.
Hungerford?
Our young American friend. Naive, but rather charming.
Oh, yes, that chap, yes. Well, damn it, what can they want? Oh, ask them in, Jameson.
Very good, sir.
Now, if you'd rather not stay, dear boy.
No, not at all, not at all. Mr. Brooke, Mr. Hungerford.
Evening, Hungerford.
Good evening, sir. Good evening, Sir Hector.
Oh, delighted to see you again, young man.
I'd like to introduce a friend of mine, Mr. George Brooke. Sir Gilbert Mildmay.
How do you do?
Sir Hector Panderville.
How do you do?
Well, now then, gentlemen. Drinks?
No, thanks.
Not for me.
You'd better do the talking, George.
Bless my soul, this all sounds very serious.
It is, I'm afraid, sir. First, let me explain. I'm a member of what's commonly known as the Secret Service.
One of Fordingham's boys, eh?
Yes.
How interesting. Do go on, Mr. Brooke.
Recently, while he was investigating a certain smuggling activities on the continent, a colleague of mine was murdered. I traced his killer, a man named Lurtz, to England. In the course of my inquiries, I discovered that the man behind the smuggling racket was the blackmailer known as the Prince of Plunder.
One up to me, Hector. Didn't I always insist there was such a man?
Assuming we can accept Mr. Brooke's story, of course.
You can accept it, all right, sir. As you can guess, this Prince of Plunder is a man of considerable social standing. Over the years, he's kept diaries of these activities, and as a result, he's been in a unique position to extract blackmail. Normally, he's worked through what one might call a chief of staff, a man you both know.
Who the devil's that?
Gerald Lester.
Lester? Really, Mr.
I
Brooke?
can't believe it. There must be some mistake.
We've had his confession, Sir Gilbert.
You mean he's under arrest?
Lester is dead.
Dead?
And this man, what did you call him? Lurtz?
He's in custody on 2 charges of murder.
Tell me, Mr. Brooke, as a matter of curiosity, in his confession, did Lester name the man he worked for?
Yes. That's how we found the diaries. We've been doing a little burgling, strictly illegal, of course.
Where about?
231 Lowndes Square.
231... Why, damn it.
Exactly, Gilbert. My address.
But,
You seem to have done very well, Mr. Brooke. Allow me to drink to your success.
Grab that glass, Clark.
Right.
Let me go. You'll break my arm.
You got it, George.
Yes.
Oh, you
I thought so.
Will someone please tell me what this is all about?
You weren't quite quick enough, Sir Hector. I saw you drop the tablet in the glass. There'll be no easy way out for the Prince of Plunder.
Not you, Hector. Surely not you.
My dear fellow, don't look so surprised. After all, you're not the only good actor in the world, you know.
If you're quite ready, Sir Hector, shall we go?
In The Prince of Plunder, adapted by Rex Reenitz from the novel by Sidney Haller, Sir Hector Panderville was played by James Thomason, George Brooke by Clifford Norgate, Sir John Mildmay by Godfrey Kenton, and Clark Hungerford by Edward Bishop. Elizabeth Cassie played Judy, Diana Payan, Betty, Hector Ross, Sir Brian Fordingham, Edward Kelsey, Inspector Clavering, Ian Cooper, Sir Charles Morley, Rosemary Martin, Vanya Dean, John Bentley, Sir Ronald Luke, Griselda Harvey, Lady Blanchard, Peter Tuddenham, Gerald Lester, Anthony Brothers, Lurtz, Robin Brown, Tom Farrell, Cordelia Mansell, Marie, Ian Ricketts, the croupier, Anthony Higginson, Jameson, and Kim Grant, Lady Blanchard's butler. The Prince of Plunder was produced by David Geary.
This is the BBC Home Service and the British Forces Broadcasting Service. We present Isabel Rennie as Jeanie in The Play of That Name by Amy Stewart, adapted for broadcasting by Martin C. Webster. The action takes place during the 1930s.
Oh, block. Good afternoon, Mr. McLean. Is Jeanie at home?
Where would she be if she wasn't?
What?
I said, where would she be if she wasn't?
Oh, I'm ever so sorry, Mr. McLean, but honestly, I can't understand a word you're saying.
That's nae loss to me, Mistress Whitelaw.
Well, where's Jeanie?
She's been washing her face after a hard day's work, which is more than you've done by the looks of you.
I don't believe in working my fingers to the bone.
Anybody could see that. What does the good book say? Go to the ant, thou sluggard, consider her ways and be wise.
There.
What do you want with her?
Well, I just looked in to ask if she could let me have a drop of milk for Angus's tea.
Where's your in?
What?
I said, where's your in?
Oh, you mean me own? Oh, well, the cat knocked it over.
Shouldn't you have been where the cat could get at it?
Oh, it was that fool of a milkman. He went and left it on the ledge outside the kitchen window when I was having the afternoon nap, you see.
Afternoon nap? A great soncy crater like you. You ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Here, and why shouldn't I have me bit of shut eye if I have a mind to?
Huh.
Oh, go on, be matey and lend me a drop till tomorrow morning. There's a dear, eh?
I neither lend nor borrow.
All right. I'll buy it all for you then.
Oh, that's different. But you're required to pay through the nose for your carelessness. How much do you require?
Well, a penny will do.
I'll charge you tuppence for it. That'll learn you.
Blimey, Mr. McLean. You're a smarty, aren't you? A person would have to be out very early to put it a crow stew, they would.
I would. Give your jug.
Here you are.
And while we're at it, I'll thank you to stop turning on that wireless contraption of yours from first thing in the morning to last thing at night.
Here, but I must have something to pass the time.
If you was to do your duty by your husband, the time would pass soon enough.
Oh.
You've been married 9 months, and what are you to show for it?
Really, Mr. McLean, what do you say next?
Where's your tuppence?
Oh, there you are.
And there's your milk.
Oh, thanks ever so. You are kind.
You make yourself scarce.
Right, you are, Dax. Keep your ear on. Oh, blimey, it's pouring. Hi, Ducky.
Brazen limmer. Jeanie! Jeanie!
Aye?
Come in here a minute.
I can't. I'm changing my dress.
There's your telt. Come here, I say.
You need to wait.
Do you hear me speaking to you?
You give me a minute's peace. What is it?
Your sheets.
What about my sheep?
They're done.
Dune! Oh, my sheep!
Have you rescued them?
Aye.
Are they all there?
Aye.
Are they all right?
No.
Are they torn?
No, they're dirted.
Oh, that doesn't matter.
Doesn't it? That's all you care. I'll need to do them all over again. It's the pink limit.
I'll no have bad language, no in this house. If you want to swear, you can go somewhere else.
I wish I could.
What's that?
I said I wish I could. I give my soul to get out of this. Aye, and out of this one-eyed wee town.
Is that what she calls it? That English hussy. She's leading you astray.
Leading me astray here.
You were quite content with your lot before she came on the scene.
Was I? That's all you know.
Since Angus Whitelaw was daft enough to marry on her, you've not been the same lassie.
A lassie? Do you mind how old I am?
Age doesn't matter. You're a lass till you're a wife.
What opportunity have I had to be a wife? There's no an unmarried man in the police. Not that I'd have him if there was.
Chance is a fine thing.
That's what I've never had, a chance.
Oh, talk sense.
I'm talking sense. I've not had a holiday since Mother died.
You get a day in Glasgow 2-3 times a year.
What can you do in a day?
As much as is good for you.
Hello, Ducky. Hello.
Well, what do you want to borrow this time?
Nothing. Not to buy anything, neither. You have now sold something to Mistress Whitelaw.
And what if I have? She's forever asking you to lend her things.
She always pays me back.
Aye, short measure.
Oh, What did he sell you?
Oh, only a drop of milk for Angus's tea.
Fancy charging you for it. What would Mother have said?
Your mother would have had more sense than say anything. I not tack up with a bizzum like her.
Oh, manners.
Jezebel, she's just a Jezebel.
Sorry, Mrs. Whitelaw. I'm awful affronted. You need to take no notice. The storm blew them down.
Oh, what a shame.
Shame, it's a pink limit. If there's one thing I hate washing, it's sheets.
Yeah. Here, why don't you send them to the laundry? I do.
I'd like to see Father's face if I suggested it.
Well, Angus didn't like it at first, but I'll put my foot down.
It's well seen you can.
Well, it's the only thing to do, Ducky, to begin the way you mean to go on. Get your own way from the start, or you won't get it afterwards, I tell you. Well, I'm off the pictures. I looked in to see if you can with me.
I wish I could.
Well, come on, then.
How can I? I'm at my sheets.
Leave them in soak.
I can't. Anyway, I require to ask for the money.
Well, take it out of the housekeeping.
I don't get any housekeeping at all. Is that what we need?
Oh, blimey, I couldn't put up with that, I couldn't.
If you'd Father, you just need to.
Here, wait a tick, Jeannie. I'll look in my bag. Perhaps I've got enough for us both, eh?
I can't let you pay for me.
Why not?
I can't accept what I can't return.
Oh, go on, love. Don't be so proud.
I'm not proud, but I hate to sponge you.
Well, anyway, I haven't got it. Tomorrow's payday, so that settles it, doesn't it?
We're settled already. Thanks all the same.
Well, I suppose if you can't come, you can't. Oh, good. 20 to 6. I must fly. Don't want to miss anything.
Wait a minute.
What for?
Oh, just till I see if I can get the money out of Father. I could do with a bit of romance tonight if it's only a picture.
Good for you.
Father!
Aye?
Will you be all right for a wee while?
Why? Where are you going?
Out.
What for?
A wee walk.
Who with?
Mr. Whitelaw.
She is loud and stubborn. Her feet abide not in her house.
Whisht, Father.
I'll no whisht. As soon as she stops coming to this house, the better.
It's no use. Go on, girl. Stick up for yourself.
What's all this nonsense?
I'll need 9pence.
What for?
To spend.
What on?
Oh, stop asking questions. I'm in a hurry.
She's asked you to go to the cinema.
What if she has?
You're not going, that's what.
Why not?
Hotbeds of vice.
Oh.
I never went to one, and neither did your mother.
How do you know they're hotbeds of vice if you never went to one?
I know more than you think. Mistress Whitelaw, once and for all, I'll thank you not to bring your English ungodly notions into this house.
Oh, please.
I'll no have my lassie forget she's been brought up in the fear of the Lord. You and your cinemas and your high heels and your low neck.
Oh,
you shameless faggot.
Whisht!
I'll no whisht. And I'll no give good money to squander on godless fun.
Oh, the mean old skunk.
Mistress Whitelaw, I thank you not to speak that way about my father.
Well, I tell you, I wouldn't have your life, Jeannie. Not for the world I wouldn't. I'd sooner be a servant.
A servant? Me?
Well, it's what you are now, indeed. Only you don't get paid for it. Do you know, you could get £1 a week and an evening off and every second Sunday and a whole day a month you could. And you could refuse to wash sheets.
Sounds like paradise.
Well, I don't know about paradise, Ducky, but it'd be darn sight better than this, it would.
I am my own mistress.
Well, now, do you call this being your own mistress? Blimey, I call it slavery.
Whatever you call it, I just need to go on with it.
Why?
How can I leave Father at his age?
Well, let your cousins in Glasgow take a turn.
How can they? They can't leave their husbands.
Well, you could let him go to them, couldn't you?
There's no room. They've only got wee flats. Besides, he'd never do it. He's lived here all his life. He's too old to change now.
How old is he?
72.
72. Angus says he lived to be 100. Oh, blimey, another 28 years.
You're good at arithmetic.
Oh, my God, fancy going on like this for another 28 years. Oh, God.
Mistress Whitelaw, if you want to use bad language, will you please go elsewhere?
Do you call that bad language? If I said what I'd like to say, Dax, you'd hear something.
You'll need to wait if you don't want to miss the first kiss.
Oh, keep your hair on. I'm going. You're a fool, Jeannie, to waste your life on a mean, bad-tempered old man, and I don't care who hears me say it. Ta-ra, Dax. Sorry you can't come. Good luck to your sheets.
Get into the water with you. Go on, get in.
It's no use, Maggie. I'm not having her to live with me.
Oh, wait, she'll hear you.
No, she can't. She's away at the cemetery planting flowers on the graves.
Why should I have her?
Why should I?
Well, you've got a spare room.
Colin's cousin's coming next week.
Now, why did you have Colin's cousin and not your own?
He's only on a visit. If I had Jeannie, I'd never get rid of her.
Well, neither would I.
You know, she could help you with the kids.
Mm-hmm.
You'd be able to get out at nights with Bob. And to the rugger matches on a Saturday afternoon.
I'd like that part all right. But where would you sleep?
You could always put the cupboard bed back in the kitchen.
Oh, no. Bob wouldn't like that.
Why not?
He likes to be alone when he shaves. Well, you'd need to take her half-time.
If only she didn't look such a sight. That lanky hair.
Well, she could have it permed.
Would she? She's that old-fashioned. Not even a dab of powder on her nose. And heaven knows it needs it.
Oh, it's not a bad wee nose.
It's bright red.
Talk it away. Don't exaggerate. Well, I bet it's shiny. Oh, if only she would get married.
Who'd have her?
Plenty of girls in her get a husband.
Oh, she's too old.
How old is she?
31.
Uh-huh.
I saw it last night in the big Bible.
I bet she's got her £200.
So she has.
No, I can't do it. That hair and that nose for breakfast, dinner and tea, I'd go dotty. And she's nothing to say for herself.
Oh, hasn't she though? That's where you make a mistake.
Jeannie!
Aye. Jeannie's my name.
Oh, Jeannie, I thought you were away at the cemetery planting flowers in the grave.
I was. I'm back. I may as well tell you I heard every word. Now I'll answer you. First, let me start with my nose. If you lived where there was as much east wind, yours would be red too. As for powder, I'd like Father to have caught me using it. 15 is stick to me. As for that stuff you put in your lips, I was ashamed of you both at the funeral. You look like a pair of torches, both of you.
Well, here,
You see, I'm 31. Perhaps that is a bit too old to get married, but you'll be surprised to hear it's not too old to enjoy myself. And I'm going to, if it takes the whole of my £200.
Jeannie!
As I told you before, Jeannie is my name.
What on earth do you mean?
What I say. It's the first time I've had any money of my own. I'm going to spend it.
Have you taken leave of your wits? And what will you do when your money's all gone?
I'm going as a servant.
Oh, a servant? You can't do that.
Can't I, though? It's what I've been all along. I've done every blessed thing in this house for the last 15 years.
Oh, that's not the same.
No. I didn't get paid for it. Well, now I will. I'll get £1 a week and an evening off, and every second Sunday and a whole day a month. And I can refuse to wash sheets.
You'll need to call yourself a housekeeper.
A housekeeper? Why?
I wouldn't like Colin's family to get to know I had a cousin, a servant.
Oh, what do I care about Colin's family? About what they'd do for me. Not that I want them.
Well,
Jeannie, how are you going to set about enjoying yourself? I'm going on a holiday. Where to? The world. But what part of the world? As much of it as I can get for the money. My first stop's Vienna.
Vienna? Why Vienna?
I've heard the Blue Danube of Mr. Schweitler's Wireless. I want to hear it played at the source.
Oh, it'll be an awful dear fare.
It's nothing to me. I'm going to chuck money about for a change. I like to think it was Father's. That'll add to the fun.
Well, I suppose if you've made up your mind, it's no use trying to argue.
None at all. What's the matter with you, Maggie?
Oh, I'm not sorry you overheard what we said.
I'm not. It's put me on my mettle.
You know, Jeannie, it's not that we're not fond of you. It's just that...
I know. No man wants his wife's relations. I understand. The only thing I mind is what you said about my nose. I've always thought it was my best feature.
So it would be if you gave it half a chance.
What do you mean?
You scrub it as if it was a bit of linoleum. No one uses soap on their face nowadays. Ladies that value the complexions don't even use water.
Oh, the dirty things. How do they get clean?
Cleansing cream and lotion.
Oh, sounds rotten to me. I hope I'll never sink as low as not to wash my face.
Oh, my! Just look at the time. Do you think we can catch the train?
Easy.
Oh, thank heavens for that. Bob will be mad if I'm not back in time for his tea.
Are you packed?
Aye, my pyjamas are in my coat pocket. Oh, where's mine?
Oh, I put them in this drawer. Seems awful funny, like girls wearing pyjamas. Especially when they're married.
Oh, Jeannie.
What are you laughing at?
You do the daft things.
It's you that's daft. Would you like a paper bag?
I wouldn't be seen dead with a paper bag.
And why not? What's wrong with a nice, clean paper bag?
Oh, well, if you don't know any better.
Oh, here, I was forgetting the main thing. Now, where's my purse? I've got a 10-shilling note each for you to buy something you don't need.
Oh, no, Jeannie, no, we can't take them.
Oh, no, we can't. Go on. It's the first time I've been able to give anything to anyone. I'll be hurt if you refuse.
Well, if you really mean it,
I do.
Oh, thanks, Jeanie. It's very kind of you. I do need some stockings.
I should think you do with the rubbish you wear. Like tissue paper. Oh, here's yours, Bess.
Oh, thanks, Jeanie.
And here's a new threepenny bit each for Elizabeth and wee Margaret Rose.
Oh, thanks. I'll put them in the savings bank.
No, don't do that. Give it to them to spend how they like. When I was wee, I always wanted to spend how I liked. I never got doing it.
Aye, all right.
Oh, come on if you're coming, Maggie.
Aye, here I come. Bye-bye, Jeanie.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Jeanie.
Goodbye.
And if you've got time, send us a postcard of Vienna.
I'll have time, all right.
Well, goodbye, and be good. And if you can't be good, be careful.
I'm always careful.
Try using lipstick and powder.
That's one thing I'll not do. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Bye. Where's that wee mirror? Oh, I always thought it was a good nose. Oh, dear. I just need to be good. I can't go without my luggage. Here, wait a minute. Don't take down the gangway. I can't go without my luggage. I'll require to get off.
Hey, excuse me. Can I be of any assistance?
Yes, you can. The boat's just going to start and I can't find my luggage.
What did he do with it?
A porter yanked it out of a glass.
Well, what's his number?
Number? I don't know. He said he'd meet me on deck.
Well, didn't he give you a ticket?
No.
Oh, what's this in your hand?
No. I had it in my hand all the time.
Looks like it. Number 97. Hi there! Number 97! Number 97! It's here. Where's this lady's luggage?
Over there, sir, under that seat.
Oh, why didn't you let her know?
Well, I did, sir, but she wouldn't take no notice.
I didn't understand. Is my hold all there, too?
Yes, miss, behind the basket.
Thank you. What do I owe you?
Oh, well, I'll leave that to you, miss.
Where's my purse? Such a lot in my bag. I can't find it.
Don't worry about it just now. I'll see to this.
Thank you. I'll settle up with you later.
Thank you, sir, thank you.
All right.
Good day, miss. Good luck to you.
Oh, same to you. Goodbye. Well, I managed to get off in time. My, that was quick work. How much did you give him?
Half a crown?
Half a crown.
Well, if you think it's too much, give me what you'd have given him yourself.
Oh, no, indeed. I must pay my debt. It just took me by surprise, that's all. Here.
Oh, no, I
Go on,
don't.
I can afford it.
Well, if you insist.
I do.
Thanks.
It's me that should thank you. I'm much obliged. It was awfully silly, like making that mistake. He kept on telling me his number was 97. I thought it was being rude. Why'd you laugh?
Sorry, I'm not used to the Scotch accent.
I got that. Oh, look! We're away! If you'll excuse me, I'll get where I can see everything. Well, thank you again for your kindness. Goodbye.
Madame, dinner is not yet served, madame.
Oh, well, I'll just sit and wait.
The ticket, if you please, madame.
What ticket?
For the first service, madame, with the number of the press.
I haven't got one.
Well, I'm afraid madame must wait for the second service.
Oh, when's that?
8 o'clock.
8 o'clock? That's an hour and a half.
Oui, madame.
Could you not let me have a cup of tea?
I regret, madame, all places are reserved in advance.
What a nuisance. Will I require a ticket for the second service?
Oh, no, madame. For the second service, there is always a place.
How will I know?
An attendant comes to each compartment, madame.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Oh, you is it?
I saw you pass my compartment. Thought I'd come along and join you.
I'm just a way back.
Oh, why?
The man says I'll need to wait.
What for?
The second service.
Oh, rubbish.
All the seats for the first are reserved.
Soon fix that up. All right, monsieur. Table for two. For the first service, please.
Ah, thank you, monsieur. Will this do for monsieur?
It's champion.
Yeah.
Let's see. What about you? Facing or back?
Well,
I think you'd better face.
Right. You're very masterful. You always get your way so easily.
Generally.
How much did you pass him?
What did I want?
How much did you give him?
Oh, half a crown.
Another half crown. You're very extravagant.
Well, it's worth it when you're traveling. Little extra gives you a lot of extra comfort. Are you hungry?
Famished.
I've had nothing to eat the whole day.
No breakfast?
No, I was too excited.
Lunch?
The tea was too sugary. I thought my last hour had come. Here.
What's this?
Oh, 1 and 3.
Oh, what for?
My share of the tips.
Put this back in your purse.
No, indeed. I can't let you spend your money on me. I'm a stranger.
Now, look here. I took the half-crown for the porter because it was your luggage. Now, this time it's my affair. I'd have given it him in any case.
Are you telling me the truth?
Cross my heart.
All right, then. But you need to let me pay for my own dinner.
Well, we'll argue about that when we've had it.
Oh, there'll be no argument about it. Well, isn't this nice? All these wee tables. And these wee red frilly lampshades.
Aperitif, monsieur.
What is it?
Something to give you an appetite.
That would be a waste. I've got one already.
Well, anyway, I'll better not. On an empty stomach.
Mine's empty, all right.
No, thank you. We'll see. Now, what about something to drink with the food, I think champagne's indicated, don't you?
Champagne?
Don't you like it?
I've never tasted it. How much is it?
Put that back away.
I'll need to pay my share.
And now, look here. You can pay for your share of the food, but the drinks are on me. A man always pays for the drinks.
Are you still telling me the truth?
Oh, didn't you know that?
Well, I've not had much experience of men, except Father. He wouldn't have paid for anybody's drink.
You wish to order, monsieur?
Yes. Now, let's see.
Number 17 is a good one, monsieur.
17. You turmeric 10. No, not on your life. Hey, what's this? Bollinger, decent nerve bank turn. Hey, bring us a bottle of that.
Bien, monsieur.
Tout sweet, pas après le repas.
Bien, monsieur.
French fancy.
Have to win business.
Not everyone could do it, whether they had to or not. Can you manage German as well?
I can.
You must be awful clever. Are you travelling on business just now?
As a matter of fact, I'm just on my way to the Vienna Fair.
Was there a fair on the Vienna?
Well, it's more what we'd call a trade exhibition.
Oh. What are you exhibiting?
Oh, just a little invention of my own.
Are you an inventor, too?
Only in a small way, you know.
Well, are you not going to tell me what it is?
Something very ordinary and common.
What?
A simplified washing machine.
A washing machine? You make the clothes?
Yeah.
Does it take sheets?
It does.
You call that ordinary and common? Well, I don't. It's what I've been wanting all my life.
Is it? Well, I hope other ladies will feel the same.
They will have to have the washing to do. What made you think of it?
When I was a kid, I used to see my mother bending over the wash tub. It was back-breaking work.
No one knows that better than me. Can I get seeing it?
Yeah. If you come to the fair.
I'll do that all right. When's it on?
Opens next Sunday.
Sunday? You open a fair on a Sunday?
They do.
What would Father have said?
I don't know, I'm sure.
Sunday or no Sunday, I'll be there the first day. I'll no rest till I see that washing machine.
I like your enthusiasm.
If you'd washed as many sheets as I have, you'd be enthusiastic too.
Do you mean to tell me a little lady like you was at the wash sheets?
Aye. And then everything else in the house as well.
Well, that's very sporting of you.
I didn't do it for sport. Father wouldn't have anyone in. He made out he couldn't afford it. Then, if he didn't go and leave £200...
£200?
Aye. Well, not counting the funeral. He paid into a society for that. You could have knocked me down. I'm spending it on a holiday.
All of it?
All except a wee bit I've put in the bank to keep me going till I find a situation. My cousins in Glasgow wanted me to live with them, turn about. But I'd liever be independent.
There's nothing like independence. What sort of situation?
A housekeeper.
Will you like that?
Fine. You can ask £1 a week, and an evening off, and every second Sunday, and a whole day a month. And I can refuse to wash sheets. As I said to Mrs. Whitelaw, it sounds like paradise.
And who's Mrs. Whitelaw?
Oh, my neighbour. Angus Whitelaw married her on last July. He met her at a place called Southend. Father said it served him right for taking his holiday in England. I get on with her fine.
Hey, you'd get on with anyone.
I can hold my own. You see, I've never had a holiday except a wee jaunt down the Clyde. Now I want to see the world so that I'll have something to look back on old age.
Yeah, old age. That's a long way off.
Not so long as all that. Time slips by without you noticing it. How old do you think I am?
Well, do you want the truth?
Aye. I'm a stickler for the truth.
Well, I won't, yeah. I pride myself on guessing people's ages.
Go ahead, then.
Now, let me see.
Oh, don't stare at me so hard. It's awful embarrassing.
Well, let's see now. 26. 26.
Fancy that.
Yeah, was I right the first time?
Some people think I look more.
Well, in some ways, you look less. You've got young eyes.
That's because I've led such a pure life. If it's not a rude question, how old are you?
Oh, 41.
Just right.
Oh, for what?
For a man. Are you married?
A widower?
Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked.
Well, I don't usually speak about it, but somehow it's different with you.
Any children?
2 lads, both abroad.
Oh, must be awful lonely for you.
It is sometimes. But I've stuck it for about 7 years.
Do you never think of marrying again?
Oh, that's the danger.
Danger? Why?
Well, I've got to the age when I fancy the wrong sort.
What sort?
Blondes.
Some blondes are quite nice.
But not for a tired businessman. All right for an evening's amusement.
I don't know how you've managed to escape.
That's easy enough. I'm no beauty. You can see that for yourself.
Well, you look kind, and that's the main thing.
Wrong there. Most girls prefer a bully.
I should have had father.
Was he a bully?
Well, he's dead. Leave it at that.
What hotel are you staying at in Vienna?
Oh, it's not a hotel. It's what they call a pension. They give me the name and address at the Perth office.
Do you know your way about?
No, it's my first time.
Well, my name's Stanley Smith, and I'm staying at the Splendide, spelt Splendide.
Splendid.
If you want any help.
Oh, thank you very much, but I hope I'm not required to avail myself. I don't want to be a nuisance to you. Oh, here's the champagne. What a big bottle. Do you think we can manage it?
We can have a good try.
Monsieur.
Has it been on the ice?
Oui, monsieur.
Well, let's feel the bottle. Oh, that's all right.
Do you wish it open now, monsieur?
Go ahead. Ouvert.
Bien, monsieur.
Oh, I'm that excited. There's the bell. What's he calling out?
Dinner. First service.
Does that mean we can start?
In a few minutes.
Not before it's time. I can see my back's coming through my front. I take mine in the middle of the day.
Oh, so do I. Much more sensible.
Oh, dear. There's still some of the clean tablecloth.
Oh, pardon, madame. Hey, put it behind your ear. For luck.
Oh, is that what they do? Here's some for you, too.
Oh.
Yes, one to your satisfaction, sir.
That's all right. Promptly.
Monsieur.
Well, here's to you. May you have a wonderful holiday.
Thanks. Here's to the success of your washing machine.
Gnädige Frau.
Can you speak English?
Of course, madame.
No, of course about it. Where I've just come from, they couldn't understand a word. How much do you charge?
For what, madame?
For staying here.
Single or double room?
Single, of course.
From 14 Austrian shillings, madame.
14 Austrian shillings. Wait a minute, I'll do some arithmetic. That will be 10 shillings and 6 pence. Dearer than I meant. What do you get in for it?
Please?
Does it include tea?
No, madame.
Supper, then?
No, madame.
Only breakfast and dinner?
It is for the room only, madame.
10 and 6 just for the room. You certainly know how to charge. Is that the cheapest you have?
Yes, madame.
I'll take a 10 and 6 one, just for the night, till I look round.
I regret, madame, tonight we have no room.
No room? They told me at the Perth office it'd be quite easy.
On Sunday is the Vienna Fair, madame.
I know that. Can you give me an idea of where to go?
It is the same in all the hotels, madame.
What'll I do?
I regret I cannot help you, madame.
dear, oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear. I just need to bother Mr. Smith again. Could you get him for me, please?
Who, madame?
Mr. Smith.
The gentleman is staying here, madame.
Unless he couldn't get in.
The initial, madame.
S. It stands for Stanley.
When did the gentleman arrive?
About an hour ago. We parted at the station. Is he here?
Yes, madame.
Oh, thank goodness.
Your name, madame?
Jeannie McLean. Jeannie. Capital M, small c, Lean.
Thank you, madame. If madame will take a seat. Page Stanley Smith.
Bitte schön. Sind so lieb und gaben mir ein Bleistift?
Jawohl, Herr Graf.
Dankeschön.
A wee laddie took my luggage. Will it be all right?
Quite safe,
Oh,
madame.
thank you. I suddenly remembered it. Excuse me for interrupting you.
Servus.
Dankeschön, Herr Graf.
Where's the lady? Oh. Yeah, here you are.
I'm sorry to trouble you again.
Oh, no trouble at all.
That pension I went to, they'd no room.
Oh, bad luck.
I haven't got one here either.
Oh, nonsense. Who said so?
The man at the desk.
Oh.
Because of the fair. He says they're full up everywhere. What'll I do?
I'll talk to him.
I only want it for the night till I look round.
Have you had any tea?
No.
You like some?
I'd give my soul for it.
Well, there's no need for that. Hey, look, come into the lounge. I've just ordered some and I heard my number called.
Did I take you away from it?
Oh, that's all right. I'll enjoy it all the more in your company.
There's a girl that looks as if she knows one of us. Can't be me.
Where?
Over there. That blonde. Do you know her?
I've never seen her before in my life.
She's smiling at us.
I must be at someone else. Come on, this way.
What about my room?
I'll see about it after tea.
Will it not be too late?
Now, don't worry. I'll see you get one. Trust me.
Somehow I feel I can. You blonde still smiling at us? My, what a big room. Oh, isn't it wonderful? Oh, look at yon ceiling, all that gold.
Aye, it's not so bad. Hey, come and sit down here.
Oh, and music. Oh, I like this fine.
You like everything.
It's all new to me. That's why.
There's certainly nothing blasé about you.
Nothing what?
Well, it's very refreshing to be with someone so easily pleased.
Oh.
Robert.
Bitte schön, mein Herr.
What on and tay, bitte?
Jawohl, mein Herr.
While you're at it, you might as well bring another cup and saucer.
Jawohl.
So what, bitte?
Gewiss.
You can make light of it, but it's awful clever of you being able to speak and understand different languages. At that pension, I got fairly tired out trying to make them understand.
I'll need your tea, then. Well, get on with it. Don't wait for me.
I'll pour this for you.
You keep it yourself.
I'll just give the teapot a stir. Oh, here's the other cup coming anyhow. We'll not require to quarrel about it.
Bitte schön.
Oh, thanks. Well, you've been very quick, waiter, but where's the cosy?
Bitte?
You've forgotten the cosy. How would you say cosy?
You won't get any cozy here.
No cosy. Well, I just need to get used to the ways.
That's all right, waiter.
Danke schön, mein Herr.
3 lumps.
Fancy you remembering that?
Of course I remember. I remember the meals I had with you on the train all my life.
Even in your old age?
Aye, even in my old age. But I don't want to think of that now. I keep on wondering what Mistress Whitelaw would say.
Why, Mistress Whitelaw especially?
She was always on at me to enjoy myself.
Oh, wise woman.
She didn't look on me as if I was finished.
Finished?
Lots of people think you should be at my age.
At 26.
Is your tea all right?
Oh, fine, thanks.
Oh, there's yon blonde again. Oh, she knows how to stare.
Cake? Sandwich?
I'm not hungry. Well, I'll just take a cake.
Which one?
That one there looks the most indigestible.
It does.
What about you?
No, thanks. Do you mind if I smoke?
Go ahead. Quite domestic, aren't we?
Quite. Yes, it's a long time since I felt like this.
What are you doing this evening?
I haven't thought about it yet.
Well, would you like to go around the town in an open carriage, see the sights, and up for a bite of food in one of the big cafes?
Do you mean it?
Oh, of course. What do you think?
Sounds too good to be true. Can you spare the time?
Yes, I'm free the whole evening. Don't start work till tomorrow.
I don't know how to thank you.
I don't try.
Why are you so kind to me?
I don't put it like that, please. I wonder why the men let you stay single.
Because I have bad taste.
That's what I think.
I never got going out and about. While my mother was alive, I never wanted anyone else. She needed me, too. She'd a thin time as father. When I think of him having all that money put by and her having to scrape and save. Oh, she never had anything. He never even gave her a civil word.
Why didn't she leave him?
She liked him.
I suppose you mean she was in love with him.
Oh, I suppose I do mean that. Life's awful funny when you think of it.
And the funniest part of it all is sex.
Mr. Smith, we never speak about sex in Scotland.
I beg your pardon. My mistake.
Mother made me promise never to leave him.
Well, that wasn't fair.
Sometimes I think that myself. Time passes so quick. You wake up and find you've missed everything. You know her after all.
Who?
Young blonde.
Now, look here. I don't know her, and she doesn't know me. Now, just go and see about your room. Better get it all settled up. Here's yesterday's Daily Mail.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
It's my own fault for being so inquisitive.
Well, I no call it's a big deal like that.
I'm used to it.
Oh, that's a nasty one.
I meant it to be.
Oh, come on now. We're friends.
I'm friends.
Well, then give me one of your nice smiles.
You get round the lamppost.
That's better. Have a cigarette?
I told you before. I don't know how to smoke.
I was only teasing.
Oh, get away with you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. If you can't be good, be careful.
Yeah, I'm always that.
That's what I answered when my cousin said it to me.
Well, aren't you?
Not so very. I'm speaking to you.
Well, one thing I'll say about you. You can hold your own.
I told you that the first day we met.
Bye-bye again.
Goodbye.
Pardon, madame?
Yes? What is it?
Yes. Madame finished with English newspaper.
Well, I haven't started it yet.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Excuse me.
Go on, take it. I don't want it.
I thank you. It is permitted that I sit at this table?
So far as I'm concerned, you can.
Thank you very much.
Excuse me for mentioning it. You speak English very well. If it's not a rude question, where did you learn?
When I was a child, I had an English governor.
Oh, that accounts for it. I wish I could speak languages.
Oh, it is not necessary. With English, one can go anywhere.
So they made out at the post office, but it's not true. I tried to get a room where they couldn't understand a word. I began to get alarmed. That's where I came here.
Madame is a stranger to my country?
I've only just come. What's this for, waiter?
Second tea, madame.
Oh, we've had all we needed.
It has been ordered, madame.
Oh well, just put it down.
Thank you, madame.
Have you had your tea?
Not yet, madame.
Oh, could you take a cup? It's a pity to waste it.
Thank you.
How many lumps?
No milk, no sugar.
No sugar and milk in your tea?
If you please, madame.
Oh, fancy. Looks more like medicine.
Each country his taste.
They told me at the post office not to be surprised at anything. Oh, help yourself to the cakes.
Oh, thank you. Madame travels alone?
I
beg your pardon?
Yes.
It is not agreeable for a lady to travel alone.
Better than not travelling at all.
Madame has testified censure.
Oh, this is my first chance. You see, my father died a few weeks ago and left me his fortune.
Really?
Yes, I'm taking a wee holiday before settling down. Vienna's my first choice.
I'm honored.
Are you a native?
I beg your pardon?
You were born in Vienna?
Ah, alas, yes.
Why, alas?
For men to have been born in Vienna is to have seen much that is sad.
You could say that about anywhere.
More Vienna than of any other place, madame. I speak as one who knows. Vienna has been the gayest, the most cosmopolitan city of the world. How could it be otherwise? The Viennese have, how does one say, the genius for to be gay, for to smile, for to sing, for to dance. When one is persona grata at the court, as my family has been, one has everything. Now we have no more court, no more country, no more the light heart, no more do we dance and sing. Oh, forgive that I speak of this thing.
Oh, no. Go on. I'm interested.
No, one must not spoil your holiday.
Oh, it's all part of it. I mean, I like to hear everything.
My cat, madame. Count Karl.
Are you a count? A real one?
Yes, madame.
Fancy. I'll need to write and tell my cousins they'll be awful jealous. Oh, I need to let Mistress Whitelaw know, too. Oh, do you hear what they're playing? The Blue Danube. The very thing I came for. And I'm hearing it the best day. At last, I've got something I wanted at last. I'm hearing the Blue Danube played at the source. My, that's nice. Do you mind if we keep quiet while we listen to it?
Of course, madame.
Sorry to have kept you waiting so long.
Oh, has it been long? I didn't notice. I've been talking to this gentleman.
Excuse.
It's all right. Don't move. We're just going.
Thank you. There's now a vacant place in the great lounge. Good day, madame. I thank you for your hospitality.
That's all right. I enjoyed your company. I hope I see you again.
Madame, I'm at your service. Madame, monsieur.
Who's your friend?
He's a count.
Who told you?
He did.
Oh.
Here's his card.
Oh. Well, I don't want to interfere, but you have to be a bit careful who you pick up.
Mr. Smith, I'll thank you not to talk to me like that. I don't pick people up, but I'm polite enough to answer when they speak to me.
Did you invite him to sit at this table?
No, I didn't. He asked my permission to take a seat because there wasn't one anywhere else.
Well, there wasn't one here. Oh, hello. Oh. Someone's been having a pretty good tea at my expense.
At my expense? I pay for it myself. Now, how much do I owe you?
Hey, put that bag away.
I insist. If you don't tell me, I'll require to ask the waiter.
Herr Ober.
Gnädige Herr.
Wie viel?
Bitte schön. Die Dessertbäckereien, Sandwiches, das Bankleid, Dessertbäckereien, das Stück, 33, das hat also 8,70, nach dem betätigten Kalzen 9 Schilling 60 Groschen, nicht means to 5.
18 and 6. Oh, that's all right, Peter.
Danke, gnädige Herr, danke sehr.
How much is my share, including the count?
Oh, very well, then. Knocking off my pot of tea, that leaves 7 and 6pence.
And my share of the tip?
If you must be exact, 8 and 3pence.
Here's a 10-shilling note. Will you give me the right change, please?
Stupid little thing.
If I keep my independence, I won't require to put up with any impertinence. What about my room? Did you manage to get one?
Yes, I did. It's one of their best, with a bathroom.
A bathroom?
Yeah.
How much is it?
They're letting you have it for the same price as a cheaper one.
Why?
I talked to them. Now, would you like to go and have a look at it?
Where is it?
The reception manager will show you up. Herr Ober, take this lady to the reception desk.
Very good.
You mean I have a bathroom all to myself?
Yes.
Can I get taking a bath whenever I like?
Yes.
Oh, what, this never cease?
May I clear the table, man, here?
Oh, yes.
The lady over there, may she sit at your table? If you please. The lounge is very full today.
What lady?
Over there, man, here.
The blonde?
Yeah, man, here.
Oh, no. Tell her out.
Excuse me.
Oh. You speak English, do you?
Of course.
Oh, then you'll understand me when I tell you that this table's engaged.
So?
Sorry. Perhaps you'll be kind enough to go back to your own.
No, that is not possible. Already it is occupied.
Well, I'll call the waiter to find him another.
The lady here is polite.
Oh, come on. The lady will be back in a minute.
The lady?
Well, don't pretend you don't know who I mean.
Oh, she is the hare's wife?
No. No. Well, anyhow, it's no business of yours. Oh, come on.
I make a mistake. I think, by the way he look at me, the hare is interested.
Well, I'll pay you the compliment of telling you you're the sort of girl any man would have to look at twice, but
I give the hare also a compliment.
Hmm?
When I see him, I say to me, there is a man. At last there is a man. How nice shall it be to speak with him, to have a dinner, a cabaret, to show him a little the life of Vienna before so hard week at the fair.
How do you know I'm here for the fair?
For what else shall come a man such as the hare to Vienna? Not for to waste his time and amusement. He is too serious, no?
I'm serious about my work. But I know how to enjoy myself.
Oh, I also am serious about my work.
You call this work?
Please?
You call this work? Picking up stray foreigners?
I'm afraid the hare becomes a little too polite. I thank him. Guten Tag.
Miss, look, I'm sorry. It was a natural mistake. In my country, pretty girls like you don't do this sort of thing unless they're a bit... Unless they do it for a living, you see. I apologize. Now, what was that you were saying about dinner and the cabaret?
Oh, it cannot interest the hare.
Oh, but it does interest me. Only the trouble is I'm rather busy this evening. What about tomorrow?
Tomorrow is Saturday.
Well?
On Saturday after Mittagessen, I go into the mountains.
Well, what about the evening?
Oh, in the mountains I stay the whole night, and on Sunday, all day.
Sunday evening, then?
Sunday I do not return until very late, only for to go to bed.
Monday?
On Monday I am again at my work. All the week while I work, I'm too tired to amuse myself.
What is your work?
I am vendeuse and mannequin in the best atelier in Vienna. Oh, it is not so easy. All the day must I stand on my feet. We have much clients, English, American. I must speak with them, smile with them, or, how do you say it, persuade them. At night I'm tired.
Well, if you're so tired, why are you going out tonight?
Tomorrow is Saturday. I work only for half a day. It is not important. I waste the hare's time, also my own.
No, damn it all, I must have a bit of fun once in a while. Look, if I get rid of this appointment, you won't let me down, will you?
Please?
Where shall we meet?
Here?
Oh, not here. Might be a bit awkward.
The Kaiser Bar.
Where's that?
The Kartenstrasse, 5 minutes from here.
What time?
8 o'clock.
Right-o. Now, look, you won't be annoyed if I ask you to go now. I've got to get rid of this other appointment, you see. It won't do for us to be seen together.
No.
Would you mind going through to the little bar, through the lounge there?
Yes, I know it.
I'm sorry I can't ask you to have a drink, but I'll make up for it later.
Understood. Auf Wiedersehen.
There you are. Well, how do you like your room?
Oh, it's palatial. What time do you require me tonight?
Oh, as a matter of fact, I'm afraid I've got a little disappointment for you there.
Oh?
Yes. I met a business friend just now in the lounge. Sort of chap might be very useful to me. Tonight is only free night. Wants to talk shop. Would you be very disappointed if I asked you to postpone our little outing?
You mean you want to get out of taking me around the town?
Oh, now, don't put it like that, please. Could you make it another night?
I just need to. Business is business.
Yes. I'm very disappointed.
Can't be helped.
What will you do with yourself?
Oh, I'll just take a bath and go to my bed.
That's a bit dull for you, your first night in Vienna.
I've had enough excitement for one day. If you'll excuse me, I'll away now.
Have a little drink before you go.
No, thanks.
What about your supper?
I've had plenty to eat, thanks. I'll do it just tomorrow morning. Thank you again for all your kindness. Good night.
Good night. You know, Stanley Smith, you're a bit of a rotter.
Good morning.
Oh, it's you, Count. Good morning. I'm just sending a few cards.
A beautiful day, is it not?
Wonderful. The sun came in first thing at my bedroom window. I just basked in it.
They give you a comfortable room?
Give is hardly the word. They know how to charge.
If Madame can afford to pay.
I can do that all right. But I don't like being robbed.
Oh, who does, Madame? Did you enjoy the evening?
Well, no, as a matter of fact.
No.
Well, you see, Mr. Smith couldn't take me round the town after all. I went out for a walk by myself.
Oh, I'm so sorry. 1,000 pities. I would have been so happy to escort Madame.
Do you really mean that?
Did I not say so yesterday? I'm at Madame's service.
I thought you were just being polite. Why should you bother?
I wish for so a charming stranger to my country that the first impression should be agreeable. Also, I like very much to speak again English.
Oh, I see.
Oh, by the way, this, Mr. Smith, he is your escort today.
Oh, no, he hasn't the time. He's got to get his stall dressed for the fair.
So, Madame has arranged for herself an interesting program?
No, I haven't. That's the trouble. I thought it'd be quite easy, but I feel awful kind of lost on my own. I was just wondering whether to hire a guide. What do you think?
Madame, don't you wish to accept my offer?
Does it hold good through the day?
Oh, Madame.
But what about your work?
I do not work, Madame.
Can you manage without?
Fortunately, I have the rents from my estate.
Oh, you have an estate, have you?
From my mother. The castle from the family of my father is our property, alas, no more.
That's awful sad.
Ah, such is life, Madame. Such is life. But we shall not speak of this today. Now, what do you want to see?
Everything.
But that's absurd.
I don't know. I'll just leave it to you.
Let me consider. Ah, yes. First, I think the Spanish riding school where the white stallions from the imperial stable. In all the world, there are no horses more beautiful. Oh. Then, perhaps, for a little lunch at the Drei Husaren. In all Vienna, there's no restaurant more chic. Then, for tonight... Ah, yes, tonight, Madame. That Marat Strauss must go to the opera.
The opera?
Tonight it is a gala in honor of Strauss. The Strauss which has composed your favorite waltz, the Blue Danube.
The Blue Danube. Will they be playing it?
With full orchestra.
Oh.
All the best people will be there. It shall be gay, amusing.
It sounds wonderful.
Ah, not alas as formerly. Then, mein Gott, then it has been a sight one cannot forget. The ladies in the most beautiful gowns, the officers in uniform, the great staircase, the glittering chandeliers, the jewels which sparkle like sunshine on the Mediterranean Sea. Oh, Madame, if I could bring this picture to your eye.
Oh, but you do.
Ah, no, it is not possible. One does not feel the life. One does not hear the laughter. One does not breathe again the perfume of a glove on a little hand. Ah, pardon, Madame. I must not talk to you about these things.
Please, go on.
No. For me, it is too sad. But positively, Madame must go to the opera tonight.
Will you be there?
No, Madame.
Do you not want to go?
Oh, I would love to.
Then what's to hinder you?
Because for a few days, a week perhaps, I must live very quiet.
Why's that?
Reason of finance.
What a nuisance.
No, it's not important. But for the moment, I must, as you say in English, go slow.
Would you be offended if I made a suggestion?
Offended? With you?
Would you let me pay for your seat?
Oh, Madame, I...
You are offended.
Oh, no, but I cannot trespass on the generosity of a stranger.
I know just how you feel. I was the same with Mr. Whitelaw and Stanley Smith. But with you, it's different.
Oh, thank
Anyway,
you.
you can return my hospitality when your rents come. I'd be glad of your company. I don't much like the thought of going on my own. It's the language. Oh, can we get in at the door?
I beg your pardon?
Do you require to take tickets in advance?
But of course. Already they're not easy to procure. Only the most expensive places remain.
Oh, how much are they?
Oh, I do not know exact. 25, 30 shillings.
For the two?
For one, Madame.
Oh. I'll need to go up to my bedroom and get another traveller's check. Will you wait a minute?
I'm at Madame's service.
What do we wear?
The grand toilette, Madame.
What's that?
Evening dress.
Of course. What a nuisance. I've left mine at home.
Oh.
Could you tell me the name of a shop where I could get one ready-made?
If Madame wish it, I'll escort her to the best atelier.
I'm much obliged. How much will it be?
One must pay for the best.
Oh, of course. I might as well be hung for a sheep as a lamb. Oh, another thing. Can you tell me where I can buy some powder for my nose?
Good evening.
Oh, good evening. I thought you'd gone to the mountains.
Alas, no. I lose my train.
Oh? How did you manage that?
Oh, a stupid client who does not come until too late. Positively must have a new evening dress and does not know how to buy. This one is too dark, that one is too light, this one too tight, that one too plain. Oh, I tell you, today I worked. And after so late a night, it is not nice, I think.
Then I expect after all this fuss, she went out without buying anything.
Ah, but no, I am not so bad a vendor as that. But we waste much time. In the end, I and the dressmaker also must wait until it is altered for Madame, and so I lose the train.
Bad luck.
It is life.
Ah, some women ought to be shot.
I think. It was a friend of yours.
Mine?
The little lady you were with yesterday.
Oh.
You enjoy yourself last night?
Oh, very much, thanks.
You do not speak with much enthusiasm.
Well, I've had a busy day. I'm tired.
Yes, I also. You do not ask me to have a little drink?
Oh, I'm sorry. To tell you the truth, I'm waiting for someone, a business friend. That's why I didn't ask you to sit down.
Oh, pardon me. I get up at once.
Well, if you like to order yourself a drink at the bar, you can put it down to me.
Oh, many thanks. You wish that I show to you another cabaret tonight?
Now, run along. Get yourself some cigarettes.
Thank you.
I might be along presently.
Grüß dich Gott, Schnucker.
Herr Robert. Here. Have I seen anything of that little lady this evening, Miss McLean?
This evening, no.
Oh. Well, you might send that page over, will you?
Sofort gnädige Herr.
Mein Herr?
Take this up to number 27. If the lady's there, wait for an answer.
Jawohl, gnädiger Herr.
And what are you waiting for?
Nichts, gnädiger Herr.
Oh. Here you are.
Danke sehr.
And hurry up with that answer.
Sofort, gnädiger Herr. Danke.
You're not going to say good evening to me, Mr. Smith?
Oh, good evening. Oh, it is you, is it?
Do I look nice?
All right.
I've been to the dressmaker's.
Well, I can see that for myself.
Do you approve my choice?
Not bad. What have you done to yourself?
Oh, it's my face. Heaven alone knows what they did to it. I've a whole kind of shop up in my bedroom. They forbid me to wash it, but I will.
I should hope so.
I'm glad you agree with me. That's some awful dirty ideas.
You know, if you asked me your age tonight, I shouldn't get you at 26.
No?
No. More like 16.
Oh, we'll split the difference. My skin's quite nice, but it hasn't been exposed. That's not foundation, it's myself.
May I say something?
If it's a compliment.
It is.
Go ahead, then.
Your nose isn't so bad either.
Oh, thank you. I've always thought it was my best feature. Am I too bare?
No.
I wanted something more covered up, but the saleswoman wouldn't let me. Oh, she was an awful blather. I gave in for the sake of peace. Would you like my shoes?
Not so bad.
They don't let you wear much underneath. Oh, I feel like a princess.
As a matter of fact, I've just sent a page up to your room with a note asking you if you would have a bite of dinner with me tonight. Can you wait a few minutes while I have a wash and brush up?
Well, thank you very much. But I'm engaged.
Why? What are you doing?
I'm going to the opera.
By yourself?
No.
Oh, with?
Yon Count.
The one that picked you up last night?
Mr. Smith, for the second time, I'll thank you not to speak to me like that.
Have you made any inquiries about him?
No, I didn't need to. I go by my instinct.
Well, sometimes instinct can be wrong.
I know that. I've just had the experience. I may as well tell you, I saw you last night with yon blonde. I'll wish you goodbye.
Good evening, madame.
Oh, Count, there you are.
Madame.
Am I all right?
All right. Oh, madame.
Is it time to go?
Yes, if we wish to hear the overture.
I want to hear everything. Good night, Mr. Smith.
Good night.
Bitte, gnädiger Herr.
Well, what is it?
The lady is not in the room, gnädiger Herr.
Oh, damn it, I know that.
The Herr wishes that I call the number in the lounge and in the dining room.
No, I don't.
Danke, gnädiger Herr.
And don't thank me.
Good evening, Herr Ober.
Good evening, madame.
How are you tonight?
thank you, madame.
I'm fine, thanks. The Count's just coming. He's seeing the taxi.
Madame has been into opera again?
Yes. I think called Siegfried. Quite nice, but my favourite's still the Blue Danube. Oh, here he is.
Servus, Frankfurt.
Good evening, Herr Graf.
You keep our table?
Good. Of course, Herr Graf.
Well, I don't know about you, Count. I'm hungry.
I also.
It's the music. Takes it out of you.
What wish you to eat?
Oh, I'll just have my usual. Caviar and some of that chicken mousse with a Russian salad and a peach melba.
And Herr Graf? For me the same. Also to finish a savory maison. And to drink? And to drink?
I feel like champagne again tonight.
I also.
Funny how easy it becomes a habit.
As with all good things. The same as before.
Jawohl, Herr Graf.
There's Stanley Smith again with you on blonde. A man of his age would know better.
But how shall he know? What is he? He's a provincial. She's his idea of the gay life. But let us speak of something more interesting.
Did you hear them playing me in?
I beg your pardon?
When they saw me come in to play the Scottish tune.
Oh. Already our favorite with everybody.
They're all so nice to me.
It cannot be otherwise. Oh, this gown. This gown, I like it so much. It becomes you the best.
You said the same about the other one.
Ah, yes, the little black one. But this has a special charm. It belongs to the first evening together we had. You remember it?
I'll never forget it. As long as I live. To be with you at the opera, I never thought music could sound like that. Then when it was done and I thought it was time to go to my bed, to come here instead. With the soft lights and more music and champagne. Oh, it was like a fairy tale come true.
Yes?
If I never get anything else out of life, I can say I've lived. That's what everyone needs, to be able to say they've lived.
But why that they have lived? Why not that they lived?
That's asking too much.
But why? Has it been a happy day for you today?
Perfect. That motor ride into the country and that lovely castle that used to belong to you. How can you bear to look at it after it's been in your family all those hundreds of years?
Because soon, perhaps, it shall be in my family again.
Oh, how could that come to pass?
One hopes, madame. One hopes.
Oh, hope's all that's left to us sometimes.
Oh, do not speak so sad. Tonight we must be gay. It is for us, how do you say, an anniversary.
An anniversary? What of?
Our first gala together.
Oh, we don't hold anniversaries each week, only each year.
Do let us keep ours every week, eh?
I don't see how we can.
And why not?
I'll not be here. Count, I've got something to say to you.
I listen. With 2 ears.
Perhaps we'd better wait till we've had our supper.
No. Do not keep me in suspense.
Oh, I'd rather. I meant to wait anyhow.
I cannot wait. What wish you to say to me?
Only that tomorrow I've got to go home.
Tomorrow? But no, madame.
I must.
Someone is ill?
No.
Did you receive a telegram?
No.
Then why must you go home?
Don't ask me.
But you said to me that you stay here 1 month. Now, after only 1 week, you want to go away. Why?
I can't tell you.
After our so happy days together.
Have they been happy for you too?
Oh. More happy than for many, many years.
They've been the happiest of my whole life. I didn't know I could be so happy. I thought I'd missed it.
Then do not go away. Stay here in Vienna with me.
Well, how do you mean, with you?
Become my wife.
Your wife?
Oh, how can I let you from my life now that I experience the joy of your company? I, who have gone through so much, know again the spring of love in my heart. You do this for me. Is it too much to hope that I do this also for you? Oh, darling, say I love you.
I like you very much.
Like? In English? That is not to love.
I'm Scots.
So, you do love me?
Yes, I do.
Silly, isn't it?
Silly? Oh, how can you say such a thing? To love the most beautiful, the most wonderful, the most noble...
Good evening, Miss McLean.
It's you, is it?
Oh, don't get up, please.
I beg your pardon.
Oh, have it your own way. I've just come to remind you, tomorrow's the last day of the fair.
What about it?
Well, I thought you wanted to have a look at my washing machine.
I did. I don't now.
Why not?
You know quite well.
No, I don't. Go on, tell me.
I'd rather not in front of a third party.
Well, if I don't mind, why should you?
I told you I was a stickler for the truth. Is that good enough for you?
Not quite.
If you must have it in black and white. You made an engagement with me. I was quite willing to let you off for business, not for a blonde. That's a slight I can't forgive, nor forget.
I see.
As you're here, you can be the first to congratulate me.
Congratulate you? What on?
The Count and I are engaged to be married.
Married?
You're very rude.
I mean to be.
I congratulate Madame. Among her many attributes, she has dignity. Already I see her as so graceless chatelaine of the castle which has been in my family for so many hundreds of years.
You mean the one we saw today?
The one we have seen today. Now when? How soon shall this be?
We need to wait a wee while.
But what for?
For your rents to come from your estate.
Oh, you do not trust me?
Of course I trust you. But we need something to live on.
But if you trust me, may we not continue to live on your fortune?
My fortune's done.
I beg your pardon?
My money's finished.
But you told me your father had died and left his fortune.
So he did, £200. I thought it would last forever, but it's gone. After paying for my clothes and my room at the hotel and extra meals and the trips we've had, I've just about enough over to get home.
Oh.
Why? What's the matter? Are you not well?
Oh.
Will I call the waiter to bring you some brandy?
No brandy, thank you. No brandy.
Where's that letter? I'm sure she said 7. Oh, there you are again without your slippers, Devon. If I've told you the once, I've told you 100 times. I'll not have you bend the house with your slippers on. Oh, you might be deaf and dumb for all the notice you take.
Oh,
Yeah, dear madam, in reply of yours of today, I'll be to see you tomorrow at 7. Yours truly, Jeannie McLean, just as I thought. She's late. Bad start. If a servant can't be in time for her first interview, when can she be in time? What's this? P.S. I stipulate no washing, especially sheets. What next? Well, as I said to Mistress Drysdale this afternoon when I was in buying that wool for your socks, for my word, Mistress Drysdale, I says, I don't know what on earth servants are coming to. 6 in 6 months, and each one worse than the last. Oh, that'll be her. Well, what does she think she's doing with that bell?
Does Mistress Margaret live here?
What?
Could I get speaking to her, please?
Is it, Jeannie McLean?
Aye.
Oh, come in. Yonder's my husband. He doesn't like to be disturbed while he's reading his paper. You're late.
I know. I'm sorry. The car put me down the other end of the street.
Why don't you not tell the conductor the number?
He said it would be another halfpenny. I didn't see the sense paying another halfpenny just to go the length of the street. But it stretched longer than I thought.
Before we go any further, are you Orthodox?
Of course.
What denomination?
UP.
Oh, well, that's all right. Last girl was a Catholic. Always to be away just when I needed her the most. You'll not need to go to the kirk except on your Sunday nights out.
That's so.
Now, mind you, I expect my girls to go to the kirk and not to the cinema. We attend the Bath Road. What previous experience have you had?
I kept house for my father.
Oh, have you not been in service before?
No.
What about your references?
I haven't got one.
Huh, do you expect to get a situation without a reference?
I'll just need to.
Well, have you a recommendation from your minister?
No.
Well, could you get one?
No.
Why not?
I don't want him to know I'm back.
Back?
From where? From the holiday.
Oh, what holiday?
When my father died, I went on a holiday.
And why don't you want your minister to know that you're back?
He's such an awful blazer. Before you could say Jack Robinson, it'd be all around the town.
Oh, surely that's not the way to speak about a minister.
It's the way to speak about ours.
And why do you not want it to get around the town?
I have my own reasons.
Well, you're required to tell them to me.
I can't.
And how am I to know that you're respectable?
By my looks.
Oh, you can't go by looks.
Then in that case, Mistress Maddock, I'll just wish you good evening. I'm sorry to have wasted your time.
Just you wait a minute, not so fast. Perhaps we could come to some sort of an arrangement. Who are you staying with now?
I'm in lodgings.
And how long have you been in them?
3 weeks.
Have you no relations in Glasgow?
I have 2 married cousins.
May I ask why you're not staying with them?
Aye, you may ask.
What wages do you want?
£1 a week.
£1 a week? Oh, mercy on us. What do you think my husband is made of?
What do you usually give?
10 shillings. And as you haven't a reference, you'll be lucky to get that. Here, Chesterton, you put on your slippers.
Oh.
Are you a good cook?
Aye.
And who's put you to the test?
Father.
Oh, you can't go by a member of your own family.
You go by him. He was a rare grumbler, but he never left a lick on his plate.
And what about your suet puddings?
What about them?
Oh, I never had a girl yet that could make a decent one.
I've still to come across a body that could say a word against mine.
Aye, well, you'll need to do the stair and the close.
The stair? You mean the one I come up just now? The stone one?
Aye. We take it turnabout with next door. Are you a good washer?
Aye. But as I stipulated in my letter, I don't want to do it.
And who do you think is going to do it if not you?
Do you not send it out to the laundry?
The laundry? Oh, what next? I've never sent a thing to a laundry in my life.
Do you not get in a washerwoman?
Not when I pay a servant.
What outings do you give?
Every other Sabbath after tea, and an evening every other week.
Every other week?
Mm-hmm.
And a whole day a month?
Half a day, after you've washed up the dinner dishes.
If I can start tonight, I'll accept.
Why are you in such a hurry?
I don't want to break into another week's lodging.
Oh, well, I'll give you a month's trial. You'll need to sleep in the cupboard bed, haven't a spare room, and I don't permit smoking.
Oh, that's all right, so far as I'm concerned. I don't know how...
No followers allowed inside the front door?
Mistress Maddock, you can make your mind quite easy on that score. I don't allow followers neither, inside nor out. Will that be all?
For the now. Jeanie, where is that girl? Oh, the dinner dish is not done yet. Jeanie! What is the meaning of all this, Jeanie?
The meaning of what, ma'am?
You're washing up. It's not done at this time of day.
It's going to rain to rescue my sheep.
Well, you could have left them out. The rain's good for them.
They might have got below down. I didn't want to have them to do all over again.
Your dinner things should have been done long ago.
I was too busy.
Oh, and what,
my work.
Well, judging by your sink, your work's still to do.
Mistress Maddock, I don't like being behind with my work any more than you, but I've only got one pair of hands. How do you expect me to do a week's wash and cook a hot dinner as well? Aye, and a hot breakfast, too. I've been at it since 6.
The trouble with you, Jeanie, you've no organization.
You can't organize acts of God.
That is profanity.
It's the truth. Your way out?
Aye?
Well, before you go, have you tied sick the other end of the sheet?
I'm due at a meeting of the Girls' Friendly. You'll just need to wait till I get back.
Will you be in to his tea?
No. Oh, I'm glad you reminded me. Here's his kipper. And there's his tea, 1.5 teaspoonfuls, and you can wait and just have a cup out of his pot. What did you do with your scone?
I ate it.
Ate it? So did you not have enough for your dinner?
No.
And why not? I gave you a good helping.
I told you before, Mistress Maddock, I can't digest fat.
You could digest it quite well if you tried. For a girl in your position, you're far too pernickety. And the roast was underdone again today.
I know. It's your oven.
Did you clean out the flue?
Aye. It's the coals.
And what is wrong with the coals?
They're nothing but draughts.
I was expecting to supply you with the best brights for the kitchen.
If we go on using draughts was required to get the lum swept, it started to smoke.
That lum was swept just before you came. And mind that you're dressed before he gets in. Good afternoon.
What fair whack. I think I'll try a cigarette. Now, where'd I put that packet? Oh, aye, below my pillow. Oh, dear. I'm afraid I'll never get used to smoking. Oh, wait a minute. You're all impatient, whoever you are.
Hello?
Mr. Smith.
I think you're going to ask me in.
I can't.
Can't you, though? Well, see to that.
I told you I can't ask you in.
Well, that's why I came without being asked. Oh, washing. I've come on the right day, seemingly. Well, don't bother me. It makes me feel quite at home. Now, why couldn't you ask me in, eh? What are you afraid of?
You'll get me into trouble. It's not my own house.
Oh, I know that. It belongs to some people called Murdoch. You're their housekeeper, aren't you?
No, I'm not. I'm their servant.
Well?
Well, what?
Is it as much like paradise as you thought?
Will you please go?
Not till you've answered my question. Is it as much like paradise as you thought?
I like it fine.
Do you? Then why are you looking so miserable? If I had a lass, I'd be glad for her to be a servant, provided she found a good home. It's a more natural job for a girl than a shop or an office. Gee. Oh, couldn't you have found something better than this?
No. I hadn't a reference. I had to take what I could get.
Oh, you don't need a reference. I don't need to look at you.
That's what I thought. I was wrong. I answered advertisements till I was sick. When I applied here, I was at my wit's end. And now that you've wound it all out of me, would you please go? I want to be by myself.
Why did you run away from Vienna?
You know quite well without asking.
He thought you were a rich woman. You had to tell him you weren't, was that it?
And what if it was? Have you come here to taunt me?
Well, why didn't you let anyone know where you were?
Who, for instance?
Well, your neighbour, Mrs. Whitelaw, for instance.
Mrs. Whitelaw?
Aye.
Have you been into communication with Mrs. Whitelaw? Have you given me away?
Well, surely you know me better than that.
Who else have you seen?
Your cousins.
My cousins? Here in Glasgow?
Aye.
You shouldn't have done that. I don't want them here, a place like this. Oh, I wish you'd go. He'll be in for his tea.
Who's he?
Her husband.
Well, if he's anything like her, I don't wonder you're afraid.
He's a very kind wee man. And what do you know about her, anyway?
Well, I think I passed her just now on the stairs.
Oh, did you see you stop at the door?
Well, would it matter very much if she had?
Aye, would it? I'm not allowed gentleman.
Oh, thanks for the compliment. Now, don't be alarmed. She didn't see me. I'm not such a fool as I look.
I'm glad of that.
Oh, you can still hold your own, I see.
Aye, and I hope I'll always be able to.
Then what are you afraid of?
Don't keep all on using that word. I am not afraid.
Well, then why all this secrecy?
Oh, I don't want everyone to know what a fancy. I've been spending all my money so quick and having to come back from my holiday so soon.
You don't mean to tell me you've spent all that money in a week?
Yes.
£200?
Yes. Not counting the journey. I didn't let on at the time, but I have it a bit over for that. Enough to cover my meals in the train and my share of the tips.
You're a bigger fool than I thought.
You don't require to rub it in.
How much did he give him?
Who?
The Count. How much did he give in hard cash?
I didn't give him anything.
Oh, rubbish. Come on, out with it. How much?
Mr. Smith, you're being very impertinent. If I like to pay for our outings, that's no business of yours.
Did you pay for them yourself? Or hand him over the money to do it for you?
Handed it over, of course.
I thought as much. Did he count the change?
No, I didn't. I've more manners when I'm with a gentleman.
You're fairly careful when you were settling up with me.
I said a gentleman.
Ah, that's what you called me a while back.
Slip of the tongue. Mr. Smith, would you please to mind your own business? Go on away from here. Go on. Get out. If you come again, I'll slam the door in your face.
I've taken a hell of a lot of trouble to find you, you know.
That's your own lookout, and I thank you not to swear at me. I don't permit it.
Well, you're enough to make any man swear.
You won't go. I'll just need to ignore you and get on with my work.
Here. Here, you can't manage those sheets by yourself.
I can manage quite well, thank you.
No, you can't. So, when I was a kid, I used to give my mother a hand with the folding. Pull. Pull. That's it. You gave me hot dripping toast for being a good lad. Have I been a good lad? Alice, don't cry?
I don't know what on earth I'm crying for.
I do. You're crying because you expected life to be like paradise, and it's not. This place has got you down. Come on, out of it.
Where'll I go?
Come with me.
Mr. Smith, what are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting that you should marry me.
Marry you? What for?
For fun.
Is this a joke?
No.
You mean you'd marry me when I was down and out like this?
Yeah, what difference does that make?
Makes a lot of difference to me. I thank you very much. I'm very grateful to you.
Oh, don't put it like that, please.
But I am. You've given me that much self-respect. It's a very big thing.
Have you lost it?
You're bound to lose your self-respect when you think someone's wanted you for yourself. You find out it's for your money. Especially when your money's all gone.
It's a bit of a pill, isn't it? Well, what's your answer?
My answer's no.
Why?
If you think I'm the sort to take advantage of your kindness, you don't know me.
Kindness?
What else is it? Why else would you ask me?
I told you for fun. You make me laugh.
Oh, that's easy. Men like you laugh at anything. I'm no use to you. A failure. Mistress says I don't even know how to cook. Oh, it's you an oven.
I'm inventing a foolproof oven.
Are you? It should be a success. How'd you get on with your washing machine?
Was it fairly?
Oh, I'm awful sorry. How was that?
You didn't come to look at it?
No. But honestly.
Well, I was up against competition.
Like the rest of us. How's your blonde?
I don't know.
I thought you were in love with her.
I'll come to that. I thought you were in love with the Count. What back answer have you got to that?
Just that I was in love with him.
Well, come to that. I was in love with the blonde. Took me exactly a week to get over it. Just as it took you exactly a week to get over the Count.
Didn't. I'm not over him. I'm in love with him still.
Do you remember the first meal we had together?
I'll never forget it.
Neither will I.
It was the first time I tasted champagne.
Is that the only reason?
No.
Well, what other?
It was the first time I ate a dinner I hadn't helped to cook.
I had hoped you were going to say because of the pleasant company.
As I remarked before, hope's all that's left to us sometimes.
Well, you didn't remark it to me.
Didn't I? Must have been to some other man.
I believe you're a dark horse.
Maybe I am.
At last.
At last? What?
A smile. A wee smile. Did you really mean what you said about Storm being in love with the Count?
No, not really. It was only the way he kissed my hand. It seemed like romance. But what's the use of romance if there's no truth in it? I'm a stickler for the truth. That's why I finished with you. Both of you deceived me. I'll never trust a man again so long as I live. I hate lies.
Considering you're such a good little liar yourself.
Me, a liar? What do you mean?
How old are you?
A woman's allowed to take a slice of her age. It's understood.
And it's understood that a man's allowed to say he's met a business friend, or words to that effect. What made you angry was not so much the lie as the fact that I wanted to go out with the blonde instead of you. It was very silly of me. It showed me bad taste. I'm sorry. I can only promise you that it won't happen again.
How did you know I told a lie about my age?
Saw it in your passport.
Oh, you'd a cheat looking at my passport.
How could I help myself when you showed me a photo?
That awful thing.
Jeannie.
Who gave you leave to call me by my Christian name?
Mine's Stanley.
I know that, Mr. Smith.
Miss McLean. If you'll let me call you by a Christian name, I'll throw in a washing machine.
Bribery and corruption.
I may not be able to kiss your hand as well as the Count.
You're doing fine.
Will you marry me, Jeannie? Huh? Jeannie?
If you really mean what you said about the washing machine.
I'll throw in a foolproof oven as well.
Then I've no alternative. Stanley?
In Jeannie by Amy Stewart, the part of Jeannie was played by Isabel Rennie. Stanley Smith by Hayden Jones. The Count by Trader Faulkner. Jeannie's father by Duncan McIntyre. Mrs. Whitelaw by Elizabeth Morgan. The Blonde, Cecile Chevreau. The Mistress, Gudrun Ure. Bessie, Mary Wiley. And Maggie, Molly Weir. Other parts were played by John Badley, Jonathan Scott, and Anthony Vickers.
Monica Gray is Frances Ivory, with Duncan McIntyre in Black Plumes, a play for radio by Felix Felton and Susan Ashman, from the novel by Marjorie Allingham. Black Plumes.
Well, my dear Francis, this is a very charming surprise. What has brought you all the way up here?
I'm worried, Granny. I wanted to talk to you.
Oh, I'm an old woman, my dear, nearly 90. It's not much use coming to me. When's your father coming back from China?
Well, not for a month or two, and I must talk to someone.
What's the matter? Trouble at the gallery?
Yes.
I don't wonder, with Robert Madrigal left in charge. I never liked that young man. And why your insane stepsister married him, I can't imagine. How is he behaving?
Well, he and Phillida are staying with me at number 38.
Are they, indeed? Whose idea was that?
Father's. He wanted Robert to be near the gallery.
So Phillida's at 38, is she? Merrick didn't tell me that. You're finding it difficult to live with her, I suppose. I don't blame you.
She is a bit neurotic.
That's putting it mildly. What has she done now?
Darling, it's not Phillida. I only wish it were. Granny, there's something going on.
Oh, there always was.
Yes, I know. But this is different. Things are being deliberately broken and destroyed. The staff's going to pieces. Peterson, the old commissionaire, has resigned, and even Miss Dorset's on the verge of it. Well, you can't blame them.
Now, look here, my dear. You leave business to men. When I was your age, we thought it rather indelicate for females to understand business. That was imbecile, of course. But we were saved a lot of unpleasantness. You ought to be thinking about getting married. Phillida has no children. A mercy, of course, if there's anything in heredity. But someone must carry on. Come and talk to me about marriage, not business.
All right, then. Robert has just told me I ought to marry Henry Luca.
Luca? Wasn't that the little man who was rescued from Godolphin's expedition?
Yes.
But I thought he was a baggage man in charge of the camels, or was it mules?
Oh, no, darling. Do be fair. Well, he did go out as Robert's batman, but that's nothing to do with it, and he's in the firm now. I just don't like him.
Did this person have the impudence to ask you to marry him?
There was nothing impudent about it, darling. Why shouldn't he? Even if he is a bit of a smart aleck.
Why? Don't be a fool, girl. Your mother left you £200,000. That is a fortune. This camel man is presuming.
Oh, but surely...
I shall speak to Merrick when he returns. Are you staying for tea?
No, thank you. I'd better get back to the gallery. Miss Dorset doesn't know where I am.
All right, then. Dorothea will show you out. And for heaven's sake, take a firm line with this nasty little camel man, and with Robert as well.
Oh, Miss Frances, thank heavens you've come back.
Hello, Miss Dorset. What's the trouble?
Trouble? A picture's been slashed, that's all.
Slashed?
Yes, I've been nearly frantic.
Which picture is it?
One of Mr. Fields. The big portrait of the Mexican dancer, number 64.
Is David here?
Indeed he is. He's upstairs with Mr. Robert and Mr. Luca now.
Who discovered it?
Old Formby. He says he went into the big gallery at 2 o'clock to speak to Mr. Robert, who was there with Mr. Luca, and everything was all right then. When they came out about 15 minutes later, he went back again and found the damage.
Does he actually say that no one else was there except Robert and Luca, and that they were together?
He does.
But doesn't he see what that means?
Don't ask me. I've worked for your father since I was 17, and it's a shame to see his wonderful old firm floundering in the hands of a lunatic, if nothing worse. I've never said such an indiscreet thing in my life, but it's the truth, and someone's got to say it.
Don't worry yourself, Miss Dorset. I'll go upstairs and listen to what's going on.
Well, what about it, Madrigal? Can your people downstairs patch it up? How long are they likely to be about it?
Mr. Field, you can rely on us, absolutely. I can't tell you how shocked and horrified we are that this should have happened to a picture in our care. Mr. Luca here agrees with me.
Don't give it a thought, Mr. Fields. We'll patch it up for you.
It may be out of the show for a day or two, but that can't be helped, can it?
You're insured, of course? Yes, naturally we are, fully. But in view of the particular circumstances, I mean in view of the slightness of the damage, I think a claim might hold up repair work unnecessarily. After all, the main thing is to get the picture back on show.
Yes, I suppose so. Look here, Madrigal, exactly what sort of an accident was it?
I have no idea. No idea at all.
All right. I'm probably a fool, but get it repaired and back in its place by the end of the week, and we'll forget the incident. But meanwhile, for the love of Mike, do look after the stuff. These things are painted in blood and sweat. I can't let them be carved up indiscriminately.
Quite. North is upstairs arranging for it to be taken down. Perhaps you'll go up to him, Luca, and impress on him that he must take every possible care.
Oh, very well.
It's a terrible thing to have happened. Terrible.
Why, it's Miss Ivory. I didn't see you. Now, your turning up has quite cheered up my afternoon. Mind you wait, I'll be down in a minute.
Hello, Francis.
Robert?
You've met Mr. Field, haven't you?
Oh, I should hope so. She was my first client. I painted her when she was 14. The fee Merrick paid me got me to the United States. Hence my career. Hello, Francis, love.
Hello, David.
I'm very depressed. Someone's been sticking knives into my beautiful senorita. It's the insult that gets one down. Hey, what are you doing now? Come out and have a sherry.
It's too early.
Oh, is it? I can't get used to my hometown again after years of freedom. Well, never mind. Let's go and eat ice cream.
There's nothing I'd like better.
Fine. We'll go now before a little consequential return, shall we?
I didn't think you'd be going out, Francis.
Oh, but I am, Robert. I don't get a sound offer of ice cream every day. Shall we go?
Poor woman, she's starving. Righto, Ducky. Do you think you can bear up until we get across the road? What's going on at your place?
How do you mean?
Either Phillida's husband or that painful little excrescence with the ginger hair stuck a penknife into one of my best paintings. I may be fussy, but I don't like it.
Neither would I.
What's up? The ginger twerp has something on Robert, has he?
Blackmail, you mean?
Well, I don't know. I don't suppose Robert did the knifing himself. And when one chap covers up another with such desperate determination, the evil thought has a way of cropping up. Had any other trouble?
Oh, heavens, yes. A Kangxi vase has been broken and a royal catalogue destroyed. A number of things. And each one's been a little more serious than the last.
It's not good, old girl. In fact, it's damn disturbing. You're all pretty sure that Ginger is the man.
Oh, yes, I think so. He's horrible.
Well, who is he? Where did he come from?
He went with Robert on Godolphin's Tibetan expedition.
Ah, good Lord, yes, I remember. The secret climb through the Himalayan pass. I read about it at the time. They were very interested in it in the States.
Robert and Luca were the only two to return.
Oh, well, that accounts for it. Ginger probably saved Robert's life or something. Godolphin disappeared, didn't he?
Yes, he'd broken his leg. And rather than encumber the other two, he disappeared during the night. They were at the edge of a ravine.
A wonderful chap, old Dolly. Nobody but he could have persuaded your father to put up money for an expedition like that. But I can't exactly see Robert on that kind of adventure. It's odd, isn't it? The lamb returns, and the lion is left to bleach in the sun. Poor old Dolly. He'd have revelled in your present situation, by the way. Did you ever meet him?
I saw quite a lot of him during the school holidays my last year. He and Phillida ran round together quite a bit.
Ah, so they did. Your half-sister believed in numbers.
Yes, but Robert stuck. The others drifted. Godolphin got lost, but Robert stuck. He would. He's a sort of nervy determination about him that really frightens me.
Frightens you? Why?
Robert wants me to marry Luca.
Marry Ginger?
I know it's absurd, but he has such an uncanny way of getting what he wants that I sometimes feel I might go mad and do it.
This isn't serious, is it? I shouldn't stand for it. It's damned insulting. Robert's nuts, of course.
Luca's such a little tick.
Horrible. He makes a bit of a nuisance of himself, I suppose. That type can. They're unsnubbable. You don't like to go away, of course, because of the trouble. Francis, my love, you're in a mess.
I'm afraid I am, rather.
You know what you'd better do?
What?
Get engaged. That'll scotch all that nonsense till Merrick returns. Betrothal is old-fashioned, I know, but it has its virtues, like flannel. Any likely lad about?
No one I could ask.
It ought to be someone you know, or it might lead to marriage. When's your father due home?
January or February.
Oh, a long time. Phillida's just her own sweet self, I take it?
Just about.
Yeah. Well, suppose I take you out now and buy you a ring.
What did you say?
Well, not a violently expensive one, just decent enough to show the relations. Any good?
Are you serious?
Yeah, perfectly. And let's be clear about one thing. I'm not asking you to marry me, and I don't suppose I ever shall.
Oh.
No, you see, there's the question of money. I'm very sensitive about it. I once nearly killed an old woman who suggested I was a fortune hunter.
Nonsense.
Oh, yes, I did. Now, joking apart, I don't go back to America until April. So if you'd care for an engagement ring, we'll go out and buy one. What about it?
Well, it would certainly settle one of my difficulties till Father gets home. Oh, but it seems such a frightful imposition.
Anything to oblige an old client. That's a bet, then. We'll buy the ring, write to the newspapers, and tell the family. When the time comes, we can quarrel about the ballet or something. Meanwhile, stick to the story. That's the main point.
You won't be upsetting anybody?
Meaning?
Any other woman?
Oh, Lord, no. I'm free, unattached, and unbeloved. I've never even been engaged before. The old man's a frightful cad at heart. He always slithers out of it in the end. I'm banking on your nice bringing up. None of the objects of my adoration has ever got a hooks in me.
Why? Was it always money?
Huh? Oh, yes, money. That and other things. Come on. You'll have to have an aquamarine with those eyes.
Good evening, Norris. Any messages?
Well, I don't know if you were expecting her, but old Mrs. Ivory's here.
Granny? Here at 38?
Yes, miss. She came about an hour ago.
Where is she now?
In Mr. Merrick's room, miss. Her maid's looking after her.
Why has she gone up there?
She had words with Mr. Madrigal, miss.
Where's Mr. Madrigal now?
He's in the garden room.
Right. I'll go and see him, darling, and get it over.
Mrs. Madrigal said, would you go and see her when you came in, miss? I'm afraid she's very put out.
All right, then. You cope with Robert, darling. I'll go up and let Phillida cry on my shoulder.
Oh, Francis, it's all your fault. You asked Granny to come here. How could you?
I did nothing of the kind.
But you went to see her. She said so. Why did you have to go and upset her?
Well, I never dreamt she'd come down here. She's so terrifyingly old.
She's as strong as a horse. Wish to goodness I had her strength. When she came in on old Dorothea's arm, she positively dominated the house.
Was Robert rude to her?
Well, naturally he protested. I did myself. There was a terrible scene. Oh, I shall be a rag tomorrow.
What did Granny do?
Oh, just let Robert rage. He said the most unforgivable things and simply sat down and sent Dorothea to prepare Merrick's bedroom for her. But what could one do? She said it had been her room for 30 years and she was going to bed in it. Well, there was nothing to say. I thought Robert was going to faint. It's all your fault, Francis. You may have killed her. What's that ring?
My engagement ring. I'm going to marry David.
Marry David? But, Francis, you're out of your mind. Whatever will Robert say?
I don't know. David's telling him now.
But Robert's made up his mind. You shall marry Luca.
Then I'm afraid he's doomed to disappointment, my dear.
Oh, as if we hadn't troubles enough, and you know what Robert's like when he's thwarted.
It's no business of Robert's who I marry.
Francis, have you ever thought that Robert might be mad?
Why do you say that?
Oh, nothing. I'm ill and nervy. I hate this insufferable house. I've only been married to him 2 years. It's always been odd and difficult, but just lately he's been much worse, and he's getting worse every day. Lost all control talking to Granny, and when he hears about David... Oh, for goodness sake, go down. They've both got insane tempers. We'll go on.
Perhaps I'd better. Will you be all right?
Oh, don't worry about me.
Dorothea, how's Granny?
I can't do a thing with her, Miss Francis. She's brooding. I haven't seen her like it since Mr. Merrick's first wife, Miss Phillida's mother, ran off and left him. She's angry and she's old. I wondered, should I send for a doctor?
I don't see what good he could do.
Well, I'll wait a bit and see how she is later. I'll go down in a minute and get her a mite of hot milk. She may take that and go to sleep. Mr. Robert has upset her. Oh, they make me wild, these nervy men. There's something very wrong in this house. I notice it if you don't. Something very wrong.
Yes? Who is it?
It's me, David. I took a chance on finding the right room.
Come in.
No, thanks. I'm just on my way. I only wanted to tell you that we're still engaged.
What's the matter? What's happened?
Oh, nothing. It's all okay, in spite of our Robert's unendearing manners. He's going off for a walk, by the way. It's not a bad idea. The night air may cool him down a bit.
What did he say?
Just about what you'd think. Forget him. We're engaged. Good night.
Good morning, Miss Frances. No signs of Mr. Robert this morning.
Really?
No, miss. He's not been in the house all night, and his coat and hat are missing. Shall I send his letters down to his club? It's what I usually do. Good morning, madam. Mr. Robert's not at his club, and he's not at the Surrey house or the Paris flat.
Where is he, Francis? Where is he? It's nearly a week now. Why doesn't he get in touch? What's happened? What's happened? Francis, look. Look at the headlines. Godolphin's been saved. Famous explorer escapes from forbidden territory.
Never mind Godolphin. Phillida, something's happened.
Happened?
You've got to pull yourself together, darling. You've got to be incredibly brave and, oh, for goodness sake, keep your head.
They found Robert.
Yes. Did you know?
Look, I don't know anything. Where is he? What's he done?
He's been down in the garden room all the time.
Garden room?
His hat and coat were there, too, lying on top of him. That cupboard's never opened, you know. There's nothing in it in the ordinary way. They just found him. Norris called me.
Francis, are you telling me that Robert is dead?
Yes.
Thank God.
Are the police here yet?
Yes, darling.
To think of the police tramping about in this house. Does Norris know how the man died?
No. He just found him propped up there with his hat and coat on his knees.
Who was the last to leave the house that night? David Field?
No. Someone went out after him.
How do you know?
Because I heard the latch click when he went. And then about 10 minutes later, someone walked sharply down the passage from the garden room and went out of the front door. Oh, and Granny, Luca was in the house that night. I met him when I went down to the garden room.
When you went down to the garden room?
I went down to see how David and Robert were getting on together. I met Luca coming away from there. Oh, he was angry about something and quite insufferable. I went on down the passage, but the door was shut and I didn't like to go barging in, so I went down into the yard.
And looked up through the window?
Yes.
Very sensible. Just what I should have done myself. And what did you see?
Oh, they were just talking, you know.
You saw them both?
Yes, I did.
Are you in love?
No, I don't think so. Oh, I don't know.
They say it's unlucky to marry for love. Some country saying, I think. Very true. Did you see Field again that night?
Yes. He came up to my room to say that we were still engaged and that Robert was going for a walk.
To your bedroom?
Yes, darling.
Quite like a servant girl. Listen. There's someone coming across the landing.
I don't think so.
Yes, there is, my dear child. I haven't slept in this room for 30 years of my life without getting to know it. Open the door.
Miss Dorset.
I didn't like to knock in case she was asleep. Can I speak to you, please?
Oh, yes, of course. It's Miss Dorset, darling. I'll be back in a minute.
Miss Ivory, what am I to do about the reporters? The gallery ought to issue some sort of statement.
Well, can't Mr. Luca do it?
He hasn't turned up yet.
It's late, isn't it?
Nearly 12:30. I phoned his house, but he left there at 9. I don't know where he is.
We'll get hold of him as soon as you can. The police will want to see him.
Then it was it? I heard something, but I didn't like to ask any more. Who?
We don't know. They're finding out now.
Miss Ivory, you sure Mr. Robert couldn't have done it himself?
I don't think so. Robert was nervy, but he wasn't suicidal.
Wasn't he?
What do you mean?
Didn't he ever talk to you about the whistle on the telephone?
Whistle?
He didn't. Then don't mention it, for heaven's sake. It's probably nothing at all. I ought not to have said anything. I'm so upset today, I don't know what I'm doing. I'll go back to the gallery.
Wait, just a minute. You sound as if you thought Robert was insane.
I did wonder. So would you have done, if you'd known him as well as I did.
Hello, hello. Am I interrupting a conference?
No, Mr. Field, indeed you're not. I'm just going back to the gallery.
Ah.
Excuse me.
Well, Duchess, how are the nerves?
The nerves?
They want to see you downstairs. They've just finished with me.
What did they ask you? Robert was murdered, was he?
Looks like it, Ducky. But have no fear. The head narc is a nice old Scot. He talked to me like a father. I find myself yearning to confide my secret inhibitions. By the way, do you recollect performing a Girl Guide act of mercy on my hand with a bottle of iodine last week?
Yes. Why?
Now look at my hand now. Gone without trace. Ever heard of Coriolanus?
Who?
Coriolanus, a hellishly noble Roman. He was touchy about displaying his wounds. I'm just like him. I thought I'd mention it. Forget the incident entirely, will you?
But I don't...
Go on, down you go. Never keep a narc waiting, not even a nice one.
Miss Frances Ivory.
Yes.
Allow me to introduce myself, Divisional Detective Inspector Brady.
How do you do?
I'm jolly pleased to meet you. Won't you take a chair?
Oh, thank you.
That's it. I don't want a statement from you yet, but I'd just like a wee word with you if the time's convenient.
Well, certainly.
I understand you went down to the yard on the night of the crime.
How do you know?
Your granny's old maid told me.
Dorothea.
Aye, that's her name, I believe, yes.
What else did she tell you?
I'd prefer the story from you.
All right. I did come down that night. I didn't like to interrupt Robert and David by going into the room, so I looked through the window.
Uh-huh. And what did you see?
David and Robert talking.
You're certain you saw both men?
Yes.
Just talking?
Yes.
Now, have you heard how the deceased was killed?
No.
He was killed by a jab in the chest, passing between the 4th and 5th ribs and piercing the heart bag. It must have been a long blade, approximately half an inch wide. Now, can you think of any weapon in this house that might answer the description?
No, I can't say I can.
And I suppose you can't help us about this Blackamoor.
Blackamoor?
Aye. Molly, the maid, swears a blackfellow darted through the yard that night. You didn't see him yourself?
Oh, no, indeed, I didn't.
Molly's been reading too many novels, I'm thinking. By the way, there's one wee point I forgot. Besides the stab wound, there was a contusion on the back of the poor chap's head and another on his chin. The one on his chin was likely made by a blow from a fist and was delivered with such violence that there's a likelihood that the assailant's hand was damaged. Have you seen a barked set of knuckles in the neighborhood recently?
No, I haven't.
Ah, well, I'll not detain you now. Never concern yourself about me. I'll just be in and out all the time.
Good morning, Miss Ivory.
Good morning, Miss Dorset. Have you found Mr. Luca yet?
No, that's what I came across to tell you. He's gone.
Gone?
Yes. I got onto his flat as early as I dared this morning, and he's still not back. He walked out just before 9 yesterday morning, and he hasn't been seen since. Oh, there's only one explanation that comes to mind, isn't there?
Oh, please, please, let it be true.
The police are after him already. The servant told me there's been a man hanging about the place all night. Well, I'm not surprised. I never liked him. But it doesn't seem possible, does it? Oh, I was so frightened for you yesterday.
For me?
Yes. He's such a nice young man, isn't he? I've admired his painting for years.
Oh, I never thought David had anything to do with it.
Oh, of course you didn't, my dear. No one could have expected you to. I haven't had a reply to my China cable yet. Your father really is needed here. There's no one in authority left at all next door except me.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I forgot to tell you. This news about Luca put it out of my head. We heard last night.
Where from?
Alexandria. Daddy's coming by plane this morning. He'll be here tomorrow.
But how did he...
Apparently Gabrielle wired him last week after I went out to see her.
Tomorrow? That is good news. Oh, it's a terrible homecoming, of course. Poor man, what a shock. Still, I shall be relieved to see him.
Good morning, all. Oh, you both seem very pleased with yourselves.
It's the wonderful news. Mr. Ivory will be here tomorrow.
And Luca's run for it.
Well, there's a double event, if you like. That calls for a celebration, my love. I'll take you out to lunch.
Oh, I don't think we ought to.
Cheerio, Miss Dorset. My good girl, you can't hang about this ghastly house day in and day out. You'll get as hysterical as Phillida. We'll go to the Biarritz. And perhaps you'd like to marry me afterwards.
Why?
The iodine-stained hand. By the laws of England, no wife can give evidence against her husband. You asked for it, sweetheart. Now, no more arguments. We go out at 1:45, and don't keep me waiting. Sorry, darling. That was a reporter. I had to cope with him.
What did you do?
Yeah, gave him a signed confession and the commissionaire's hat. What's the matter? Your cheeks are tingling.
I've just been given the cut direct.
Who by?
Margaret Fisher-Sprigg at the corner table. She's on several committees with Daddy. I nodded to her and she looked straight through me.
What, that old trout in the wide awake? Oh, never mind about her. Think of her in the nude. Did I tell you Godolphin will be home on Thursday?
Godolphin?
Yes, the one and only Dolly. He rang Phillida this morning.
Where from?
I don't know. Basra or somewhere, I expect. I warn you, Duchess, there are storms ahead. Button down your sou'wester and keep your chin in.
What do you mean?
Surely you haven't forgotten what he's like. A colourful bird. This sensational return from death is typical. If there's any stirring up to be done, Dolly's the man to do it. And talking of stirring up, where the hell are those waiters?
Oh, Miss Ivory, I'm so glad you're back. There's terrible news.
Why? What's happened now?
Mr. Merrick is held up at Brindisi.
What's the trouble?
A case of yellow fever on the plane. They're all in quarantine.
That means he'll be there for a fortnight at least.
He sounded so upset on the telephone.
Had he heard about Robert's death?
He just read about it in the papers. I thought he was going to have a stroke, poor man. What a frightful homecoming for him then. Oh, Mr. Field, Mrs. Madrigal sent down word that you were going to see to everything with Mr. Worthington. That's the solicitor.
You mean about the funeral?
Yes, I'm so glad. I'd have done it, of course, but these things do need a man. I don't know why.
All right, then. I'll go down and see Worthington now. You'll want it all very quiet, naturally.
Oh, I think so. Old Mrs. Ivory must be consulted, but I should think as quiet as possible. I'll go and ask her, unless you'd like to, Miss Francis.
No, you go, will you? I'll come out later. I want to word with Mr. Field.
Just as you say.
Phillida asked me, you know. Someone's got to do it for the poor girl. It's a horrible job.
Look here, David. This entire business has got hopelessly out of hand.
Oh, I was only trying to be useful.
I'm talking about us.
Oh.
Wouldn't you like to call the engagement joke off? Well, I think you'd better. You saw what happened at lunch today. We're going to be the Piccadilly lepers. You clear right out of it.
I'd like to. There's nothing I'd rather do.
Very well, then. Go.
Darling, you're lovely. All elementary and untrodden and violets down the path. It's disgustingly rare and painfully attractive. As a rule, this is the point where the old cad packs up. However, just take a look out of the window. See him? Boots and all. If I leave this house, he goes too. This is a solemn moment. For the first time in his life, the old man's trapped, Duchess.
If he wasn't there, you'd go?
You bet I would.
Miss Francis, you'd better come and see your grandmother yourself. She doesn't agree with our ideas at all.
All right. I'll go up now.
Shall I come with you?
I suppose so.
Francis, why have you brought Mr. Field?
Phillida has asked him to look after things.
I disapprove strongly.
I'll stand down then.
And it's too late. If your name has been mentioned to the solicitors, it will cause less talk if you go on with it.
There's bound to be talk in any case. That's why we all thought that a quiet funeral...
Quiet? A quiet funeral at a time like this? Don't be ridiculous.
It was only because of all the scandal.
My dear child, we don't admit that there is any scandal. Our poor, wretched relation has died, and we owe it to ourselves to see him buried in the right way.
There will be all these crowds round the house.
Then, for heaven's sake, give them something to stare at. Worthington will know the proper undertaker, and tell him we'll have no truck with these tawdry little modern motor hearses. Robert's hearse shall be drawn by 6 properly accoutred black horses with black plumes on their heads.
Very kind.
Goodbye. Goodbye, Mrs. Ivory.
Goodbye.
Oh, thank heaven they've all gone.
At least they paid you the compliment of coming. Most of the people you asked just sent wreaths.
Granny was right, you know. Those horses were a magnificent sight.
The undertaker told me he hadn't had those plumes out since before the war.
Phillida behaved uncommonly well.
Phillida can always be relied on to play a part. Today, it was dignified grief.
Dorothea?
Granny's going upstairs, I think. Oh, wait a minute. Here's Norris. He's looking a bit anxious.
Mrs. Ivory, Mr. Godolphin is here.
Godolphin? Mr. Godolphin. Show him in.
Certainly, madam.
Be ready for a shock. What he's been through doesn't make people look any younger.
The paper said he was lame.
Mr. Godolphin.
My God.
Forgive me. I've chosen quite the wrong time to arrive. Your man told me the news on the doorstep. I'm just off the plane. Haven't seen a paper or spoken to a soul. Came straight to Phillida, naturally.
Naturally. Why, naturally, Mr. Godolphin.
Philida, my dear, is it still a secret?
Oh.
Ah, I see it is.
Well, are we to share this secret?
Certainly. Philida's my wife. We were married just before I went abroad.
Still in the breakfast room. It's 40 minutes now. Do you think we ought to go in?
Leave them. They are the two people it concerns. They'll come back when they're ready. You knew about this, Mr. Field.
Yes, I did. I was a witness at the wedding. Philida said it had to be done in secret because Dolly was broke or something equally undesirable, so along I went. It was just before I went back to America.
But when you returned and found her married to Robert...
I held my tongue. It was her affair, not mine. And as Dolly was dead, there was nothing in it. I did come and see her last week and implored her to get hold of Dolly and tell him. But when he telephoned, she funked it. So where do we go from here?
He'll have to see reason. After all, it's quite clear how the thing happened.
Listen, they're coming.
Come on, Philida. They're all here.
Well?
It's ghastly. There's only one thing to be done. I've been explaining that to my wife. We must all pull together and get this mystery cleared up, and then she and I must start afresh.
How very sensible. And what will you do while the police are finishing their inquiries? Go abroad again?
No, dear lady. I've just spent 3 years in a filthy lamasserized cell, or correction cell, as they're pleased to call it, thinking of my home and my wife, and believe me, I'm not going to lose either of them again.
I see. And what do you suggest?
That we get on with the work at once and see the whole hopeless affair settled. Since it principally affects me, I'll do it myself.
He doesn't understand. He wants to stay in the house.
That is out of the question.
I don't think so. Here you are, a house full of women completely at the mercy of the police. Your solicitor appears to be worse than useless. Field can't do much because he has no authority and isn't even a permanent resident in the country. You must have somebody to manage things. There's absolutely no reason why I shouldn't stay here as a guest and do what I can to clear things up.
But, my dear chap, use your imagination. Don't ignore what's happened. Philida married Robert in all good faith, and he's barely in his grave.
I realize that. That's the one thing I do realize. I'm sorry, but you forget. Where I've been rotting slowly out of existence, the niceties have been absent. I don't care if the thing's good form or if it's socially dangerous. I want to take Philida away. She's my wife, remember, not Robert's. If she won't come or can't come away with me till this blasted mystery is cleared up, then I'll clear it up, and no one on earth shall get in my way. Is that plain enough? If you won't have me in the house, Mrs. Ivory, I'll stay in the nearest hotel, but if you've any sense, you'll use me, not frustrate me.
Thank you for your kind offer. Yes, Mr. Godolphin, we shall be very pleased if you will consider yourself my son's guest for a few days.
Thank you.
You will behave like a guest, of course.
You're very wise. Yes, I'll behave.
I'm very tired. Now, Dorothea, I'll come presently, but not yet. First of all, there is something I have to say to all of you. I am an old woman. Half the time my mind wanders abominably. But at this particular time, I think I may be saying things more vividly than any of you because I have one great advantage. I am apart. My life is at an end. I do not care what happens to me or to anyone else.
What are you trying to tell us, Granny?
Simply this. You have all developed one great weakness during the past hour. You all share a secret, previously only known to Philida and Mr. Field.
Our marriage, you mean?
Yes, Mr. Godolphin, your marriage. Somehow or other, you have all got to keep this secret from the police.
I don't agree. I'm against secrets. If we hadn't kept our marriage a secret, this wretched complication would never have cropped up. I say tell the police.
Regardless of consequences?
What consequences can there be? As far as I can find out from Philida, poor old Robert must have died last Monday week, just about the time when I was lying under a mass of stinking goatskins being smuggled over the border in a mule train. As Robert died, I came to life. Philida never had two husbands at once, so where's the immorality? Surely the police are human and reasonable.
No, darling, no, don't tell them.
Why ever not?
You don't know. You don't understand. I think Robert guessed about you and me in the last 6 months have been hell, absolute hell.
You see, Mr. Godolphin, Philida should not be allowed to talk, should she?
Anyone can see what's happened to Philida. Robert happened to mention my name by chance one day, and that started up a neurosis. Look at her, poor darling. She's a massive hysteria now and must have been for months.
You can take me up now, Dorothea. My dear Mr. Godolphin, don't forget one thing. The police are very unimaginative. You must be careful. Given that story, they might almost consider poor Phillida had a motive, mightn't they? Your arm, Dorothea.
Bridie here?
Randall here, sir. We've got him.
You have you, jolly good. And what's he like?
Cocky, sir.
Ah, I thought he might be. Bring him along.
Right, sir. The train goes in 7 minutes. We'll be with you before 5.
Good morning, sir.
Oh, good morning, Withers. Any results?
Oh, nothing, sir. Not a black man seen for miles. No one saw him except this Molly, and she's said to be a little weak in the head. I'll go on following it up, of course.
That's right. Any luck in your other direction?
I'm keeping an eye on the lad. He's staying away from the house and amusing himself, but we'll let him bide for an hour or two.
Ah, yeah.
He's costing the country a mint in shoe leather, but it can't be helped.
Hello?
Hello, Duchess, is that you?
David! Why on earth haven't you been round? Why haven't you been round?
Oh, funk, I suppose. Will you come out and eat with me tonight?
Oh, it's so embarrassing.
But I rather thought we ought to meet. A gossip writer phoned me this morning to ask if our engagement was still on.
Oh? What did you say?
I was very upstage. Put on a nice blue dress and I'll fetch you at 7:30.
Gabrielle says we're all to wear black for a month.
Does she indeed? Good for her. Have you got a black evening dress?
Yes. 7:30 then.
I like the dress, darling. It's just right in this studied pretentiousness. Do stop looking around like a hunted fawn, though.
I'm sorry, Dave.
Don't worry. There's not a soul in this room who can spare a second to recognize anyone but themselves. That's the strength of this age, individualism.
Excuse me, sir.
Hello, what's this? A note for me?
From the table in the alcove, sir.
Well, I'll be jiggered.
What is it?
Dolly and Phillida would like us to join them for a drink.
Oh, he hasn't brought her here.
He has, the blithering idiot.
What do they think they want?
Oh, I don't know. Let's go and see.
Do sit down, will you? Very queer you should have decided to come to just this one restaurant, isn't it?
I don't think so. We probably chose it for the same reason. It's not overcrowded with our particular set. I think you're both mad to come anyway.
Cigarette?
No, thanks. That's rather a sensational diamond, Phillida. It's new, isn't it?
Dolly bought it.
Dolly, you are nuts. You'll get the girl arrested.
Now, listen to me, Field. I was going to talk to you tomorrow, but we could have it out here better than anywhere else. Francis ought to be in it, too.
What's the trouble?
This is straight. You can be absolutely frank with us. There's nothing we won't do for you, but we must have this thing settled. Did you kill Robert?
My dear chap.
That's not an answer.
When you're fit to walk without that stick, I'll be happy to oblige you. I take it you're asking for horseplay.
You still haven't answered me.
No, Dolly. I did not kill him.
You were the last person who could possibly have been with him. You came out of the garden room and told Francis he was going for a walk. That's common knowledge.
I did. I thought he was going out. Damn it, I fetched his hat and coat from the hall for him.
You fetched his hat and coat?
Yes, I did. Oh, don't be so damn dramatic about it. I fetched his hat and coat and chucked them on the table for him.
Why?
Because he asked me to.
Do you honestly expect anyone to believe that?
No. That's why I didn't mention it before. But that's what happened.
David, we're all on your side. We all know what Robert was, and we all know you're inclined to lose your head when you get in a temper. Give us a chance to get behind you.
Why on earth should I have killed him?
Suppose you were having this back chat with him, and suppose he said something that got under your skin. Suppose you suddenly saw him with that conceited leer on that lantern mug and his grey lock flapping in his eyes, and you felt what a damn silly pompous ass he was, and you suddenly let him have it. Suppose you told him about his wife. You knew, remember. And then, when you realized what you'd done and how he was going to take it, you lost your head, as you do, you know, and killed him.
With a toothpick, I suppose.
There used to be an old spike file in that desk in there, so Norris says. He can't remember when it disappeared. Whatever it was, you had a week to get rid of it.
Imaginative little beggar, aren't you?
If you'll be reasonable, I'll back you to the limit.
Coming, Francis?
I'm sorry. You could have trusted us.
Coming? afraid Master Godolphin put a bit of a damper on the evening. What do you think after all that?
I don't.
You don't what? Think I'm guilty or think at all?
I don't think anything, except that I love you.
That's a blow below the belt, Duchess. Do you mean it?
Yes.
Darling, this is dangerous. Don't go and do it. Don't, please, sweet. You don't know anything about it. It's all right for me, but not for you. You're so new.
Do you love me?
For my sins. I hit him. That's what happened. Luca was there to begin with, but I pitched him out and he went off like a streak. That must have been when you met him. 10-ish.
Yes, that was the time. He looked furious.
No, not so much as I did. Robert was livid himself, unfortunately. He said something quite unpardonable, and I hit him very hard. I barked my knuckles on his chin. He went down like a tree. He lay there goggling at me, and I stood looking down at him for quite a long time.
I know. I saw you.
Did you? Where from? The yard?
Yes. But I told everyone I saw you and Robert talking. It seemed safer.
Ah, I see. Well, when he recovered, he was awfully worried about his face. He kept saying, "What will the servants think?" Like a parrot, until I nearly hit him again. Finally, I went and got his hat and coat for him with the idea of carting him down to a doctor to get him patched up. I told him to put them on while I came up and said goodnight to you. Well, that was all right as far as it went. But when I came down again, I heard him talking inside the room. Well, I assumed that Luca had come back, and a deep feeling of no enthusiasm for them both descended on me. So I thought, oh, what the hell, and pushed off. When he didn't show up in the morning, I took it for granted he was hiding somewhere, getting his face presentable.
Why didn't you tell them all this?
Who, Dolly?
No, the police.
Oh, it wouldn't have been a good idea, would it? Luca had brought the entire boiling down on his head by clearing out.
You weren't trying to shield Luca.
No, naturally not. But I saw no point in going into a long story about what Robert had said and why I was irritated.
In fact, you were shielding me.
Oh, Duchess, if you make a hero of me, you're going to come such a howling cropper.
I don't think I care very much about that.
I don't believe you do. Heaven help us both.
Oh, excuse me, Miss Ivory. Excuse me, sir.
Oh, hello, officer. What can we do for you?
I'm extremely sorry to disturb you.
That's all right. We were just coming in.
There's a message from Detective Inspector Bridie, miss. He's very sorry to bother you, but he'd be most grateful if you'd step down to headquarters for a minute.
At this time of night?
Oh, it sounds funny, I know, but he asked specially. I was to say it won't be for long. It's only regulation.
Well, that's that. Better get going.
Well, this is a fine time to ask you to come see me. Did you think you were coming to jail? Well, sit down, both of you, and don't take any notice of that poor chap in the corner. He jolly well has to sit there and take down any jewelry that may drop from my lips.
What's the trouble, Inspector?
Oh, you'll just think I'm a fussy old person, particularly as I'm going to ask the young lady something I've asked her before. But I won't keep you long, Miss Ivory. You'll be in your bed in half an hour. Now, would you just repeat exactly what you did on the night your poor brother-in-law, half-brother-in-law, was last seen alive?
I was talking to Phillida. Then I met Dorothea on the landing, and then I came downstairs.
Now, what time would that be?
Just about 10. Then I passed Mr. Luca in the hall.
Wait a minute. You're sure you passed Mr. Luca at that time?
Perfectly sure.
And then what?
I went down to the yard.
And what did you see?
I saw David and Robert talking.
Just talking?
Yes.
Talking. Ah, well, that's a fine stroke of luck for Mr. Luca.
What on earth do you mean?
Mr. Luca has returned to this bonny island.
Luca's come back?
Yes. We picked him up at Plymouth this morning, and we've got him here now. He's a lucky man. Fortunately for him, there was a good, conscientious woman working late at the gallery that night, and she can tell how he came in for his hat and coat and how they walked to the tube together and took a train. We know his movements after that. The woman gives him a grand alibi.
Miss Dorset?
Aye, that's she. She's an honest, sensible woman, isn't she?
Oh, yes, she's all right. She's absolutely cast iron.
There we are, then. Mr. Luca can sleep in his own house tonight. And it seems that you, Mr. Field, were the last one to see Mr. Madrigal alive.
Good morning, Miss Francis. Some letters have been left by hand. this one's yours, and this one's for you, Mr. Godolphin.
Same handwriting. Who are the others for?
Old Mrs. Ivory, sir, and Mrs. Madrigal. And there are also 2 for Miss Dorset and Mr. Field, with instructions for immediate forwarding.
What's all this about? Evans, it's from Luca. Glad if you'd give me your attention for half an hour at 3 o'clock in Merrick's office at the gallery. Yours the same, Francis?
Glad if you would get... Yes, it's the same exactly.
Infernal impudence. I'd like to use my stick on the fellow.
What shall we do about it?
Go. This isn't an invitation, it's an ultimatum.
What's the point of it?
Heaven knows. Some gigantic bluff, probably. We have to wait till 3 o'clock and then we'll see.
Well, Mr. Luca, we're all here.
Except the old lady. She'll come.
What are you going to do, Luca? Confess?
That'd suit you, Field, wouldn't it? Remember me, Mr. Godolphin?
Indeed I do. You were Robert Madrigal's Batman, an inefficient servant.
Oh, this is silly. It's no good sitting here insulting each other. Now you've got us here, Mr. Luca. Do for heaven's sake say what you've got to say.
That's not quite the line to take with me.
Me proud beauty.
That'll do from you. That'll do from the lot of you. I've got you, and you know it. But I'm going to put the position to you so clearly that you can't make any mistake. I'm only waiting for Mrs. Ivory.
In that case, we may as well go home. Is Granny likely to come all the way up here just because you've asked her to? It's cheek of you to ask her. Appalling cheek.
Hold it, Duchess. Here she is.
Good afternoon, Mr. Luca, is it? Thank you, Dorothea. I'll sit here. Yes. Now, what have you got to tell us that you feel we might find interesting?
Perhaps you'll explain, first of all, Luca, what the devil you mean by cutting and running the moment poor Madrigal was found dead. Didn't you realize you'd have the police after you like a pack of hounds?
Not very politely asked, but I'll answer you. I went before I knew he was dead. Anyone can tell you that.
Why did you go, then?
Oh, very simple. The night before the discovery, I happened to hear that a certain collector in London was interested in the Gaylord Venus. That information came into this office, and I saw an opportunity of doing myself a bit of good. I couldn't find Madrigal, so I went down to the bank, drew out all the cash I had, and nipped on a boat for New York.
Without telling us so?
Of course. In a deal of that sort, the fewer people you tell, the better.
Why did you come back, then?
Simple again. The news about Madrigal's death came through on the radio in mid-ocean. I put 2 and 2 together and sent a wire to the police that I was coming back. They met me off the boat.
Mr. Luca, I really don't see why you had to take your own money. The information on which you acted was the gallery's property.
Never mind that, Miss Dorset. I don't imagine Mr. Luca asked us here to discuss a piece of very ordinary business chicanery on his part. Once again, Mr. Luca, why are we here?
Well, you know, I thought we all ought to have a little chat. You see, I've got my position to think of.
Your position?
That's right. The governor's coming back, isn't he? And I may decide to stay with the firm.
I don't think we understand you, Luca.
Oh, that's a pity, Field. I rather hoped you would. You particularly.
I'm afraid I don't, all the same.
Oh, you don't? Then I'll tell you. You're in a jam, aren't you? All of you. While I was out of the country, I was a good enough scapegoat. Well, now I'm back. I've had a little talk with the police, and they've shown they're not interested in me. You see where I'm leading? My freedom puts a rope round you. Don't you kid yourselves it isn't there. And don't you imagine the police are going to sleep. There's a lot of work being done on the quiet. A lot of little odds and ends of information are finding their way onto the superintendent's desk. But so far, they haven't had all my contributions.
You're suggesting we don't want the police to find Robert's murderer.
One of you doesn't. One of you here killed Madrigal. That's why you're here. Well, now you know where you stand. So far, I'm not telling any more of what I know than is necessary to clear myself. And if everything goes off as I intend it shall, I shan't feel called upon to say any more. I thought I'd tell you all together, so no one makes any mistakes.
Put me onto the police.
Wait a minute, Godolphin. You're not the only pebble on the beach. Let the others have a say.
Does everybody here want me to talk? Well, now's your opportunity.
No, sit down, Mr. Godolphin. When the time comes, we'll call the police.
Someone's seen the light.
It's bluff. Pure bluff. There's no earthly reason why the thing shouldn't have been done from outside.
Oh, why it should have been. I suppose you're one of the people who think they saw a black man. I didn't give any opinion about that idea, because I wasn't asked for it. I'm much more interested in certain other little things. The music hall song, for instance. What, no one amused? That's a funny thing. It's a famous old song. No one's going to kiss that girl but me. Well, you know how it goes. Pride of Idaho. So now you know. And when you go, you'll find there's something on her mind. Don't think it's you, because no one's going to kiss that girl but me. Don't you get it, anybody? Let me whistle it to you.
The whistle on the telephone. Was that it?
Phillida, what are you talking about? I haven't been told about this.
Ah, so you recognize it, do you? Miss Dorset, I'm speaking to you. You seem to have heard that tune whistled before.
Yes. Yes, I have. It was about 8 months, no, nearly a year ago. A call came through from Mr. Madrigal here at the office. It was foreign and sort of constrained. Something about it made me curious, and I listened for a moment or two. That was all I heard. Just the tune, whistled like that. Then Mr. Madrigal hung up. He went out at once, and he didn't come back all day. I never saw him quite the same after that.
Miss Dorset, that doesn't sound like you. I mean, it's a fantastic story. It's melodrama. Pull yourself together. What really happened?
It's true.
Phillida.
Yes, it is. It often happened, or at least he thought it did, and it became an obsession with him. He used to dream about it. I thought he was out of his mind, and when I told Granny, she thought I was mad. And now Miss Dorset's telling you, and you're looking at her as if she was mad.
Quick, somebody. Phillida, stop it! Stop it, stop it!
All right. No need to go off the deep end, Phillida. If you all say it did happen, I'll accept it. I knew Robert pretty well, though, and I can't say I saw him as a nervous wreck. You sure he wasn't pulling a leg?
Oh, you're on the wrong tack entirely there.
Why'd you say that?
Robert had changed. Last time I saw him, that's exactly how I should have described it. A nervous wreck.
I only heard it once.
You said that, Miss Dorset.
Yes, but I always knew when it happened by the way he behaved.
It was only last summer he began talking so wildly about it, and I began to think he was insane.
There's nothing insane about it if Miss Dorset heard it, too.
Exactly. That's my point. Well, there you are. That's all I'm telling you at the moment, but I've got a hunch it's going to be enough. You can ring up the police, any of you. But all I say is, make sure your best friend wants you to. Well, now, I won't detain you. I dare say you'll all feel like a little discussion without me. I'm sorry I can't offer you this room, but I'm going to be busy. However, the rest of the mausoleum is at your disposal. Miss Dorset, I'll have a cup of tea here at 4:15.
Mr. Luca, here's your tea. Can I come in? Mr. Luca? Oh. Mr. Luca, I've been knocking... Oh! Ah! Help! Help! Mr. Luca's dead! Help! Help!
Mrs. Madrigal. Poor Mrs. Madrigal. The poor, silly thing. No warmth yet. Her hand's like a stone.
Doctor, what's she done? This can't be just fright, can it?
Can't it? She's had the equivalent of a kick over the heart. And there's nothing like emotion to upset the circulatory system.
Will she be all right?
I think so. The only real danger at the moment is from infection. She'll need constant watching.
You mean she can't be moved to a nursing home? No, of course she can't. But can't we have a couple of good nurses here?
I'll see what I can do. Perhaps we could just have a word or two.
Oh, yes, of course. Shall we go outside?
I think we'd better. Now, Mrs. Madrigal's collapse occurred immediately after she heard the news of Mr. Luca's death, didn't it?
Yes.
Who told her? You?
I'm afraid I did. I thought she'd nearly fainted. I called Dorothea and we got her onto the bed. Then I saw her forehead was wet and realized how cold she was. That was when I got onto you.
I see.
We've been having a sort of family conference. Mr. Luca called it himself in my father's office in the gallery next door. When it was over, most of us stayed there for a bit. In the building, I mean. But Phillida felt rotten, so Mr. Godolphin brought her back here at once.
Look here, this isn't quite ordinary inquisitiveness, but there is one point I would like to know.
What's that?
Is there any connecting door between this house and the gallery?
Yes. It's my father's own door. No one else ever dreams of using it.
Where is it?
It opens from the back of the cupboard in my father's bedroom, and it leads into his office.
Where Mr. Luca died?
Yes.
I suppose it was kept locked.
It was bolted from this side.
Who occupies your father's room now?
My grandmother. But when Mr. Luca died, she was over in the gallery.
Well, it's all extremely awkward. I shall have to make some sort of explanation to any nurse who comes, and we don't want anyone second-rate. May I use your telephone?
Oh, please do. There's one in the hall. Sorry.
Look here. Take my advice and lie down for an hour or so.
I think I will. I'll be in my room.
If I don't come and disturb you, it means the nurse is okay. All right?
Thank you, Doctor. You're very kind. Doctor?
It's not the doctor, miss. It's me, Dorothea.
Oh, come in.
I've just heard something I think you ought to know before anyone else. Poor Mr. Field.
What's happened to him?
Oh, be brave, my dear. They've got him.
Oh, no.
Molly got it out of the policeman on duty at the back door. They found his address and sent and took him down to the station. Poor Mr. Field. You won't believe it, will you?
No, of course not. Oh, heaven.
No, don't sit there moping. You won't do no good that way.
Is Granny asleep?
Not when I left her. Very active she is. These things seem to stimulate her. You go and see her, dear. She'll make you feel better. I'll be seeing after Mrs. Madrigal. Nobody's looking after that poor doctor. He must think this place is a madhouse.
Francis, can I come in, Granny? Granny, it's too awful. David!
Hello, Duchess. For goodness sake, keep your voice down and shut the door.
But I just heard that you'd been
arrested. He was, but he seems either to have been let out or to have escaped.
Never mind about me. I've been asking Mrs. Ivory to shut the house, split up, pack the servants off. If Phillida's ill, let her go to a nursing home. You can go to a hotel. Mrs. Ivory herself can return to Hampstead. Get the house empty.
What, tonight?
Oh, Lord, yes, it must be tonight.
But, David, we can't. The police wouldn't let us. There's one on duty in the front hall now, and another on the back door. Didn't you see them as you came in?
No, I didn't come that way.
I heard his tapping at the cupboard. I thought it was the police, so I let him in. He has not cared to explain how he came to be in my son's private office. But in any case, his suggestion is quite impossible. And if it weren't, I should still stay. There is something I want to know.
I hope you're not thinking of turning detective, Mrs. Ivory.
No, but I'm a very inquisitive old woman. And in all this dreadful business, there is one thing which strikes me as very strange indeed.
What's that, Granny?
First, Madrigal, you poor wretched creature, is found dead with a wound in his chest. And then that abominable little baggage man dies in the same way. As far as any reasonable person can see, both crimes must have been committed by the same person, who is still either in this house or in the gallery next door.
Well, we're all agreed on that.
One moment. The thing that seems to me so extraordinary is this. Both houses have been searched over and over again, and no weapon has been found. Now, I find this so peculiar that I've given my mind to it, and an idea has occurred to me which may eventually explain a number of things.
May we ask what it is?
No, I am not going to tell you or anyone else, because if I'm wrong, then I have made a very serious and unjust mistake. So I shall stay here until I find out for myself. Now, what is the matter, Mr. Field?
That's a very dangerous statement. Have you made it to anyone else? Have you?
No, I have not. But you come to me with a suggestion, and I am explaining to you why I am not adopting it. And now, forgive me, I am tired. Francis will take you downstairs.
Mrs. Ivory, you mustn't. For goodness sake, think of everybody else.
One more day. One more day.
David, what did she mean? One more day.
Keep your voice down. Now, quickly, is there a fire escape to this house?
Oh, David, no.
Sorry, Duchess, but it can't be helped. Where's the boat hole?
Up the back stairs, onto the roof, then over the parapet to the next house.
The gallery?
No, the other way. It's only offices, so there's no one there. The ladder goes down at the back. You'll have to drop the last 8 feet. Oh, be careful.
Come with me.
Where?
Holland. God knows what I'm letting you in for, but come and we'll risk it. It's pure selfishness on my part.
Why?
Oh, darling, at such a time. Are you coming?
Oh, how can I? Phillida is ill. Granny's alone. I can't. I must stay with them.
Yes, of course. Francis, be careful. Don't hear anything, don't think anything. Turn yourself into a mindless vegetable and keep your grandmother quiet. Never let her be left alone, not for a minute.
You're going to Holland?
Oh, damnation, I shouldn't have told you that. That's the one thing you must never tell anyone, never whatever happens. Promise. Word of honor?
Yes, of course. Word of honor.
Goodbye.
They broadcast an unfortunately good description of him in the 10 to 12 news last night. Silly chap, he can't hope to get away with it.
Oh, please!
Oh, good Lord, sorry, Francis. Wouldn't have mentioned it if I'd known. I understood that engagement of yours was a put-up job.
It started as one. It isn't now. Oh, this room's so stifling. Can't we pull back the shutters?
Want to have all those crowds staring at us? I'm not an animal in the zoo. I like my breakfast in peace. Francis.
Yes?
You're kidding yourself, you know.
I'm not.
Oh, yes, you are. You're so young you don't realize it. Love does get one, but there's nothing in it. You get bored to tears with that chap Field if you know him for long. He's a painter. All painters have a sort of romantic glow about them, but they're silly, oversensitive beggars when you get to know them. Impractical, too. Oh, look at this wild flight of his. What's he got to fear? There's not a shred of evidence against him the police could prove. You're well rid of him. Oh, hello, Miss Dorset.
I made Dorothea come down. She must eat something or she'll drop. You've got some coffee, Norris says.
Yes, I'll pour you some, Dorothea. Who's with Granny?
The nurse. Mrs. Madrigal's asleep. I only wish her grandmother was. I don't think she's closed her eyes once all night. She's overexcited. I thought she was going to fly out of bed when the police asked if Miss Dorset could come through the cupboard door.
Your coffee, Dorothea.
Why did you come that way, Miss Dorset?
Well, the inspector thought it would be better if I avoided the street. The crowd's waiting, hoping to see a woman.
Me?
My dear, it's Mr. Field running away. They don't think, you know. They just get hold of a dramatic idea. Never mind. It's going to be all right.
What do you mean?
Mr. Merrick's been released and he's on his way.
Daddy. Oh, thank heaven.
I've just heard, so I had to come over.
When will he be here?
Any time after 4. I nearly broke down and cried when I saw the message. It's what I've been praying for.
Do you mind if I join you for a wee minute?
Well, come in, Mr. Bridie. Will you have a cup of coffee?
No, not for the moment, thank you.
Any news of Field yet?
Not a word of him, that silly young juggins.
Do you think you'll get him?
Oh, yes. No doubt about that. It's just a question of time. It's a dickens of a job to escape us. It's those wretched journalists who are the bother. Most tenacious chaps. There was one on the roof just now, and no young lady to help him either. Well, cheer up. It's a fearful business, but we're nearing the finish.
I'd like to think so.
There's absolutely no question about it. There's just a little anxiety for the next few hours, but you'll be able to sleep easy in your beds tonight without a chance of being murdered there.
Can you say that definitely, Inspector?
Quite definitely. 4 o'clock, that's the hour. We'll all know a great deal more about this jiggery-pokery by then. Oh, by the way, Miss Dorset, for your information, all the telephone lines in this house and the next have been tapped for some time.
Right. I don't know why you should have to say that, I'm sure.
4 o'clock, then. That's 0 hour, is it?
That's correct.
And what are we to expect in the meantime?
Nothing, please God. But I'll ask you all to be in the drawing room half an hour before that, as I have a few things to say to you.
Everyone?
Servants and all.
Not old Mrs. Ivory.
I'd very much like her there.
No, she shan't. She's old. Her mind's not right. She'll work herself up and say things she doesn't know she's saying. You'll ask her down here over my dead body.
Now, that's a wee bit rash of you, Miss Dorothea, because I've already asked her earlier this morning.
Really?
I explained to her that you'd be here yourself to look after her. Oh, Miss Dorset, are you leaving us?
Well, I was going back to the gallery. There's a lot of work waiting.
All right, then. We'll see you here at 3:30.
Oh, you'll hardly need me.
Just the same, I'd like you to be here.
But I have an appointment just after 3:30.
If you were thinking of meeting Mr. Merrick's train, I'll have to ask you to change your mind. I see there's an extension telephone in the corner. I'll arrange for all your business calls to be put through here.
Very well.
All right, then. Now we know where we are. Do what you like, but don't try and leave the house. And I'll expect you all in the drawing room punctually at 3:30. Well, now, I'm not proposing to keep you all here in silence, so I've decided to give you a sort of general lecture on the two crimes. And when I come to any bit I'm not so sure about, perhaps you'll give me your intelligent cooperation. Will you do that?
All right.
It sounds an admirable plan, Mr. Bridie.
Thank you, Mrs. Ivory. Now, since you're none of you professionally skilled in the art of investigation, I'll commence my observations with a few general remarks. I want you to get into your heads a half-finished jigsaw puzzle. You can see by the shape of the hole which is left that you need a human head to complete the picture. A human head with a recognizable face.
Oh, dear.
What's that, Miss Dorset?
Nothing. Please go on.
The missing pieces of the puzzle are held by different individuals, and as soon as they're all on the table together, the little juts and corners will begin to fit, and the face will gradually appear. It's jolly ingenious.
Jolly good work, sir.
However, the first thing to do is to define the outline of the head. The background of the picture has to be built up, and the main art of this piece of construction is to weed out all unnecessary matter. Maybe I'm too complicated for you?
On the contrary, we find you extraordinarily clear. Go on.
I'm glad to hear it, ma'am. We'll now descend to the particular. A fortnight ago, Mr. Robert Madrigal was found dead, and on the same day, Mr. Henry Luca sailed for New York. As soon as he received word of the occurrence, he returned home and was examined by me, and I accepted his alibi. The next day, he called a conference of his friends and relations of Mr. Madrigal, and was himself mysteriously murdered by the same weapon which had killed his chief. We now cut out the unnecessary factor. The murder of Henry Luca does not merit our serious consideration.
Why do you say that?
Because he was a blackmailing scoundrel. We have evidence that during his lifetime, Robert Madrigal paid out considerable sums of money which coincided in amount and date with sums paid into Luca's account.
What about the slashing of David's picture?
That and other incidents before it were Luca's way of showing Mr. Madrigal that he was serious in some new and iniquitous demand.
What was his hold over Robert?
We don't know. But we do know that when he returned, he shared an almighty secret with someone else. He knew who had killed Madrigal, you see. When he called that conference yesterday afternoon, he made that fact jolly plain to someone in the room, and within an hour, he was dead himself. That's a simple story.
What about the motive for murdering Madrigal?
That's the first piece of the puzzle we need. The textbooks tell us there are 17 motives for murder, but I've never bothered my head about more than 3. Love, money, and revenge. And the principal one in my experience is money. It'll probably surprise one or two of you to hear that you all had the best money motives in the world for killing Madrigal.
Why do you say that, Mr. Bridie?
He was ruining you all. Unless something drastic was done, he'd have steered the firm into liquidation. From the very first, he'd proved a dangerous and unbusinesslike person. Isn't that so, Miss Dorset?
Yes, from the beginning.
Mr. Merrick Ivory did his best to, shall we say, divert Mr. Madrigal's attention by persuading him to go on an overseas journey. But when he returned, he undid much of the good work that had been done in his absence. His wife did her best to reason with him. Then, when Mr. Merrick Ivory had to go abroad himself, things became worse than ever. Right, Miss Dorset?
You don't know what it's been like.
Quite so. Now, a great firm has as many traditions as a great school or a great regiment, and it often inspires the same kind of jealous loyalty. I only mention this because there were quite a number of people who knew the real state of affairs. And Miss Dorset knew, of course, and so did Mrs. Madrigal. So did you, Mrs. Ivory, unless I'm mistaken.
Yes, I knew.
And it wouldn't surprise me to hear that you confided your worries to your lifelong personal attendant.
She did. I knew about it.
And you, Norris?
Me, sir?
Yes, you. You've been in service here for 20 years. Maybe the situation was not unknown to you.
I have enjoyed Mr. Merrick's confidence for a number of years, sir. I think I did know a little of this matter.
Ah. Mr. Merrick, he knew. He was the principal person involved. He went off to China. That is to say, he left England 14 weeks before Madrigal met his death. Now, when I was a young man, China was as far away as the stars. But with the coming of the new aeroplane, distance had ceased to exist, as you might say. Let me read you a few interesting facts. From Hong Kong to Bangkok, the flying time is only 14 hours. From Bangkok to Calcutta, only 9.5. From Calcutta to Karachi, 9.
I protest. He's not here to defend himself.
I'm only showing you how these days...
You're not. You're making imputations.
Take your call, Miss Dorset.
Yes. Yes. Miss Dorset here. Yes, I did inquire. Messrs. Ivory, Limited, Sallet Square. Yes. Yes, I see. Thank you.
Well, did you get your answer?
Yes.
And your suspicions were correct?
I don't know. Don't ask me.
Poor body. We now have to consider the night of the crime. The last person known to have seen Robert Madrigal alive is David Field. You all know what happened. There was an argument between the two in the garden room. According to the evidence, Madrigal turned to Field and said, "You've waited a long time for a woman with money, and now you're not taking any chances, are you?" Not a very nice observation.
How like him. David hit him, I suppose.
He did. He hit him on the jaw, scraping his own knuckles and putting the man clean out for an instant on the floor. At least that's Field's story. But Miss Frances Ivory, who happened to be in the yard about that time, or a few seconds later, said she saw the two of them talking. Would you like to retract that statement, Miss Ivory? It's very clear why you made it.
Yes, I would.
Well, this method of sifting evidence is unorthodox, but it's remarkably efficient. We're getting on very nicely with our afternoon's diversion. The shape of the head is taking place before our eyes. Now, Field went into the hall and fetched Madrigal's hat and coat for him. The idea was to take him to a doctor and have him patched up. Then he went upstairs to say good night to his young lady. Then, he says, he came down and heard Madrigal talking to someone and, thinking it was Lucar, turned away. That is Field's statement. And you may feel, as I do, that it's highly unsatisfactory. Still, he admits handling the hat and coat, and that is highly significant. Anyone might have seen him do it, and this whole story might have been an invention of his to cover that contingency. One thing is clear to me, that the murderer threw the hat and coat into the cupboard after the dead man.
No, you're wrong there.
What makes you think that, Mrs. Ivory?
I know you are. Because I put the hat and coat over the poor, wretched man myself.
You didn't. You didn't. You don't know what you're saying.
Be quiet, Dorothy.
I told you she'd come out with things she didn't mean. Don't believe her. Don't you dare believe her.
My dear Dorothea, you don't really think I killed him, do you? Oh, please sit down. The inspector is doing his puzzle, and I must contribute my piece.
Will you tell us what happened, ma'am?
Certainly. I went downstairs that night. It was my first evening in my old home, and I was restless. Dorothea had left me sitting by the fire. I got up and walked about the room and found I was much stronger than I had supposed. I made up my mind I would go down to Robert and talk to him. It was dark, but I know every inch of this old house, and I paused in the hall to listen. It was quite silent, but I saw the garden room door was open with the light on inside. So I went along there.
I shouldn't have left you. I shouldn't have left you.
Oh, do be quiet, Dorothea. The blinds were down, and at first I thought the room was empty. And then I saw the cupboard door was slightly open.
Open? Are you sure of that, ma'am?
Yes, slightly open. I went over and looked inside. Poor fellow. So undignified and grotesque.
Did you touch him?
Touch him? Of course not. It was perfectly obvious the man was dead. I have seen death too often to mistake it. I went across the room and I sat down to think. It was an awkward situation. Frances is a young girl, Phillida a neurasthenic. Obviously none of us was capable of handling the scandal of a police inquiry. I decided that Robert must wait until my son could return to see to things.
Great heaven.
And then I saw the hat and coat. Naturally, it occurred to me at once that if Robert vanished with his outdoor clothes, no one would look for him in the house. I placed them on his body quite reverently, and then I closed the door, using my shawl to cover my fingers. And then I rested a little and went back to my room. I told Dorothea to cable my son, but I didn't tell her the rest.
But what a ghastly secret to keep to yourself all those days, ma'am.
If you had lived when I did, my dear man, you'd have learned how to keep a great many secrets. That is what disgusts me about this present age. You have no mental discipline. A great many people sneer at the Victorians, but no other period had our face.
I believe you, ma'am. Now,
Wait, I have not finished yet. Some of your puzzle is filled in, Inspector, but there are still several pieces missing, and one of them is this. If Luca went away before he knew of Madrigal's murder, why on earth did he go at all?
Oh, it's quite all right, officer. I'm very angry. I'll go straight in.
That's Daddy's fault.
Mr. Merrick, at last.
Hello, everyone. Sorry I got held up. Nothing I could do. Hello, Godolphin.
Hello, Millie.
I heard you were back. Good to see you. Francis.
Oh, Daddy, we've missed you.
Bless you. Mother. Oh, my poor dear darling. How are you?
Merrick. Oh.
0 hour.
Sorry, sir. No one to be admitted.
He's expecting me, officer. It's quite all right, I assure you.
That's David.
Here I am, Inspector. Just made it.
Well done, Mr. Field. And what's your news?
It was the one with the smallest moustache. Here's the picture.
What is this? The smallest...
Inspector, what's Field talking about? What's that photograph he's got? Can't we know what's happening?
All in good time, sir. All in good time. Let me just go back for a moment to Mrs. Ivory's question.
Why did Luca run away?
Exactly. That's puzzled you all, hasn't it? Well, do you remember what else happened that day?
The papers came out with the news of Godolphin's rescue.
That's it.
How do I come into it?
Just possibly Mr. Luca was afraid of confronting you.
That's an interesting theory. Why should he be?
I'd like you all to have a look at this photograph that Mr. Field brought with him.
Indian in a turban.
I told you so. It's the man Molly saw.
Mr. Godolphin, do you recognize that photograph?
I see someone's been decorating my portrait. Your work, I suppose, Field. Very amusing, but what's the point?
5 people at Amsterdam airport recognized it as the passenger who arrived there on the day that Robert was murdered and who took the 5 o'clock plane out again the following morning. I'm sorry, Dolly, but you could have done it in the time.
Can any European remember the difference between 2 Indians?
Like 1 or 2 other people, Miss Dorset became suspicious when she discovered that Mr. Godolphin, who left England penniless, had returned from an unsuccessful expedition with money enough for diamonds and motor cars. Come on, Miss Dorset. Don't be frightened. Tell us what you found out when the Nestor Traders Association phoned you just now in response to your inquiry.
I found that the Bank of India had guaranteed him up to £90,000 on the surety of someone called Habib ul Raput.
Well, that's partly true. Raput Habib of Penang is a good friend of mine. I did him a service and he guaranteed me when I came home. But I'm afraid you're not going to get my face fitting into your infernal puzzle. Why on earth should I go to these energetic lengths to kill Robert in England? If I'd wanted to do the tick-in, I'd have had much more opportunity in Tibet. Hang it, I saved his life, didn't I?
Did you? Did you?
Well, surely you heard the story from Robert, Mrs. Ivory.
I did, and I wondered.
Wondered?
Yes. In my time, I have met the kind of man who sacrifices himself to save his friends. And he has not been your kind, Mr. Godolphin.
I see. You don't believe that I broke my leg up there in the mountains?
Oh, yes. Robert could never have made that up. He told it too vividly. What I wonder is whether you really made your heroic sacrifice or whether you did nothing of the kind. I wonder if it was really a story of great cowardice. I wonder if Robert left you. I wonder if he gave you a blanket and a tin or two of provisions and left you screaming to him in the snow. I wonder if he dragged Luca on with him and when they returned to safety, remembered the magnificent story of gallantry to cover his own cowardice. And I wonder if that was the hold Luca had over him, Mr. Godolphin.
Witchcraft! A genuine witch at last! Well, suppose you're right. Prove it. Prove he left me. Prove I froze and starved and rotted till a gang of priests picked me up. Prove that I came back to England with Raput Habib's papers. Prove I hid in a shed in the yard. Prove I killed Robert. Prove I killed Luca when he got us all together and whistled Little Dolly Daydream, the song he tortured Robert with until to kill him was an act of charity. Prove I killed him, Mrs. Clairvoyant Gabrielle. What with?
With your stick. My husband had one just like it. It is a sword stick. You're not lame at all.
Right again, witch! Now, out of my way, all of you, or I'll cut you to ribbons!
Oh, no, you don't!
Out of my way!
Careful, he'll cut your arm off. Leave him to my men outside.
Now then, sir. Out of my way!
Get hold of him, bring him down.
Come on now, you can't get past that! Let me out!
He's in the street. Open the windows.
He's through them. He's running for it.
Get after him.
That taxi! He hasn't seen it!
Ironic, isn't it? Risks his life all over the world, and then gets knocked into the next one by a London taxi. Do you want to go in?
Not yet. It's restful out here.
Poor old Dolly. He had great provocation. And guts, too. Did Phillida guess, do you think?
I'm sure she did. You knew, too, didn't you?
Yes, I knew.
When?
That night he called us over to their table and accused me, do you remember? He worked himself up describing the scene and suddenly gave himself away.
How?
He talked about Robert's grey lock flapping in front of his eyes. Now, Robert went grey in the last 6 months of his life. He told me so. As soon as Dolly mentioned it, I knew he was describing a picture he'd really seen. I was so startled, I thought he'd seen it in my face.
Where did you get the picture, Godolphin?
From the foreman of the framing department. He keeps a collection of celebrities. I worked on the theory that when Molly said a black man, she might mean a high-caste Indian whose ancestors were discussing theology while her own were leaping from twig to twig. I was busy with my paints and things when the police came. I'm no hero, you know. I spilt every bean I had. Jolly good job. Believed me enough to let me go and see your grandmother, but he wouldn't hear of me going off to the Dutch airport. That's why I had to cut and run for it.
Did they trace you?
No, I don't think they even missed me. That was rather degrading. I phoned Bridie from Amsterdam, and he sent over a couple of men to do the dirty work, interviewing the stewards and so on. I was pleased with myself when I got back, I can tell you. Trust your granny to steal the thunder, though, by exposing the sword stick.
That was incredible.
It was also very neat on Godolphin's part. As long as you think a man's lame, you expect him to carry a stick with him. Well?
Well?
It's on our minds, isn't it, Ducky?
I suppose so.
What are you going to do? Invest your poor mamma's fortune in the grand old firm and bestow yourself on the lowly and not impoverished painter, setting forth in April for a new world with the dawn in its radiance, beckoning you to a fresh and glowing love life?
I think you're abominable.
Are you going to?
You'd have the shock of your life if I didn't.
Lydia Ragosin, author of many radio plays, is particularly well known for those she has based upon English historical figures. She has now turned her attention elsewhere and has studied Elizabeth, Empress of Austria. In Crown of Solitude, Sheila Allen plays Elizabeth and Peter Copley, the Emperor Franz Joseph. The play opens in the Hofburg Palace in Vienna in 1865.
1, 2, 3, 4. Back, up, swing, over. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Madame,
back.
The Archduchess is here. She says she must see you.
Of course. But I can't interrupt my exercises, Ida. Please tell her so.
Yes, Madame.
Swing, swing, round, down. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Cece, I want to speak to you on an important matter.
Swing, over.
Cece, please.
Yes, Aunt Mama. I'm listening. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Can't you stop those antics while I talk to you?
Swing, over.
Dumbbells, all the paraphernalia of a gymnasium in your bedroom.
It's the only way to take exercise when one lives at the Hofburg. Otherwise, I should get fat. And that's very unhealthy.
Your obsession with gymnastics and dieting is more unhealthy. If you weren't so thin, your nervous disorders might improve. And that would be better for France. I've been deeply concerned for his happiness since you ceased living together as man and wife. When I see how he adores you, how he suffers. I am his mother, Cece. I must try to help him. Or at least try to understand you.
Oh, it's very simple. After my breakdown, when I had to go away from Vienna, from Franzel, from the torture of my life at court.
Yes?
Franzel agreed we should have no more children.
You gave him that terrible ultimatum as a condition for returning to Vienna and your duties as his wife and empress.
I had done my duty. I'd given him 3 children. 1 died. 1 was an heir to the Habsburg Empire. It was to be never again.
Oh, I cannot understand you. When you were married, both of you so in love, you seemed to adore him.
At 16, one doesn't realize what a romantic, innocent love can bring you. The disillusionment.
You're not making yourself ill again with your nervous imaginings, I hope. That cough was a symptom last time.
Oh, last time I was ill. And you don't blame yourself.
What are you saying?
When I married Franzel, you began to rule my life as well as his. You took my children away from me and gave them to someone else to nurse the day they were born. Oh, I know you meant well. You thought I was too young to bear the responsibility alone.
You were too young. An empress doesn't nurse her own infants.
Oh.
It's not done. But you did many things that were not done, Cece. Like riding on horseback for hours alone with a groom in attendance. Yet I permitted that as a gesture to your youth and inexperience.
Permitted? I was brought up in the country, free, riding and walking in the mountains by the lakes in Bavaria. You made sure I'd never know freedom again.
I'm afraid, Cece, that since your illness, you've allowed your natural egotism to rule you completely.
My egotism?
I'm putting it kindly. The nature of your illness was not entirely physical.
Are you suggesting I was insane?
Oh, of course not. That was left for others to suggest when you abandoned the Emperor and your children and fled to Corfu. It's simply my duty to remind you now, for your own sake as well as Franzel's, that where self-discipline is so necessary, the control of one's emotions, restraint upon the imagination, you must use twice the control, twice the restraint.
Thank you for your advice, Aunt Mama.
Cece, I only want to help you both. I know I belong to another age. A more severe one, perhaps. But when I see how Franzel adores you, I wish I could understand why you suddenly became unable to accept such love.
I'd do anything for Franzel. He's so kind, so kind. But do you know what agony it is for me to smile and look happy when crowds of people surround me, cheering and waving? How I hate them.
Cece.
Staring at me, breathing over me, wanting to paw me with their smelly hands if they could. But I tried to do anything Franzel wants.
Except respond to his love for you. You want more than that.
What if I wanted something less, far less than I have? Would you understand that?
I could try.
Some people search always for God.
Yes.
Some search for themselves.
Yes.
And some just think another human being could help them discover God, themselves, and all the happiness they dream of.
Surely that is one's husband. There can be no one else for you, only your husband, the Emperor.
Your Majesty, it's time to dress for the reception.
Yes, thank you, Ida.
That's what I really came to discuss, Cece. Your reception for the Hungarian delegation. You know my views.
I have my own, Aunt Mamma.
Yes, unfortunately. I find your support for these Hungarian rebels most distressing.
And unfortunately, you understand my support for the Hungarian cause as little as you understand me.
The Emperor, Madame.
Quickly, my negligee.
Here, Madame.
Franzel? Franzel, why don't you come in?
May I, Cece? I'm sorry if I'm interrupting your toilette. I've been dreadfully busy all day. Well, dearest little Mamma, what a nice surprise.
Why don't you sit down, my dear? You look so tired. And look at your fingers, quite inky.
So would yours be, Angel, if you'd signed the huge pile of documents I have today. I thought I'd come and have a word with you about the Hungarian delegation. What you might be planning to say after your speech.
And what she must not say. These Hungarian liberals have been a menace to the stability of the empire since the revolt of 49.
If we can't come to terms with them, we might find ourselves facing the radicals. And another rebellion.
But they are rebels, all of them. What do you call this man? Count Julius Ondraschi. France had to have him hanged in effigy for his part in the revolt.
That's why Cece is going to receive him on my behalf. And she's learned to speak Magyar so beautifully.
I hope she won't suggest there's any possibility of the Emperor agreeing to their demands for a dual monarchy and a separate Hungarian constitution.
But if we're to rule these people, we must have their trust and friendship.
They don't want friendship. They want independence. They're arrogant. And this Count Ondraschi is the worst of them.
Le beau pendu. I've heard so much of him, how handsome he is, what a hero to his countrymen, because the Emperor of Austria once sentenced him to death.
There, you see?
Cece isn't going to decide the destiny of Hungary. I shall do that.
I shall leave you to discuss Cece's attitude to the Hungarian situation with her Franzel. I have a headache, and will go and rest.
Well, my darling, I'm glad you can still be cheerful after a clash with our formidable Aunt Mamma.
I'm not afraid of her anymore. What did you want to say to me?
Perhaps I just came to look at you.
I must have my bath. And my hairdresser will be here in a minute.
You look so very beautiful.
But not if I haven't had time to get ready.
I know. Forgive me. I'll go.
Franzel?
Yes.
My purpose and destiny in life is to help you.
Yes. Mine includes loving you.
If there's anything you wish me to say to the Hungarians, apart from my speech.
No, simply be your adorable self.
Is that all?
Yes, that's all.
Your national music, Count Ondraschi. Does it please you?
Our national music. And our queen receives us in the costume of a Hungarian noblewoman and addresses us in perfect Magyar.
It is perfect, but I try hard to improve it.
I have heard how your great sympathy and understanding for our cause has led to unpleasant arguments with the Archduchess Sophie.
That's true. But nothing will make me abandon your cause, Count Ondraschi.
What does Hungary mean to you? What do you know about us that makes you our strongest champion?
I was only once in Hungary, but there's something so proud, free, and beautiful about your people. Like those great herds of horses you have galloping about your vast plains.
When you come to Hungary, I'll show you those plains, and you shall ride those horses. Now, tell me more.
But I said so much in my speech just now.
Oh, a beautiful speech, but court language. Now I am speaking to the woman herself, who feels, who expresses thoughts she hasn't prepared beforehand. Tell me those thoughts.
You're very direct.
I've been through many dangers in my life. Now I dare to speak directly to the Queen of Hungary.
Perhaps I feel compelled to defend something I envy.
Freedom itself.
No, not as an impossible ideal, but freedom to be oneself, to fulfill oneself.
You envy that?
Yes, because it should belong to every nation, as well as to every man and woman. But tell me, Count Andrassy, what it feels like to stand here in the Hofburg, free, when only 10 years ago you'd have been arrested and hanged as a rebel.
I want all the horrors of the past forgotten. I want reconciliation, the return of trust and friendship. But when I walked into the Hofburg a little while ago to invite our Queen to Hungary, I was still doubtful that the ideal could be achieved.
How do you think your people would receive the Empress of Austria?
They'll receive you on their knees in adoration and gratitude.
Do you think it'll be enough for me to come in my Magyar costume and smile at your people from a carriage? Would that help them to forget their resentments, their indignity, their hatred of the Habsburgs?
I have discarded many hatreds since I walked up to your throne and kissed your hand.
I think I believe you.
We are given moments of revelation. They can come from a sudden experience of great pleasure and human warmth. You, Your Majesty, have the power to give people this experience. Oh, it's not because of your beauty alone. There is something else you have that draws us towards love. It's a gift of heaven.
When I come to Hungary, I shall be at my husband's side. It will mean a welcome for the Emperor as well.
We Magyars don't recognize foreign sovereigns over us. We simply accept our own kings and queens. I believe that when you come to us and bring your husband with you, you will be accepted, Your Majesty.
What a reception Budapest gave us, Franz.
It was all for you.
I think it was very wise to have Count Andrassy in our carriage with us.
I must kiss and thank you, Cece.
For what?
What is it about you? How does one explain the way people throw themselves at your feet?
You know why the Hungarians do it. Because they think I'll persuade you to give them back their dignity. Why can't you accept Count Andrassy's ideals for his country and forget about politics?
My dearest, you don't understand anything about politics.
Except I hate them.
Count Andrassy knows that economically Hungary can't survive without Austria. That's why I'm in no hurry to give this country the kind of autonomy that would mean the betrayal of other peoples who'd come under Hungarian rule, who'd been loyal to Austria and would rather be ruled directly by Austria. Does that mean anything to you?
Do you think if Count Julius Andrassy were Prime Minister of Hungary, he wouldn't treat everyone with honor and justice?
Your interest in Hungarian affairs satisfies your romantic soul in some way, doesn't it, Cece?
I love this country. I love to be here.
Yes, it's changed you. No more nerves. No more of that sick little cough since we came here, I haven't seen you look so well for years. I'm glad. Why are you dressed for riding?
Count Andrassy's going to show us those beautiful hills above Gödela Palace. You were coming too.
Ah, I'd forgotten. But it's impossible. I've too much work to do.
Work?
My love, I've boxes of state papers sent to Budapest by special train every day. And you know I don't sign one that I haven't studied.
But Franzel...
If it's Count Andrassy's duty to attend on you, let him see to it, as I must see to mine.
Have you noticed that Count Andrassy is constantly in attendance on me? And that you hardly ever join us?
It seems unavoidable.
And does it suit you? Because you feel he's only an ambitious man who's making use of me?
God show me what more I must do to make you happy, Cece. Those terrible depressions of yours, even after our agreement, you still had them. You took no interest in anything, not even the children. And now this interest comes into your life, absorbs you and gives you pleasure. Do you think anything means more to me? And I trust you implicitly. I know that if you encourage Count Andrassy's devotion to you, it's because you wish to use it for the benefit of the whole empire.
Yes, my dear.
I have to work now. Will you give me a little kiss before we go?
Of course.
Oh, Cece. Cece, how beautiful you are.
Oh, Franzel, my coiffure, it takes hours.
Enjoy your ride with Count Andrassy.
We'll stop here.
I want to go on.
Stop here.
Oh, how you do order me about, Julius.
Dismount.
Oh.
I want to show you my country, not have you gallop over it like a jockey.
Very well.
Something wrong, ma'am? Not a broken leather, is it?
Nothing's wrong, Holmes. The Count and I are going to walk back. Right ahead and tell them to have tea ready in about an hour.
Yes, ma'am.
Is your English groom accustomed to abandoning you like that?
Holmes knows I like my privacy. It's the English attitude to royalty.
Royalty? You must seem like a goddess to him. You ride like one.
Then he must be pleased because he taught me.
Such control in your hands.
Oh, I have rather big hands.
Full of power. Let me kiss them. Do you think Holmes guessed I'd do that?
Perhaps he's omniscient. If so, he also knows that I love you.
And that you are loved.
Oh, Julius. When we first met, do you remember you spoke of having moments of revelation?
I do.
When I saw you, the revelation came that complete fulfillment does exist for me. Something I've never known in my life, which belongs by right to every human being, to every woman with one man. You can only ask for it once. And what if it comes too late?
If we share the same life within each other, it's never too late. Our meeting at any moment in time could only increase our lives, Cece.
You're talking of idealized love.
And you?
I speak as a woman unhappily married.
Married to the Emperor of Austria, with a destiny beyond your own personal happiness.
Was that my destiny when I met Franz? At 16, I had an infatuation for my cousin and married him. He was meant to choose my elder sister, but it was all right because my mother just wanted to get all four of us settled with a crown each. It didn't matter which crown went to which girl. At 17, I had my first child and discovered that the feeling I'd had for Franz was only infatuation. And it was gone. And there were 2 more children to follow. Oh, Julius, do you think I can ever believe that God intended such a destiny for one silly, trusting, romantic young girl? Have I no right to find love, like any other woman? Isn't love more pleasing to God than disillusion?
You make it difficult to answer.
Do you believe it's possible to become very ill in body and mind from a disease that hasn't a name, that doesn't mark your flesh?
A disease of the soul. It's possible.
It comes to me like a recurring fever, a malaria. A great sinking down within me of life's force, even the desire for life. As though I were bearing a dead, unformed child in my body. Doctors try to cure me. I almost believe them when they tell me it's a nervous disorder. I rush to the spas, I go on long cruises. I try to be well because I want to enjoy life. And yet, I know that my illness is only one cause. And not even the cleverest doctor knows what it is.
Come to me. There, Cece. We are together. This is how we shall always be, whatever we do. Only what we do may be a disaster to others. We don't live alone in our meeting place. Oh, we can discard a destiny and cherish our rights, but we don't live alone.
No, you have a wife.
Cece, there is one thing more important than the existence of either of us. Before long, Austria will be at war with Prussia. We may be apart for a long time.
I'm afraid that without you, my life will be useless to me now.
No one's life is of any use without a purpose beyond oneself. I want more than your own happiness for you. I think you are a woman who could achieve that measure of greatness. Otherwise, How could I love you as I do?
I think you're about to ask me something very difficult. More difficult than living without you for a long time. What is it?
Give your husband strength when the war comes. Encourage him. Help him to lead. Be his wife.
Julius. It's 6 years.
Since you lived with him as his wife. But now he's coming to a great ordeal. No man should face ordeal and great suffering without compassion.
What do you mean by compassion?
As much as I mean by wife. Oh, I may be asking too much of you. I often have to ask too much of myself.
I shall understand. Tell me.
One day, you and Franz Josef will be crowned King and Queen of Hungary. That will come when the Emperor has given us back our rights. Now, think further with me, Sisi. An heir to the throne of Hungary, your son and the Emperor's, would mean a union between Austria and Hungary stronger than politics could ever forge.
Our son, Rudolph.
No, not Rudolph. Our own king, born in Hungary. Another son.
You're asking me to give France another child?
Yes, for the sake of peace between our nations.
Peace? Julius, yours is the dream, the ideal that costs you no sacrifice. Mine would be the reality, the suffering.
No sacrifice to hurt you? Because I know, I understand. But peace of the soul, Sisi, for both of us, to achieve more for others than for ourselves. Isn't that worth some sacrifice, some compassion?
You are that most terrifying of men, the true idealist. I've often paid homage to the idealists of this world without knowing what it would mean to love one. Now I know it means denying your strongest instincts, even risking the survival of your inmost life.
No, Sisi. After the ordeal is over, when conscience, honor, and trust have freed us from our obligations to those who need us, then we shall come together.
Oh, shall we, Julius? Perhaps I could endure anything if I was sure of that.
It's true, my dearest. In the bad time that must come soon, it's the way we shall encourage and serve others that will bring us close together.
Even the gardens are dried up and lifeless in the heat.
Yes. Lifeless.
Why don't you take a little walk out there? I've got all this work to finish.
Oh, I'm too tired, Franzel.
Of course. How many more hospitals did you visit today?
Oh, I do what I can. It isn't enough, of course. Just to walk round their beds and smile at them, say a few words.
The wounded have brought a great deal of disease into Vienna. Every time you go into a hospital, you take a terrible risk. I'd like you to join the children in the country.
I must stay here and give what I can.
You've given enough during all these weeks. The children need you now.
And you, your ordeal. I know. I shall stay here.
God bless you. If the whole world only knew you as I do, and Vienna does. Come in.
Your Majesty, Count Craneville is here and wishes to see you at once.
I'll receive him.
Count Craneville.
What is it? What have you to tell me?
Zagdover, Your Majesty.
Yes?
A Prussian victory. Disaster for us.
What do you call disaster?
The Austrian army is in full retreat to Königsgrätz. If we're surrounded there, it means total defeat. The road to Vienna will be open to the enemy.
Can I sit with you for a little while, Franzel?
Can't you sleep? Neither can I.
You should not be alone tonight.
I've plenty to think about.
Can you talk to me?
A great many must be thinking of sending their families out of Vienna as quickly as possible.
Have you no better use for your wife? Franzel, let me help you, comfort you. Don't try to carry all this alone.
Why are your eyes so kind? What are you seeing when you look at me?
A man under a terrible ordeal.
Something you've never seen before?
In one of the hospitals I visited today, there was a soldier who refused to have his arm amputated unless I stayed with him.
Indeed?
So I was with him when they gave him the chloroform, and I was with him when he recovered consciousness. I've never been close to such suffering before.
I see. What has it done to you?
I think given me the strength to try and share it, so that perhaps I can help to make it a little less intolerable for the one who suffers. Defeat in war is something I've never experienced. Not to know what the future holds and what will happen to you, our children, the Austrian people. Tell me what you fear most. I must share it.
For me and the Empire, the deepest humiliation. The Ministerial Council's already talking of moving to Budapest.
To Hungary?
Will the Hungarian people accept the defeated Habsburgs? This is their great opportunity for a final revolt, backed, of course, by the Prussian army.
Oh, Hungary will stand by us. I'm sure of it.
Are you, Sisi? I'm sure of this. Count Andrassy is Hungary.
That's true.
So, if I accept a certain humiliation before the worst actually happens, if I send you to Budapest to beg Andrassy for Hungary's loyalty and support, knowing that you love Hungary and Hungary loves you...
Of course I'll go. But why do you talk of humiliation?
Where statesmanship fails me, I have to resort to the power my wife has to win the devotion of powerful men. What you call that?
A kind of statesmanship.
For God's sake.
I came to offer you my help and comfort. You've shown me how I can help you.
Strange that disaster should make you so brave and strong and tireless. It's odd to find oneself almost grateful for a war because it keeps you so close to me.
Oh, my poor Franz. If only I...
What is it?
Oh, it's just a few silly tears, nothing.
And when we seem closer than we've been for years, I'm sending you away.
But not at this moment, Franzel. Not tonight.
Sisi.
I'm not going to leave you alone. Tonight.
Hail Yen Elizabeth. Hail Elizabeth. Now you know what the Hungarian people really feel for you.
It was a wonderful welcome. But to see you there on the platform waiting for me. Oh, Julius.
Where else should I be but waiting to welcome my queen when she comes to those who love her?
Oh, my dear. Such a long time. This horrible war. It's kept us apart for over a year. Everything is as you said it would be.
Everything, Sisi.
As you wanted it. Franz believes we're the same now as we were when we were married.
Then it must seem to him as though God has given him back one great happiness in the darkness of his defeat.
Yes, it has that simplicity for him. He has even sent me to you, himself.
With complete trust. He believes you can save Hungary from revolt, save the monarchy for him. You can tell him he may trust me with everything he possesses.
Dear God, let some good come of it for our people, for my children. I shall tell the Emperor he can trust you with everything he possesses.
Now I shall speak to you as my queen, to the majesty you've shown us.
Yes, Julius.
Don't be too encouraged by the way you were welcomed to Budapest. The radicals are sure this is the moment for a Hungarian revolt against the defeated Habsburg Empire. The Emperor will have to make concessions or lose his Hungarian throne.
I should tell him he must appoint you as his Minister for Foreign Affairs. That is what Hungary wants.
The Emperor must see me. Nothing less than the restoration of the Constitution will save Hungary for him.
And prevent the collapse of the Habsburg Empire. The end of what it means to be an empress.
Si.
Oh, I know. We're meant to be talking politics, history, destiny. But I should never be able to feel that it was my destiny.
The ordeal has been very great. I know. I worship you.
Oh, the confusions of my life, Julius. Sometimes they become too great for me. Then I wander away. I go and try and find a cure. Oh, there's no cure at the spas. So I turn again and try to face my life. I know if I've nothing else, I have a son who'll one day be thrown into this agonized world of our disillusionment. What can I do for that world while I'm here? Have sympathy, have compassion, yes. But it has none for me. What can I do?
Work out your destiny with honor like a queen.
I wasn't meant to be a queen.
But you are a woman of honor.
Last time we met, you told me no one's life is of any use unless one has a purpose beyond oneself. Because of you, I have been given a purpose for this one moment in my life. To help you achieve what you want for Hungary. I shall be fighting for you as Queen of Hungary, Julius. And I promise that not even the Emperor of Austria will make me give in until I've helped you win everything you desire.
Alien Elizabeth. Now we shall make history together. When this war has faded from memory, our achievement will still be a living thing. A creation of peace, friendship, and trust. Then you'll see that it has been worth all the sacrifice, all the compassion, all the effort still to come.
What a moment! Franz Joseph and Elizabeth crowned King and Queen of Hungary at last.
It's like a fairy tale. After war and tribulation, the royal pair come to their triumph.
It's no fairy godmother who's waved a wand and given the Emperor Hungary's loyalty in St. Stephen's crown, though.
He owes it all to the Empress. If she hadn't persuaded him to restore Hungary's constitution and make Count Andrassy his Minister of Foreign Affairs...
Look at her. Who can wonder that Andrassy laid a crown at her feet?
Oh, quite lovely. Like a bride, a young bride.
There's a rumor she's pregnant.
Is that true?
And if it's a son, he's to be called Stephen after Hungary's patron saint.
How delighted the Hungarians will be.
But there's more than that.
Oh, no, you don't mean...
Yes, Count Andrassy. What I ask you, isn't it more likely to be his child than the Emperor's?
Hush, ladies. The most solemn moment has come.
Oh, I'm going to cry. Count Andrassy himself is helping place the crown on the Emperor's head.
The Empress? Look at her face. How she loves him. What a moment this must be for her.
My dearest treasure on earth. My one and only one.
May I approach our daughter, Sisi?
You may gaze at her and see how beautiful she is, Franzel. And if you're very fortunate, she may smile and show you her beautiful little teeth. Will you smile for all highest, my baby? No, precious love, you won't. It's time for her afternoon nap. Nurse, take my treasure. Be immensely careful to see there are no drafts in the nursery. If she gets sick once again, ever, I shall go out of my mind.
Come, my love. Oh,
How you adore the child, Sisi.
My other children were taken away from me the day they were born. Valeria is completely mine. No one touches her without my permission. She's wholly mine.
Is it almost as if I weren't her father?
As if she had no father, perhaps, and had been given me in a mystic birth.
You sometimes say very strange things. Aren't you afraid that giving so much attention to Valeria may make Gisela and Rudolph jealous?
They were brought up not to need me, especially Rudolph. Your mother saw to that. I can never regain the influence you and Aunt Mama took away from me.
How you imagine things. All of us need you, my darling, and no one more than I.
Franzel, it's getting very hot and unhealthy here in Vienna for Valeria.
You really ought to be in the country by now.
I want to take her to Bavaria. I want to rent my brother Ludwig's country house at Garrethausen for 6 months or so.
But you've only just come back from all those months in Hungary.
You came to Bude when you had time. You could still visit us in Bavaria.
How much did I see of you when you were at Gödela Palace? As little as I shall see of you if you abandon me for another 6 months. Sisi, I thought you were happy and I'd found you again. We were happy together, weren't we? Before Valeria was born.
I had a difficult confinement. You know it.
But that was a year ago. Of course I understood. But I hoped your happiness and love for our new daughter...
Another child would kill me. You must let me go away. For your sake, too. Unless you don't care what becomes of me.
My God. I swore I'd try never to hurt you again. After that time when you were so ill, and I knew it was partly my fault... I only care what becomes of you, not what becomes of me.
Oh, you're my little one too, Franzel. My mannequin. Do you remember how I used to write to you from Hungary? I said, you know me and my habits and my extension de roi. But if you don't like me as I am, well, I must be pensioned off.
Yes. Well, one must do one's best to make you happy. When do you want to leave for Bavaria?
Soon. I'll write to you very often.
Will you be visiting Munich?
I should think so. Garrethausen's quite near.
I understand Count Andruschi will be in Munich for a few days this month.
Andruschi? I didn't know.
Why should you? If he should wish to wait on you when he knows you're so near, I hope you'll give him my cordial regards.
Julius, my dear.
Your Majesty, Elizabeth.
Oh, to be able to see you like this, without the whole world knowing exactly when we meet and for how long.
But your brother knows. This is his house.
Oh, Ludwig is very worldly. In fact, he enjoys a little intrigue. I didn't know you were to be in Munich. Why did I have to hear it from the Emperor?
He told you. Then he knew we were bound to meet.
Who could grudge us the few hours we occasionally managed to spend together so very innocently? Or is it all becoming just an intense pain?
Is that what our meetings really are, Sisi?
I love you more every time I see you. The mind can't control this.
And in the end, neither can the body. Oh, I was never under any illusion. I only hoped the ideal would hold you, and that my will would be strong enough to hold me.
You see, I fled from Vienna again. I sometimes feel enormous compassion and affection for Franz, but something else is stronger. He doesn't understand. Why should he? And I begin to feel so desperate again.
My dearest, let it comfort you that you've done your duty with honor like a queen.
But the child I bore for the sake of your history, as you call it, was a daughter and not a son. And I thank God, because she can never be taken to serve some historical destiny. And I love her infinitely, because she's partly yours, even more than Francis, dedicated to you by my love for you, and born in affirmation of that love.
I honor you for that.
To live according to one's duty alone, that's over for me, and we both know it. I've done all I could for France, for Hungary, for your ideals. Now, I know I must survive as a woman before it's too late. That means I must have your love as completely as I want to give you mine.
There is still a choice to be made. A choice we have to face together.
I know what it is for me. A choice between a secret love and so a secret happiness which can never really be complete, and an empty, parched wilderness, leading to an ugly horizon of old age, which I shall never have the courage or the will to reach. There's my choice, between a lesser agony and a greater. Which do you want me to make?
The one you do make when you've faced all the reasons for it. Do you know the rumor that I am the father of your daughter?
That you're... Oh, no. Julius. No. Darling, if there can be such gossip about us before we're guilty, what harm is there in giving it some substance?
Harm? Oh, Cece, do you think this rumor hasn't reached the Emperor himself?
He knows about it. Yes, the way he asked me, as if I weren't her father. Of course he's heard.
What did he ask?
Oh, he doesn't doubt me. But he knows how much others do.
A secret, love, you said. But already they say that I am the father of your child.
Franz knows it isn't true.
You mean he doesn't doubt you, yet?
Julius.
All the reasons for the choice we face together, I said. I hold these unlittle hands you seem ashamed of. And I see they're fine hands that have the power to control strong, spirited horses. And the power to ruin lives and nations.
Oh, that's fantasy.
It's true. Each of us has a nation. Yours is Austria, mine Hungary. You and I, through our love and sympathy with each other, helped to bring them together in reconciliation. That isn't history. It's humanity. Now, I am my country's leader, but I shan't be able to fulfill my purpose in life unless I remain in a position where I have the power to influence Hungary's destiny towards greater freedom, greater dignity, greater happiness. I'd feel myself a traitor if I didn't. I prefer to have been hanged as I was hanged in effigy all those years ago if I didn't. And you, Cece, you've given so much of yourself to the same cause, the same achievement. Can you let it come to nothing? Can you?
But all I did was because you said we should come together when it was done. What are you saying now?
You know what a scandal could mean now. Oh, not just our rejection by the people we serve. Not just their contempt, their disgust. Our countries could turn their backs on one another.
Why should there be a scandal? Are there no secrets in history?
Oh, very rarely with crowned heads. Oh, sometimes the secret is who murdered them, never who their lovers were.
You come to Gödela as a government minister. I'm often there as Queen of Hungary. People are used to our being together there.
So used to it, they're saying that I must be the father of your child. If this can happen while we're innocent, what's to come if we really betray all trust and faith?
It's you I must never betray. Your future, your purpose. What must we do?
Have the strength never to meet alone together again.
Never. You mean only on official occasions, with Franz at my side?
If we choose to live now only for ourselves, ignoring your rank and my position, we shall be wrenched apart in the end by the force of our destinies, by what we are to others and were born to be. We'll face a parting more terrible than any sacrifice could be, disastrous perhaps to millions. To consent together now, that's no parting. It is a union. Simply to part our senses from each other isn't to part our love. It only ensures that others will not suffer because of us, and that we shall be together in a way that life makes it very difficult for a man and woman to remain together. Beyond our youth, beyond our senses, beyond our pain on this earth. Cece, don't leave me to make this choice alone. Make it with me.
No, Julius. I only know I'm being carried away by tremendous forces, and away from the only happiness I've ever really wanted. I've no choice at all. I can only submit.
Those forces, Cece, they're the same for both of us. They'd never allow us to love in peace.
Oh, no. Of course you're right.
But I could still deny everything I believe unless you say, unless you tell me you believe it too.
I only believe in you. I know you're a great idealist and a great patriot. I know that if I caused the destruction of any part of this man I love, his hatred of himself would be infinitely greater than his love for me. I can bear anything but that.
You are the source of any love that I hold for humanity. But submission isn't what I ask. Please, not that.
I shall have to face the meaning of my life without you, shan't I? I know I shall be reduced to the weakest elements of my nature. You have your own greatness to give to those who love you. I don't know what I'll have left to give those who love me. That's what makes me afraid.
How pleasing it is to see the Empress enjoying herself so much this evening.
But shouldn't one expect to see Count Andrassy at a large house party like this?
Not so often these days.
I always thought...
Things have changed with the years. Oh, they're still friends, but Count Andrassy is very occupied with his duties as foreign minister. We rarely see him at court.
Or the Empress either, always abroad. And now these English friends who've come to Hungary. That one who hunts. Perhaps the Empress doesn't miss Count Andrassy so much.
Hush! The Crown Prince.
I thought he was looking sulky all the evening.
It will displease the Emperor if the Crown Prince is in one of his moods.
Well, Rudolph? Are you leaving the entertainment so early?
I'm not enjoying myself, Papa.
You want to spoil your mother's enjoyment, then?
I do not understand you, Papa. In your place, I would let that fellow Middleton know his presence at Gurdola displeases me.
But, my dear boy, I like Captain Middleton.
But I told you. When I was in England last winter and Mummy was hunting in Northamptonshire as usual, I told you of the rumour.
That because Captain Middleton undertook to be your mother's pilot in the hunting field, he must be madly in love with her.
He was always with her. Everywhere she went. And now she's invited him to Hungary. She rides alone with him for hours every day. It's an open scandal.
Be more respectful in the way you talk to me about your mother.
I've been aware of so much in the last 10 years. She's hardly ever in Vienna, is she?
That's not quite true.
It seems so to me because I've wanted her and she hasn't been here. It must be the same for you. And for so many of us who love her.
Absurd.
Valeria hates Count Andrassy, your clever foreign minister. Of course, you know why she hates him.
No, I have no idea why she hates him. And you must control yourself. You've drunk too much.
I don't drink very much, sir. The least I do is drink.
Then be quiet. If you wish to be unsociable, go away on your own.
Papa, has it occurred to you? I've been growing up in the last 10 years. I'm 20. And I beg you not to treat my efforts to understand things that worry me as though I were still a schoolboy.
My dear boy, your mother has a nervous constitution. When she has to be at court, she attends to her duties with great devotion. And it's very hard, very tiring for her. We know hunting is her greatest pleasure.
Does that explain why she should always be risking her life riding to hounds so that she can be with this Middleton fellow? Does it explain why you spent most of the time in Vienna, while he was here at Gurdola with her?
Rudy, if there's anyone in my family who gives me reason for doubt and anxiety, it's you.
I do?
Far too impetuous in your speech and your ways. And too many of your friends displease me.
Pepple! Pepple! What have you said to offend your father?
Why do you think All Highest seems offended?
You walked away from the entertainment.
I overheard Captain Middleton say you must go and hunt in Ireland this winter.
Yes. Meath, Kildare. He says it's a huntsman's paradise. High backs, stone walls, no plough, just mile on mile of gallops.
You can't possibly go.
If All Highest agrees, I'll certainly go.
What if I don't agree?
You? Darling, why not?
I object to your going to Ireland with Captain Middleton because he loves you too much.
Whoever gossiped to you about Bay Middleton and myself was my enemy and wanted to cause a rift between us.
A rift? But you've lived in a distant world ever since I can remember. Let me come hunting with you in Ireland, then.
Darling, that would be asking for a scandal. What if you fell and broke your neck? Think what a row there'd be.
Why should I break my neck?
Because you don't ride as well as I do.
But you're reckless when you hunt. You take the most awful jumps, and you've had several falls. Don't you call that risk?
It's different for me, Peffel.
Why? Because you don't care if you kill yourself?
I've said I ride much better than you do.
I know. But suppose I asked you to give up hunting.
Why?
Because it's one of the things that takes you away from us. And you're too old to take such risks.
Too old? Does 42 seem old to you?
Well, you are a grandmother.
There are times when I prefer to forget Gisela's children, darlings though they are.
If you won't give up hunting because I ask you, wouldn't you do it for Valeria?
Valeria?
The one you love. The only one you love, eh?
Sometimes you can be almost venomous. There's something destructive in your character. It shows in the way you have such a passion for shooting birds and animals. Shooting them for no reason, except that you love it. It's unnatural.
If you'll give up hunting with Captain Middleton, I'll never hold a gun again.
I don't understand such a bargain, Peffel. Hunting is the only real pleasure I have in my life. It's a release.
A release? From what? From whom? Father and me?
You're determined to hurt me.
There's something you miss terribly in your life, isn't there? Or is it someone?
Be quiet.
Only Valeria has a real place in your heart.
Valeria is a child and she needs me.
So do I need you. I need you in a way that you've never really been mine and I've never really been yours.
Oh, come then. You want to be petted? Oh, you great child.
I'm not a child. I may be much more of a man of the world than you imagine. I've all sorts of friends. I know all kinds of people.
My sophisticated darling. And so?
Tell me what Captain Middleton means to you.
He's a dear friend. A great horseman and one of the best riders to hounds in England.
What else? Tell me. I demand to know.
You dare question me like this?
It's only because I adore you and I want to understand why you live in such a distant world from mine and father's.
This is cruel, childish jealousy. Perhaps because you're utterly self-centered and overindulged by everyone around you.
And perhaps we're very like each other in some ways, Mumi. Both difficult people.
Where are you going?
To get my gun. To take a walk in the woods and see what I can shoot.
Oh, France.
I've told our son he's too impetuous.
Such childishness. Fits and tempers.
He's very young, thinks he's a man of the world.
I'm afraid he dislikes Captain Middleton.
That's a pity. He's such a charming fellow.
Oh, I'm so glad you like Bay, Francel. Peffel thinks he's in love with me.
Well, of course he is, poor fellow. Lord Spencer tells me he's engaged to be married.
It's not official.
But you're content to keep this charming man infatuated with you, knowing that nothing can come of it, while this young girl, who might be your daughter, waits in the background?
Yes, I am. Quite content that a man 10 years younger than I am should prefer my company to a young girl who might be my daughter. Do you know, I already seem old to Rudolph. What I dread most is when I seem old to myself.
But you'll have to accept it sooner or later.
I never shall. Old age horrifies me. When I become a prisoner of my body through old age and sickness, I shall better be dead.
My poor Cece. Is life so empty to you?
Not while I can hunt in England 6 days a week. Not while I can walk in the mountains and sail at sea in the wildest storms. Not while I can ride the strongest horses and school them and take the highest jumps. But old age comes quickly, Francel. Look at you, my dear. You're only 49, and you spend most of your life at a huge desk. You've always inky fingers. You're a petty bureaucrat. And long before you're white-haired, you'll be an old man.
Yes, you may be right. But I've never dreaded old age. I believed you'd really join me there at last.
Oh, my dear. I try to be of some use to you. I try. But I can't change my nature, my weaknesses. God should have been kinder to you and given you the wife you deserve.
I don't ask to deserve, only to love. Captain Middleton has just spoken to me of taking you to hunt in Ireland this winter.
I know.
I suppose it would please you very much.
It would.
I thought so. Tell me, if you think I have the right to know, are you in love with him?
I'm more fond of him than I can explain.
I see. But in love, thank God, no. I shall tell him you will accept Lord Langford's invitation to stay with him in County Meath.
Now, Domino, easy, steady. Take a good look at that jump, my darling. You may come in.
How are you?
Only bruised.
I tried to stop you taking that wall. I knew there was a ditch on the other side. You wouldn't listen.
You swore at me, Captain Middleton.
You're reckless.
Am I?
How about that day Her Imperial Majesty jumped every fence on Punchestown Racecourse?
I thought I rode rather well.
Superbly. You've conquered Ireland more painlessly than Cromwell did. The Queen of the Chase. From Lord Randolph Churchill down to the local farmers, it's the same. Never seen the like of the Empress, begorra. The highest jump in all Ireland she took this day, and so she did. Bejabers.
Is that what they say, really?
I wish you wouldn't take such damned awful risks. It makes me look such a fool when I try to stop you.
Oh, don't be angry, Bay. I have such a short time each year I'm with you. And I can be myself and enjoy the one great pleasure left to me.
But the way you enjoy it frightens me to death.
Shall I tell you what really frightens me? In a month, I shall be back in Vienna, celebrating my silver wedding.
Oh, it's ridiculous to think you've been married 25 years.
When do you marry, Miss Charlotte Baird?
When it's fair to her.
Fair?
One doesn't marry a girl when one loves someone else, no matter how unattainable.
Surely, if she is married and happens to wear a crown.
Cece, the one thing you've allowed me is to treat you as a very human woman first, and an empress last.
I know what I am to you, Bay, and I thank God for it.
Do you really know what you are to me? And if you do, is the rest enough?
Is what enough?
To be adored on horseback. To sit there like a goddess on those splendid hunters, and like a beautiful effigy on your throne at the Hofburg, wearing your crown of solitude.
My crown of solitude?
You know I love you. Everyone knows it. Very well, I don't care.
You called me reckless. You complained that I take jumps that are too high and too dangerous.
I know why you do it.
Do you?
I know one takes violent physical risks to get rid of torturing restlessness, inner frustration.
Yes, and you are reckless too.
Isn't there a better answer for both of us? Are you so unattainable? Is that what you really want? I've loved you for so long.
Do you believe that one can be really happy when there has to be secrecy?
Perhaps not continuously happy, but it's worth anything always for a few complete moments of happiness. I'll do anything, risk anything, lose everything in my life if you want my love.
But, Bay, if you were in a very high position, If the future of nations could depend on what you do, would you still speak like this?
I don't understand you. Of course I would. What difference would it make to how I loved you?
You're no idealist, are you?
Aren't I? Well, what is an ideal? Some men it's political or religious, or it may even have something to do with sport. Oh, people say Bay Middleton's not much good for anything but hunting and racing. They don't know. I've had an ideal for the past 5 years. One I want to hold in my arms and worship.
Oh, Bay, what have I done to you? What have I done?
Oh, Cece, my love, don't. You aren't in love with me, that's all.
I've been selfish. Encouraged you and given nothing in return. Kept your love when I'd no right to it.
Cece, I'm the one who gave you the right to it.
You've given me so much. Friendship, joy, release. But you've also shown me to myself as I do not wish to be. Selfish and hateful, as I must be hateful to Charlotte.
No, Cece.
Of course she hates me. You must take back this part of your life you've kept for me all these years and give it to her. You must.
And if it's too late?
It's not too late for Charlotte. She's waited because she loves you. She was born to have love, a happy marriage to be needed. When you see her, remember that. For her, the complete fulfillment of her soul, her body, and her mind. It's her desire and her right. Marry her and never forget it. Will you do that? Will you promise me?
And you?
I shall never forget what you've been to me. My dear, dearest Chevalier.
And that's all.
You spoke of what you would risk for even a secret happiness. I once spoke like that myself.
To someone you love. Still love.
But who was too much of an idealist to agree with me.
Well, not my sort of idealist, then.
No. But he was right.
You mean you're happier without him?
Without him? Oh. We have a friendship. And perhaps it's the only thing that keeps me bound to my destiny. My duty, my honor.
I see. I've made a fool of myself, haven't I?
Oh, never say that, Bay. Never. One can love many times in many ways. You and I are kindred spirits. We share the same adoration for horses and hunting, and that's enough to bring us close together. But if it weren't for the joy of these few weeks, each year, the wonderful times I spend with you, when I'm allowed to be myself, without fuss or ceremony, I think I might be insane by now.
I always felt you should never have been an empress, Cece.
How well you must understand me when you say that.
Will you come back for the hunting next season?
If the Emperor will allow it.
He loves you, too. I've seen that.
Yes, he loves me. And I should think of his happiness much more than I've done for years. I know I must try to make his life a little happier.
You really care for him.
I respect and admire him. I know his goodness and patience better. Much better than history ever will.
But what can you do for him, Cece?
I don't know. Perhaps I can find him someone who can take my place in his leisure time.
Good Lord. The Emperor?
Why not? It would be a greater kindness than staying at his side all the time. My odd ways soon depress him. Everyone thinks me eccentric because of the way I care for my health. It's not caprice or vanity, Bay. It's terror. To be caged in a useless body by old age. Disgusting infirmities. I've told France I pray I shall be dead before that happens.
No wonder he gets depressed.
Of course. I can never give happiness to those near to me.
Well, I suppose not until you can find your own. Cece, I know this time our goodbyes are going to be different from any we've said in the past, or any we're going to say in the future. Because we'll hunt the fox together again, you'll see.
Yes, Bay.
I only want to tell you, I'll guard your name, honor your trust always, with all my love and all my respect. And I ask you to accept my friendship, my service, and devotion. Always.
It's It's a privilege. I wish I deserved, Bay.
Will you give me your hand? Never seen the like of Her Majesty the Empress. Never seen the like.
I'm sorry, Count Craneville. Do you wish to see the Emperor very urgently?
I've brought the documents he asked for, that's all.
Then may I ask you to wait a little? The Emperor has been working since dawn, as usual. Now Madame Schratt has arrived and is persuading His Majesty to take some coffee.
Madame Schratt? Ah, of course. Of course, it's usually this time of the morning, isn't it? I should have remembered.
Now you must have another roll and more coffee, Franz.
Good gracious, why should I?
Because you were at your desk at 6 o'clock this morning, and it's still a long time before your luncheon.
Very well, gnädige Frau. Another roll and more coffee.
That's right. You see, while the Empress is away, there must always be someone to take care of all highest.
Cece chose you. God bless her. She chose you to be my comfort and my joy, Katerina.
You happened to admire my acting, dearest, when I was at the Hoftheater. Don't forget that. It's important to me.
Yes. Cece knew I'd fallen in love with you. My young, beautiful, kindest and serene Katzy.
Don't exaggerate, Franz. I've buttered your roll for you. I'm 36 and I ought to be losing a little weight.
Oh, ought you?
Not too much sugar, hmm?
Cece knows you care for me as much as she wishes she could care for me herself, and doesn't.
Is there any news of the Empress returning to Vienna?
I don't think so. You know how it is. The sciatica makes her give up hunting, a great blow. She doesn't accept that one isn't young at 50, so she's restless. Even when she stops her wanderings for a bit, she prefers to stay in Hungary, not Vienna.
Hungary?
There's always been this deep friendship between the Empress and Count Andrassy. I don't know what will happen when she hears he's dying.
Dying?
We must keep it from her as long as possible. No more shocks, the doctors told me. It's been difficult since her nervous troubles started again.
Franz, it's important that the Empress should return to Vienna as soon as possible.
What? Oh, good heavens, why?
Both of us know there's something very wrong with the Crown Prince. It's time his mother knew, too.
Rudolph, something wrong? Exaggeration. He goes out too much, leads too fast a life, perhaps. But now his wife's given him a child, he'll settle down.
Do you need me to tell you he almost detests the sight of his wife?
Exaggeration.
He keeps his bachelor apartments at the Hofburg and surrounds himself with dubious people.
He's very young, still very immature.
These people take advantage and prey on him because they know he's very sick. Because they know he's destroying himself with drugs.
One must not exaggerate.
Does his mother know? Franz, you can't keep it from her.
No shocks, the doctors say. No shocks.
But if she's the only person who could help him...
I'm afraid Cece has her own problems.
But if Rudolph loves her, if he'd listen to her, if she could take him in her arms and understand why he must have drugs, help him to overcome the need.
There's plenty of time for him to find his feet and recognize his destiny. But Cece, well, you know, we've only been friends for rather a long time now.
I know. But she's my friend, too. I love her, as we all do, and yet I feel that...
Yes, but one must still take care of Cece.
By keeping the truth from her. Oh, Franz, are you sure?
By now I realize I wasn't born to understand my wife, only to care for her. That's why I never ask her to bear what I can bear alone. I shall have nothing to do with bringing her back to Vienna before she wishes to come.
Hence, or today-dee.
Today-dee.
Today-dee. Diomedei.
Diomedei.
Diomedei Pallas Atheni. Dokai menos koi. Oh, am I making progress?
Great progress, Your Majesty.
I should be studying ancient Greek in my dear Corfu in the sun, not in Vienna in the dead of winter.
It is surely the desire to master the glory of Homer that counts, madame, not where one studies.
But one is constantly being interrupted by trivialities at the Hofburg, receptions and state occasions, and my hairdresser will be here in a few minutes. What did I tell you? Come in.
Your Majesty, Baron Hopsker is here and wants to see you.
The Baron must wait. I haven't finished my Greek lesson.
Madam, I beg you to see him. He has some bad news of the Crown Prince.
Rudolph?
I will go, madame.
Thank you. Yes. Tell Baron Hopsker to come in.
Madame, the Emperor is on his way to you. What shall I do? What shall I say?
Let him in. And may God help me. Franzel, I have to give you a terrible shock. Rudolph is dead.
Rudolph?
His body was found in his bedroom at Meyerling early this morning with the little Wetzera girl. Both dead.
Oh, God. That you should be the one who had to tell me.
Oh, who else should tell you? Oh, we must have strength.
Strength? Where from?
Oh, come to me. I'll help you.
Sisi.
Our son's dead. She poisoned him, they say. Mary Wetzera, his mistress. Why? How does one's child come to that? Oh, why wasn't I near enough to save him?
What are you saying, Sisi?
He tried to reach me, but I was too far away. Useless. Why did you make me have children? I should never have been a mother.
God, help me. Help me.
Yes, Franz, yes. There'll be consolation for you because your life belongs to other people and you still have purpose. Now, listen. Try to remember what I say. Rudolph died from a heart attack.
What did you say?
Remember, Franzel, it was a heart attack. Do you understand?
Yes. I must still try to do what's best. I once told you, Sisi, how brave and strong you could be in a moment of disaster. I wonder when that was.
Now. Come with me, Franzel.
Where?
The good friend will be waiting across the corridor. This is when she always comes. We'll go, Franzel. Madam Schratt, I've brought the Emperor to you.
Presentation interruption. End of spur 3. Out and over to the 4th, the final spur following, for the conclusion of Crown of Solitude by Lydia Ragosin. Dealing with Elizabeth, Empress of Austria. The listing time for this point I estimate at 1 hour, 11 and a half minutes. Out and over now. No signal follows from this point on this penultimate spur. Historical romances that are largely factual. On this final spur, I resume to completion presentation number 6 of the tape, Crown of Solitude by Lydia Ragosin, from the BBC as broadcast in the north of England in November of 1969. I have already recorded, on the penultimate spur preceding, 1 hour, 11.5 minutes of this account of Elizabeth, Empress of Austria, in Vienna, on or about the calendar year 1865.
Madam Schratt, I've brought the Emperor to you. You know what has happened.
Yes, I know.
I leave him with you. We both have great need of compassion. I know I must turn elsewhere to find it.
My dear Cece, how I wanted to be in Vienna with you at that tragic time.
How I needed my one true friend, Julius. They tell me you're ill.
Not so ill that I couldn't drag myself to Budapest to see my queen.
You should put your feet up on the sofa, my dear.
Oh, now, please, allow me the dignity of behaving as I should in the presence of my queen.
Oh, Julius. Julius. Please get better. I can't bear any more great sorrows.
I'll do anything I can for you. But I know I can't erase what you had to bear over Rudolph's death.
Of course you know the truth now. The whole world knows it. He shot the little Wetzera girl, then shot himself. My son was a murderer and a degenerate. And the blame was mine.
No. You can't blame yourself for the weakness in Rudolph that made him destroy himself.
His death only proved my uselessness as his mother. And as a wife, it's the same. I only come between Franz and Frau Schratt. He needs her. She gives him comfort and peace. I sometimes feel my position so ridiculous that I envy Rudolph. But it's not knowing what comes afterwards.
Cece, I beg you not to let me leave you with a doubt in my mind.
Why do you say leave?
We're both old enough to look death in the eye, my dearest.
Oh, Julius, my love. Give me your hands. You're not telling me the truth. It's not the truth. Oh, what would I be without you? It's only through you. The strength and the will I've had to bear my life, to accept. Only because of you. To fail everything, but not you.
Then what are your tears for, eh? Oh, don't you see, if we hadn't made our sacrifice together all those years ago, I'd still have come to this. But in God knows what disgrace and remorse.
I know.
Both of us managed to fulfill something more important than private happiness. Don't you remember what I said to you? It was a union, my love. Beyond our youth, beyond our senses, beyond our pain.
Yes, I agreed.
When we part for the last time, so long as you go on living in the way you must and bearing your destiny as an empress, as a proud, brave woman, we shall still be together.
I don't want to go on, Julius. When I look forward and see life stretching out for years to come, I could go mad. I'm useless to everyone. I know death will be better for me and better for those who love me.
Do you really believe that when the moment comes, you won't regret leaving this world?
I shall be leaving nothing I could possibly regret. Look at me. I'm 52, Julius.
And still so beautiful, Cece. You can still live the finest moments of your life. Be with your people who trust you. Comfort them in bad times, as you've always done.
Never again. Without you, I can't go on forcing myself to be what I was never meant to be.
My wish for you, Cece, is reconciliation. Reconciliation with the purpose and the burdens God gave you for your life. Even though perhaps nothing but old age will bring you to it.
Oh, if God is merciful, old age is a final torment, I'll be spared.
I asked you one thing just now. You didn't answer.
What was it?
I asked you not to leave me with a doubt in my mind. I meant, don't let me doubt that you could interfere with the course of the life you were meant to live.
Oh, you must have heard how some people are frightened for me when I wander about at great heights in the mountains or stand on the edge of waterfalls. No, Julius, I'm not quite mad, not quite. All I ask is that when the time comes, I'll die alone, far from those I love, and for death to take me unaware.
Unaware?
I've told my daughters, they know, so does Franz, that I long to die. And yet you're always right, Julius. When it comes, I may not have the courage to leave this world without regret. That's why I want it to be. Suddenly.
Hey, Lucchini.
You want something?
Not working today, Lucchini. Don't need the money,
I got more than money to think about today.
What then? Revolution, huh?
That's it. Revolution.
Oh, haven't you heard that Luigi Lucchini is the most dangerous and important revolutionary in Geneva, huh?
Don't laugh at me, you bastards. One day I'll show you. You don't get the ideal socialist society sitting around talking about it like you lot.
No, you have to start a revolution.